Under the setting sun, Liu Yuan left work and walked through the bustling Linen Old Street. He bought his wife's favorite grilled cold noodles and tofu pudding. When he returned home and stepped into the Sihiyuan courtyard, he was greeted by the voices of his neighbors. You and Qingxue have been married for 3 years. Why haven't you had a child yet? I'm still waiting to give your kid New Year's money. If you don't have one soon, I'll be underground. Look at your childhood friend, already on his 3rd child. A group of elderly men and women weary with age sat under the old pagoda tree in the courtyard, their gazes fixed on Liu Yuan. Is there something wrong with this kid? Liu Yuan didn't find these words harsh. They were elders who had watched him grow up and had given him plenty of New Year's money since childhood. In the year he got married, each of them had given a 5-figure gift. Their pensions were simply too generous to dispose of. Elder Qin, what are you saying? Liu Yuan walked over with a smile and handed him a cigarette. You're a martial arts grandmaster. 100 years old is nothing. You're still so strong. How about I introduce you to an 18-year-old and you have another one? Get lost. Elder Qin's weathered face flushed red. Laughing and scolding, he waved his hand, his neck turning thicker with embarrassment. This blue planet was unlike the world he had transmigrated from. Here one could practice martial arts, cultivate immortality, become a god, or fall into demonic paths. The reason lay in the fact that a century ago a spatial passage had been established between Blue Star and the greater world. This had brought about a flourishing age of martial arts and the resurgence of spiritual energy. Liu Yuan himself was a martial artist. Although his level was not high, he had secured a leisurely principal post position in the Immigration Administration Bureau. Every day he sat in the office drinking tea and slacking off occasionally, visiting homes to check water meters, working from 9 to 5. However, this job also had its moments of extreme danger. For instance, 3 years ago, a demonic emperor sneaked across the border and nearly slaughtered the entire city of Linen. Liu Yuan had almost lost his life in that catastrophe. Fortunately, he had possessed a golden finger skill since his transmigration survived in desperate straits. That character life was full of spiritual meaning. No matter how great the danger he encountered, he could always find a thread of hope and good fortune would follow. On that deep night, 3 years ago, Liu Yuan narrowly escaped death and rescued an injured citizen on the street. That citizen was the woman who would later become his wife, Su Qingxue. Serving the people, that was only right. He took in the homeless Su Qingxue. During their days of cohabitation, love grew between them, and naturally, they stepped into the palace of marriage. It was only when they were applying for the marriage certificate that Liu Yuan found no identity information for Su Qingxue in the household registration system. Only then did he confirm that his beautiful wife was not a native of Blue Star, but an illegal immigrant from another realm. Between duty and love, Liu Yuan chose the latter. Using his little bit of authority at the Immigration Bureau, he obtained a legal identity for Su Qingxue, and the two got married smoothly. Liu Yuan thought everything would be fine from then on, but a new problem arose. After marriage, Liu Yuan devoted himself wholeheartedly to starting a family, but his wife's pregnancy never came. He had wondered where the problem lay. As a martial artist with an extremely robust body and shockingly high gene activity in his physical exams, it absolutely could not be his problem. Liu Yuan never questioned his wife about this matter, only pretended not to know. After all, doesn't everyone have their secrets? Besides, whether or not they had children, he didn't really care. No kids, double happiness. Click. Liu Yuan pushed open the door, and a burst of fragrance greeted him. Honey, you're back. Kiss, kiss. With a sweet, playful cry, a graceful figure dashed straight into Liu Yuan's arms, wrapping him in a soft, fragrant embrace. The woman in his arms held a spatula, wearing a slip dress and an apron, but even the loose dress couldn't hide her graceful curves, slender waist, and elegant figure. Her jet black hair was pinned up at the back with a hairpin, a few strands playfully falling beside her swan-like neck, and cheeks swaying gently with her movements, stirring the heart. Her face was free of makeup, her brows like distant mountains wrapped in mist, her eyes like autumn water rippling, her nose delicate and straight, her lips rosy without touch of rouge. In those bright eyes tenderness swirled. This was Liu Yuan's wife, Su Qingxue, a peerless beauty, as pure as ice and snow, yet filled with a tender wifely warmth after marriage. At this moment her eyes were full of Liu Yuan, and she kissed him several times. Moi. Liu Yuan smiled and responded. Even after 3 years of marriage, the two were still inseparable, every day, full of natural chemistry. I bought you grilled cold noodles and tofu pudding. Eat them while they're hot. Liu Yuan shook the bag in his hand. Oh, I'm almost done cooking. Su Qingxue took the bag, then gently pushed Liu Yuan to the sofa. You've worked hard, honey. Sit down and rest. Dinner will be ready soon. First she brought a cup of warm tea, then a plate of peeled grapes, and fed one to Liu Yuan with her own hand before turning toward the kitchen. One exquisite dish after another was served. Spicy crayfish, braised pork belly, steamed mandarin fish, stir-fried tomato, and eggs. And even a plate of golden wife cakes. Liu Yuan's mouth watered. His wife's cooking skills were getting better and better. When they first met, she couldn't even boil water. Now she was practically a master chef. Wait, is today some kind of holiday? Liu Yuan dared not eat, joking with a smile. Or did you do something to feel guilty about? No such thing. Su Qingxue protested with a coquettish glare, her cheeks slightly flushing. I just wanted to cook for you. Come on, try this crayfish. Her delicate fingers stained with red oil nimbly peeled the shell off a crayfish and delivered the plump meat to Liu Yuan's lips. You're acting weird. Liu Yuan swallowed it and felt more and more that his wife was acting out of character today. Well, it's like this. Su Qingxue lowered her head, two faint blushes spreading across her fair cheeks. Her index fingers twisted together nervously and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I've actually been hiding something from you. We've been married for 3 years sharing the same bed every night, yet I haven't gotten pregnant. It's not your fault. It's because of me. She took a deep breath as if summoning a huge resolve. I am not human. Liu Yuan, his mouth still holding a shrimp, said nervously, then what are you? A celestial. Su Qingxue lifted her head slightly, appearing shy yet smiling like Lin Daiyu. She gently tapped a marble tabletop with her jade-like finger and pierced a hole right through it. The marble was as soft as tofu. Liu Yuan calmly took a sip of beer. He had read files on celestials at the Immigration Administration Bureau. When martial artists reached the extreme pinnacle, they could shatter the void, ascend to the heavenly realm, and become celestials. Clearly his wife's original home was the heavenly realm. Honey, why aren't you surprised at all? Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. Did you guess it all along? Oh my god, my wife is a celestial from the heavenly realm. Liu Yuan suddenly jumped up from the sofa, clutching his head with an exaggerated expression. Oh my god, I'm so shocked. OMG. Su Qingxue. Excuse me, do I look like a 3-year-old? I'm sorry. If you're angry, you can hit me to let off steam. Su Qingxue drew a rattan whip from her waist, held it up with both hands, and knelt on the washboard. This was probably a spatial ability of the celestials. Liu Yuan couldn't bear to hit her. Watching his delicate wife, so weak-looking she seemed swayed by the wind, he thought, this is a celestial. Even a flake of her skin could slice him, a mere low-level martial artist, to pieces. But wait, there was a look of anticipation in this woman's eyes. Get up first. Liu Yuan reached out to hug her and asked, is there reproductive isolation between celestials and mortals because we live in different realms? That's basic biology. Su Qingxue nodded, then threw herself into Liu Yuan's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, her breath soft as orchid. The two of them had an in-depth discussion on the sofa about the specific reasons for reproductive isolation. An hour later, Su Qingxue used her celestial divine ability, subtle perception, to project a gruesome battlefield scene into Liu Yuan's mind. That was an ancient forbidden zone, crimson pitch black and bone cold. A colossal wall stretched across heaven and earth. At its base lay mountains of corpses and bones. Blood dyed the earth, and the plain was filled with the cries of mourning. Liu Yuan understood. His mortal genes were far too fragile before his wife's celestial genes. They collapsed at the first contact, unable to fuse at all. Yet his genes seemed unwilling to surrender. To follow was to be mortal, to defy was to become immortal. Kill! 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 The roar shook the forbidden zone as countless warriors charged toward the wall. But the moment they touched the barrier, they could not withstand its pressure. Screaming, they dissolved one after another, their bodies becoming withered bones. They did not fear. Treading the trail of their fallen comrades, they continued the assault wave after wave until their life force burned out. Bones piled higher and higher beneath the wall. One warrior, just as his body was about to vanish, summoned every shred of strength and slashed out with his sword. The wall opened a sliver and hope flickered in them. But a dim dark radiance spilled out, instantly sweeping the battlefield. All who tried to pass through the gap were erased. This was the unbridgeable gulf between heaven and mortal. Their only advantage was their sheer numbers. Offspring upon offspring, endless and inexhaustible. Liu Yuan's consciousness was pulled closer. He saw the blood-red declaration carved by countless pioneers with their lives. Vital information written into his very genes. We will stop at nothing. All for survival and reproduction. Attack! 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 Retreat and die. When one of me falls, 10,000 more shall rise. Our forebears endured 4 great epochs. We must not fall here. We possess an iron will, and we shall overcome every hardship. I hear the unceasing echo of life. It ignites. Liu Yuan broke out in goosebumps. Wait, were his genes really working this hard? This desperately? Blood-boiling and tragic. He was their master, yet all he did was dream of slacking off at work and lying flat at home. Truly ashamed. Honey, when we first got married, your genes could last only 3 seconds inside my body before they all died out. Su Qingxue's gentle voice sounded beside him, pulling Liu Yuan back to reality. Later the time grew longer, from 3 seconds to a minute, and then to an hour. Now they can hold on for 12 hours. Do you know what that means? Su Qingxue's eyes sparkled as she explained, your genes are evolving in secret. Liu Yuan's heart raced. He thought of the cruel theory of genetic evolution in biology. No wonder he had felt that ever since the marriage his stamina had grown, his energy was fuller, and even the martial arts techniques he once could not understand were slowly beginning to make sense. So it was his genes carrying the burden forward, silently striving to evolve. My comrades, you have worked hard. The dishes had grown slightly cold. Liu Yuan picked up a piece of braised pork and chewed as he asked, honey, why were you passed out on the street 3 years ago? Su Qingxue explained it all. I came here with a mission. Back then the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor crossed a spatial passage and wanted to refine the countless living beings of this planet into a myriad soul banner to break through his realm. I tried to stop him. I gravely wounded him, but I was seriously hurt too, so I fell unconscious. Fortunately my husband saved me. When she finished she peeled a crayfish and fed it to Liu Yuan with her own hand. Liu Yuan asked in confusion, then why didn't you return to the heavenly realm once you recovered? My wounds have not fully healed, even now. My power is severely diminished. Not even 30% of what it was before, Qingxue said helplessly. I could barely open a spatial passage, but if I were ambushed by brigands and monsters in the space turbulence it would be over for me. Besides, the Demon Emperor is still alive and my mission is unfinished, so there's no rush to go back. She paused, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice softened, and I married you. I don't want to leave. Liu Yuan's heart warmed. He reached out and gently pinched his wife's tender cheek. You could have told me all this earlier. Qingxue stuck out her tongue and murmured, I was afraid you'd report me for the 500,000 reward. After all, she was not a native of this world, a stowaway in a sense. Especially with her wounds unhealed, she did not dare take that risk. Liu Yuan laughed at her words. Are all celestial people this guileless? Oh, you call me silly. Qingxue puffed out her cheeks and said coquettishly, fine. My husband is a section clerk at the Immigration Bureau with 800 schemes, far smarter than me. Nothing can escape your eyes. You must have long noticed I wasn't human. Then why didn't you hand me over to your superiors for credit? Qingxue blinked her big, curious eyes. The question was a little deadly. Because you're a little naive. If I handed you to those old foxes I'd be afraid they'd eat you down to the bone. Liu Yuan dotingly tapped his wife's nose. A high combat power did not mean a sharp mind. I'm very strong. No one can bully me. Except you, Qingxue muttered in a small voice. Sweetheart, why did you choose to confess today? That was what Liu Yuan cared most about. Qingxue's expression turned serious, because I've found the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's whereabouts, and I plan to kill him. But if things go badly I might die. So I had to tell you in advance. Otherwise no one would inherit my estate. She hesitated, then continued, also. I came to this world from the heavenly realm 3 days ago. 3 days. Liu Yuan was stunned, then realized. He had read in Immigration Bureau files that the flow of time in foreign worlds differs from that of the Blue Star human world. 1 day in the heavenly realm is 1 year in the mortal world. Qingxue nodded and said bashfully, my family is strict. Elders never permit me to stay out overnight. This time I've been away for 3 days. Father, mother, brothers and sisters must be very worried and have probably already sent people to look for me. If strangers come to our house one day you'll know in advance and be prepared. Good thing you had the sense to tell me. Liu Yuan sighed in relief. His wife must be a well-behaved girl from an exalted family in heaven. If she hadn't warned him, her parents, brothers and sisters might suddenly arrive and cause a huge misunderstanding. They might even swallow him whole. Suddenly Liu Yuan thought of a serious question. Wait, how old are you in heavenly realm years? You're not under the legal marriage age, are you? Qingxue smiled sweetly, eyes curved like crescent moons. Calculated by heavenly realm time, this entire year is my 21st birthday. Thank goodness you're over age. Liu Yuan sighed in relief. What are you afraid of? Qingxue cast him a coy glance. My heavenly realm childhood friends are all married already. I'm actually a late bride. And she tilted her head, as if solving a complicated math problem. Calculated by the time of your world, my age should be. Qingxue began counting on her fingers. Liu Yuan did the math for her in his head. He had read that the heavenly realm had no 4 seasons. 1 year followed a cycle of 5 jiazi totaling 300 days. 6,300 years. Damn, my wife is over 1,000 years old. She could be my great-great-great-grandmother. When Qingxue was born, Liu Yuan was still playing with mud inside an atom. Hate it. Qingxue pouted. I'm not that old. I'm 21. Fine. Liu Yuan raised his hands and surrender smiled, and lifted his wine glass. My 21-year-old beloved wife, I wish you a happy birthday, all year round. Honey, make a wish. Liu Yuan stacked 2 slices of bread, stuck a candle in the middle, and lit it with a crisp flick of his lighter. A budget birthday cake, good to go. Qingxue pressed her palms together, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, the candlelight dancing across her face. She opened her eyes, looking utterly serious. I wish that the entire year will be my birthday, and my husband has to give me a gift every single day. Liu Yuan's eye twitched violently. She's treating me like a turtle in a wishing pond. Woman, you've gone too far. The moment he said that, Qingxue flashed a sly smile and slinked over, as if her bones had dissolved, her breath soft as orchid. Then, how about wishing for a child instead? Honey, do you want a boy or a girl? Seeing the longing in her eyes, Liu Yuan's heart softened. A boy or a girl, it makes no difference to me. Then a girl. Qingxue declared with finality, her face full of anticipation. They say a daughter is her father's cozy little cotton-padded jacket. If one day I'm not around, you'll have our daughter to keep you company. Nonsense. Don't jinx it. Liu Yuan hastily cut her off. Honey, you'd better step up your game. The next second, Qingxue's gaze turned fiercely resolute as she grabbed Liu Yuan's hand and charged toward the bedroom. Bang! The door slammed shut. Liu Yuan, however, couldn't guarantee that this endeavor would bear fruit. So all he could do was make a wish. The genes flowing through my body carry a life sequence passed down for billions of years. Now bear the hardship and strive to evolve. Whether my wife's birthday wish comes true depends entirely on you all. The next morning at 7, Liu Yuan sat up with a swift turn, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The exhaustion from last night had vanished, completely replaced by a surging sense of strength throughout his body. He froze, carefully sensing the change. My physique seems to have leveled up. My genes evolved again. So insanely competitive. You guys have literally reached new heights of grind set. His stomach rumbled loudly. The toasted aroma of fried eggs mingled with the delicate sweetness of millet porridge drifting into his nostrils. He turned his head and saw his wife, Su Qingxue, standing at the doorway gazing at him with a radiant smile. Awake. Wow, this level of service would even impress an emperor. Why are you up so early? Liu Yuan rubbed his eyes. I don't need to sleep at all, Su Qingxue said matter-of-factly. I only pretend to sleep for a bit just to match your schedule. Good grief. So I've been sleeping every night with a celestial being idling with her eyes closed. After breakfast, Liu Yuan also changed into his formal suit. Su Qingxue drew close her slender jade-like fingers, hooking his tie and giving it a gentle tug. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid as she sighed. All the soldiers have died. Should we replenish the troops? Who could withstand that? Liu Yuan's face reddened as he clamped down on her mischievous little hand. There's no time. We'll be late in an hour. Daytime is for resting and recuperating. Fine. Su Qingxue was a bit disappointed, but she perked right back up. I'll head out with you and stop by the market on the way. With that, she turned and walked to the wardrobe. Her casual camisole nightgown slipped off, revealing a stretch of snow-white back, her shoulder blades tracing lines as graceful as butterfly wings. She changed into a simple white dress, her long hair cascading loosely down. Her pure and fresh look was like the girl next door, first love. Su Qingxue took the initiative to loop her arm around Liu Yuan's, pressing her whole body close. Let's go, honey. The couple pushed open the door and stepped out. The retired elders living in the courtyard were already doing their morning exercises. On the eastern side of the yard, retired military officer Political Commissar Wang and martial arts grandmaster Second Master Qin were practicing Tai Chi in tandem. At first their movements were slow as snails, but both old fellows were impatient by nature. Their motions grew faster and faster until their fists were nothing but blurred afterimages. You old codger trying to sneak attack me. Nonsense, you're the one who broke the rules first. The two got heated as if they'd genuinely lost their tempers. Seeing the couple, Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue, their fists suddenly mellowed. They sized up Liu Yuan from head to toe, as if trying to see straight through his underwear. Xiao Yuan, just one night apart, and your physique has grown stronger again. Your qi and blood are so abundant, they're spilling 3 meters beyond your body. You must have been secretly training again last night. I tell you, don't be so obsessed. Put that energy into the important things. Have more exchanges with Qingxue. Day in and day out, you only focus on martial arts. Having a child sooner is better than anything else. Their cultivation in the martial arts was far from shallow. They could discern Liu Yuan's qi and blood condition with the naked eye. With qi and blood that abundant, he must have neglected his wife last night. Truly an ascetic type. Kids these days only know how to grind. Why don't they know how to enjoy life? As for Su Qingxue, they naturally couldn't see anything at all, except for her exquisite beauty. That girl, she was growing more beautiful by the day. Second Master Qin, do you want a wife? I can find you one. Before Liu Yuan could finish, the old man's face and neck had gone red, struck utterly speechless. You little rascal, couldn't you have said that in private? With all these people around, where am I supposed to put my old face? Su Qingxue, on the other hand, bowed politely and said in a sweet, soft voice, Good morning, Second Master Qin. Good morning, Political Commissar Wang. Beneath the old locust tree, retired official Li and retired architect Qian were playing chess. Minister Li held a thermal cup, calm and composed. Designer Qian, meanwhile, placed every single chess piece with perfect precision, not one deviating a hair from the board's intersections. The two, however, didn't urge them to have children. They were always quiet and reserved. Designer Qian picked up a piece and, watching the receding figures of Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue, murmured low, That lad just took 7 consecutive steps, and every one landed precisely on the gate of life in Shimen Duanjia. Not the slightest error. An auspicious sign. Minister Li nodded, moved a piece, and said in an official tone, responding to the nation's call. The couple heard the whispers behind them and nearly stumbled. Seriously, it's early morning. Can we talk about something else? As they passed the old locust tree, another retired old man sidled up to them. He was holding his phone, reading a novel, with great relish, muttering under his breath. Sigh, this male lead is hopeless, so wishy-washy. 1,000 chapters in, and the rice is still raw. He hasn't done the deed with the female lead yet. He looked up at Liu Yuan's side and shook his head. That look was exactly the one you'd give to an unimpressive male lead in a novel. Liu Yuan was speechless. These retired big shots really had too much leisure. Or maybe too much pension. Grandpa Zhang, don't look at me like that. I've done everything I'm supposed to do. As he spoke, he deliberately tightened his arm around his young wife's waist. 3 years into marriage, they were long past familiar. Su Qingxue didn't quite catch the innuendo, but she stood by her husband and giggled sweetly. That's right, I can vouch for him. Morning, Qingxue dear. Grandpa Zhang smiled warmly at Su Qingxue, then retorted to Liu Yuan. But this rice has been cooking for 3 years now. It's still not done. It's still half cooked. What does it matter? As long as we're full, that's enough. Liu Yuan smiled, guiding his wife on. Grandpa Zhang, I'm full too. Su Qingxue chimed in, assuming he meant breakfast, and asked in return, are you full, Grandpa Zhang? Grandpa Zhang was left speechless, his face dark as he shot Liu Yuan a glare. You little rascal, you sure know how to get your fill. Just as they were about to leave the yard, Sun, the retired traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, who had been drying herbs in the courtyard, walked over with a beaming smile. She held a Celadone porcelain medicine bottle in her hand. Xiao Yuan, Qingxue, don't listen to their meddling. Old Sun was warm and kind. Young people should let things take their natural course. Finally, Old Sun was the best. Liu Yuan felt moved. But the next second, Old Sun handed the bottle over. Inside were dark golden pills with a faint bitter fragrance. Here, Qingxue. This is the Qilin child-granting pill, a secret family formula. Liu Yuan's eyes bulged. So much for avoiding it. Thank you, Grandma Sun. Su Qingxue was too innocent. The instant she heard it was for having a child, her eyes sparkled. She took the bottle, popped one pill in her mouth, then handed it to Liu Yuan. Honey, it tastes like chocolate. Pretty good, actually. Liu Yuan wouldn't dare eat it recklessly. He wasn't a celestial being. If he took the wrong pill, something bad could happen. Finally, as if completing a pilgrimage, the couple walked out of the courtyard compound, and Liu Yuan let out a long sigh. Going out every day was like running a gauntlet. Honey, the grandparents living in our courtyard are anything but ordinary. Martial Grandmaster, Sword, Immortal Formation, Master Golden Core, Immortal Alchemist, Literary Sage, Artifact Refiner. You've practically collected them all. As a celestial being, Su Qingxue had long since seen through every single one of them completely. Liu Yuan wasn't surprised in the least. These were all his tenants. The courtyard house was an inheritance from his family. Since it was quite spacious, he rented out some of the rooms. As for why they were all rented to retired elders, well, they had already been retired before Liu Yuan was born. The lease agreements must have been signed back in his parents' generation. That was why they had all watched Liu Yuan grow up. From a snot-nosed kid to a married man. Now the only thing left was having a child. Qingxue, don't blame these elders for pushing us to have a child. Every single one of them is alone in their old age. On holidays and festivals, not a single young person ever comes to visit them. That's why they all hope we'll have a child. Su Qingxue's heart seemed to ache. What about their own families, eh? Liu Yuan said, because of the alien race invasion. They all died. Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue had no sooner stepped out through the front gate than, swish, swish, swish. Several figures converged from around the old locust tree. A bamboo pole snapped upright with a thud, and a banner hung from it. Liu Family Compound Fertility Committee 19th Meeting. Retired Grandmaster Qin Han slapped the stone table with one palm, making the chess pieces jump, and boomed in a voice like a great bell. 3 years now. Even a stone should have been warmed by now. Speak up then. Where exactly is the hold-up? Retired soldier Wang Jinghua drew a Mauser pistol from his belt, took aim at a palm-sized rock in the distance, and said, just now I observed Xiao Yuan's qi and blood. He moves like a dragon and strides like a tiger with vigorous aura spilling outward 3 meters. This is unmistakably the pinnacle physique of an intermediate martial artist. The rifle barrel is hard and solid. There is absolutely no danger of the ammunition failing to fire. Retired veteran doctor of Chinese medicine Sun Bingxin cut in and added, that girl Qingxue, I felt her pulse last week. Her pulse is calm and forceful, her womb warm, her kidney qi sufficient. She is plainly a fertile plot. There is no reason a seed would refuse to sprout. She is even easy to conceive, able to bear and raise children, and her milk will be plentiful. I've been practicing medicine for 100 years. I still know what I'm looking at. Then which link in the middle is going wrong? Qin Han could not understand. Retired old Taoist Zhang Qingxuan, who had been reading a novel, stroked his goatee, and with a grave air counted on his fingers. This poor Taoist wonders. Could it be that a barrier still remains between the two, that the last layer of window paper has yet to be pierced? The red lawn star is stirred, but has not entered the children's palace. Didn't understand a word. What was all that mumbo-jumbo? Political Commissar Wang treated it as nothing more than a fart. With that he fired a shot, hit the distant rock, and blasted it to smithereens in an instant. God damn it, you old army ruffian. You've wrecked the feng shui arrangement I set up. A furious curse came from the side as retired building designer Qian Jiugong hopped in anger. Just a worthless rock. Political Commissar Wang wiped the gun muzzle unbothered. What the hell do you know? Old Qian let him have it. I laid out a grand feng shui array in the courtyard, dragon and phoenix, bringing auspiciousness, gathering the vital energy from 10 li around, and drawing the fortune of heaven and earth union, all to help Liu Yuan and Qingxue harmonize yin and yang, and soon present us with a precious child. That stone was one of the array's eyes, the actinolite stone. You shattered it with one shot. He went on unrelenting. Let me tell you, every pebble, flower, grass, and tree in this courtyard is a warding object I placed, and each has its own rationale. You must not move them around, or you will ruin the array's effect. When the couple ends up infertile, it will be all your fault. Old Qian feudal superstition has to go. Shun Mo, a retired language teacher practicing calligraphy, set down his writing brush, pushed up his glasses, and interrupted him in a bookish manner. We must proceed from reality, in all things seek out the fundamental cause, and extend knowledge through investigating things. Could it be that Liu Yuan and Qingxue are not unwilling to have a child, but unable to, or afraid to? We have to consider young people's real difficulties. These days the cost of raising a child is too high and the financial strain is enormous. Impossible. Haven't you read the country's latest birth subsidy document? Li Piaron, a retired cadre, interrupted with his thermos cup in hand, speaking with a thoroughly official air as he expounded the policy. For a first birth, 1,000 yuan every month. Second child, 3,000. Third, 5,000. From formula milk to school, it's a green light all the way. Exemptions and reductions at every step. What pressure can still remain? The other retired elders all raised their hands. There is. It's not even 1/10 of my retirement pension. It sounds very little, and truly it is not much at all. Li Piaron's old face flushed crimson, and he was momentarily struck speechless. He slapped the table, apparently having reached a decision. Tell you what, to put Liu Yuan and Qingxue's mind at ease about having a baby, I'll write to the Social Security Administration this very day and have the birth allowance doubled, no tripled. All the retired elders believed he was not boasting, for before his retirement, he had been a full ministerial-level official. One sword in hand, he had slain alien races abroad and traitorous courtiers at home. Sun Bingxin made her decision too. In that case, I will strengthen the Qilin child-branding pill. Using mere herbs has too little kick. Her gaze swept toward Qin Hanshan and Wang Xinghua as she issued an order directly. Old Qin, old Wang, the two of you go to the alien battlefield and bring me a jug of Qilin blood, a jug of dragon blood, a jug of phoenix blood, and a jug of black tortoise blood. I need them to refine medicine to replenish Xiao Yuan's energy and Qi blood. Qin Hanshan and Wang Xinghua were instantly invigorated. Will do. Old Qian also found his direction and mused, maybe the array's power output is too low. I need a different approach. I've got it. I'll go cast hexagrams and fix the positions right away, move every flower, brick, stone, and blade of grass in the yard to a new spot. Then I'll set up the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, joyful union grand array. Old Zhang, my feng shui alone is not enough. We'd better add your talismans to it. Let's work together. Zhang Qingxian nodded and thought it over. Then I'll draw a 9 heavens primordial response fetus summoning command talisman and hang it from the ceiling above their bedroom. That will coordinate perfectly with your array. The 6 retired elders had a clear division of labor, each shining in his own field, and all of them could hardly wait to hold a grandchild. Meanwhile, in a corner of the courtyard, another retired elder remained taciturn, without a single word, silently watching everything. He wore a workman's vest, his arms corded with muscle. He was a retired steel mill worker named Zhao Xingong. With a pipe clamped between his teeth, he watched those old cronies carrying on like madmen, and a flicker of contempt, the kind one reserves for imbeciles, passed through his clouded old eyes. He could not bear to look. A pack of raving lunatics. The 6 of you must have gone mad with longing for a grandchild. Rearranging feng shui, drawing talismans, slaughtering dragons and phoenixes to refine pills. He simply lowered his head and devoted himself to the work in his hands. It was the outline of a baby crib. Its main body was made of a warm, lustrous piece of millennium soul-nourishing wood, exuding a faint, sweet fragrance. From the toolbox beside him, Zhao Xingong took up a pinch of gray-black metallic powder, the quintessence of celestial star iron. A wisp of high-temperature earth-lung true fire flared at his fingertip, instantly smelting the powder into a liquid, and he poured it with perfect precision into the groove at the crib's foot. It still lacked something. Zhao Xingong's imagination went into overdrive. Once the child is born, what if the crying is so loud it damages neighborly relations? What if the child kicks off its blanket at night and catches a cold? What if the air is polluted? What if some dim-witted alien creature sneaks in? With a handful of calluses, he picked up a dark steel engraving knife thinner than a scalpel, and with machine-like precision, began inscribing arrays on the baby crib. The blade tip traced across the wood, leaving strange patterns. Constant temperature array, hot and cold, adjust automatically, with a temperature variation of less than half a degree. Dust removing array blocks filth, and leaves not as much as a speck of dust. Silence barrier calms the mind, and aids sleep unshaken even by thunder. Spirit gathering array consolidates the foundations, nurtures the primordial, and strengthens the body. And the most important one. Zhao Xingong's fingers were as steady as a mountain as he carved the array script into the core position of the headboard immortal slaying array. Done. He patted the crib in satisfaction, and his wrinkled eyes blossomed into a smile. This crib was but the first of his child-rearing magical artifacts. Zhao Xingong began to plan the second and third items he would forge from deep-sea cold iron and earthcore fire jade, a baby bottle that could be hot or cold, that will ward off evil and cleanse away filth. Then with that blade and spear-proof hide of the sky-rending beast, he would sew a diaper that hid a world within, a sumaru contained in a mustard seed, and more. Zhao Xingong's gaze burned with intensity. He would use those rough, callus-covered hands that had smelted iron for a lifetime, to forge an absolutely safe world for Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue's child. The other 6 retired elders were stunned. You're the craziest one of all. The child isn't even a shadow yet, and you, the artifact smith, are already beside yourself with joy. A bustling vegetable market filled with the clamor of daily life. Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue stopped in front of a fish stall. Dear, be careful. Liu Yuan placed the house key in her hand. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor is extremely cunning. You must be careful investigating alone. If you can't win, run. Su Qingxue, holding a net bag with a lively carp, looked up at him in bewilderment. Huh. She blinked her clear, watery eyes, looking a bit dazed. Honey, I'm really just here to buy groceries. Liu Yuan froze. Then why were you staring at that pork butcher for a full minute? That butcher was burly and his gaze was fierce, clearly not an ordinary man. Su Qingxue answered matter-of-factly, because that slab of pork belly on his cutting board looked really fresh. Bright red with perfect layers of fat and lean. She tilted her face up, eyes full of anticipation, and asked, Honey, tonight, do you want braised pork belly or twice-cooked pork? Liu Yuan thought for a moment. Make Hai Ko row. Alright, then I'll go buy some preserved mustard greens. Su Qingxue glanced at the time and said, You'd better hurry to work or you'll be late. 8 o'clock in the morning. The Immigration Administration building stood solemn and majestic. On the plaza in front, more than a dozen banners of different designs fluttered in the wind, each representing an alien civilization that had established diplomatic relations with Blue Star. Between them, immigration and tourism were permitted. However, illegal immigrants and stowaways were inevitable. Thus, although the Immigration Bureau was an administrative body, it wielded immense power and could act first and report later when necessary. Liu Yuan walked into the office of Investigation Division 9. Just as he reached the door, he overheard hushed whispers inside. Hey, do you think Section Chief Liu is only in his early 20s? How did he become Section Chief? That kind of promotion speed is way too exaggerated, right? And his martial arts level isn't that high either, a curious new intern asked. Chill. You're new here so you wouldn't know. An old hand immediately stopped him. 3 years ago, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor snuck over, and our Linen City almost fell. Half the people in the Bureau died. Our Division 9 happened to be on an outside assignment that day. The entire division was wiped out. The intern gasped sharply. Only Section Chief Liu survived. If he's not the Section Chief, then who is? Damn, that's incredible. He faced the Demon Emperor and still lived. If it were me, I'd probably have pissed and shit myself in fear. Last year, the Bureau wanted to promote Section Chief Liu to Deputy Division Chief, but he refused. He said there were too many responsibilities, and he didn't want overtime, so he turned down the order. A role model for us all. Section Chief Liu is my idol. That's why following the Chief gives us peace of mind. Ever since Chief took over Division 9's on-duty mortality rate is half the Bureau average. New hires are dying to get into our division. Liu Yuan listened from outside the door and smiled faintly. Actually, 3 years ago, he had never even seen the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. That was the benefit of survival through desperate circumstances. The more dangerous the place, the more impossible it was for Liu Yuan to die. So whenever the Immigration Bureau had an especially high-risk investigation mission, Liu Yuan would volunteer. As long as he survived, it was a first-class merit. Over the past few years, Liu Yuan had earned 6 or 7 first-class merits. Though he hadn't taken the position of Deputy Division Chief, every Division Chief in the Bureau greeted him with respect. Section Chief was just a nominal title he used to coast along. Deputy Division Chief was his actual rank. He coughed, pushed the door open, and walked in. The office instantly fell silent. Good morning, Section Chief Liu. Good morning, Chief. Several subordinates immediately stood at attention and greeted him respectfully. Liu Yuan nodded, his gaze landing on a bag of wedding candy on his desk. Printed on it were festive words, "May you have a precious son soon." Damn it. Was there no end to this? He was just here to do his job. Why were there even baby-making slogans in the office? Who the hell put that candy there? Section Chief Liu. A gentle, intellectual voice sounded. It was Deputy Section Chief Lin Weiwei, 26 years old, refined, and mature. She was rarely not wearing high heels today. Her suit skirt perfectly accentuated her well-proportioned figure. Beneath the hem, her slender legs, sheathed in black stockings, were straight and elegant. With a charming oval face, she was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the entire Immigration Bureau's investigation department. I'm pregnant. This is the wedding candy I'm giving you. She pushed the candy toward Liu Yuan, a shy smile on her face. Liu Yuan instinctively glanced at her lower abdomen. Congratulations. How many months? 4 months. I only found out at yesterday's prenatal checkup. Alright then, no more field assignments for you. Focus on your pregnancy. Liu Yuan waved his hand magnanimously. Thank you, Chief. Lin Weiwei nodded gratefully. Without you, I could never have gotten pregnant. Whether she said it deliberately or on purpose, her voice was just loud enough for the entire office to hear. Puffed. Someone in the office sprayed out the tea they had just drunk. Everyone's eyes went wide with shock and disbelief. Damn, it was the Chief's child. Say that clearly. Liu Yuan slapped the table. Between him and Lin Weiwei, there was only a superior-subordinate relationship. Lin Weiwei's face flushed red to the roots of her ears, and she hastily waved her hands to explain, No. Everyone, don't misunderstand. What I meant was you never make us work pointless overtime in Division 9. We leave right at quitting time. That's how I had the time and energy to prepare for pregnancy. That's right. A male colleague immediately stepped forward to help defuse the awkward, ambiguous atmosphere. Our section chief really cares about his subordinates. Unlike Division 1 next door, which grinds until midnight every day, forget having kids, they're almost bald by now. The office's mood shifted instantly from suggestive gossip to a chorus of praise for Liu Yuan. After clocking in, Liu Yuan casually flipped through a newspaper. Lin Weiwei set a cup of freshly brewed tea on his desk, her breath delicate as orchid, and lowered her voice mysteriously. Chief, the child-giving guanyin at the Putuwa temple in the south of the city is incredibly effective. My husband and I went to worship there. If you have time, you might take your wife for a visit. Liu Yuan had married earlier than she did, yet there was still no news of a child. Maybe something was wrong there. Lin Weiwei, you've overstepped. Liu Yuan savored his tea without even looking at her. Lin Weiwei's heart jolted, cold sweat seeping down her back as she realized her blunder. Damn it. She had tried to flatter him, but had only rubbed him the wrong way. She had meant to please the section chief, but hadn't expected him to be immune to such tactics. She lowered her head with an awkward smile and left the office mentally, noting an iron rule: never pry into the section chief's private life. An hour later, Liu Yuan put down the newspaper feeling drowsy. After dozing for half an hour, he stretched and headed to the archives room. Just now he had dreamed of his wife being pregnant, while the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor cackled sinisterly. You dare scheme against my wife. You're dead. Liu Yuan felt this was a lingering threat. If his wife could find him, it was very possible the Demon Emperor would also discover Qingxue. He had to stay on guard. His wife wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, so he needed to stay vigilant himself. Arriving at the archives room, Liu Yuan pulled out a jade slip that contained classified footage of the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's invasion 3 years ago. The jade slip rose into the air and projected a blood-colored screen of light. That night, 3 years ago, over Linen City, a blood moon hung in the sky. A blazing meteor fell from the sky and fiery clouds dyed half the heavens red. Soon after, blood-drinking zombies appeared throughout the city, attacking everywhere. The Immigration Bureau initially concluded that these were only mutant zombies from outside. Investigation Section 9, which was on duty, was ordered to capture them. But as night fell, the zombies grew more numerous. All of them infected residents of Linen. The situation spiraled out of control, zombies increasing exponentially. The Immigration Bureau joined forces with every major city department to mobilize in full force, suppress the zombies, and urgently evacuate the people. These were all things Liu Yuan had personally experienced. The late chief of Section 9 adopted a 2-person team strategy. But the section had an odd number of people, so Liu Yuan volunteered to operate alone. He patrolled alone in his car, heading into the most dangerous old district and being swallowed up by the zombie tide. Liu Yuan had once been besieged by over 100 zombies. That scene was still vivid in his mind, almost exactly like a zombie movie. He fled all the way. At the critical moment, the skilled desperate lifeline activated. He arrived in a silent alley. Miraculously, there was not a single zombie, only a cat rummaging through the garbage. Following the cat's cries, he found Qingxue lying unconscious beside a pile of garbage and rescued her. Back then I was puzzled about why that alley had no zombies. It turns out it was because my wife is a celestial. Liu Yuan now had his answer. At that time, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor must also have been seriously wounded, which was why the zombies gradually decreased and were eventually wiped out. The Immigration Bureau suffered a casualty rate of more than half, and the entire investigation Section 9 was left with only one survivor, Liu Yuan. In the course of this incident, Liu Yuan earned a first-class merit. He hadn't killed many zombies himself, but he had saved dozens of people. For that, he received commendation and was promoted to Section Chief of Investigation Section 9. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor still hasn't been caught. Maybe he's still in Linen City. Where could he be hiding? Liu Yuan stroked his chin and opened the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's detailed file. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. Domicile Paranormata Vasavard in heaven. Characteristics: he loves to drink the blood of living beings, became a demon through blood, and wreaked havoc in the heavenly realm. Besieged by many powers of the heavenly realm, he subsequently appeared in the Saha world. More than a dozen small worlds have already been invaded by him, billions of living beings refined away by him, and all those small worlds have been extinguished, becoming lifeless dead stars. Lifebound demonic artifact, 10,000 souls banner. Mastered cultivation art, great sovereign heavenly demon sutra. Remarks: this demon has no body of flesh and is skilled at stealing souls and seizing bodies, which is why he has never been captured. If you encounter him, never be careless. Oh, you want to capture the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor? A soft feminine voice sounded ghost-like from behind him. Liu Yuan did not even raise his eyelids, utterly unmoved. He had long since grown used to it. It was Yi Qiuhong, the director of the investigation department, Liu Yuan's immediate superior. His hair was the red of maple leaves, his face was like late autumn, carrying a lonely beauty of fading splendor. At this moment he leaned against Liu Yuan's shoulder with his arm around it like a sworn brother. A faint fragrance drifted into Liu Yuan's nostrils. Liu Yuan's heart remained calm. He even felt a little like sneezing. Yi Qiuhong was a man, but he had cultivated some technique from the great Brahma heaven, which made his male body take on female features, more effeminate by the day. His strength, however, had grown by leaps and bounds. He was already at the martial elite level. Had Liu Yuan never seen the man's little brother in the men's room with his own eyes, he would have suspected that Yi Qiuhong had practiced the evil warding sword manual and severed his own genitals. Don't look down on the martial elite rank. 100 Liu Yuans wouldn't be enough to fight him. These 4 realms, martial adept, martial elite, grandmaster, celestial, each represented an insurmountable chasm. Fighting above one's rank was impossible. In Yi Qiuhong's words, a single finger could crush him. Of course, cheaters were the exception. You think I can't do it? Liu Yuan said dismissively. You. Yi Qiuhong looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. In a soft feminine voice, he said, have you been body snatched? A demon emperor is an existence equal to a celestial. You, a mere junior martial adept, want to deal with a demon emperor? Are you out of your mind? No wait. Yi Qiuhong changed tack. His soft palm pressed against Liu Yuan's chest like lightning. The next second, he felt a chill run through his entire body. What the hell? Yi Qiuhong's eyes bulged. Your qi and blood are so thick. You actually went up a level. Intermediate martial adept. He stared hard at Liu Yuan, his handsome face twisted by shock. Damn it. I've never seen you cultivate before, so how the hell did you level up? Yi Qiuhong growled through gritted teeth. He could swear that since he had known Liu Yuan, this guy slacked off at work, vanished the moment work ended, and wouldn't cultivate even when a cultivation method was free. But this lazy good-for-nothing kept pulling off achievements one after another, and now the bastard had actually leveled up too. You goddamn cheater. After holding it in for a long time, he spat out those few words, his eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. He had figured there must be some secret on Liu Yuan. Yet no one had ever discovered how he cheated. Even Ultraman Tiga had a transformation device. You don't even have a transformation device. I did actually cultivate a little, Liu Yuan explained calmly. It's not as absurd as you think. I'm no martial prodigy. The truth was that last night, while cultivating together with his wife, his genetic legion had been forced into fierce internal competition and had evolved with all its might. As their master, he too was forced to level up, dragged up over the threshold without any say. So this is why your head is swelling. Yi Qiuhong laughed in exasperation, and his laughter was loud and mercilessly mocking. Even a martial elite like me is not worth a single slap from the Demon Emperor. Where do you get the confidence to deal with him? But based on the information in the file, I deduced that he should be wounded, and not lightly. He won't recover anytime soon. Liu Yuan pointed at the intelligence file, his face calm. HM. Yi Qiuhong froze, then flipped through the file 3 times without seeing a damn thing. In that instant, he drew in a sharp breath, and the way he looked at Liu Yuan changed completely. This fellow had actually deduced top-secret intelligence from just those few lines of public information. Even when the bureau director had asked him at a meeting, he had failed to see that the Demon Emperor was injured. This man was profoundly unfathomable. Too terrifying. Such a simple conclusion. I saw it long ago. Yi Qiuhong did not change his expression. With a look of having everything under control, he said, however, even if the Demon Emperor is wounded, he is not someone we can deal with. At least 7 Grandmaster-level powerhouses would have to join forces to have any chance of suppressing him. Our Immigration Bureau has only 1 Grandmaster. The director wants to coordinate with the other ministries and departments for a joint law enforcement operation, but every department is mired in its own affairs. Gathering 7 Grandmasters is no easy task, and unless the crisis is truly at hand, who would be willing to do the Immigration Bureau such a favor? Liu Yuan counted silently in his mind. Second Master Qin Minister Li Political Commissar Wang. Damn. In his own courtyard, there were just enough to fill a table with several substitutes on the bench. With them around, there was no need to fear a sneak attack by the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. What if a Celestial made a move? Uffed. The water Yi Qiuhong had just drunk sprayed straight out, his composure gone. You really dare say that? He wiped his mouth, laughing so hard his whole body swayed. In this entire country, as far as we know, there is only one Celestial, who is 800 years old. A national treasure. And I expect he wouldn't make a move lightly either. Celestials really are too few. Liu Yuan sighed. In our country's 5,000 years of history, there's only this one Celestial. Of course there's more than one. Yi Qiuhong lowered his voice and said with an air of mystery, but they've all run off already. Let me ask you, if you could shatter the void and go to a heavenly realm with richer resources, would you run off? Of course not. I would stay. Liu Yuan said this very seriously. Because he was not a Celestial, he would absolutely not answer such a hypothetical casually. After all, this was the Immigration Bureau. It's just the 2 of us. No need to be so formal. Yi Qiuhong smiled. Actually, they can't be blamed. There is a gulf between Celestials and mortals. Once one becomes a Celestial, they leave the mortal plane of existence behind and are reproductively isolated from mortals, unable to bear children. That old Celestial still has no descendants even now. I expect that in the future, unable to bear the loneliness, he will ascend to the heavenly realm. Liu Yuan was just about to ask a question when Yi Qiuhong immediately guessed what it was. The Immigration Bureau does not permit Celestials to come across boundaries through spatial passages. That is illegal border crossing. Because they are far too powerful. The more of them come, the more chaotic the world will become. Below Celestials, you and I are nothing but ants. They don't care about the lives of mortals. We may even become cultivation consumables for them. With that, he lowered his voice and whispered close to Liu Yuan's ear. There is no fundamental difference between a Celestial and a Demon Emperor. Why do you think the old Celestial would be willing to stay in our mortal world for several hundred years? Because he eats people. The sinister voice bored directly into Liu Yuan's mind. He had long since guessed this too. All living beings are but consumables. In short, dealing with celestial beings, we mortals are bound to be devoured whole. Yi Qiuhong sighed, putting on a haughty expression. But you'll probably never get the chance to see a celestial in this lifetime, so no need to worry. Liu Yuan cast him a pitying glance. I've not only seen a celestial, but even exchanged views on the origin of life. If Yi Qiuhong ever found out, he'd probably have a total breakdown on the spot. What if I actually do encounter one someday? Then remember, celestial beings are treasures from head to toe, even a scrap of foot skin or a drop of sweat. That's why places where celestials have lived are key protected sites of the Heritage Bureau. Liu Yuan shook his head and retorted, celestials don't shed hair. Yank all you want, it won't come out. Their skin is as smooth as congealed cream, and they never shed skin either. Oh, you've secretly read the files. Yi Qiuhong sensed that Liu Yuan seemed deeply knowledgeable about celestials, and said, you're right. Celestials have almost no mortal metabolic activity, but they might still spit and occasionally expel some wastewater passage. To mortals, those are nothing less than nectar and ambrosia. Seeing Yi Qiuhong's look of utter reverence, Liu Yuan remained perfectly calm. He exchanged saliva with his wife every day, and it was hardly that miraculous. If a celestial crapped, would you eat it? Liu Yuan shot back. Not even a dog would. Yi Qiuhong raised his chin, then nodded solemnly. Eat? I'd eat it. It's a precious medicinal ingredient called celestial relic. Used for refining pills, and money can hardly buy it. Liu Yuan felt like he'd found a business opportunity. Should he convert his home toilet into a dry latrine, carry night soil, and sell it to alchemists for money? Ugh. He couldn't hold it in anymore, bending over and dry heaving. Yi Qiuhong. What are you vomiting for? You don't actually think celestials need to defecate, do you? Yi Qiuhong shook his head, looking at him as if he were utterly clueless. Celestials can break down food to the atomic level. Their posteriors are just decoration. Perhaps once every few centuries they accumulate a tiny bit of residue and expel it. That's the celestial relic. It has no stench at all, but a strange fragrance similar to musk and ambergris. Liu Yuan was puzzled. This piece of intelligence just didn't add up. He often saw his wife sitting on the toilet, so she was faking it, pretending to be a normal person. Admittedly, Qingxue was a bit clever, but not much. Can we stop talking about all this crap? Let's get to the real matter. Liu Yuan hadn't come to the archives to hear this kind of vulgar nonsense. Yi Qiuhong stared at him in astonishment. Oh, acting tough are you? Don't think I don't know you're slacking off during work hours. I'm not slacking off, Liu Yuan declared with righteous grandeur and bureaucratic seriousness. I'm investigating the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. This is a matter of utmost importance for the happiness of Linen City's 10 million citizens. As he spoke, he blinked. Yi Qiuhong instantly shivered, a chill running down his spine. Damn, someone's behind us. Who else could make Liu Yuan act this proper? He immediately changed his tone and spoke with utmost seriousness. Our director works day and night agonizing over the peace and stability of Linen City, to the point his hair turned white. Truly a great director of the people. In fact, the director has already been striving to coordinate with various ministries to jointly deal with the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. The problem is he's gone into hiding, and we haven't found his whereabouts yet. That creature can seize souls and possess bodies. He might well be hiding inside someone taking their place. Liu Yuan nodded, deliberately avoiding the doorway, and said in a low voice, hypothetically. Just hypothetically. What if I could find him? Huh. Yi Qiuhong glanced at him sideways. Section Chief Liu looking to earn another merit. No. Liu Yuan declared with a face full of integrity. It's all about serving the people. As long as the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor remains uneliminated, a sword hangs over Linen City. Yi Qiuhong's mouth twitched, choked, speechless for a long while. Damn, with this level of ideological awareness you sound more like a leader than I do. Being a section chief really undersells you, Yi Qiuhong said with a stiff, insincere smile and feigned modesty. How about you take over as division chief? I ought to yield my seat to a better man. That won't do, Liu Yuan declared with righteous conviction. The division chief has to work overtime every day. I can't deprive you of the chance to serve the people. Yi Qiuhong. Thank you so very much, damn it. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strangle Liu Yuan on the spot. Just then a cold and crisp voice sounded from the doorway. Liu Yuan, if you truly can find the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's whereabouts, I will make a move. The moment the voice fell, the figure at the door vanished, and the next second appeared before the bookshelf in the archive room. He stood with his back to Liu Yuan, and Yi Qiuhong, tall and slender with a head of striking silver-white hair. This person was Mu, by the director of the Immigration Bureau. You two may leave first. I need to look through some materials. His voice chilled the surrounding air. Yi Qiuhong knew the director was immune to flattery, so he immediately dragged Liu Yuan out of the archive room. After stepping out the door, he deliberately spoke loudly. Liu Yuan, don't try to play the hero and get yourself killed. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor isn't someone you can handle. Don't mistake luck for skill. This was a message to Mu Bai, that even if Liu Yuan failed the mission, it would be forgivable. Liu Yuan naturally understood. However, this time it wasn't luck. He relied on his wife. Qingxue had already located the Demon Emperor. Right after the two left, Mu Bai turned around, brows furrowed tightly, expression solemn. He stirred his blood energy, causing all the jade slips in the archive room to vibrate. Streams of records and images were scanned through his spiritual power. Over the past 3 years, there have been 702 immigrants and illegal entrants. Which one of them could be the celestial from the boundless heaven? Mu Bai was deeply troubled. He had received a mission from the celestial realm with a confidentiality level of top secret. A celestial from the boundless heaven had been missing for 3 days, and their last known route happened to be Blue Star, specifically to deal with the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. 3 days in the celestial realm equal 3 years on Blue Star. So the celestial had likely been living in Linen City for 3 years already. This really is troublesome. Mumbai could only start from immigrants and illegal entrants. If he truly couldn't find them, he would expand the search. But Linen City had a population of 10 million. Finding a hidden celestial would be like looking for a needle in the ocean. What made it even harder was that the celestial realm had provided no information at all. Age, appearance, gender. Nothing. They euphemistically called this a security measure for the celestial's safety. You're not worthy to know. Mumbai wished he could slap the damned heavens for being so arrogant. The identity of this celestial is likely extremely noble. If we can't find them, the forces behind them would annihilate this small world. Faced with such a threat, Mumbai was utterly helpless. He was not yet capable of defying the heavens. All he could do was try his utmost to find that celestial, before the mighty forces behind them grew angry. The deadline was one celestial day. The leads were the immigrants and illegal entrants of the past 3 years, especially the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. Since the celestial had come for the Demon Emperor, perhaps finding the Demon Emperor would draw them out. That was why Mumbai had said those words to Liu Yuan. Still, why would that kid be interested in the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor? Could he really be after a merit award? Mumbai couldn't figure it out because Liu Yuan had already earned numerous first-class merits over the years. Heaven favors him so much. Perhaps he can help me complete my mission. By the way, I have something to tell you. Yi Qiuhong suddenly wore a gossipy expression. Director Zhao's wife at the logistics department gave birth. How much are you planning to give? What? Liu Yuan's eyes bulged. How can she be giving birth again? Since starting work, the red envelope money he'd handed out could have bought a compact car. As director of logistics, old Xiao should lead by example and answer the national call. Yi Qiuhong chuckled. If you could give birth yourself, you'd at least get your money back. There it goes again. Liu Yuan felt the world had turned completely unhinged. Why was everyone obsessed with childbirth? What was happening? He sensed an invisible hand pulling the strings behind it all. Speaking of which, you've been married for 3 years and still have no heir. Could it be that? Yi Qiuhong's gaze raked up and down his body, her eyes brimming with naked suspicion. Are you incapable, eh? Liu Yuan shot Yi Qiuhong a calm glance. Director, my wife knows whether I'm capable or not. As for you, the colleagues in the men's restroom know all too well. Uff. Yi Qiuhong nearly spat blood. The face flushed a livid purple, and even the fiery red hair seemed to steam. A lethal verbal strike. After work, Liu Yuan returned home. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he felt something was off. The potted plants and stone table arrangements had been noticeably rearranged. The stone stools once casually placed seemed to have shifted positions, and the flower beds were freshly turned. Strangely, he had the uncanny sensation that the qi and blood within his body felt more vigorous than before. Beneath the old locust tree, Director Li and Qian were playing chess. Yuan, how do you feel physically? Director Li asked without looking up out of the blue. Liu Yuan paused, the crisp freshness after work. Strange. No pushing him to marry or breed today. He glanced around and noticed grandmother's son Master Qin and political commissar Wang were all absent, seemingly having gone out. Meanwhile, the old Taoist Zhang Qingxian sat cross-legged on a cushion, engrossed in a novel on his phone, barely acknowledging him. He only occasionally glanced at the rooftop and murmured, "The clouds are remarkably white today, Yuan, don't you think?" Liu Yuan looked up. Indeed, a hefty, fluffy cluster of clouds drifted overhead, looking impossibly white and soft. Yeah, very white. In a corner nearby, the taciturn Elder Zhao was meticulously crafting something, perhaps a bottle. Liu Yuan greeted him, but Elder Zhao merely lifted his gaze, nodded once, and remained wholly absorbed in his work. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Yet every detail radiated an undercurrent of strangeness. What were these retired elders plotting? Only Elder Chun, the retired teacher busily painting, seemed relatively at ease. Noticing Liu Yuan's puzzled expression, he cleared his throat and deftly changed the subject. Yuan, I've been copying Tang Bohu's celebrated masterpiece, 6 Wonders of the Flower Array. Consider it a gift to inspire you. Saying this, he rolled up the freshly completed scroll and handed it over. Before Liu Yuan could examine it properly, the scroll was already neatly tied. 6 Wonders of the Flower Array. Quite an elegant title. He knew Teacher Chun was a revered literary sage. His copies were undoubtedly valuable. Thank you, Teacher Chun. Liu Yuan accepted it without hesitation. You might hang it in your bedroom and meditate upon it carefully. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. Elder Chun instructed. Liu Yuan nodded. Teacher Chun was reliable as ever. He even managed to push aside the earlier unsettling feeling. He pushed open his front door. Hubby. A wave of fragrant breeze swept over him. Su Qingxue threw herself into his arms, rose slightly on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and offered a sweet, lingering kiss. Liu Yuan set the scroll on the table, freed his hands to wrap around his wife's thighs, lifted her, and settled her onto the dining table. Beside them, the savory aroma of cooking food wafted up. There was actually braised pork with preserved vegetables, plus scallion, exploded river shrimp, stir-fried broccoli, and winter melon rib soup. Taste it. The shrimp from the market are exceptionally fresh today. Su Qingxue attentively peeled a shrimp and brought it to his lips. Delicious. Liu Yuan ate it in one bite, then picked up a piece of the braised pork, its layers of fat and lean melting instantly upon contact with his tongue. He turned on the television to the news channel, shoveling rice into his mouth while casually watching. Su Qingxue, like an obedient little cat, sat beside him, repeatedly placing food in his bowl and ladling soup, her bright eyes never straying from his face for long. After Liu Yuan finished his soup and handed over the empty bowl, she immediately rose, filled it to the brim again, and blew on it gently before returning it to him. Su Qingxue had a slight people-pleasing tendency. Local news reports that Mr. Liu Huaqiang, chairman of Huaqiang Group and Linen's wealthiest man, underwent another whole-body blood replacement surgery today. On the screen, a vigorous, sharp-eyed, smooth-skinned, elderly tycoon spoke confidently into the camera. Crack. Liu Yuan felt the temperature around him plummet. Su Qingxue stared fixedly at the television, her killing intent so fierce it seemed ready to cleave the LCD screen in two. The blood abyss demon emperor. Inside him, Liu Yuan already guessed the answer. Su Qingxue nodded, then looked at him with utter astonishment, her eyes sparkling like stars. So impressive. Hubby, you actually know what I'm thinking. We truly are meant for each other. Liu Yuan. My naive fool of a wife, your thoughts are written all over your face, you know that. Do you think you can defeat him? Liu Yuan picked up a piece of broccoli and fed it to her. In a one-on-one fight with no tricks allowed, I could take him on 10 times over. Su Qingxue chewed confidently, but soon scratched her head. However, the blood abyss demon emperor has already possessed Linen's wealthiest man. He's surrounded by grandmaster guards, and that tycoon's family surely possesses magical artifacts and formations. Seems troublesome indeed. Liu Yuan had scarcely finished speaking when Su Qingxue quickly shook her head. Even so, when I lose control, I can still beat him until he cries. But then again, Su Qingxue sighed, her delicate brow furrowing. There's also a martial heaven being operating in the shadows. I fear he'll take advantage of my weakened state to make a move against me. You mean that pillar of the state, the old heavenly being? Liu Yuan drew her into his embrace. MHM, Su Qingxue nodded, muttering softly. I heard he's a solitary old man. What if he captures me, imprisons me, and forces me to be his slave? Hubby, you'd never accept that, right? That's why I haven't made a move. I've been waiting for him to strike first, but he won't budge either, so we're just deadlocked. My wife is such a clever little thing. Liu Yuan instantly understood. That old heavenly being wanted to sit tight and reap the benefits, which explained why he hadn't attacked the blood abyss demon emperor. By the way, does the old heavenly being know about your existence? Yes. During my battle with the demon emperor 3 years ago, he was lurking in the distance watching. Su Qingxue continued, but I carry a family secret treasure that can obscure my heavenly secrets. He doesn't know where I am, nor whether I'm male or female. Yet he certainly knows I haven't left. So he must be circling in the shadows. If I clash with the demon emperor, he will inevitably reveal himself. Hubby, what should we do? Su Qingxue tilted her chin up to look at him, her gaze full of dependence. This was just the 3 kingdoms all over again. 3 factions balancing each other, none willing to strike first, all just waiting to pick up the scraps. Wifey, both you and the demon emperor are injured. In my opinion, the old heavenly being poses the greatest threat. How about this? Liu Yuan leaned close to his wife's ear and whispered. Warm breath brushed against her petite, exquisite earlobe, a few mischievous strands of hair lifting to tickle her fair neck. Su Qingxue's ears flushed crimson instantly, a lovely pink spreading across her neck, and her body went pliant. Before Liu Yuan could finish explaining, she straddled his thighs and kissed him eagerly. Their breaths mingled warm and close. Hubby, it's time to check in today. Liu Yuan felt his stomach give an audible rumble. With genetic evolution and his rising rank, his appetite had grown considerably. I'll let you feast below. Su Qingxue said shyly, her cheeks flushed, then stood up, tied on an apron, and slipped into the kitchen. Liu Yuan froze for a moment, then swallowed hard. My wife is so considerate. She actually went to do it. No, he had to go help out, lend a hand. The night was as dark as ink. In the courtyard, the wind rustled through the old locust tree, causing the curtains to ripple gently. Beneath the tree, beside the stone table, Li Piaron twirled a black jade chess piece between his fingers, his gaze deep and fixed upon the distant window. Liu Yuan's bedroom. Old Qian, has your formation already been activated? Beside him, Qian Jiugong adjusted his reading glasses, a craftsman's confidence gleaming in his eyes. He said in a low voice, rest assured. I have forcibly linked the peach blossom position of the Sun Palace with the human path position of the Kuan Palace. Look, tonight the wind follows the Li dragon, the grass and trees are laced with dew, and the earthly qi of the entire courtyard has already assumed the momentum of nurturing all living things. Excellent. Zhang Qingxian surveyed the scene with his qi-watching technique and nodded with satisfaction. Your gathering of earthly qi is perfect. My fetus-inducing talisman can draw in the heavenly yang energy, respond to the earthly yin essence, and lock onto that sliver of innate vitality. Old Qian stroked his beard and smiled. Look at the qi mechanism above the rooftop. Heaven and earth in communion, yin and yang in harmony. This is the sign of endless vitality. Tonight we will surely succeed. Minister Li shifted his gaze slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Mo, the retired teacher who was packing up his painting tools. Old Chen, that Tang Bohu painting of yours, the 6 wonders of the flower formation, what is its story? Chen Mo coughed lightly and said with an air of profundity, this is a refined pleasure of the literati, a means to sharpen one's resolve. Let me take a look. Zhang Qingxian curled his lips and pulled out his phone to search. The next second, holy crap. Zhang Qingxuan's eyes bulged, and the phone nearly flew out of his hand. That immortal-looking face instantly flushed bright red. What happened? Minister Li and designer Qian curiously leaned in. One glance at the screen and both were instantly petrified. This painting. It's painted beautifully. Li Piaron heavily patted Chun Mo on the shoulder. I never thought a man of letters like you could also devise such a cunning stratagem. Designer Qian also gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Brilliant tactic. Once Xiao Yuan sees this painting, he will surely understand your well-intentioned efforts. Just then the courtyard gate creaked open. Two figures drenched in blood walked in. They were Second Master Qin and Commissar Wang, one a martial arts grandmaster, the other a marksman, who had just returned from a battle on an alien battlefield. Their bodies were stained with blood, though most of it belonged to monstrous beasts. Only a few torn spots on their clothes revealed minor flesh wounds. It's done. Second Master Qin slammed 4 jade bottles heavily onto the stone table, making it hum. 1 bottle of Qilin blood, 1 of dragon blood, 1 of phoenix blood, and 1 of black turtle blood. Sun Bingxin, who had been resting with her eyes closed nearby, suddenly snapped them open. A sharp light flashed in her gaze. With a flicker of movement, she reached the table, snatched up the 4 jade bottles, and disappeared into her alchemy chamber. I will begin refining the medicine right now. Tonight a divine pill shall be forged. Meanwhile, in the corner, Zhao Xingong, who had remained silent all along, finally set down his tools. A crystal-clear artistic milk pitcher was finally complete. He walked to the tap in the courtyard, turned it on, and clear water gushed into the pitcher with a loud splash. 1 minute. 5 minutes. Over 10 minutes passed. The small milk pitcher was like a bottomless pit. The water from the tap poured in endlessly, yet it never filled up. When Xiao Yuan and Qingxue's child is born, there will be an endless supply of milk. But still, I need to test the freshness preservation. Zhao Xingong revealed a proud, ant-like smile, which utterly terrified the other old men nearby. Late at night, Liu Yuan held his wife as his consciousness once again sank into that ancient battlefield located in the forbidden zone of life. On the Scarlet Earth, an enormous city wall stretched across heaven and earth. A dim, somber glow flowed along its surface, and with every pulse it released a suffocating, despair-inducing pressure. Beneath the city wall lay mountains upon mountains of bones from countless living beings. They surged forward one after another, burning away their life force. Kill! A vanguard warrior roared, stepping upon the dissolving bodies of his fallen comrades, finally charging to the summit of the Bone Mountain, and onto the city wall. Yet the dim light, cascading down from the wall, struck like a billion razor-sharp blades, slaying him instantly, and turning him into nourishment for the wall. Behind him, more suicidal soldiers roared as they charged forward, fearless of death, determined to carve a path for those who followed with their own flesh and blood. Early the next morning, Liu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Refreshed, his entire body brimmed with terrifying vitality. To his astonishment, he discovered a faint, ethereal wisp of airflow swirling within his lower dantian. Mysterious drifting. This was by no means the blood and chi force of martial arts. Could it be the true chi of immortality? Liu Yuan was taken aback and immediately recalled that in this world, besides practicing martial arts, one could also cultivate immortality. But he had never learned any immortal cultivation technique. It must have been the genes inherited in his body over hundreds of millions of years. After a night of fierce battle, they had undergone extraordinary evolution and given back to their master. Brothers, you have worked hard. Alas, but your deaths were worthy. Liu Yuan offered a silent moment of mourning. Honey, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. Su Qingxue's voice came from the doorway, gentle as water. She wore a light blue silk nightgown, her long hair loosely pinned up with a single hairpin, a few strands of dark silk falling beside her fair neck, radiating a pure, yet tender wifely charm. While Liu Yuan was washing up, Su Qingxue leaned against the doorframe and said with a hint of grievance, "Honey, you've lost everything again." Liu Yuan, rinsing his mouth, mumbled vaguely in reply, "I'll try harder next time." During breakfast, Liu Yuan's attention was drawn to an antique-style painting hanging on the living room wall. He remembered now, it was a gift from Teacher Chun yesterday, something called 6 Wonders of the Flower Formation. He hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but unexpectedly Su Qingxue had hung it up early in the morning. "Honey, this painting is truly wonderful." Su Qingxue said with admiration, "Old Chun is indeed a literary sage. If one regularly contemplates this painting, it should enhance spiritual power and cultivate a body of righteous, awe-inspiring energy." Liu Yuan nearly spat out his soy milk. "The colors in this painting are a bit too bold. Are they, oi?" Su Qingxue tilted her head, her eyes full of innocence. "I find its style elegant and pleasing to the eye." His wife was truly innocent. Liu Yuan didn't explain further, but he had already understood Old Chen's intent. Scholars always love to speak in riddles. Pretentious affectation. After breakfast, Liu Yuan went to work as usual. As he walked through the courtyard, he saw a group of retired elderly people practicing Tai Chi together in their morning exercise. Retired Grandmaster Qin Hanshan, retired soldier Wang Jinghua, retired minister Li Piaron, retired teacher Chen Mo, retired architectural designer Xian Jiugong, retired Taoist priest Zhang Qingxian. 6 people in total. Though their movements were far from synchronized, an indescribable tacit understanding bound them. After all, they had all lived here before Liu Yuan was born. They had been neighbors for over 20 years. Liu Yuan joined them, and followed along treating it as a greeting. Old Taoist Zhang Qingxuan's gaze swept across Liu Yuan by chance, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Yuan, there's qi flowing in your lower dantian. Have you learned to refine essence into qi? Realms of Immortal Dao Qi Refining Foundation Establishment Golden Core Celestial Immortal. Xiao Yuan, when did you learn qi refining?" Zhang Qingxian had cultivated the immortal path all his life, and he knew too well how daunting the threshold of this path was. In the past he had also considered teaching Liu Yuan the cultivation path, but upon seeing Liu Yuan's ordinary aptitude and mediocre comprehension, he immediately gave up the idea. Without talent, cultivating the immortal path was worse than practicing martial arts. It was a pure waste of time. But now, had he actually achieved it on his own? "I'm not sure what happened either." Liu Yuan spread his hands innocently. "Maybe after a good night's sleep something just clicked and opened my mind." He couldn't exactly tell these centenarian elders about gene evolution. Certain concepts simply weren't suitable for an older audience. "I remember now." Liu Yuan turned his gaze toward teacher Chen Mo, his expression earnest. "Perhaps it was that scroll you gifted me yesterday, 6 Wonders of the Flower Array. I studied it carefully at night, contemplated its depths, and suddenly realized something profound. Alright, I'll admit it. I'm actually a genius." Chen Mo's eye twitched violently, nearly snapping the brush in his hand. Wait, that painting was meant to encourage him to start a family, not become an immortal cultivator. He lamented with genuine distress. "Xiao Yuan, you've strayed from the right path. I wanted you to follow the human way, yet you've chosen the immortal path instead." "I haven't gone astray at all," Liu Yuan replied calmly. "I walk the path between heaven and humanity," Liu Yuan said meaningfully. Compared to immortal cultivation, Xiao Yuan clearly prefers martial arts after all. Second Master Qin flexed his impressive biceps and rumbled deeply, "A man ought to possess a powerful physique. That's the true path." Li Piaran paused her Tai Chi movements and fell into thought. The heavenly human path. There was something subtle in that young man's words, but she couldn't quite grasp what he meant. After all, she was a retired ministerial-level official, yet unable to fathom the thoughts of someone with merely a section chief's rank. "Xiao Yuan, let's walk the valley path together." A rich aroma of pill essence drifted through the air, and Sun Bingxin emerged from the room, bearing heavy dark circles beneath her eyes, a single alchemical pill resting in her palm. The pill gleamed with a golden-red luster, its surface adorned with intricate patterns of soaring dragons and dancing phoenixes, coiling tortoises and serpents, and a qilin treading upon clouds. For auspicious phenomena, swirling continuously within its glow. This is the heaven-replenishing pill. It can enrich your essence and marrow, benefiting both your cultivation and your marital relations. Take it quickly. I guarantee it'll help Qingxue bear a healthy baby girl. Sun Bingxin's face was alight with hope. Liu Yuan didn't dare recklessly consume such a powerful elixir. "Grandma, son, I have to go to work first. Please give the pill to Qingxue. I'll take it when I get home tonight." Unable to refuse directly, he had to find an excuse. Sun Bingxin pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "That works too." As Liu Yuan headed toward the door, he glanced at a corner where Zhao Xingong was filling a clear bottle with water. These retired seniors truly had nothing better to do. He shook his head, and as soon as he opened the door, noticed a note posted on it. "Water fee payment reminder. Dear Mr. Liu Yuan, your water consumption yesterday was abnormally high, incurring a charge of 100 yuan. Please settle the payment as soon as possible." Liu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. 100 yuan. How many tons of water could possibly cost that much? Were these old men secretly keeping whales in their courtyard? Never mind. It didn't concern him anyway, since these senior figures took turns paying the utility bills. Immigration Bureau Investigation Division. Holy shit. Yi Qiuhong seized Liu Yuan as though he were a ghost appearing before her, his handsome face twisted in disbelief. "Why is there qi circulating within you? You've been secretly cultivating behind my back again. You're such a cheat." Liu Yuan calmly pushed his hand away. "I found clues about the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor." "Tell me." Yi Qiuhong immediately forgot about cultivation matters, suddenly energized. Liu Yuan pointed to the newspaper headline. "The Demon Emperor's foundation lies in consuming blood, so his vessels for possession must likely be connected to blood as well. Liu Huaxiang, the richest man in Linen, has been undergoing whole blood replacement surgeries annually in pursuit of immortality." Yi Qiuhong's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the photograph, a cold breath escaping him. "Damn. You suspect the richest man in Linen is the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. Liu Huaxiang is the top taxpayer in all of Linen City." He then asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you're just jealous of his wealth. Do you have any evidence?" Liu Yuan shook his head. His evidence came from what his wife had told him, but he certainly wasn't about to share that. "Report this to the director first. If it turns out to be true, we'll have made a significant breakthrough." Yi Qiuhong responded with silence. "Brother, how is this any different from playing the lottery?" "But my luck has always been exceptional," Liu Yuan stated calmly. Yi Qiuhong was left speechless, but then an idea struck him. "All right, I'll believe you this time. I'll discuss this with the director, and at least half the credit should go to me." Liu Yuan shrugged indifferently. "Give it all to you if you want. I'm not one who covets credit." With the newspaper in hand, Yi Qiuhong eagerly went to find Director Mu Bai. Soon a thunderous roar erupted from the office. Yi Qiuhong, has your brain gone haywire? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You dare make baseless accusations without any proof. Being scolded mercilessly, Yi Qiuhong tried to placate him with a forced smile. Director, please calm down. This came from Liu Yuan. I was just reporting what he told me to share. He's simply too impatient making accusations against the richest man before even confirming the facts. Liu Yuan, you're going to get a dressing down. The director was notoriously fierce. This was simply how officialdom worked. What? Mubai paused momentarily. Liu Yuan said this. Then it's fine. This richest man probably does have issues after all. Yi Qiuhong was completely dumbfounded. Wait, director. What's the point here? So you won't trust me, but will trust him? Liu Yuan has earned so many first-class meritorious achievements. He's our immigration bureau's lucky charm. His investigative conclusions carry great credibility, Mubai explained calmly. Liu Yuan's luck itself served as the strongest possible evidence. Yi Qiuhong felt like he had no tears left to shed, as though he'd become a fool. What kind of situation was this? He was the one taking the blame for the reprimand, while Liu Yuan got the credit for the achievement. Just then Mubai suddenly asked, by the way, has Liu Yuan's wife given birth yet? Yi Qiuhong was puzzled once more, not understanding why this question came up. Yet he smiled and replied, I think. She's probably not pregnant yet. Mubai pulled up a file, without waiting for a response. There's something off about her wife's identity information. 3 years ago this person didn't exist in any records, yet now she's a legal citizen. In the past I would have turned a blind eye to something like this, but not anymore. Mubai's voice grew colder. The heavenly realm had tasked him with locating a missing celestial being. Any suspicious smuggler must not be overlooked. Yi Qiuhong immediately broke into a cold sweat, trembling. He had been involved in this matter from the beginning and had accepted some benefits from Liu Yuan. Mubai glanced at him dismissively. Look at you all worked up. You may go. I'm not here to reprimand you. Just be more careful in the future. Yi Qiuhong felt as though he'd been granted a great pardon and slipped away as quickly as he could. Mubai studied Su Qingxue's photograph with a furrowed brow. With such beauty, could she really be that celestial being? Forget it, I can't determine it either. Regardless, there are over 3,000 other suspects. Let's send them all to the heavenly realm together and let that damn old man figure it out himself. Liu Yuan had just returned to the office when he saw Yi Qiuhong slumped in her chair, looking as if life had lost all meaning. What did the director say? The director believed your nonsense for now, but he scolded me like I was his grandson. Yi Qiuhong's eyes were full of grievance. And the director found out about you changing your wife's identity. He deliberately warned me just now. Liu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Why would the director suddenly bring this up? This was no small matter. Could it be that his wife's identity had been seen through? In that instant, Liu Yuan felt the pressure. He had to get stronger as fast as possible. Otherwise, when something went wrong later, he wouldn't even have the right to act cocky. Gene brothers, do your best. Bear the hardship for a while, brothers, and evolve faster. After work, Liu Yuan returned home. The aroma of food wafted over. Su Qingxue had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The two of them ate while watching the national evening news on television. To actively respond to the national call and further encourage childbirth, the Social Security Administration issued a new notice today, raising the childbirth subsidy standard to double the original. For one child, a monthly subsidy of $3,000, for 2 children $6,000, for 3 children $10,000. The broadcaster's crisp and clearly articulated voice made Su Qingxue's eyes instantly light up, glittering with countless little money symbols. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and tugged Liu Yuan's arm with a look of longing. Honey, I want to have a child. Liu Yuan picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Calm down, don't be anxious. He picked up the black-bone chicken soup beside him and took a sip, feeling a warm current explode from his stomach and instantly sweep through his limbs and bones, making his whole body scorching hot. Honey, what seasoning did you add to this soup? It's the heaven-mending pill Grandma's son refined. Su Qingxue blinked her big, innocent eyes. It's a greatly nourishing tonic. Liu Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wait, honey, you drugged me. Don't worry. I checked it. It's beneficial and harmless to your body. Su Qingxue said, and then like a little cat, she nimbly sat on Liu Yuan's lap, her eyes as seductive as silk threads. Night was deep. Inside that scarlet life, forbidden zone, blood and bones paved the earth, and tattered war banners sobbed in the mournful wind. Epics of conquest, countless billions of lost souls. This was a graveyard that had buried all hope. Here amid this eternal, deathly silence and despair, a hero was born. He walked out from countless bones, treading upon the bitter remains of the pioneers, bathed in an entire race's unyielding will to fight. That golden figure seemed to illuminate the darkness of 10,000 ages. Behind him, the fading heroic spirits of his comrades in arms roared. Beneath his feet, the endless withered bones of his ancestors burned. Kill! A roar shook this deathly silent forbidden zone. He turned into a divine rainbow, piercing heaven and earth, and at the cost of burning out his entire life sequence, he launched the final charge. Uniquely dominating 10,000 ages, he campaigned against the life forbidden zone, only to fight open that path of survival. Boom! The towering city wall was actually rammed by him into an almost imperceptible crack. He had gone completely berserk. The next day, Liu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling his whole body filled with explosive power. He clenched his fist, and a muffled boom burst from the air. He lowered his head, and saw that his muscle contours had become even more dense and solid, brimming with strength. His genes had evolved again, and this time it seemed to be a major breakthrough. At that moment, Qingxue, wearing an apron and with her delicate palms still dusted with flour, walked in. Her cheeks were flushed, and she gave a pure and flawless gentle smile. "Honey, I have a surprise to tell you. I might be pregnant." Liu Yuan was stunned. "What do you mean might be?" Qingxue thought for a moment with an air of simple absent-mindedness and explained. "A hero survived inside the life-forbidden zone. He is comprehending the heavenly Tao. If he succeeds, he can ascend. If he fails, he will still fall. I also can't be certain whether he will succeed." Liu Yuan was utterly bewildered. "Honey, I didn't understand. Can you speak plainly? In words ordinary people can understand." Liu Yuan deliberately added that, then tried to reason it out. "Does it mean that because of reproductive isolation our genes are still fighting each other, and whether they can fuse is still a matter of probability?" Qingxue nodded. "Your genes entered my genes, but they haven't truly merged. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't want it to be this way either." Hearing this, Liu Yuan pulled her tightly into his arms. "That doesn't really matter. What I love is you." An hour later. "Oh no, I'm going to be late." Liu Yuan hurried out of the room and dashed toward the courtyard gate. In the courtyard, several retired big shots were eating breakfast around the stone table. Seeing Liu Yuan walk out, they instantly perked up. "Xiaoyuan, you're off today," Zhang Qingxian said, lifting his eyelids. "You're 1 hour later than your usual departure for work." Qingxue insisted I eat more. Liu Yuan said helplessly, "I couldn't help it. I ate too much at breakfast." Leaving that behind, he moved as if with wind beneath his feet and disappeared in an instant. The old-timers looked at his back and instantly burst into an uproar. "That kid has definitely had an awakening." Sun Bingxin slapped the table triumphantly. "It must be my heaven-mending pill that worked its magic. Don't forget." Second Master Qin and Political Commissar Wang said in unison. "The blood of the 4 sacred beasts was fetched by us too." Qian Jiugong snorted, unconvinced. What's so great about a mere pill? It was clearly the 9 Palace 8 Trigram Joyful Union formation I set down that secretly helped. "Stop arguing, all of you." Chen Mo put down his paintbrush, looking profoundly inscrutable. "If not for my painting 6 Wonders of the Flower Formation taking effect, all your efforts would amount to nothing." Li Piaron put down the newspaper in his hand and concluded with a bureaucratic air. "Ahem. Didn't you all watch the national evening news last night? The letter I wrote worked. The childbirth subsidy has doubled. With Xiaoyuan and Qingxue free from financial pressure, they'll naturally be willing to give birth." The crowd argued until their faces were red. Zhang Qingxian weakly raised his hand. "Could it possibly be my—" "You shut up." Everyone said in unison. "That talisman of yours is a pregnancy-inducing talisman. Wait until Qingxue really gets pregnant before you come claim credit." Zhang Qingxian could only lower his head and silently gnaw at the steamed bun in his hand. Immigration Bureau Investigation Division 9. Beep clocked in. The clock-in machine flared with red light, and a mechanical voice rang throughout the office. "Powerful qi and blood fluctuations detected. Congratulations, Section Chief Liu Yuan. You have officially broken through to the 3rd realm of martial arts and become a senior martial artist. Your monthly subsidy will be raised to 10,000 yuan. You will enjoy A-class benefits, be assigned a dedicated energy cultivation room, and receive 1 opportunity to enter the martial pavilion to select a cultivation technique." Boom. The entire office instantly exploded. Holy crap. The section chief broke through to senior martial artist. Oh my god. I remember the section chief had only just become an intermediate martial artist a couple days ago. Not even riding a rocket would be this fast. A-class benefits. Oh my god, the section chief is about to take off. All the colleagues swarmed around, their faces filled with shock and adoration. Most members of Division 9 were junior martial artists who had just graduated from the Martial Arts Academy, so of course they admired the strong. Deputy Section Chief Lin Weiwei hurried over with a cup of hot tea, her face full of fawning charm, and flattered. "Congratulations, Section Chief. You've set foot in the 3rd realm and become a senior martial artist. You truly are. Truly a martial arts genius not seen in 10,000 years." A hint of regret suddenly surged in her heart. She had always thought Liu Yuan was just lucky. If she had known the section chief was a promising stock, why would she have been in such a hurry to get pregnant and have a child? "What cheat did you activate? Confess immediately." Yi Qiuhong pressed Liu Yuan into the office chair, scrutinizing him from above as that handsome face twisted in jealousy. By title, he served as director of the investigation department, while Liu Yuan held the position of section chief in the 9th Division. A clear superior-subordinate relationship. And yet this subordinate of his had been hiding something monumental, breaking through cultivation realms in rapid succession. This fucking pace of advancement belonged exclusively to cheaters. I'm telling the truth. I'm not using any cheats. Liu Yuan wore an expression of innocence, having long prepared his excuse. I've been suppressing my cultivation realm all along. Recently my wife's cooking improved, my nutrition caught up, and I simply couldn't hold it back anymore, so it overflowed. How do you take me for a fool? Yi Qiuhong rolled his eyes. Trying to hoodwink me with novel plots. Who the hell suppresses their cultivation in reality? He fixed his gaze upon Liu Yuan as though attempting to pierce through him with his eyes alone. Inside your body. Yi Qiuhong's eyes suddenly sharpened with absolute certainty. Does some old grandfather reside within you? The very next instant, plop. Yi Qiuhong's knees buckled and he dropped to the ground in one fluid motion, bowing deeply in Liu Yuan's direction with utmost reverence. Venerable senior, your humble servant, Yi Qiuhong, pays you homage. Please bestow your guidance. My natural aptitude is certainly no inferior to that lazy bastard Liu Yuan. I beseech you to grant me an opportunity. Hold on bro, you're already on your knees. What kind of move is this? Trying to steal my grandfather. Liu Yuan was startled nearly out of his wits. Fortunately, there truly was no old grandfather dwelling within his body. If there had been given this fellow's devotion, he might actually have been swindled out of it. He cleared his throat, reclined backward, and mimicked the manner of one possessed by a spectral entity, speaking in a gruff, raspy voice cough. This venerable one perceives your sincere heart. Speak forth your bank card password, and I shall transmit a heavenly grade cultivation technique to you. 397,654. Yi Qiuhong blurted without hesitation. Please, venerable one, transmit the technique. Liu Yuan. Fuck, you're really willing to share. Where's the technique? Yi Qiuhong pressed eagerly. Oh well. How would Liu Yuan know of any heavenly grade technique? Those were things only the elite could cultivate. Just then Yi Qiuhong rose to his feet, brushed the dust from his knees, and that smug expression returned to his face. You owe me a heavenly grade technique. Liu Yuan rolled his eyes. A heavenly grade technique? What's the big deal? His wife likely possessed a cache of them. He simply couldn't be bothered to claim them. I wouldn't even bother practicing it. Tisk, you're boasting like the sky can't contain you. Yi Qiuhong didn't press further about what cheat Liu Yuan had employed. Everyone harbors secrets. He had originally hoped to trade old grandfathers with Liu Yuan, but it appeared the other party harbored none whatsoever. He resumed his arrogance befitting a department director. After all, he was at the mid-stage of the martial hero realm, which equated to the fifth path of martial arts in the 9-rank system. This kid Liu Yuan lagged a full 2 major realms behind him. A heaven-blessed prodigy. He himself was one. That surprise he displayed earlier was merely feigned, intended to bluff this kid into letting his guard down, perhaps even confessing his secret in a moment of carelessness. But Liu Yuan showed not a trace of arrogance. Or rather, he had barely given any thought to the matter of realm breakthroughs. That indicated his method of breaking through was extraordinarily simple. The easier something is obtained, the less it is cherished and valued. Venerable one, could you discern what cultivation method he has been practicing? Yi Qiuhong asked the remnant soul within his mind. That remnant soul resembled a candle flickering in the wind, an elderly man clad in white robes originating from the great Brahma heaven. I cannot tell, the elder's remnant soul likewise failed to ascertain. This kid doesn't appear to be cultivating any advanced technique. It's truly bizarre. However, regardless of what fortune he has encountered, it pales in comparison to yours. You cultivate my great Brahma heaven's heavenly grade technique sufficient to trample across 10,000 worlds. Once my soul body recovers somewhat further, I shall transmit to you even more powerful techniques, assisting you in becoming a grandmaster and perhaps even shattering the void to ascend to the heavenly realm. Yi Qiuhong was becoming conceited. He himself harbored a tremendous secret, so naturally, he dared not question Liu Yuan too deeply. Accompany me to select the cultivation technique. Liu Yuan patted the other's shoulder. Weren't you saying you didn't care about it? Techniques are of no consequence, Liu Yuan stated plainly. I simply enjoy the sensation of acquiring something for nothing. Yi Qiuhong. Liu Yuan casually selected a mystic grade technique on the Martial Pavilion's website without even glancing at its name. Zero cost acquisition, purely for the thrill of it. The technique would be delivered to his residence as a jade slip. Sipping tea, napping, dozing off. Liu Yuan dreamed once more of the blood abyss demon emperor, letting out his cackling laughter. A wave of displeasure surged within him, and he immediately began conducting a thorough investigation into Liu Huaqiang, the wealthiest man in Linen, even unearthing 18 generations of the man's ancestry. This inquiry truly uncovered a major problem. Although this fellow bore the title of the richest man, his company was actually drowning in debt, with arrears amounting to at least over $1 trillion. Most of the wealth he had accumulated aside from investing in real estate projects had been entirely poured into martial arts cultivation. Of course, not merely himself, but the entire Liu family. More suspiciously, he had been secretly transferring family assets to the heavenly realm through various channels over these past years. He was clearly preparing to flee at any moment. How should I go about dealing with him? Liu Yuan twirled the pen in his hand and swiftly conceived a plan, reduce the bank loans extended to him, trigger a capital chain rupture within the Liu family, causing debt defaults to explode. This presents the perfect opportunity to strike against the blood abyss demon emperor. Liu Yuan rapidly drafted a report and sent it via internal email to Director Mu Bai. Upon receiving the email and reading the strategy outlined within the report, Mu Bai felt his heart race and flesh tremble. How ruthless. Did Liu Yuan harbor some deep-seated grudge against Liu Huaqiang? After all, they shared the same surname. Nonetheless, it was worth a try. Even if Liu Huaqiang was not the blood abyss demon emperor, he was still a parasite devouring the nation. He offered no response to Liu Yuan, but had already resolved to contact the National Bank. Meanwhile, within Linen City, the Liu family manor blazed with illumination as a grand family banquet was in full swing. Patriarch Liu Huaqiang appeared vigorous and hale, watching dozens of his direct-line descendants below as he patiently guided their cultivation progress. Grandfather, this grandson has cultivated the my will heavenly hard art to its 3rd level. A youth of the Liu family declared. Great ancestor, my realm sits at the 6th level, but lately, I feel something amiss. Occasionally, I hear demonic sounds intruding upon my senses, and a heat stirs within my abdomen. A young woman asked timidly, has something gone awry? Yusin, do not fear those demonic sounds. Liu Huaqiang instructed. Those are but illusions born of your weak will. The higher the cultivation method, the more severe the trial it poses to one's mental fortitude. As long as you cultivate with unwavering focus, you shall surely be able to refine your mortal heart into a heavenly heart. Witnessing his granddaughter's resolute gaze, Liu Huaqiang smiled fondly. The my will heavenly heart art was the cultivation method he had transmitted to the Liu family descendants 3 years prior, and every clan member was practicing it. Yet what they did not know was that this technique was actually an accelerated furnace refining variant of the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Scripture. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor intended to treat all of the Liu family's descendants as cultivation furnaces. Once they had fully refined the heavenly heart art, he could plunder their entire cultivation base to restore his own injuries. 3 years had elapsed, and it was nearly time to reap the harvest. Just as he stood triumphant in his confidence, achoo! Liu Huaqiang suddenly shuddered violently, as an inexplicable chill shot from his spine straight to the crown of his head. He immediately performed a finger divination, his expression instantly transforming into sheer horror. Who dare scheme against me? Could it be that heavenly being from the boundless heaven? 3 years passed. However, she was severely injured by my self-destructive explosion, and her wounds remain unhealed. She should lack the cunning for such a scheme. Then it must be the nation's pillar of this world, that elder heavenly being. But the elder heavenly being's stratagems amount to naught, but waiting to reap the spoils. That is an open conspiracy. But what I have just divined is a vicious, treacherous plot. Even he, a demon, felt fear, revealing just how ruthless his opponent was. In the boundless cosmos lies boundless heaven. Here there is no sun or moon, only a resplendent river of stars spanning the firmament. Upon floating immortal mountains, jade towers and jeweled pavilions shimmer in and out of veils of cloud, while waterfalls plunge from the 9th heaven, crashing against white jade steps and scattering 10,000 motes of spiritual light. The Su family estate. Inside, a boudoir built of divine gold and colored glass. Qingxue, my precious daughter. A man of imposing presence draped in a violet gold imperial robe stared with deep concern at the floating screen of light before him. Upon the screen floated a portrait of Su Qingxue, her smile radiant and enchanting. The man was Su Jiannan, patriarch of the Su family and sovereign of boundless heaven. A being who could make myriad worlds tremble, yet at this moment, he seemed nothing more than a fretful old father. She hasn't come home for 3 days now. Out there, will she go hungry? Will she be cold? Could some villain harm her? My foolish girl. Never once in her life has she spent a night away from home. He had shielded his daughter all too well. For 16 years, any young whippersnapper who dared approach Su Qingxue was sent flying into the turbulence of space-time by a single slap. His daughter was pure as ice, chaste as jade, unmatched in all 10,000 ages. It's all father's fault, busy with clan affairs day and night, ever neglecting to keep you company. If anything were to happen to you, how could I ever face your departed mother? The more Su Jiannan imagined it, the more frantic he grew. Even the aura around him began to waver. Senior brother, stay calm. A clear, cool female voice sounded as a woman dressed in white appeared without a sound. She possessed the bearing of an orchid blooming deep within a quiet valley. She was Su Qingxue's master, Yun Miao. Her soul lamp has not gone out, which means her life is not in danger. She has merely suffered some injuries. Yun Miao spoke softly. I have already contacted the heavenly Tao of that minor world. Their people are helping with the search. Within a single day there will surely be a reply. Su Jiannan's eyes sharpened, imperial might radiating from his frame. Very well. I shall wait one more day. If Qingxue is still not home by then, I will personally descend upon that little world and turn it upside down. Yun Miao shook her head helplessly. There he went again. That blasted weakness for protecting his cub. You, a celestial lord of a supreme realm, going to bully some tiny world. If word of this ever gets out, what face would you have left? Aloud she urged him, senior brother, you are the celestial lord of boundless heaven. You must not lightly descend into the mortal world. The instant the words left her mouth, Yun Miao's expression shifted. There's news. Whoosh. Thousands of photographs materialized out of thin air, slowly spreading open before her. Men and women, young and old. Yun Miao tapped lightly with her fingertip, filtering through them, and a photo of Su Qingxue, smiling, flew out. See, isn't Qingxue perfectly fine? Su Jiannan rushed forward in a single stride, eyes locked onto the photograph. In the picture, his daughter's smile was bright and sweet, and clutched in her hand was a frosty ice cream cone. It was happiness radiating from the depths of her heart. Su Jiannan's taut face finally relaxed, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. But a new confusion welled up within him. Something is wrong. This silly girl, why won't she come home? In that minor world, she looks happier than she ever was at home. Perhaps her wounds have not yet healed, or maybe Yun Miao's eyes shimmered with thought as she offered a casual guess. She's simply having too much fun to bear coming back. There is even more detailed intelligence here. As she spoke, she brought up all the records sent by the Bureau of Immigration. The very next second, Yun Miao's pupils violently contracted. Her fingertip froze in an instant, and her breath seemed to stall for a heartbeat. Like lightning, she formed a hand seal. The screen of light gave a crackling hiss and snapped shut, forcibly veiling the intangible threads of heavenly fate. The entire sequence was over in a flash. What is it? Su Jiannan sensed something amiss. Ahem, nothing. Yun Miao did not change her expression in the slightest as she told a small lie. The data seems to have been damaged during transmission. It's incomplete. We'll have to make do with what we have. New images emerged. Every single one was a picture of Su Qingxue at amusement park snack streets and movie theaters, riding the carousel, eating grilled skewers, popping corn. In every frame, she was laughing like a child who had never known the world's hardships. Su Jiannan's heart finally settled completely, his gaze full of doting affection. This girl, I have never once seen her smile like this before. In front of me, she always wore the air of a little grown-up. So she can be this lively after all. Yes, Yun Miao agreed aloud, but in her heart an earthquake of magnitude 8 was raging. Lively. She was practically beyond all law and order. If you ever laid eyes on the marriage certificate she got with that mortal, wouldn't you lose your mind on the spot? I'll forget it. Let her play a few more days. Su Jiannan waved a hand. In 2 days I shall personally go fetch her back. No. Without a moment's thought, Yun Miao blurted out, the celestial lord is weighed down by countless affairs of state. How could a trivial matter like this distract you? Best that I go instead. Very well. Su Jiannan nodded. Yun Miao dared not remain even a second longer. She turned and departed at once. After leaving the Su family's domain and returning to her own cloud-mist immortal mansion, she immediately laid down an 18-layered forbidden barrier. Uff! She could suppress it no longer. A breath caught in her throat, and she gripped the immortal chair as her entire body trembled faintly. She opened her palm. A red marriage certificate stamped with gleaming gold characters slowly materialized as a phantasmal image. In the photograph, her precious disciple Su Qingxue was nestled tenderly beside a mortal man of refined, handsome features. That man was named Liu Yuan. Wretch! A base mortal! How dare you lay a hand upon my disciple? Yun Miao's immortal body shook with fury. 3 days in the heavenly realm, 3 years in the mortal world. Qingxue had been husband and wife with this mortal Liu Yuan for 3 full years. Whatever ought to be done, and whatever ought not, had almost certainly been done long ago. Ruined. This is utterly ruined. If that daughter-obsessed Su Jiannan ever learns of this, he'll smash that little world into cosmic dust. Yun Miao forced herself to calm down, her mind racing at full speed. Still, heaven and the mortal realm are separate domains. Qingxue does not yet have a child. Then this can still be salvaged. Step 1. Lure Qingxue back home. Step 2. Employ the power of the heavenly Tao to erase the mortal called Liu Yuan, and every person who knew of this matter. Step 3. Rewrite every trace of related karma. Let this marriage be as though it had never happened. Perfect. Qingxue shall remain the pearl of the Su family, the immaculate saintess of boundless heaven. A perfect outcome for all. Yun Miao's gaze turned icy cold, murderous intent spilling forth. It seemed she would have to make a personal trip to Blue Star after all. Back in the Su family boudoir, Su Jiannan was in a splendid mood, humming a tune that lacked any discernible melody. Father! A crisp, sweet voice sounded, and a young girl walked in. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth gave her a striking resemblance to Su Qingxue, 7 parts alike. Only her temperament was more nimble, more untamed. She was Su Qingxue's younger sister, Su Yuma. Has big sister been found? Su Yuma asked, brimming with curiosity. Found, Su Jiannan replied with a smile. Your sister is having the time of her life in a minor world called Weilon Sky. Let her play there a few more days. Weilon, I want to go too. Su Yuma's eyes lit up. Su Jiannan's face turned stern. No, you stay obediently at home and cultivate. No running about. Oh, Su Yuma pouted, turned, and walked away. But within those nimble, spirited eyes flickered a sly and roguish gleam. Humph, if you won't let me go, I'll go anyway. I'd love to see just what kind of world could make my sister forget all about home. A month later, Liu Yuan came home from work as usual, carrying his wife's favorite tofu pudding and grilled cold noodles. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, he felt that something was off. The retired old folks in the yard were all as wilted as eggplants hit by frost. Zhang Qingxuan, the retired Taoist priest, was not reading a novel. He was staring blankly at the sky. Qian Jiugong, the retired designer, was holding scissors and had clipped a podocarpus bonsai until it was bald. Qin Hanshan, the retired grandmaster, sat hunched on a stone bench without a word. Wang Jingguo, the retired soldier, was wiping his Mauser pistol with a cloth, his eyes hollow. Li Piaran, the retired minister, had stirred the chessboard before him into a mess, pieces scattered all over the ground. Sun Bingxin, the retired traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, stared blankly at the extinguished stove, her gaze dim. Chun Mo, the retired teacher, was grinding ink, circle after circle mechanically, while the rice paper before him remained blank. Zhao Xinggong, the retired steelworker, was drawing on an unlit tobacco pipe and smacking his lips. The corner of Liu Yuan's eye twitched. Good heavens, did they all suffer a collective heartbreak? Judging by this, the baby campaign must have failed again, dealing them a heavy blow. They were simply too idle, and their pensions were too generous. They really ought to delay your retirement until you're 100. He shook his head and pushed open the front door. No familiar fragrant embrace greeted him. In the kitchen the stove was cold and the pots were idle with no aroma of food. Where was his wife? He set down what he was holding and searched every room. Nothing. Just as he was about to call her, the corner of his eye caught the bathroom wastebasket. Inside, lying quietly, was a pregnancy test stick. On it were two unmistakable lines. Liu Yuan swallowed hard. In this house his wife was the only woman. No way. Is she really pregnant? He counted the time, exactly 1 month. A month ago a gene in his body had slaughtered its way through the forbidden zone of life and broken through the barrier between the mortal and the heavenly. In the final analysis, it was his golden finger, life from a dead end, that was doing its work. To that gene his wife's body was precisely a dead end. And after a bloody battle lasting 3 full years, it had finally found the chance for life. Alas, the yellow robe has been forced upon me. My brothers insisted on making me a father. Liu Yuan sighed helplessly. Raising a child was such a hassle, formula diapers coaxing it back to sleep at midnight. But since his wife was pregnant, of course they were going to have it. Just then outside the door, Qingxue returned. She carried a large cake in her left hand and a big bag of brightly colored celebration candies in her right. When the elders saw her entering the courtyard, they immediately strained to lift their heads. Qingxue, child, what is this? Sun Bingxin, sharp-eyed, noticed the bag of candies first, and her gaze sharpened in an instant. Grandma, son, grandpa's, today is my birthday. Please have some cake. Qingxue said with a smile. She opened the bag, grabbed a handful of celebration candies, and pressed them into Sun Bingxin's hand. And by the way, please have some celebration candies too. Sun Bingxin squeezed the candies, her hands trembling and her voice changing pitch. Qingxue, you're not. Qingxue nodded emphatically, the happiness on her face impossible to hide. Grandma, son, I'm pregnant. Boom. The entire courtyard seemed to have been struck by a heavenly thunderbolt. Quick, let me feel your pulse. Sun Bingxin grabbed Qingxue's wrist in her excitement. Swish, swish, swish. 7 pairs of eyes instantly whipped around and locked onto her. That's right. Sun Bingxin suddenly raised her head, tears streaming down her aged face. It's a pregnancy pulse, smooth as rolling beads. She really is pregnant. Oh whoa. Qin Han sprang up from the stone bench and roared at the sky, his voice booming like a great bell. Qian Zhougong hugged the podocarpus bonsai he had clipped bald and kissed it with a loud smack. I really am the greatest formation master in the world. Political Commissar Wang snapped to attention and gave Qingxue a crisp military salute. Mission accomplished. Li Piaran swept his hand, knocking the messy chess pieces from the table. Good. Excellent. Chun Mo promptly spread out rice paper splashed ink with his brush, his face glowing with excitement. The written word carries the Tao. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Zhao Xingong lunged to the baby crib in a single stride and began wiping it with loving care, muttering, "Is it still missing something?" Zhang Qingxian stroked his goatee and amid the joyful uproar put on the air of a transcendent master. This humble Taoist predicted this long ago. Qingxue, hurry. Go tell Xiao Yuan at once. He just went inside. Sun Bingxin urged. Shoo. Qingxue placed a finger to her lips and smiled slyly. Don't make a sound. I want to give him a surprise. The elders instantly understood, nodded frantically, and got ready to play along. Qingxue put the cake on the stone table, schooled her smile, took a deep breath, and pushed open the front door. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw Liu Yuan in an apron clattering about as he prepared to cook. Honey, leave it to me. Qingxue hurried forward. Liu Yuan turned, and without a word scooped her up around the waist. Honey, put me down. Qingxue struggled in his arms, eager to see the shock on his face. I have a surprise for you. Liu Yuan looked up and blinked with an innocent expression. What surprise? I'm pregnant. Qingxue's cheeks flushed scarlet in an instant, and even her earlobes turned an adorable pink. Liu Yuan's entire body stiffened. He stared at Qingxue's belly in disbelief, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit a whole egg. Wife, what did you say? Say it again. Watching Liu Yuan so shocked that he was lost for words, Qingxue's heart nearly melted. She cupped Liu Yuan's face and repeated, Honey, I'm pregnant. It's our child. Oh heavens. Liu Yuan snapped back to himself and burst into wild joy. I'm going to be a father. He held Qingxue and spun around wildly on the spot. Qingxue was whirled so dizzily in his arms that she felt like a tiny embryo. She had no idea Liu Yuan was just pretending, if she took it for true ecstasy. Honey, thank you for the birthday present. Come on, let's go outside and eat cake. Let's celebrate with Grandma Sun and the others. Under the old locust tree, Li Piaran had already cleaned off the stone table. The cake was set at the very center, accompanied by several plates of home-style drinking snacks and a jar of aged liquor treasured for years. The courtyard had not been this lively in a long time. Qingxue, you must not drink. Let Xiao Yuan drink for you. Come, fill it up. Under the night sky, after several rounds of wine, the old folks were mostly drunk. Qingxue had long since helped Liu Yuan back into their room to rest. But the celebration in the courtyard continued. Qin Han raised his cup, staggered to the center of the courtyard, and dashed the wine fiercely onto the ground. With red-rimmed eyes, he shouted hoarsely at the empty night sky. Old Liu, can you damn well see this? That boy of yours has an heir. The Liu family has an heir. You have to drink this cup of celebration wine. The other old folks rose one after another and poured their wine onto the earth. Early the next morning, as soon as Liu Yuan stepped out, he was surrounded by a group of spirited elderly people in the courtyard. Little Yuan, did Qingxue sleep well last night? If you have any financial difficulties, just tell us. We brothers have nothing else, but we do have plenty of pensions. Don't worry about going to work. With us taking care of Qingxue, we won't let her suffer the slightest bit during her pregnancy. Liu Yuan nodded gratefully. With these elders helping to take care, his wife should be much more at ease. It was just tough on the child in her belly, a once born. He'd have to address them with many titles. The moment Liu Yuan left Whoosh. In the courtyard, the banner was raised again. Liu Family Courtyard Fertility Committee 20th meeting. Qin Hanhan slapped the stone table and bellowed, comrades. Our work focus is about to undergo a historic shift. From today, the issue of urging childbirth is over. The issue of pregnancy protection is officially on the agenda. Political Commissar Wang stood straight with an imposing air. I propose 24-hour guard duty. I'll take the day shift. Old Qin takes the night shift. To serve as Qingxue's guard, not even a fly can get in. Qian Jiogong adjusted his reading glasses, looking arrogant. Guard duty. Too low class. I'll upgrade the courtyard's great formation right now. I'll set up the 4 symbols locking heaven formation. Not to mention a fly, even a mosquito flying in would have its gender identified. Li Piaron held a thermos cup, speaking in a bureaucratic tone with worry. I recall the blood abyss demon emperor business 3 years ago isn't over yet, right? As long as that beast remains, Linen City will not be at peace. If it somehow harms Qingxue, the consequences would be disastrous. I'll write to all ministries right away. Let's submit a joint petition. We must slay the demon before the child is born. Zhang Qingxian took out a yellow talisman from his bosom, muttering, this supreme 9 heavens fetal protection talisman of mine has invoked the fetal deity to take charge. It can protect the little one in peace undisturbed. Sun Bingxin then took out an alchemy formula, looking solemn. I'll immediately start refining the 9-cycle purple gold fetal stabilization pill to ensure that once the little one is born, his foundation will be solid and immune to all diseases. Chun Mo, the retired teacher, then brought out an ancient 7-string zither from the room. Fetal education must start from zero. Every day, I'll play a tune, cultivating his temperament with high mountain flowing water, calming his spirit with wild geese on the sand, making sure the child is steeped in the refined music of sages while still in the womb. Wow, this is truly a one-stop service. Inside the room, Su Qingxue heard the commotion outside and giggled. She touched her still flat belly, saying tenderly, good child, mommy, can't wait for you to come into this world. Immigration Bureau Investigation Division. Liu Yuan arrived at the office and did not announce his wife's pregnancy. Because his wife was a celestial being, it was better to keep it secret before the child was born to avoid trouble. At 10 in the morning, the investigation division held its routine meeting. Division Chief Yi Qiuhong, with his flamboyant red hair, presided personally. All section chiefs, the seismometer just sent an alarm. He pointed to a red dot on the map, looking serious. At Haifenka, 30 kilometers north of Linen City, we detected intense spatial fluctuations. There may be a stowaway crossing the border. The seismometer issued an S-level alert. Which section is willing to investigate? The meeting room fell into deathly silence. Haifenku. That place is extremely eerie. The last time an S-level alert was issued was 3 years ago with the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. Investigating there means a near-certain death. Just then a hot-bodied woman raised her hand. She was Qin Ru, Chief of Investigation Section 1. I'll go. Her gaze swept toward Liu Yuan, the corner of her mouth curving up, but I'll need Section Chief Liu to investigate with me. Yi Qiuhong's eye twitched. I'm too embarrassed to call you out. You're coveting his luck, trying to ride on his coattails for credit. Section Chief Liu, what do you think? Yi Qiuhong asked. I don't mind, Liu Yuan shrugged. But let me make it clear, I'm only responsible for being present, not for handling things. If there's danger, I'll be the first to bolt. His survive from desperate situations skill had no function for protecting teammates. No problem, Qin Ru agreed readily, speaking bluntly. I just need you present next to me, so I can ride on your luck a little. She wasn't afraid of dying, she was afraid of dying without getting credit. That would be truly infuriating. Half an hour later, a 7-seater business van drove out of the Immigration Bureau. In the van, besides Liu Yuan, there were Qin Ru and her 5 elite subordinates. Haifenku. The residual spatial fluctuations made the air somewhat distorted. A strange, faint fragrance permeated the surroundings. The torn corpses of several exotic beasts lay scattered on the ground. There was a fight. Qin Ru crouched down and examined carefully. The stowaway was followed by alien beasts and got into a fight right upon landing. Test the bloodstains. Report, Chief. There's no human blood, it's all beast blood. Collect the footprints. Report. The print is 22 centimeters long and 7 centimeters wide. According to model calculations, it was left by an upright walking species about 1.6 meters tall. The group searched until the afternoon and found no other clues. Just as they were about to pack up, a point in the air abruptly collapsed inward, as if a hole had been poked through space. Then a nauseating thing covered in gray chitin and resembling an irregular flesh tumor squeezed out violently from the hole. It was like popping a pimple. It had no facial features, only countless breathing pores that opened and closed. Be careful. It's a hollow wall wart. Qingxue let out a terrified shriek. This creature liked to parasitize the walls of spatial passages like barnacles in the sea. Once a ship passed by, they detach and stow away with it. Before her voice died down, a slit suddenly tore open at the top of the flesh tumor, like a flower bud blooming, revealing ring after ring of dense keratin layers like shark teeth. It lunged at the nearest female team member at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. Squelch. The sound of flesh tearing. The female team member let out a scream, and in an instant everything below her chest was shredded into a mist of blood by the monster's sharp teeth. Her upper body was flung away by a tremendous force, her entrails trailing along the ground. Open fire. Qingxue's eyes turned bloodshot, and raising her hand, she fired a blazing white beam cannon. Boom. The beam precisely poured into its mouth and detonated it from within, blasting it into puddles of corrosive slime, emitting white smoke. The other team members immediately went to check the injured member. Her heart wasn't hit. She might still be saved. Retreat, rescue her. Qingxue immediately gave the order. After sending the injured to the hospital, today's investigation was over. Sitting in the car, Qingxue glanced at Liu Yuan, somewhat disappointed. I thought with you around I'd pick up a first-class merit. Guess I was overthinking it. Liu Yuan yawned lazily. You should be thankful. This lottery draw was just, thanks for your patronage. He pointed at the intersection ahead. Stop at the intersection ahead. I'm home. The benefit of going on a field assignment was that you could knock off early. Liu Yuan got out of the car. The lazy afternoon sunlight made him feel sleepy. He could still take a nap at home. After the car drove off, a team member couldn't help complaining to Qingxue. Chief Liu Yuan was just goofing off the whole time. Why did you bring him along? Shut up, Qingxue said coldly. He's right. This stowaway is likely in existence on the level of the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. Although one of us was injured, we've gathered enough intelligence to earn a second-class merit. Liu Yuan walked into the courtyard. Because he got off work a bit early before dinner time, the old people were all busy in their own rooms, leaving the courtyard empty. He suddenly stopped, sniffing the air. Something was off. A faint fragrance drifted through the air. This scent. Why was it so familiar? It was the same faint fragrance he'd smelled at Hijacked today. He dashed to his doorstep in one stride. The scent was even stronger. He inserted the key, turned it, and pushed open the door. Qingxue was blocking the doorway like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, evasive and guilty. Honey, how come you're off work early? Liu Yuan felt even more that something was wrong. He craned his neck to peek into the room. It couldn't be that his wife had cuckolded him, could it? All he saw was a petite lowly, not even 6 meters tall, with twin tails, sitting at the table, slurping up instant noodles loudly. Her features bore some resemblance to Qingxue. We have a guest at home. Liu Yuan instantly understood and turned to leave. Why didn't you tell me? I'll go out and buy some groceries. He was still willing to give his wife some privacy. If she didn't want to show him, he could also not look. No. Qingxue was at a loss by his reaction. Afraid he'd misunderstand, she grabbed his arm, not knowing whether to let go or hold on. Just then the lowly inside, after slurping down the last mouthful of soup, looked up at Liu Yuan and asked in a clear, pretty voice, Sis, who is this guy? Why did he come into our house without knocking? So rude. This girl called Qingxue's sister. That would make her his younger sister-in-law. The smile on Liu Yuan's lips instantly vanished. Good heavens, the wife's family actually came. Fortunately, it was just a young one. Should be manageable. He glanced at the empty instant noodle cups on the table. She's a foodie too, that makes things easier. Yumo, this is your brother-in-law. Qingxue pulled Liu Yuan inside, forcing herself to compose her tone before making the introduction. An Igfu. What a dull name. Yumo tilted her head, lifting her small face from the second cup of instant noodles with sparkling eyes, then burst into laughter. I didn't expect the food in this small world to be so delicious. You've got it wrong. Qingxue hastily corrected. This is your brother-in-law, my husband. His name is Liu Yuan. Clatter. The instant noodle cup in Yumo's hands fell to the ground. Soup splashed all over her pants, but she didn't even notice. The smile on her face instantly froze, her eyes bulging wide, her mouth forming an O shape. She was dumbfounded. What the hell? She got married. My sister, the #1 holy maiden of Wuliang Tian, actually got married. Her finger pointing at Liu Yuan was trembling. Sister you got married. Qingxue nodded with the resolve of someone facing death. The piercing scream directly shattered the living room glass into a web of cracks. Calm down. Qingxue quickly covered her mouth. Yumo nodded frantically, her large bright eyes darting up and down across Liu Yuan. He's somewhat handsome, but his cultivation is way too weak. He can't even defeat me. She was at least an 8th realm expert, yet this man before her was merely at the 3rd realm. Yumo sent a mental message to her sister Qingxue through heartflow communication, which Liu Yuan could not hear. Sister, you are a 10th realm celestial being, the holy maiden of Wuliang Tian. How could you marry a weak mortal of only the 3rd realm? Qingxue responded, because I like him. Isn't that reason enough? Sister, 3 days ago you were still the obedient daughter of the family. So many young talents from Wuliang Tian pursued you, yet you wouldn't even glance at them. Do you have any idea how proper and pure you used to be? You were the white moonlight in the eyes of all the prodigies of Wuliang Tian. If they found out you married a 3rd realm mortal, their Dao hearts might shatter. Yumo spoke her mind honestly, for this was a private conversation between sisters. Su Qingxue responded sternly. Su Yuemo, I'm telling you, you cannot say these things to my husband. Otherwise don't blame me for not treating you as a sister anymore. Su Yuemo's eyes filled with grievance on the verge of tears. Wu sister, you're being mean to me. How could you yell at me for a man? Su Qingxue emphasized. That's my husband. Su Yuemo was somewhat horrified. Sister, you've become love blind. As expected, the obedient girl always gets taken away by a bad boy in the end. Your brother-in-law is not a bad boy, Su Qingxue glared. Sister, you should explain this to Dad. If he finds out, he'll go crazy. Although Dad is a bit old-fashioned, he surely wouldn't. Su Qingxue felt somewhat guilty. No, he's far more old-fashioned than you imagine. Just as the two were engaged in mental exchange, Liu Yuan approached with a glass of water. Qingxue, why aren't you letting your sister speak? Su Qingxue gave Su Yuemo a fierce glare. Remember, don't speak recklessly. Then she released her grip. Su Yuemo took a deep breath and stood at attention like an elementary school student awaiting inspection. She wasn't afraid of Liu Yuan, but she was truly terrified of her sister. A 10th realm celestial being could handle an 8th realm cultivator in minutes. Brother-in-law, hello, I'm Yuemo. She timidly extended her small hand. Liu Yuan gently grasped it, cool and smooth to the touch, letting go almost immediately. He leaned in and lightly inhaled the fragrance from her hair. That peculiar and alluring fragrance. It couldn't be wrong. He glanced down at Su Yuemo's tiny feet clad in cloud-patterned embroidered shoes. Perfectly proportioned, approximately 22 centimeters in length and 7 centimeters wide, matching the footprints at Black Wind Pass flawlessly. So the clandestine crosser is you. His words cut straight to the truth. Su Qingxue nodded and said, husband, this morning I sensed Yuemo's aura. Fearing she might cause trouble, I brought her back. Yuemo, you've entered illegally, and the immigration authorities are hunting for you. Liu Yuan stated the facts plainly. It doesn't matter. Su Yuemo immediately patted the small pendant on her chest. I carry a spirit-concealing artifact on me. They won't be able to locate me unless a 10th realm celestial being personally comes. Liu Yuan gazed at her expressionlessly and said, I am the Immigration Bureau. Su Yuemo. The smugness on her face instantly froze her entire body, as if turned to stone. Damn it, did I just walk right into a trap? She wasn't afraid of Liu Yuan as a mere 3rd realm warrior, but she had researched the foundations of the Wylantan small world. There were martial arts celestial beings stationed here along with dozens of martial arts grandmasters. Her 8th realm cultivation would not make this an easy situation to handle. Moreover, her sister had already become love blind. What if she betrayed her own family for this man? Brother-in-law Su Yuemo's eyes darted, and she immediately put on an overly sweet smile, casually wrapping her arms around Liu Yuan's arm and swaying it. You wouldn't arrest me, right? This younger sister was quite the spirited one. What is your purpose in crossing over from Wuliangtian? Liu Yuan asked. Su Qingxue was also curious. She hadn't had the chance to interrogate her properly yet. The moment this girl arrived home, she devoured food like a starving ghost. I was entrusted by Father. Su Yuemo quickly produced her rehearsed answer. Sister, during these 3 days you've been missing, Dad has been extremely worried. After locating where you were, he sent me to bring you back. The excuse sounded flawless. Su Qingxue believed it. But Liu Yuan didn't trust a single word of it. If you miss your daughter so much, why didn't my esteemed father-in-law come himself? Because he's busy with affairs and can't spare the time. Su Yuemo explained, then added, brother-in-law, you should be grateful my father didn't come. Otherwise you might already be. Before she could finish, she felt a tremendous shock in her mind. A massive black shadow materialized in her spiritual world, radiating terrifying pressure. It was her sister's warning. Su Yuemo shivered in fear and forcibly swallowed the rest of her words. Qingxue, don't frighten your sister. Let her speak. Liu Yuan held his wife's hand and smiled faintly. In my opinion, you ran away secretly, didn't you? Su Yuemo saw the murderous look in her sister's eyes and panicked. Brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense. What evidence do you have? I really came to bring my sister home. The reasoning is straightforward, Liu Yuan said leisurely. Since your father is such a devoted father to his daughter, he would never permit you to travel alone. Qingxue has never even stayed out overnight. And you're younger than her. If I were in his position, I wouldn't allow my own daughter to run around outside either. Hearing this, Su Qingxue slowly raised her fist, her knuckles cracking. Su Yuemo felt phantom pain in her backside, and quickly shot a desperate pleading look at Liu Yuan. Brother-in-law, save me. Qingxue, I'll go buy some cold dishes outside to treat your sister, Liu Yuan said with a smile as he stood up. Brother-in-law, I'll go with you. Su Yuemo seized this opportunity like a lifeline and immediately followed him, just the chance to see the scenery of Linen City. Su Qingxue wanted to stop him, but Liu Yuan shook his head. It's fine. I'll explain the rules of this world to her, so your sister won't get into trouble. Some things needed to be discussed privately between a brother-in-law and his younger sister-in-law. Su Qingxue did not follow. Though she remained at home, her divine sense could easily lock onto her younger sister, and she could even use a heartstring to exchange a few words with her at any moment. To a heavenly being, such a distance was nothing. When they reached the entrance of the courtyard house, Su Yuemo let out a long sigh of relief. She glanced back, pouting. Brother-in-law, our house is way too small, not even as big as my sister's boudoir in the Su residence. Liu Yuan smiled. If his courtyard house, which could shelter over a dozen people, counted as a small house, then there was no large house on the entire Blue Star. But Su Yuma's eyes shimmered with a faint golden light, and she said in puzzlement, this house seems to be reinforced by a formation, a rare feng shui treasure. I can feel an endless vibrant resonance. There is a group of retired old-timers in the courtyard. Don't provoke them, Liu Yuan said offhandedly, then led her onto the bustling linen old street. The aromas from street food stalls interwove with the boisterous clamor of the crowd, brimming with the vitality of everyday life. Brother-in-law, my sister said that you picked her up from a garbage heap and carried her home. Is that true? Su Yuma's two little hands were already busy. A skewer of grilled gluten in her left hand, a candied hawthorn stick in her right, and her mouth never idle. It's true. Liu Yuan was queuing at a roadside stall for grilled cold noodles. Brother-in-law, Su Yuma chomped down half a skewer of gluten and said vaguely, your strength may not be much, but your luck is absolutely unmatched under heaven. Even more amazing than Yi Chun, the child of fortune of our boundless heaven. She struggled to swallow the food, and then described vividly that Yi Chun was even stronger than my sister. He wanted to court her, but my dad sent him flying with a single slap. But you just picked my sister up from a garbage heap. If Yi Chun ever finds out, he'll probably be furious enough to vomit blood on the spot. Honk honk honk. The more she thought about it, the funnier it became, and she couldn't help snorting with laughter like a pig. Perhaps it isn't my luck, Liu Yuan said serenely. It's your sister's luck that after being injured, she happened to run into me. Holy crap. Su Yuma was completely floored. Brother-in-law, you have a thick skin. She finished off the skewer in her hand, and her gaze accurately locked onto the freshly cooked grilled cold noodles. This is the flavor your sister likes, Liu Yuan said, seeing through her little scheme. I'm not picky, Su Yuma declared with all confidence. If my sister likes it, I want to taste it too. Her bright jet black eyes stared at Liu Yuan, as if her words carried a hidden meaning. Liu Yuan understood in an instant. This sister-in-law must have often vied for affection with her sister at home. You can have it, Liu Yuan said, holding the grilled cold noodles and stepping back. Answer me one question, how long do you plan to stay here? Su Yuma blurted out one day. By the reckoning of your time, that's a year. By then Dad will probably be coming to bring my sister home. She lowered her voice and added furtively, before Dad arrives I'll definitely be gone. Liu Yuan reflected that 1 year was enough buffer time. But things were probably not that simple. You're lying. I'm not. Su Yuma grew anxious, raised 3 fingers, and swore to heaven, brother-in-law, if I'm lying to you, may I never find a boyfriend. Let me ask you, Liu Yuan said, his gaze turning sharp. Since news of Qingxue has already made its way back to the Su family, how could my esteemed father-in-law not know about her marriage to me? This was what Liu Yuan found most suspicious. After all, the two had obtained their marriage certificate and held a wedding, all perfectly above board. Since the Su family could trace Su Qingxue's location, they could not possibly be ignorant of her marriage. Brother-in-law, you're right. Su Yuma was stunned too. She slapped her forehead as realization belatedly dawned. She carefully recalled her father's expression at the time, beaming with joy, no rage at all. That was definitely not the expression of a man who had just learned his daughter had been taken. Brother-in-law, that means someone deliberately hid this from my dad to keep him from tearing you two apart. Su Yuma's eyes lit up as she reasoned, but I'm not sure who's helping. Could it be her? Who? Liu Yuan waved the grilled cold noodles in his hand and pointed at the tofu pudding stall nearby, maximizing the temptation. Brother-in-law, give it to me, and I'll tell you. Su Yuma swallowed hard from craving. Liu Yuan handed her the grilled cold noodles. Su Yuma took a huge bite and said with satisfaction, Yun Miao. Who is Yun Miao? She wolfed down the rest, then pointed with longing at the tofu pudding stall nearby. Brother-in-law, I want that. Liu Yuan ordered 1 serving for her. Su Yuma, pushing her luck, said I want 2, 1 sweet and 1 spicy. While waiting, she spilled every piece of gossip she knew. Yun Miao is my sister's master and my dad's junior martial sister. Ever since my mom passed away, she has carried feelings for my dad. Maybe she feared my dad would fly into a rage, so she covered up your marriage to my sister. She smacked her lips and concluded, I never thought she'd be so kind. Imagine her shielding my sister like that. Liu Yuan felt uneasy. What kind of personality does Yun Miao have? She's calculating, but not malicious. Over the years, she has solved many problems for my dad, and also guided my sister in cultivation, helping her break through to the 10th stage heavenly being. Liu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A dog that doesn't bark is the most dangerous. Fortunately, danger was the last thing he feared. Brother-in-law, does my sister like sweet or spicy? Su Yuma, a bowl in each hand, asked with curiosity. The original flavor, Liu Yuan answered. Su Yuma immediately called out to the vendor, 1 more original flavor. Liu Yuan looked at her speechlessly. So young yet so competitive. After Su Yuma finished eating, Liu Yuan packed up several cold dishes and snacks before leading her back. The instant they stepped into the courtyard house, more than a dozen pairs of eyes turned toward them in unison. Su Yuma, who was sucking on a grilled sausage, was startled. That pack of old-timers is not simple. She's my sister-in-law, Qingxue's younger sister, Su Yuma. Before the old folks could ask, Liu Yuan took the initiative to introduce her. Li Piao, on a chess piece held between his fingers, gazed at her with deep eyes. I recall that when you and Qingxue married, no one from her natal family showed up. Too far away of visiting relatives is troublesome, Liu Yuan lied, without changing his expression. She escaped here as a refugee. Su Yuma. Hey bro. Does this young lady look like a refugee girl? Even ghosts wouldn't believe that excuse. Yet the old-timers actually believed it. They had known all along that Su Qingxue was not a native of this world, and had been taken in by Liu Yuan. Xiao Yuan, how can you entertain a guest with just grilled sausages? Second Master Qin frowned. and said give the girl something proper to eat. Su Yuma was utterly speechless. Old man, do you really think I'm a refugee girl? I'm here to experience life. This is second Master Qin. Go on, call him Grandpa. Liu Yuan snatched the grilled sausage from her hand. Su Yuma wiped her oily mouth, utterly reluctant in her heart. As a dignified 18-year-old young lady, she actually had to call these mortal juniors Grandpa. What humiliation. Second Master Qin, I pay my respects to you. Still she made a graceful bow. And there's Grandpa Li Taoist Zhang, Grandpa Qian, Grandma Sun. Liu Yuan introduced them one by one, and Su Yuma greeted each in turn. Even in boundless heaven, she never had this many relatives to deal with. At last Liu Yuan handed the sausage back to her, and went inside. His wife Su Qingxue, wearing an apron, was bustling in the kitchen with dish after dish of colorful fragrant food already set on the table. Seeing this, Su Yuma was completely stunned. Oh my god, my dear sister, you actually learned to cook. She pointed at the table full of dishes, then at Liu Yuan with an envious gaze. Brother-in-law, you're the only living being who has ever eaten my sister's cooking. Sis, this is delicious. Su Yuma picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib and bit into it with her jade white teeth. As the flavors burst on her tongue, her eyes narrowed in bliss. Sis, in just 3 days you've actually mastered such amazing cooking. It's even better than mom's dishes. If those heavenly prodigies of Wuliangshan knew that the pure holy maiden they yearned for now radiated such wifely charm, they would vomit blood on the spot. If Dad could taste this, he'd probably. Su Qingxue picked up a chicken wing and deftly stuffed it into her younger sister's endlessly chattering mouth. Even food can't shut you up. Su Yuma's cheeks were puffed out like a hamster's. Watching her devour the meal like a whirlwind, Liu Yuan had only one word in his mind: glutton. This is nothing. Su Yuma seemed to sense Liu Yuan's thoughts. Wiping her mouth, she declared with soaring bravado, if I really let myself go, I could eat the entire city of linen clean. After dinner, Su Yuma still wasn't satisfied. Her gaze swept across the kitchen and soon fixed on a porcelain bottle. An enticing fragrance of medicinal pills drifted from the bottle. She tipped one out and popped it straight into her mouth. Brother-in-law, what kind of pill is this? She chewed, savoring it. The taste is so unique. Liu Yuan answered without changing expression, the Qilin sun-bringing pill. It guarantees a boy. Su Yuma's face changed dramatically, her delicate beauty turning pale. I don't want to have a baby. She immediately shoved her fingers down her throat, trying to force the pill out. But it had dissolved the moment it touched her mouth, turning into a warm current that spread through every limb and bone. Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, you won't be giving birth. Su Yuma was stunned. Huh, why not? You're still young, Su Qingxue said, stroking her head. You'll understand when you grow up. Oh. Su Yuma nodded as if she understood, then her eyes lit up again. Sis, can I have another one then? They're pretty tasty. Su Qingxue nodded helplessly. Since she was already pregnant, the pill was naturally useless to her. After dinner, it was time to sleep. Liu Yuan pointed at the sofa. Sleep here tonight. Tomorrow I'll clean out the empty room next door and stock it with daily necessities, and then you can move in. Su Qingxue and Liu Yuan meanwhile returned to their room. As soon as the door closed, she hugged him from behind, her breath soft as orchid. Honey, it's time to check in for today. In the dead of night, Su Yuma didn't need to sleep at all. She tossed and turned on the sofa, feeling bored. Barefoot like a kitten, she crept noiselessly to the master bedroom door and pressed her ear against it. Through the crack in the door came faint soft moans. Su Yuma's cheeks involuntarily flushed, and her slender fingers unconsciously touched her own shoulder and neck. What are my sister and brother-in-law doing in there? I really want to take a look. In that blood-soaked, forbidden zone of life, on the crimson plane of bones, the solitary golden figure, who had ruled alone across the ages, sat cross-legged atop the towering city wall. He no longer charged or fought. Instead, he was deducing his own Tao. I am the Tao. Return to me. Return to me. Below the city wall, countless heroic spirits stopped their meaningless slaughter. They looked up at that figure, listening to the sound of the Tao. Then they slowly died, for having heard the Tao in the morning, they could accept death in the evening. They turned into nourishment and returned to the great Tao. Deep within the forbidden zone, a suppressed taboo creature roared and thrashed. It was bitter and furious, as if it had suffered tremendous humiliation. In the end, unable to bear the degradation, it chose to submit and return to the great Tao. The next day, Liu Yuan snapped open his eyes, feeling refreshed and utterly at ease. Looking inward, he saw his blood, muscles, bones, and even every organ suffused with a faint golden radiance. This was a qualitative transformation on the martial way, internal refinement. The first 3 realms of the martial way are martial warrior, which focuses on external refinement, rendering a person impervious to blades and spears and tough enough to withstand cannon shells. The middle 3 realms are martial hero, which focuses on internal refinement, granting an indestructible Vajra body immunity to heat and cold and freedom from 100 diseases. It seems my genes underwent another tremendous evolution last night, letting me, their master, taste the rewards. Liu Yuan pondered. In particular, the gene that had entered his wife's body still maintained a bloodline connection with him. Every time it evolved in the microscopic world, it fed back to Liu Yuan, master of the macroscopic world. Liu Yuan could now be counted as a martial hero, which according to the 9-rank system was the 4th realm of the martial way. Su Qingxue was naturally perfectly clear about her husband's physical changes, especially that gene. It was inside her body and had already fused with her own genes. Moreover, after the fusion, it had undergone astonishing evolution. She caressed her belly and said to Liu Yuan with tender eyes, "Honey, once our child is born, it will be unmatched since the dawn of time." After breakfast, since it was the weekend and there was no work, Liu Yuan cleaned out the empty room next door, adding a bed, bedding, and all kinds of daily necessities. His sister-in-law thus stayed there for the time being. Since she would only be around for a year, Liu Yuan couldn't be bothered to forge a fake ID for her. He simply told her to keep a low profile in linen and not run around. Su Yuma spent almost every day outside, eating, drinking, having fun, and not coming home at night like a wild, carefree girl. Yet every move she made was under Su Qingxue's watchful eye. The immigration authorities didn't notice her. Liu Yuan figured that once she grew bored of playing around, she would naturally go home. Time passed swiftly. Another 3 months went by. Su Qingxue's belly had become visibly rounder, and Su Yuma finally noticed the detail. One evening during dinner, she stared at her sister's belly for a long while, then couldn't resist reaching out and squeezing it. "Sis, how did you get even fatter than me? With so much flab on your stomach, where's your slim waist?" "Yuma, that's not flab." Knowing she couldn't hide it any longer, Su Qingxue smiled gently. "There's a little life in my belly." For a moment, Su Yuma didn't catch on. "You ate something living. Was it tasty?" But she quickly understood. Her eyes flew wide as she stared in disbelief at Su Qingxue's slightly protruding belly. She pointed at her sister, her lips trembling, and let out an earth-shaking inner scream. "Sis, you're pregnant." "Who did it?" Although she didn't shout it aloud, she communicated with her sister and brother-in-law through their mind link to avoid leaking the secret. Liu Yuan was drinking soup. Hearing this, he gave a calm cough. "Who else could it be? None other than yours truly." Su Yuma was completely dumbfounded. She ran over to Su Qingxue, carefully touched her belly again, and asked in a trembling voice, "Sis, is this really my brother-in-law's child?" "Impossible. How could my brother-in-law get a 10th realm celestial pregnant? Their bloodlines don't even match." She whipped around and stared at Liu Yuan in shock. "Brother-in-law, you've really been hiding it. It's already difficult for a celestial to conceive, and across a gap of 7 realms you still managed it. Brother-in-law, you're just too amazing. And the most crucial part, it only took 3 days. You got my sister's belly swollen in just 3 days. Maybe I just have good pregnancy luck." Su Qingxue said, her face full of happiness. She didn't reveal the secret of Liu Yuan's gene evolving inside her body. Su Yuma grabbed Liu Yuan's arm and shook it with all her might, her voice carrying a warning. "Brother-in-law, if my dad finds out about this, you're dead. No, the whole world will be doomed. Yuma, father isn't as terrifying as you make him out to be." Su Qingxue, still holding on to a faint shred of hope, stroked her belly and said, "Once the child is born, dad will accept it." "Sis, your dad's reverse scale?" Su Yuma stamped her foot in agitation. "Brother-in-law didn't just touch and fondle you. He got you pregnant. You know dad's temper." As if some terrifying image had crossed her mind, Su Yuma shuddered. She looked at Liu Yuan with sympathy and countered, "Brother-in-law, if you were my dad, could you accept it?" Liu Yuan slowly shook his head and replied, "I'm not your dad, but I'm the child's father. Position determines perspective." Su Yuma was instantly speechless. "It makes so much sense I can't even refute it." "Honey, don't worry." Su Qingxue took Liu Yuan's hand, her gaze unwavering. "I'll reason with dad. Even if it comes to blows, I will never let him hurt you or our child." Su Yuma's hair stood on end. How terrifying the love-struck mind could be. Yet when she looked at her sister again, she caught a trace of something different in those clear, limpid eyes. It was a glow she had never seen before, something beyond purity and wifely gentleness. Motherly love. For a moment, Su Yuma seemed to see the mother who had passed away 7 years ago. Her heart jolted. "Sis, may I touch your belly?" With Su Qingxue's permission, Su Yuma carefully nestled against her, gently stroking the softly swelling curve, and even pressed her ear to it, wanting to hear the little one's movements. "Little one, you are heaven's chosen child. For your sake, your mother would even dare strike her own father," she murmured softly. The moment the words left her lips, the little life in the womb seemed to understand and gave a gentle push against the belly from inside. "Oh, it moved." Su Yuma raised her head in delight. "It's responding to me." She pressed her ear back again. "Little one, you have a mother who loves you so much. You're truly blessed." She spoke in a low voice, and the corners of her eyes reddened without her noticing. "Yuma, why are you crying?" Su Qingxue noticed her sister's emotional shift. Bound by the same blood, the two were exquisitely attuned to each other's feelings. "Wah, sis, I miss mom." Su Yuma could no longer contain herself. She buried her face in her sister's chest and sobbed, as though she had returned to the warm harbor of her mother's embrace. "I miss her too." Su Qingxue gently stroked her sister's head and combed her hair with her fingers, her voice growing distant. In the blink of an eye, mother has been gone for 7 years. 7 years ago, she had been a little girl acting spoiled in her mother's arms. 7 years later, she was about to become a mother herself. Liu Yuan, standing by, watched the sisters reminiscing and handed over a tissue at just the right moment. "Can you tell me about your mother?" Only then did Su Qingxue calm herself, and she poured out the long-hidden memories in her heart. Her mother was named Yaoguang. Her homeland was the Malizi heaven of the Great Thousand Worlds. Bound by a marriage contract, Yaoguang married far away to Wuliang heaven, becoming the wife of Su Jiannan, then the young master of the Su family. After marriage, she aided Su Jiannan in his step-by-step ascent to the summit, helping him become the heavenly lord of Wuliang heaven. But 7 years ago, Dafen Heaven, Wuliang Heaven's sworn enemy, launched a massive invasion together with the demon race. In that brutal war, Yaoguang suffered severe injuries and died. Overcome with grief and vengeance, Su Jiannan invaded Dafen Heaven alone, shattering heaven and earth, turning the battlefield into rivers of blood, and slaughtering nearly all of Dafen Heaven's heavenly beings. The story was not complicated, but their tone as they told it was heavy. Perhaps because the sisters were caught up in their own tale, they failed to realize how many dubious details lay hidden within it. Liu Yuan, for his part, could hardly advance cold speculations while his wife was still mourning her mother. He did not point it out. He simply sighed and shared his own background, empathizing, "Sweetheart, you still have memories tucked away in your heart. I don't even know what my parents looked like." He had been raised by those retired elders in the courtyard compound. With a tissue, Liu Yuan tenderly wiped the tear stains at the corners of his wife's eyes. "Brother-in-law, I want some too." Su Yuma's face was drenched in tears as she looked up. Liu Yuan glanced at her. "Wipe it yourself. Brother-in-law, you're so biased." Su Yuma's body stiffened, and her crying came to an abrupt halt. Watching Liu Yuan wipe only her sister's tears, the darkness in her heart began to stir. When their mother was alive, she had given the two sisters equal love. After their mother died, however, their father poured all his affection onto the elder sister, and no matter how fine the gift, the elder sister always received it first. Only then did her turn come. It had always been a thorn in Su Yuma's heart. And here in this mortal world, her sister was still the favored one. Not only was there a husband who held Su Qingxue in the palm of his hand, there were also those retired elders in the courtyard. In the past 4 months, Su Yuma had uncovered their true identities. They were all peak 9th realm grandmasters. Second Master Qin, who practiced boxing, was a martial grandmaster who had attained sainthood through his physical body. Commissar Wang, who cleaned his gun, was a gun king, whose killing intent pierced the heavens. Minister Li, who played chess, was a sword immortal. Old Lady Sun, who refined medicines, was the alchemy saint. Old Qian, who tended flowers and plants, was a 9th rank formation master. Taoist Zhang, who read novels, was a golden core immortal. Teacher Chun, who played the zither and practiced calligraphy, was a literary sage whose words carried the force of heavenly law. And Old Man Zhao the blacksmith was a 9th rank artifact refiner capable of forging divine weapons. And these old geezers revolved around her sister every single day, fussing over her comfort and guarding her like a princess. It was as if the entire world spun around Su Qingxue. A fierce jealousy took root in Su Yuma's heart. She wanted to receive that same treatment. And the key to it all was, of course, the man who had gotten her sister pregnant. "Brother-in-law." Su Yuma wiped her own tears with a tissue, took a deep breath, and said in a worried tone, "By the celestial realm's reckoning, Dad will be here in 6 Shurchen. How do you plan to face his fury then? What's the rush? There's still half a year." Liu Yuan calmly dried Su Qingxue's tears, gently stroked her belly with his palm, and softly kissed her cheek. "How can you not be anxious? You should prepare early, brother-in-law." Su Yuma turned to her sister and said, "Sis, why not have brother-in-law hide away?" Su Qingxue frowned. She had actually considered the idea. Take Liu Yuan and flee to some minor world. Dad could never find where the two of them could live in sweet, shameless bliss. With Dad's strength, there simply isn't a place he cannot find. It's only a matter of time. Su Qingxue shook her head. The idea was totally unrealistic. "Right, sis? What I mean is this: hide brother-in-law away, and when the time comes, you and Dad go home." Acting like a love strategist, Su Yuma offered her scheme. "Think about it. You stall Dad at home. Give it enough time, and once he can't find brother-in-law, his anger will die down." "Where exactly do you think I should hide?" Liu Yuan asked casually. "I happen to know a minor world. Dad definitely won't find you there." Su Yuma leaned closer, lowered her voice, and said persuasively, "Brother-in-law, come away with me. I'll definitely keep you safe." Liu Yuan observed his younger sister-in-law with a teasing gaze. "Aren't you a clever one?" And Su Qingxue had initially found the idea quite brilliant. But reminded by her husband's look, she too saw through the little scheme behind her sister's words and shot her a glare from her beautiful eyes. "Yuma, trying to steal my husband. He's your brother-in-law." Su Qingxue also knew that over the years their father's partiality toward her had left her sister feeling wronged. But as the elder sister, she had shared any good thing with her sister almost immediately, never keeping it for herself. This time, however, her sister had set her calculating eyes on her husband. "Is this something to be shared?" Su Yuma's face flushed red in a flash. Oh no, it seemed her sister had seen through her. Su Qingxue shoved her sister Su Yuma out of the room. "Go back to your own room and reflect on your behavior." The door slammed shut. Turning around, she spoke to Liu Yuan in a conciliatory tone. "Honey, actually, I think Yuma made a few valid points. Why don't you go into hiding with her first? If Dad gets truly angry, you'll be safe. And if he isn't angry about our marriage, I'll come and bring you back. Don't test a cadre with that." Liu Yuan pulled her into his arms. "What if I end up alone with your sister, and something happens between us out there? There's an old saying on Blue Star, don't let fertile water flow into others' fields." Su Qingxue blinked and began analyzing with a completely serious expression. "What do you think of my sister? She's reached the age where she should be married off." Liu Yuan found it both funny and exasperating, pinching her smooth, tender cheek. "She's just a kid who hasn't grown up, merely jealous of you. If I weren't your husband, she wouldn't think highly of me at all deep down. So I'm not going to run off with her." He saw it clearly. His sister-in-law didn't like him, nor did she genuinely want to help. She simply wanted to take away something that belonged to her sister. Honey, don't put yourself down like that. You're my treasure. Su Qingxue immediately grew anxious. My sister doesn't understand how wonderful you are. I wish I could cling to you 24 hours a day. She nestled entirely into Liu Yuan's arms, acting coquettish, her voice deliberately syrupy and sweet to the point of being cloying. Liu Yuan was so stirred that he could barely restrain himself, and played along crazily. Woman, you're playing with fire. The moment the words left his mouth, he sealed his wife's lips with a kiss. Half an hour later, Liu Yuan suddenly pushed his wife away. No, you're already 4 months pregnant. We mustn't disturb the fetus. The next morning, when he woke up, Liu Yuan no longer felt refreshed as he usually did. Instead, he felt somewhat groggy. As expected, the genes had been wasted and no evolution had occurred. Since his body had received no nourishment in return, it was naturally somewhat depleted. When he walked out of the room, Su Qingxue had already prepared breakfast. Su Yuma, having reflected all night, sat at the table eating, secretly whispering to Su Qingxue. Sis, tell me the truth. Is the baby in your belly really my brother-in-law's flesh and blood? She still believed that Liu Yuan, merely a third-rank martial artist, could never impregnate a 10th-rank celestial. Beneath the celestials, all are mortals. A reproductive barrier existed between the two. In boundless heaven, likewise, celestials could only unite with celestials to bear offspring. Even so, after marriage, a celestial couple still needed to prepare for 1 or 2 years before conceiving. The higher the level of life, the more difficult reproduction becomes. This is a decree of the laws. Yet Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue had only been married for 3 days, and a mere mortal had gotten a celestial pregnant. This violated the law of life itself. Sis, is this child perhaps the offspring of some prodigy from boundless heaven? Did my brother-in-law accidentally become a cuckold? As she spoke, she deliberately raised her voice slightly. She was not only questioning Su Qingxue, but also deliberately saying it for Liu Yuan to hear. Nonsense. Su Qingxue grew annoyed and flicked her finger. A flick of the forehead struck with pinpoint accuracy across the air. Su Yuma felt as if her soul were splitting apart, stars swirling before her eyes, nearly meeting her end on the spot. She instantly became well-behaved. When she saw Liu Yuan, she immediately changed the subject. Hey, brother-in-law, why do you look a little deficient in qi and blood today? Liu Yuan let out a sigh and said faintly, we must conserve food. This was a blood and tears conclusion drawn from his experience last night. No wonder martial arts manuals always had that line. Guard the essence gate, refine essence into qi. Su Yuma didn't understand and thought he was talking about her, so she hurriedly showed off her completely empty bowl. I didn't waste anything. I finished every grain of rice in my bowl. It was so clean it looked like it had been licked. She couldn't help it. Her sister's cooking was just too delicious. She loved it. Su Qingxue, however, seemed reminded by his words, as if suddenly enlightened, and nodded solemnly. Honey, you're right. I must not waste food from now on. With that, she buried her head and shoveled the rice in her bowl into her mouth, swallowing it in big gulps. Su Yuma felt something was off. It seemed like her sister and brother-in-law were speaking in code. Is there something in our little family of 3 that I'm not allowed to know? Make room for me. Liu Yuan carried his bowl and made a gesture as if he were about to flick her forehead. Su Yuma reflexively leaped away from the dining table and pressed herself against the corner of the wall, trembling. But she quickly realized she was an 8th-rank grandmaster. Why should she fear a 4th-rank martial elite like him? Brother-in-law, go ahead and flick. She raised her head, presenting her smooth, fair forehead. But Liu Yuan held back, grinning slyly. Think I'd let you have it that easy? Dream on. Su Yuma gnashed her teeth. I shouldn't have dodged just now. I'll make my move. Su Qingxue suddenly interjected, a fierce glint in her eyes. Su Yuma. Boo-hoo, you're both bullying me. Her nose tingled, and unexpectedly she felt a little moved. It had been a long time since she'd experienced a joint husband and wife beating. The last time was 7 years ago, back when mother was still alive. On the television, the morning news was airing. The dignified female anchor wore a serious expression with the crumbling stock price K-line chart of Huaqiang Group behind her. Linen's wealthiest man, Liu Huaqiang's real estate group, has failed to repay its due bank debts, owing 1.8 trillion yuan, and officially exploded yesterday. Massive numbers of unfinished buildings have appeared across the country, and numerous martial artist homeowners have united to defend their rights, claiming that if the buildings are not delivered, they will resort to force against Liu Huaqiang. The scene switched to an urgent press conference held by Liu Huaqiang. Before the cameras, Liu Huaqiang looked haggard. Facing countless lenses, he bowed apologetically with the utmost sincerity. Please trust us, all homeowners. Our Huaqiang Group will take responsibility to the very end. We will deliver the houses. Liu Yuan hadn't expected that move by the director of the Immigration Bureau had actually adopted his plan, reducing the national bank's loans to the Liu family. Because of their excessive debt, their funds couldn't circulate in time, and they would blow up. This move was called cutting credit, draining the firewood from beneath the cauldron. Su Qingxue watched the frantic Liu Huaqiang on television, flames of vengeance burning in her eyes. Su Yuma also noticed the clue. Sis, is he the blood abyss demon emperor you came here to deal with this time? Su Qingxue nodded yes. Now that he has no money, his strength has been greatly reduced. Taking advantage of this opportunity, we should be able to deal with him. But I'm pregnant. For the child's sake, I can't act. How about I give it a try? Su Yuma was eager to test herself. Puffed. Liu Yuan couldn't help it, laughing out a mouthful of porridge. Brother-in-law, you look down on me. Su Yuma puffed out her cheeks. No really, Liu Yuan waved his hand. I just think. Liu Huaqiang taking out loans to cultivate immortality is pretty funny. Su Qingxue shook her head. Yuma, don't be reckless. Even injured, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor is still at 10th rank strength. There's no way an 8th rank like you can match him. But Su Yuma clearly didn't realize the severity of the situation. Liu Yuan added, do you know what a cauldron furnace is? If he catches you, he'll use his demonic arts to refine you into a furnace, making you nourishment for his cultivation. Su Yuma shuddered in fear. Just imagining the scene made her feel as though her body had been defiled. Of course, she knew how twisted the demon race's evil arts were. Many female cultivators in boundless heaven had fallen victim violated until they were no longer human. In the vast cosmos, the strong prey on the weak, and treating the weak as tools and consumables is the norm. Wife, now isn't the optimal moment. Liu Yuan saw the hatred in his wife's eyes and comforted her. When the Liu family goes completely bankrupt, the Immigration Bureau will have people deal with the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. You just stay home and rest for the baby. Since Mu Bai had used his plan, he must have already contacted the ministers of all the major departments. These 9th-rank grandmasters joining forces would have a chance to suppress the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. After breakfast, Liu Yuan walked over to Su Qingxue, gently bent down, and softly kissed her slightly swollen belly. Daddy is going to work now. Be good at home. It was important to build a good relationship with his child, even before it was born. Brother-in-law, I'll take good care of sister at home. Su Yuma pounded her chest, vowing solemnly. Liu Yuan glanced at her. Count on you. In our house, we'd miss 3 meals a day. Su Yuma squatted on the ground, as if deeply hurt. Fortunately, the retired old folks in the courtyard compound helped out inside and out so Liu Yuan could feel at ease about his wife's safety. Honey, don't worry. I'm a celestial. I'm not that fragile. Su Qingxue stood on her tiptoes, planted a kiss on Liu Yuan's cheek, and asked softly, what do you want to eat when you come back tonight? I'll make it for you. Immigration Bureau Investigation Section 9. Liu Yuan stepped into the office. Beep. Clocked it. The time clock blazed with red light, and a mechanical voice instantly rang through the office. Fluctuations from an inner refined golden body detected. Congratulations, Section Chief Liu Yuan. You have officially broken through the 3rd realm of the martial Dao and been promoted to Junior Martial Hero. Your monthly allowance will be raised to 30,000 yuan. You will enjoy S-Class benefits, and you will receive 1 chance to enter the Technique Pavilion to choose an Earth-rank technique. Boom. The entire office instantly erupted. Holy shit. The Section Chief broke through to Martial Hero. Oh my god, it's only been this long. Wait, wasn't the Section Chief only just promoted to Senior Martial Artist? Didn't that happen a short while ago? At this speed, even the Bureau Chief was never that fast. Among the 9 Section Chiefs in the Investigation Division, Section Chief Liu is definitely the strongest. Generally speaking, a Martial Hero level expert was already qualified for promotion to a division level cadre. Vice Section Chief Lin Weiwei, who was 8 months pregnant, hurriedly carried a cup of hot tea over her face, full of admiration and joy. Congratulations, Section Chief. You've stepped into the 4th realm. You've become a martial hero. You? How did you level up again? Yi Qiuhong charged in like he had seen a ghost, his handsome face twisted grotesquely from shock. He was also a martial hero now, but Liu Yuan's upgrade rate was trampling all over his pride. He turned to the remnant soul old man from Defanshan in his mind, and said, Old man Mo. His cheat seems even more powerful than yours. What's the rush? The ancient remnant soul was most unwilling to admit it. This sovereign will now teach you the supreme foundational method of Defanshan, the Brahma art. It will help you leave him far behind. Yi Qiuhong's mind shook. The Brahma art. How powerful is it? 10,000 years ago, the Lord of Defanshan founded Defanshan with supreme, divine might unrivaled in the world, subjugating the 3,000 great worlds. Old Man Mo's voice was filled with fanaticism and reverence. Immortals, warriors, demons, monsters, ghosts, humans. 10,000 races came to pay homage, and all living beings knelt in worship. He was the undisputed #1 celestial. Yi Qiuhong drew in a sharp breath. What happened afterward? Later, Old Man Mo's voice turned mournful. The Lord underwent the 5 declines of celestials. His lifespan was nearly exhausted when he was ambushed by those self-proclaimed righteous old bastards from Wuliangshan. The Lord suffered a devastating blow and was banished to the forbidden land of life. To this day his fate remains unknown. But Defanshan still regards him as its Lord. 10,000 years of faith never changed. Hearing this, the Lord of Defanshan was indeed a legend, yet in his twilight years he was ambushed by villains, a tragedy. Somehow Yi Qiuhong actually felt a trace of sympathy in his heart. He could hardly wait to open that Brahma art. The next second, holy shit. His eyes bulged, and an earthquake of magnitude 8 erupted in his heart. Brahma art. The great Tao is merciless, treating all living beings as firewood. Heaven is unkind, treating all things as straw dogs. What is Brahma? Ordinary beings are the teeming masses, an inexhaustible, ever-renewing supply. The forest is firewood. With mortals as firewood, the karmic fire becomes a furnace to forge my Tao body. I take back what I just said. The Lord of Defanshan is no good either. Yi Qiuhong had only read the opening before his scalp began to prickle. If you still keep the distinction between good and evil in your heart, you will never attain the celestial realm in this lifetime. You'll only be an ant in the eyes of the strong. Old man Emo sneered. When you reach that realm, you'll naturally understand that the great Tao is merciless. If you're unwilling, I can simply take this art back. No. I've already read it. Yi Qiuhong was hardly willing to give it up. This was a heaven-rank technique, far too rare. If you're willing to cultivate it, remember one rule. Old man Mo's voice turned incomparably sinister. From now on, anyone who practices the Brahma art is your mortal enemy. You must kill them. Only one person can master the Brahma art and become the #1 celestial, while all the other practitioners will ultimately become nourishment. This is fucking goo-raising. Too ruthless. Yi Qiuhong felt a chill of fear and asked, how many people in Defanshan practice this art? Alas. Old man Mo gave a sorrowful sigh. More than 100 prodigies once cultivated this path together, but 7 years ago they were all slaughtered by Su Jiannan, the lord of Wuliangshan. Of those left now, I fear there are very few. Then have I just picked up a bargain? Yi Qiuhong's eyes lit up. What the hell are you so happy about, boy? Old man Mo gnashed his teeth. On that day Defanshan ran with rivers of blood, and I barely escaped with only a wisp of my remnant soul. You remember this: if one day your Brahma art reaches great success, go kill Su Jiannan, the lord of Wuliangshan, and avenge Defanshan. Fine, I promise you. Yi Qiuhong agreed aloud, but in his heart he thought it was just an if anyway. Who knew whether he could actually master it? Wuliangshan was so distant, he should focus on the present first. Just as he was lost in thought studying the technique, a hand landed on his shoulder. Qiuhong, what are you thinking? So absorbed. Do you have an old grandpa in your head? Liu Yuan's voice drifted over eerily. Yi Qiuhong was so startled his whole body jolted, nearly scaring the soul out of him. You're the thief calling out, stop thief. He retorted immediately, concealing the panic inside him. It's obviously you who has an old grandpa. It's only been a few months, and you've gone from the first realm to the fourth, just like a rocket. At this rate, even I'm about to be overtaken by you. Liu Yuan smiled, but his eyes held a meaningful look. You're not right. I was only joking. Why are you getting so worked up? Yi Qiuhong. He felt like he was standing naked in front of this guy. Every thought was seen through completely. He decisively changed the subject. What did you call me for? I remember you practiced a technique from Defanshan, didn't you? Liu Yuan got straight to the point. Does the technique contain any records of Defanshan's history? I'd like to understand it. Boom. Yi Qiuhong and old man Mo exploded at the same time. No way. Liu Yuan actually sensed it. How did he find out? This kid is simply terrifying. Liu Yuan, you're a section chief. Why are you investigating Defanshan? Yi Qiuhong forced himself to stay calm. I suspect that illegal immigrant at Haifengku might come from Defanshan. Liu Yuan was talking serious nonsense. He was actually trying to find out the truth behind his mother-in-law Yaguang's death. Do you have evidence? Yi Qiuhong asked. Liu Yuan spread his hands. Do I need evidence to solve a case? Yi Qiuhong. He really damn well didn't. He relied entirely on luck of the draw. He could only pick out some of what he knew about Defanshan and share it selectively. After hearing it, Liu Yuan went to the archive room and looked through materials on the many heavens, forming a general understanding of Defanshan. But he also developed new doubts. Ever since Defanshan's first lord fell, they never appointed a new lord, and their overall strength was greatly reduced. Why did they take such a risk to attack Wuliangshan 7 years ago? Yi Qiuhong, standing nearby, explained, that's easy. It must have been to seek revenge. This was also the information old man Mo had instilled into his sea of consciousness. I think it's not that simple. Liu Yuan shook his head. Perhaps Wuliangshan had something that Defanshan wanted. Yi Qiuhong wasn't convinced. You're overthinking it. But old man Mo's consciousness suddenly churned with towering waves. Hiss. You actually stumbled onto that right. Back then Defanshan invaded Wuliangshan precisely because they learned from the demon race that the spatial coordinates of that lost forbidden land of life were sealed in the body of Su Jiannan's wife Yaguang. Unfortunately, they used all their strength, but still failed to take Yaguang away. However, very few people knew this secret. Old man Mo would never say it. He hadn't even told Yi Qiuhong. After a whole day of looking through materials, Liu Yuan left work feeling relaxed. Though he hadn't gotten the exact truth, he felt he was already very close. His mother-in-law Yaguang must be carrying some great secret. After her death, that secret had likely been inherited by Su Qingxue. So that explained why his father-in-law showed a bit more preference for his eldest daughter Su Qingxue. It was a kind of compensation. And Su Qingxue probably didn't know this secret yet. Because she was too innocent and couldn't keep a secret Su Jiannan had never told her. Tisk tsk. 3 years into marriage, I thought I already knew my wife's body like the back of my hand, but I never expected she still had a secret I didn't know. It seems I'll need to study her carefully from now on. Returning home after work, he crossed the courtyard house. Under the last glow of dusk, the elderly residents were each busy with their own tasks. Second Master Qin Liu Yuan greeted with a smile. Qin Hanshan, who had been practicing his fist forms, put away his stance and said gravely, Xiao Yuan, while Qingxue is pregnant, you must remember not to engage in strenuous exercise with her. If you want to fight, come train with me. I'll give you a handicap of 2 hands. Liu Yuan walked over. Second Master, since we're practicing boxing, only fists are allowed. In peacetime, you don't aim a gun at anyone. Wang Jinghua, a retired soldier, who had been practicing with his rifle, said abruptly. Liu Yuan snatched the gun from his hands, removed the bullets, and fired into the sky. What if it's a blank? Beneath the old locust tree, Li Piaran sipped tea and picked up a chess piece marked cannon. In chess you must stay steady. The opening cannon must not be fired recklessly, or you'll lose the whole game. Shun Mo was playing the guqin, its notes ringing like dripping water, and without raising his head, he said, you may stay home and meditate on that painting 6 marvels of the flower formation to cultivate your temperament. Qian Jiogong, who was watering a pot of orchids, said with pointed meaning, don't pick the wildflowers by the roadside. Don't be greedy. Zhang Qingxian also got a word in, brisk and blunt. Liu Yuan nodded to each of them in turn. These retired old-timers. They had stopped pushing him to have a child, and now were telling him to abstain. You old codgers, you still treat Yuaner like a child. All you know is lecturing. Granny Sun came over, took Liu Yuan's hand, and said kindly, don't worry. The pregnancy calming pill I'm refining for Qingxue will keep the baby safe and sound. Liu Yuan nodded repeatedly. Sun Bingxin's medical skills were superb. With her around, it was like his wife had gained a gold medal private physician. Just then Zhao Xingong, a steelworker who had been silent the whole time, his body knotted with muscle, walked over with lowered head and handed him a cup. The cup was pale pink all over, warm and smooth as jade, its texture as delicate as a young woman's skin. Its surface was carved with intricate complex patterns, swirling and unfathomable. Yuaner, if you truly get thirsty, use it to fetch some water. That should quench your thirst, Zhao Xingong said, with a simple, honest face. It was a very practical thought. Thanks, old Zhao. Liu Yuan didn't refuse. The cup's craftsmanship was indeed quite good. He pushed open the door and entered the house, where the aroma of food already filled every corner. Honey, you're back. Su Qingxue, like a cheerful little bird, pounced over and gave him a gentle hug, then casually took the briefcase from Liu Yuan's hand and the pink cup. Huh, why doesn't this cup have a lid? She asked, eyeing it curiously. She lightly touched the rim with her finger. A sealing membrane as thin as a cicada's wing broke at the faintest poke of her fingertip. The interior was somewhat long and narrow, spotlessly clean and hygienic. It was definitely food-grade material. Ahem, it was a gift from old Zhao. Liu Yuan didn't explain further. Su Qingxue suddenly had a revelation and thought she understood. So it's a spiritual artifact personally refined by old Zhao. Truly a masterpiece of workmanship. She placed the cup on the tea table, setting it in an appropriate spot. It's a lovely cup, all pink and delicate. I never expected old Zhao to have a girlish heart. Su Qingxue gave a thumbs up in sincere admiration. Liu Yuan bent down and kissed his wife's belly, greeting the little one inside. Let daddy give you a kiss. Su Qingxue immediately felt the child in her belly give a gentle kick. Your daughter responded to you, she said joyfully. Daughter. Liu Yuan jerked his head up, stunned. You know the gender. Of course. Su Qingxue puffed out her chest proudly. I'm a celestial being. I can see details at the genetic level. My good daughter. Liu Yuan pressed his face close again and said in a voice only father and daughter could hear, if anyone ever dares to bully you, daddy will beat the crap out of him. Su Qingxue laughed and gently nudged him with her elbow. Don't teach our daughter to swear. The two sat at the dining table, the atmosphere warm. Honey, what name shall we give our daughter? Su Qingxue looked at Liu Yuan expectantly. Liu Yuan poked at the rice in his bowl, thought for a moment, and said Lu Tianyi, Lu Nianyao, Lu Zihan. Su Qingxue neither nodded nor shook her head. She thought of a few too: Lu Yuning, Lu Wanwan, Lu Bauer. The couple devoted no small effort to finding a good name for their daughter. As they discussed, 3 months passed. Su Qingxue's belly swelled day by day. At 7 months of pregnancy, her expectant bulge was already very prominent. Liu Yuan took an extended leave from work and stayed at home with his wife every day. Honey, there's no need to be so nervous. I'm no different from before. Su Qingxue, her jade-white feet bare, easily did the splits on the smooth floor and even seemed ready to attempt a backflip. For celestial beings, pregnancy did not bring the pain mortal women suffered. She remained as light as a swallow. But Liu Yuan still stopped her. Stop that. What if you shake our daughter dizzy? Su Qingxue nodded. Makes sense. But the little one is doing somersaults in my belly. Quick feel. Liu Yuan placed his hand there and concentrated. Inside was a chubby little baby girl, fully formed, turning somersaults with abundant energy. It seems my good daughter already has a warrior's physique. Liu Yuan was slightly surprised. She hasn't even left the womb, yet she's already won at the starting line. As a mother, Su Qingxue was rather proud. Of course. Just look whose daughter she is. They continued playing with their daughter through the belly for a while. Then Su Qingxue suddenly sighed. Alas, my wasp waist has become a barrel waist. She pinched the soft flesh around her waist, a little anxious about her looks. Liu Yuan simply wrapped an arm around her waist and planted a big kiss on her cheek. I love it. It feels even better to the touch now. Su Qingxue lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at him with a pitiful pout. Honey, but you haven't fulfilled your husbandly duties for almost a month now. This is all for the safety of our daughter. I thought. You thought I'd gotten fat and didn't love me anymore. How could that be? Liu Yuan tapped her nose. Ever since the day we met 3 years ago, I've craved your body, and I still do. Su Qingxue burst out laughing at his words, then took his hand and headed toward the bathroom, making an excuse. Honey, will you scrub my back? My belly is too big, I can't reach. Soon the sound of splashing water came from the bathroom. What is learned from paper is ultimately shallow. To truly understand a thing, one must put it into practice. In the night sky, 100 li away, a rift in space was slowly torn open. From it stepped a figure as cold and lofty as a snow-capped mountain. She wore a moon-white robe patterned with clouds. Her figure was graceful, yet her aura towered toward the heavens. Not a speck of dust clung to her, as if she were utterly out of place in this mortal world. It was none other than Yun Miao. After learning of her disciple Su Qingxue's whereabouts, she spent 20 hours preparing before crossing realms to come from Wuliang heaven. The space rift behind her had not yet fully closed. Bizarre monsters of every shape and size scrambled to squeeze through the gap, greedily sniffing the air of Blue Star. Get back. It's not time for you to appear yet. She merely cast a glance over her shoulder. The few monsters that had just poked out their heads instantly burst into blood mist. The horde behind them became completely docile and obediently shrank back into the rift. Qingxue, letting you live in this small world with that mortal husband for more than half a year. You must be tired of the game by now. Yun Miao gave a soft, wistful sigh, her tone full of indulgence and helplessness. Her fingers moved through a magic seal, and a brilliant golden radiance blazed in her eyes. Like the heavenly Tao's eye, it swept across the whole city of Linen in an instant, searching for the exact location of her disciple Su Qingxue. Found her. Her gaze pierced through 100 li of void and locked precisely onto the slit of a small louvered window. The next moment her vision filled with countless suspended water droplets coalescing into a hazy veil of mist. Every tiny droplet clearly reflected an intimate, tantalizing scene. The longer Yun Miao watched, the tighter her brows knit, her face gradually turned livid, and her lips began to tremble slightly. Vulgar. Utterly indecent. Qingxue, you've been away from home for less than 4 days. How did you learn such wickedness? Still, you have a celestial body. You won't be polluted by that mortal's filthy essence, and you remain a virgin. Wait. She carefully sensed her disciple's physical condition. Where is Qingxue's slender waist? How did she get so fat? Is the food in the mortal world really that good? Can it raise a celestial being into such a state? As Yun Miao's gaze probed deeper, her expression shifted from confusion to shock and finally to fury. This. Qingxue's belly. There's a tiny life inside. She is pregnant. Even Yun Miao, with all her composure, couldn't hide the fury rising on her face. No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must have seen it wrong. Refusing to believe it, she released a burst of brilliant golden light from her eyes, once more pushing the heavenly derivation arts to their limit, trying to see more clearly. The result, the image became even clearer. The fully formed baby girl was happily tumbling somersaults inside Su Qingxue's womb, even kicking out a tiny foot, a small bulge visible right through the belly. Irrefutable proof. Boom. A pillar of heaven had collapsed. Who did this? Which bastard got my precious disciple pregnant? First she ruled out that man named Liu Yuan. Impossible. Beneath the celestial beings, all are mere mortals. Whether a martial grandmaster or a golden core cultivator, there exists an insurmountable heaven-mortal barrier between them and the celestial. It is a chasm of life itself, a genetic reproductive isolation. How could a mere mortal make a noble celestial being pregnant? Yun Miao immediately activated the heavenly derivation arts, consulting the heavenly Tao's laws of this world, tracing the source of the bloodline. Soon a blurry figure gradually emerged, growing clearer as the divination deepened. It was Liu Yuan. The result of the deduction pointed straight to the core. The biological father of the child in Su Qingxue's belly, in the genetic sense, was this man named Liu Yuan. He was the real father. So it really was him who got Qingxue pregnant. Silence. A deathly silence. Yun Miao was utterly stunned, frozen in the void like a petrified statue. How did he do it? This defies all reason. It violates the laws of the heavenly Tao. Once again Yun Miao sank into deep contemplation and further deduction. Yet no matter how fiercely she burned her divine sense, the heavenly secret remained shrouded in chaos. She could deduce nothing about Liu Yuan's origins. The only explanation was, Liu Yuan was just an ordinary man with no deeper karmic ties whatsoever. There was another explanation. This Liu Yuan fellow was actually a supreme expert disguised as a mortal. A wolf in sheep's clothing. An old bull nibbling tender grass. Yun Miao instantly conjured an elaborate scenario of romantic deception in her mind. He's an ancient monster who's lived for millennia, deliberately lying dormant in this world to seduce my naive and innocent disciple. What a scheme. What a magnificent scheme. To defile my disciple's purity and make her bear his children. Yun Miao's gaze turned icier than ever. Originally she had planned to bring Su Qingxue back to boundless heaven and casually erase this planet, eliminating all witnesses. That way her disciple would remain the pure, immaculate, holy maiden she had always been. But now Su Qingxue was pregnant. The situation had become impossibly delicate. If that daughter-obsessed Su Jianan ever found out, Yun Miao dared not even imagine it. Even she as the master felt her blood pressure skyrocket, yearning to purify every living being in this world on the spot. This accursed child must not be allowed to live. A pitch-black jade bottle materialized in Yun Miao's hand. Wisps of black chi seeped from within, as if capable of dissolving the vitality of all things. I'll find an opportunity to make Qingxue take this bottle of celestial fall. An abortion is the only wise choice. She continued observing her disciples' every move from afar. Yunmiao gnashed her teeth in fury, fists clenched so tightly that even her toes curled inside her embroidered shoes. You have fallen. This master will correct you no matter what. Even as she cursed aloud, her eyes were as if glued to the scene, unable to look away. And deep within her heart, a faint, elusive feeling, one she refused to acknowledge, began to stir. She herself was an old maid who had cultivated for centuries. Though she had once secretly harbored feelings for her senior brother Su Jianan, his unwavering devotion to his late wife Yaowang had never afforded her a chance. Watching her disciple engage in such intimacy with a man, she yearned to know what it felt like. Startled, Yunmiao hastily circulated the heart-calming art, nearly giving rise to an inner demon. Qingxue, this master will sever this calamity for you. Yunmiao's face was like 10,000-year-old ice as she began her divination once more. What she sought to ensnare was Liu Yuan and every living being who knew of Su Qingxue's existence. And it had to be done without her disciple realizing, so that Qingxue would willingly return with her to boundless heaven. Heavenly fate move. Before her, countless threads of karma materialized in dense arrays which she began to pluck and weave with her slender fingers. The old celestial, the blood abyss demon emperor, and that remnant soul from Mahabrahma. All must die. Late at night, Linen's wealthiest family, the Liu household. Liu Huaqiang was in a complete panic. The debt crisis had pushed him to the brink of bankruptcy, and his most vital cultivation resources had been utterly cut off. The Liu descendants were also gripped by fear, harboring treacherous thoughts of fleeing their impending doom. Thinking of leaving. Do you truly believe you can escape the grasp of this sovereign? In the darkness, the blood abyss demon emperor residing within Liu Huaqiang revealed a sinister grin. He slowly circulated the great Freedom Demon Sutra, and in an instant his demonic will descended through bloodline connections into the sea of consciousness of every Liu descendant. A graceful young woman of the Liu clan was cultivating her technique, but her movements froze abruptly, the light in her eyes instantly extinguished. A Liu family high school student preparing for the martial arts examination collapsed stiffly to the ground, his soul yanked from his body. Men and women, old and young. Every Liu bloodline descendant who had cultivated the heart of heaven technique lost their souls at that moment, reduced to nothing more than walking corpses, hollow puppets. What a pity. The blood abyss demon emperor sighed. Had I been given one more year for them to perfect the my willful heart of heaven technique, my wounds would have recovered to at least 80% of my prime. Now I've only restored 60%. Who exactly is scheming against me? Damn it. Once again he performed a divination, and this time the heavenly secret was no longer shrouded in chaos. A name surfaced clearly in his mind. A descendant of the Liu clan. Liu Yuan. The blood abyss demon emperor was stunned. He had no idea why the calculation succeeded this time, but it shocked him deeply. A mere fourth-rank mortal warrior had the audacity to scheme against him, a demon emperor. What's more, this brat seemed to share ancestry with Liu Huaqiang. He also has a wife, 7 months pregnant. When he discerned the heavenly secret of that woman, the blood abyss demon emperor's pupils violently contracted. It's her, the holy maiden of boundless heaven, who hunted me down. Ha ha ha, excellent. I've finally found you. Who would have thought? The exalted holy maiden of boundless heaven, trapped by love, not only married a mortal, but got pregnant. If word of this spreads back to boundless heaven, that old fogey Su Jianan will lose all face. A golden opportunity. A truly golden opportunity. She's already severely wounded, and now she's weakened by pregnancy. If I can seize the chance to possess her body, I'll not only regain my full power, but also infiltrate boundless heaven and assassinate the celestial lord Su Jianan. A fervent gleam filled the blood abyss demon emperor's eyes. Liu Huaqiang's bankrupt body couldn't hold out much longer. He needed a new vessel. But the blood abyss demon emperor was cautious by nature. He calculated over and over, sensing something was off. This younger generation figure named Liu Yuan was clearly just a mortal. How on earth had he managed to impregnate a celestial being? That was the most glaring absurdity of all. This brat is far too formidable. Something is very wrong. Wait. Is he deliberately leaking this information to lure me into a trap, to bait me in? Hiss. Close call. Good thing I thought it over one step further. I'll wait a bit longer and see what that old celestial hiding in the shadows will do. Dragon Capital Purple Gold Palace Bedchamber. A white-haired elder with a childlike complexion slowly rose from atop a naked young woman. The woman had been beautiful, but now she was reduced to a desiccated corpse, her essence, spirit, and vitality utterly drained. He was the pillar of the nation guarding Blue Planet, the old celestial Peng Xian. Using the art of replenishing yin with yang, he cycled through a new cauldron every single day, and he had done so for 800 years. Sigh tasteless, yet a pity to discard. Peng Xian wiped the corner of his mouth, utterly bored. If only he could find a true female celestial to cultivate dual cultivation with. How glorious would that be? But he dared not ascend. Blue Planet's billions of people were an inexhaustible medicine field for him. Once he went to the celestial realm, who would he be? That celestial who appeared in Linen City 3 years ago still hasn't shown herself. She certainly knows how to bide her time. I wonder if it's male or female. Back then he had sensed that Su Qingxue and the blood abyss demon emperor had gravely wounded each other. He had sought them out, but discovered they each wore treasures that concealed heavenly fate, and so returned empty-handed. At that very moment Peng Xian felt a sudden surge of inspiration and performed a divination once again. It was as if an invisible hand had parted the mists, granting him a flash of insight, and he grasped a thread of heavenly fate. The celestial's whereabouts suddenly became clear. Hiss! What a stunningly beautiful female celestial. In the image the woman possessed a face of peerless beauty, who every smile and frown exuded soul-stealing charm. Pure yet seductive, combining a maiden's innocence with a wife's alluring grace. This old man loves it. If I could make her my cauldron, I would surely shatter my shackles and advance even further. Peng Xian was electrified, trembling with excitement. But upon closer inspection, he discovered she already had a husband. Liu Yuan, a clerk at the Immigration Bureau. So it was you who snatched her away 3 years ago. Boy, you've enjoyed the female celestial for 3 years. You've had your fill. It's this old man's turn now. But the next second his expression froze. Wait. The female celestial is pregnant. How is that possible? There is an insurmountable reproductive barrier between celestials and mortals. Peng Xian was utterly shocked. He had taken a new female cauldron every day, slept for 800 years, cycling through nearly 300,000 women, and none had ever become pregnant. How had Liu Yuan managed it? A wild, absurd thought even crossed Peng Xian's mind. He wanted to ask this Liu Yuan fellow for advice on the art of the bedchamber. How could one effectively break through the reproductive barrier between celestials and mortals? At dawn, after breakfast, Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue walked hand in hand, ready to go out to buy groceries. Though she was 7 months pregnant, staying cooped up indoors was hardly good for her. Going out for a walk would do the baby good. Having just risen, Liu Yuan's younger sister-in-law Su Yuma came into the house barefaced, looking for a free meal. There's leftover rice in the pot. Heat it up yourself. Su Qingxue left that instruction. Su Yuma obediently nodded, turned around, and headed into the bathroom first. She was no celestial, but an 8th-stage grandmaster. After gorging on delicacies and milk tea every day, she naturally needed to relieve herself. After taking care of that call of nature, she licked her somewhat parched lips, feeling a little thirsty. Her gaze swept around and fell upon the delicate pink cup on the washstand. It was filled with water and emanated a strange, refreshing fragrance. My God, this cup is a 9th-grade spirit artifact. She could see the secret at a glance. It brims with vast vitality, can purify water, and keeps it from decaying for 10,000 years. She picked up the cup and glug after glug poured the entire contents into her stomach in one go. Burp so good. Even in Wuliang heaven, I've never drunk celestial dew that tastes like this. Su Yuma's delicate body quivered in pleasure, feeling a surging vitality fill her limbs and bones, as if she heard the endless echo of life. At the entrance of the vegetable market. Honey, I'll go buy groceries. You buy me a cup of milk tea. Su Qingxue suddenly felt a craving. Add extra ice. Can our daughter withstand that cold? Liu Yuan glanced back at her belly. Not a problem. Su Qingxue patted her chest. Your daughter's body is a little stove. There was truth to that. At night, when Liu Yuan held his wife, he could feel the scorching heat of her body, heat emanating from their unborn daughter. This child was extraordinary, unusual, even in the womb. Liu Yuan walked to the milk tea shop, queued to order. At the moment he was paying the young female cashier's eyes suddenly froze, becoming hollow and vacant. In a corner nobody noticed her hands deftly poured a small packet of colorless, odorless powder into the milk tea cup, then quickly sealed it. When she regained her wits, she had completely forgotten what had just happened, as if she'd only briefly lost focus. Liu Yuan took the milk tea and rejoined his wife, who had bought the groceries. He handed the milk tea over. Just then Su Yuma caught up and spotted the cup in Su Qingxue's hand at once. Brother-in-law, I want milk tea too. Liu Yuan gave her a blank look. Buy your own. Geez, smelling it suddenly killed my appetite. Su Qingxue wrinkled her nose and casually shoved the cup to her sister. Here, have this one. Don't waste it. In the whole Su family, she was the one who spoiled her sister the most. Thanks, sis. You're the best. Su Yuma took the milk tea and said, I'll queue up and buy you 2 more cups. Then, thoroughly satisfied, she inserted the straw and took a huge gulp. Less than 2 minutes after finishing it, she let out a cry of surprise. Her face paled as she clamped her legs together and dashed to the mall restroom. On her trousers, a glaring streak of red quickly spread. It looked as though her period had come. Su Qingxue felt something was wrong. She remembered very clearly that her sister's period wasn't due today. Maybe she's not used to the environment or ate something bad. She put the thought aside for now. While shopping in the mall, Liu Yuan ran into his colleague Yi Qiuhong. Seeing Su Qingxue's big belly, Yi Qiuhong's eyes nearly popped out. Sister-in-law Yi Yu. You're pregnant. Liu Yuan. You're something else. You actually hid such an important matter from me all along. Don't you want my gift money anymore? A sly golden glint flashed in Su Qingxue's eyes. Want it? Of course I want it, she said with a smile. Over the past 3 years, Liu Yuan had given out plenty of gift money at work. This time, they had to get it back with interest. Liu Yuan put his arm around his wife and said to Yi Qiuhong, don't worry. When the baby's 1-month celebration comes, I'll make sure to notify every single person in the Immigration Bureau, from top to bottom, every department, every employee. After chatting for a while, they parted. Elder Mo inside, Yi Qiuhong suddenly spoke up. Strange. Why do I sense a somewhat familiar aura on Liu Yuan's wife? Yi Qiuhong retorted inwardly, you're being too sensitive. Classic NSDP after effect. Elder MO maybe. Returning home that night, Su Yuma was lying in bed hugging her stomach and moaning as she rolled around. Sis. My stomach hurts so much. I've never had cramps during my period before. What's going on this time? Boo-hoo. I'll never drink iced milk tea again. Seeing Liu Yuan enter, she reached out a hand pitifully. Brother-in-law. Could you rub it for me? I'll go fetch a doctor. Liu Yuan turned and left. Su Qingxue's expression also became grave. Something was wrong. Her sister was at least an 8th-stage grandmaster. How could she get menstrual cramps? Soon Liu Yuan brought Sun Bingxin over. Old Lady Sun first carefully felt Su Qingxue's pulse, and only after confirming the fetus was steady did she heave a sigh of relief. Then she sat on the edge of Su Yuma's bed, her fingers resting on the girl's wrist. Moments later her face changed drastically. Yuma, this isn't menstruation. She asked in a grave tone, did you take an abortion pill today? What, eh? Su Yuma was so shocked that she sat up straight in bed. How could I eat something like that? I'm still an untouched girl. Think back carefully. Did you eat anything out of the ordinary today? Sun Bingxin pressed. In the morning, I ate the leftover rice my sister left. Su Qingxue shook her head. That's fine, I ate it too. Then, I drank water from the cup. What cup? The pink cup you and brother-in-law keep in the bathroom. Liu Yuan grabbed his sister-in-law's ear. Don't ever drink from that cup again. Su Yuma said aggrievedly. Isn't a cup meant for drinking water? Brother-in-law, you're so strange. Sun Bingxin shook her head. The water in that cup is full of vitality, so it definitely can't cause an abortion. Then, the last thing was that iced milk tea. Su Yuma pointed at the half cup of milk tea still on the table. That one. Sun Bingxin immediately went over, picked it up, dipped her fingertip in it, and put it to the tip of her tongue. The next second her face changed drastically. That's it. There's an extremely violent and vicious abortifacient in it. She snapped her head around, staring at Su Qingxue in horror. Qingxue. Someone wants to harm the child in your womb. Then she looked at the baffled Su Yuma. Yuma, it was you who warded off a tremendous disaster for your sister. Wah. Su Yuma started crying at the delayed realization. The people of this world are so cruel. I want to go home. Sun Bingxin consoled her. Don't worry. A few days of rest, and you'll recover. But Qingxue, you should go out less, and everything you eat or drink must be strictly inspected. Su Qingxue gave a slight nod, cold light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Who was trying to harm her? An ancient celestial? The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor? Or someone else? Liu Yuan wasn't too worried though. His skill, a way out of despair, guaranteed survival. Sun Bingxin walked out of the room, her face grim, and gathered all the retired old-timers in the courtyard. Qingxue almost took an abortifacient today. I've tested it. The drug is called celestial abortion. What a... The chess piece in Li Piaron's hand hit the board with a snap. This is a ferocious drug specially used to terminate a celestial's pregnancy. Such a thing simply doesn't exist in our world. Zhang Qingxian counted on his fingers in shock. So that girl Qingxue really is a celestial. She hit it well. Qian Jiugong clicked his tongue in wonder. It's Xiao Yuan's heaven-defying luck to pick up a celestial wife from a trash heap, and even make her pregnant. What a remarkable blessing. Second Master Qin stroked his chin, suddenly thinking of a serious issue. Wait, if Qingxue is a celestial, she must be at least 1,000 years old. In terms of seniority, wouldn't she be of the same generation as our ancestors? Wang Xinghua, who had remained silent, adjusted his reading glasses, and said calmly, we'll go by our own respective terms. She calls us grandpa, and we call her old ancestor. If Qingxue is a celestial being, how did Xiao Yuan manage to get her pregnant? Second Master Qin asked, puzzled. The old celestial being spent 800 years without bridging the reproductive isolation to sire a child, yet Xiao Yuan did it in just 3 years. Qian Jiugong stroked his long beard. What else could it be? Naturally it was because of the feng shui grand formation I laid down. Zhang Qingxian shook his head. Clearly it was my talisman that worked its divine effect. Sun Bingxin sneered. Without my fertility pill and heaven-mending pill, all your efforts would have been futile. Stop boasting, all of you. Li Piaron laughed. At best we were just a cheerleading squad. Xiao Yuan himself deserves the credit. Chen Mo, a retired Chinese language teacher, praised, sowing seeds on barren land, yet they still took root, sprouted, blossomed, and bore fruit. Yuaner is a man destined for greatness. As the discussion went on, the expressions of everyone gradually turned solemn. We old bones have endured humiliation to stay alive, so we must ensure Xiao Yuan's child is born safely. Meanwhile, a look of shock appeared on Yun Miao's face. She activated her heaven-seizing divination art, and calculated over and over again. Strange. How did that accursed seed in Qingxue's belly manage to dodge the miscarriage tribulation I laid down? Who is secretly protecting it? Could it be the will of heaven in this world? Impossible. I've already obscured the heavenly secrets with my secret art, and the Tao of this world is within my calculations. There's no way it could have detected anything. Yun Miao's gaze turned unfathomably deep. It seems this accursed child. No, this child is blessed with heaven-defying luck. After a moment of deliberation, she decided to go with the flow. In that case, let Qingxue give birth to it. If I personally nurture it, it is bound to achieve great things. What matters most now is making Qingxue see the true face of that wretched man by her side. Her so-called love and marriage are nothing more than illusory bubbles wrapped in sweet words bursting at the slightest touch. Men simply cannot be relied upon. A cold mocking arc curled at the corner of Yun Miao's lips. Liu Yuan wants you cheat and Qingxue is completely disillusioned with you. She should willingly return to boundless heaven with me. At dinnertime, Qingxue simply sat quietly watching her husband and younger sister eat without touching a single bite of food herself. Honey, why aren't you eating anything? Liu Yuan placed a piece of meat into her bowl. I've decided to go on a hunger strike. Qingxue declared with unwavering resolve. From now until I give birth, I won't drink a single drop of water or eat a single grain of rice. I won't even take another breath of air. This way she could guarantee with absolute certainty that she would never again accidentally consume any abortion-inducing medicine. Won't this starve our daughter? Liu Yuan glanced at his wife's belly. No, it won't. The nutrients in my body are more than enough to nurture our daughter until she is born safely. Su Yuma, who was sitting nearby, snatched away the piece of meat. Sis, if you're not eating, I will. Liu Yuan shot her a sidelong glance. Aren't you afraid the food might be drugged? Not at all. Su Yuma patted her chest confidently as she chewed. It's not like there's a baby in my belly. Sis, let me bear the suffering of the abortion for you. Don't talk while you're eating. You're getting spit in my bowl, Liu Yuan reminded her, then asked. Let me ask you something. Do you think the person who drugged the food could be your father? No way, Su Yuma shook her head. My father is an upright man. He may have a bad temper, but he would never secretly slip abortion medicine to my sister. He would just punch you brother-in-law straight into ashes right to your face. Su Yuma. Qingxue arched her willow brows and made a move to flick her sister's forehead. Su Yuma, terrified, grabbed her rice bowl and ducked behind Liu Yuan in a flash. Brother-in-law, save me. Qingxue said helplessly to Liu Yuan. What Yuma said is right about one thing. Father would never drug me. I suspect it was Blood Abyss Demon Emperor or that old celestial being. Liu Yuan shook his head, however. But neither of them has any reason to give you abortion medicine. While you're pregnant, your strength is greatly reduced, and especially by the time you're about to give birth, you'll be even weaker. Isn't that exactly what they'd want to see? If I were them, I'd launch an attack on you when you're at your most vulnerable during childbirth, snatch the child away, and use it to force you into obedient submission. Brother-in-law, you're so bad. This kind of reminds me of a little movie I watched recently. Su Yuma hid behind him, grinning mischievously. Madam, you wouldn't want. Qingxue trembled, slightly frightened by the scene Liu Yuan had painted. Her face paled a little. Honey, you're right. But then who on earth could want me to abort this child? My guess is that this person comes from boundless heaven, Liu Yuan said with certainty. He doesn't want your father to know you're pregnant. As for exactly who, I can't say for sure. Qingxue tilted her head and began to think seriously. Could it be my master? Or maybe my brother? Or possibly my aunt. Perhaps my uncle. Honey, you've really got a lot of relatives. Liu Yuan shook his head. That's hard to guess. But from the look in Qingxue's eyes, he read the answer. The first one. As for why his wife had deliberately listed a few extra names as a smokescreen, it was probably because her master's reach was vast, and she might be watching them at this very moment. Su Yuma poked her head out from behind him. Brother-in-law, now you see what kind of existence you've provoked, right? My sister is the good little girl in the eyes of the elders, and to protect their pride, they're capable of doing anything. After dinner, Qingxue dragged Liu Yuan into the bathroom to take a shower. If her master really was watching her, then let her watch her fill. Although it was a bit embarrassing with time, perhaps her master would come to accept her marriage to Liu Yuan. The next day, Liu Yuan went to his workplace to check whether there had been any recent illegal border crossing incidents. Section Chief Liu, you're here. Deputy Section Chief Lin Weiwei immediately came up to greet him. She had already given birth and regained her former curvaceous figure. She could have continued her maternity leave for another 2 months, but she was eager to return to the section chief's side and serve him, so she rushed back to her post as soon as her confinement period ended. Little did she expect that when she came back, Section Chief Liu Yuan had taken an extended leave of absence. Good grief. With the boss absent, wasn't her coming back to work completely pointless? Lin Weiwei was deeply regretful and grieved for her wasted leave. Unexpectedly today, Liu Yuan actually showed up at work. Isn't your maternity leave not over yet? Why didn't you take more time to rest? Liu Yuan was a bit puzzled. Who has leave and doesn't take it voluntarily, choosing to be so competitive? Well, it's all to serve the people. Lin Weiwei gave a charming smile. Good. Your sense of dedication is impressive. Boundless prospects ahead. Liu Yuan patted her on the shoulder. Since that's the case, I'll leave all my work to you. My wife is about to give birth, so I need to stay home and look after her. Since you're so capable, then do more. The capable always work harder. Oh, all right, Section Chief. I definitely won't let you down. Lin Weiwei froze for a moment. Inside, she was on the verge of tears, yet her face revealed a delighted expression. What? Your wife is about to give birth. Congratulations, Section Chief. Immediately a wave of congratulations rang out across the office. After Liu Yuan walked into his office, Lin Weiwei brought over some freshly brewed hot tea. She bent down to pour the tea from the pot into the teacup, and her fingers casually tugged at her collar, revealing a stretch of snow-white skin. Section Chief, how long has it been since you and your wife shared a bed? Her breath fragrant as orchid, she chatted while pouring the tea. Liu Yuan's face instantly turned cold. Is that any of your business? Section Chief, I'm just concerned about your health. Lin Weiwei's face showed panic, and she quickly apologized. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean anything by it. After pouring the tea, her elbow seemed to accidentally knock a pen off the desk. She then crouched down, curling beneath the office desk like a docile little kitten, and picked up the pen. Section chief. She raised her alluring face, her gaze burning brightly. Your belt seems to have come loose. Let me tighten it for you. Lin Weiwei reached out her hand and lightly licked her bright red lips. Smack. Liu Yuan slapped away her restless hand, his eyes ice cold. You didn't want to tighten my belt. You wanted to strip my pants off. A woman with no sense of boundaries. As punishment, you're working overtime tonight. He stood up and stormed out, slamming the door without looking back. Lin Weiwei shuddered all over and instantly snapped back to her senses. Her legs went weak and she slumped to the floor. What just came over me? I actually wanted to. In the office with the section chief. Although I do admire him quite a bit, I'm a married woman. She was overcome with lingering fear. She patted her chest and calmed herself down. Good thing it didn't succeed just now. Wait. The section chief told me to work overtime tonight. Could he be hinting at something? What sort of spring fever had Lin Weiwei caught today? Liu Yuan walked out of the office feeling that something was off. As his deputy, Lin Weiwei was usually the sharpest one around, skilled at reading people and knowing exactly what should and shouldn't be done. Why couldn't she control herself today? Could it be that after giving birth, her long period of abstinence had left her hormones out of balance? Liu Yuan stroked his chin and reached a conclusion. It seemed he was simply too outstanding. His charm was so great that even married women couldn't hold out. Just then his phone let out a soft ding and a message arrived. The sender's note read, Yu Tang. Liu Yuan's eyelid twitched. Wasn't she the class beauty from his high school days? She had been the secret crush of every boy in the school, the white moonlight in their hearts. Yu Tang, hi. Long time no see. I've come to Linen for work. Would you like to have dinner together tonight? There's something I want to tell you. Liu Yuan, if you have something to say, just say it on the phone. They had been out of touch for 5 years. Why did she suddenly pop up and ask him to dinner? Yu Tang, well, actually, I used to like you back in high school. Liu Yuan. Yu Tang, I don't want to leave any regrets in my life. Liu Yuan, maybe. We can start over. What the hell? The high school beauty had popped out of nowhere to confess to him. His romantic luck today was so strong it felt unnatural. When something defies common sense, there must be a demon behind it. A cold glint flashed in Liu Yuan's eyes as he replied, start over, my ass. Go cool off somewhere else. I'm already married. Shen Yu was silent for a moment, then sent a voice message, her voice tinged with grievance and provocation. It's fine. Tonight I'll wait for you at that quiet bar by the school gate. It's only dinner. Do you not even have the courage to see me? Liu Yuan definitely wasn't going to go. He kept feeling that it was a trap. Bro, who are you chatting with? Yi Qiuhong came over and hooked an arm around his neck. The high school beauty. Oh ho. Yi Qiuhong's eyes lit up. No wonder you made a special trip to the office. You're sneaking around behind your wife's back. You're overthinking it. Who'd believe that? Yi Qiuhong winked and made faces. Unless you introduce her to me. No problem. Liu Yuan was very straightforward. I've sent her address and photo to your phone. You can go have dinner with her tonight. Yi Qiuhong was completely stunned. Wait bro, there's actually a deal like this. Are you serious? Then I'm really going tonight. Liu Yuan nodded. Good. Help me see what the hell this school beauty is up to. Maybe he could find some clues. Alright. Liu Yuan changed the subject. In the past few days, has the Immigration Bureau detected any S-class spatial stowaway incidents? I think there was one a few days ago, Yi Qiuhong recalled. But the signal was very faint, and it wasn't within Linen City's jurisdiction. The seismograph couldn't pinpoint an exact location. What do you want to take over the investigation? Just asking. I'll be home with my wife for the next few months. Liu Yuan shook his head. Now he was certain that someone from Wuliang Heaven had indeed come. It was probably Yun Miao, his wife's master. But after arriving, she still hadn't shown herself. She truly had patience. Hey, that school beauty you mentioned just now. Is she for real? You're not lying to me, are you? Yi Qiuhong was still a little uneasy. Liu Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Guaranteed. Just then the door to Director Mu Bai's office opened. Liu Yuan, come to my office. Inside the office, Mu Bai gestured for Liu Yuan to sit down, his expression stern. I need to tell you something top secret. Liu Yuan leaned back in his chair, resisting. Director, do I have to listen? Absolutely not. Mu Bai glared at him and blurted out, the old celestial will secretly visit Linen in 2 months. He'll very likely go to the old district for a goodwill visit. I remember you live in that area. Keep an eye on things for me during this time. That's all. Liu Yuan shrugged, pretending not to care. In his heart, he had already sentenced the old celestial to death. That old bastard was coming for his wife. He couldn't have come earlier or later. He had to arrange a visit right when my wife is about to give birth. His intentions deserve death. Mu Bai cast a deep glance at Liu Yuan and went on, I suspect another celestial is hiding in Linen's old district, but I don't know exactly who. I only know that being arrived 3 years ago. Maybe you can help me find out. In fact, he had already guessed with near certainty that this celestial was Liu Yuan's wife. It was an unfortunate coincidence that Liu Yuan's wife, Su Qingxue, was about to give birth. But Mu Bai didn't want to get involved in a conflict between celestials. That would be asking for death. He still wanted to live a few more years. The only thing he could do was pass this top secret information to Liu Yuan and do him a favor. After all, Liu Yuan's wife was a female celestial. Even though Liu Yuan was only a 4th realm martial elite, far weaker than Mu Bai as a grandmaster with the backing of a female celestial. A little pillow talk would give Liu Yuan enough influence to destroy the world. Liu Yuan also understood the subtext in Mu Bai's words. After spending so long in officialdom, he still had that much savvy. What Mu Bai had just said when decoded meant, I know your wife is a celestial. Now another celestial is coming to cause trouble. I can't handle this, so you'd better deal with it yourself. I'll look into it, Liu Yuan replied calmly. Then it settled. Mu Bai waved his hand signaling that Liu Yuan could leave. Watching Liu Yuan's retreating figure, Mu Bai sank into deep thought. Could his wife really be the celestial who had descended 3 years ago? But the most critical point was far too suspicious. Liu Yuan's wife was pregnant. How on earth had a mere mortal managed to get a celestial pregnant? This was the most unreasonable part. After all, mortals and celestials were fundamentally not the same species. This was closely related to the realms of martial cultivation. The first, second, and third realms were called warrior. Their cultivation method was mainly external refinement, using martial techniques to strengthen the skin, flesh, limbs, and chi blood. The fourth, fifth, and sixth realms were called martial elite. Their cultivation was mainly internal refinement, focusing on the internal organs and cerebrospinal fluid. The seventh, eighth, and ninth realms were called grandmaster. This was a return from the acquired to the innate, with cultivation taking place mainly at the cellular level. Every cell underwent a qualitative transformation, slowing the metabolism of life and granting longevity and enduring vitality. Mu Bai was an 8th realm grandmaster. He looked young, but he was actually already in his 60s or 70s. And the 10th realm was the celestial, at least as far as Mu Bai knew. A celestial's cultivation level involved molecular structures even more microscopic than cells, strictly speaking genes. A celestial's genes did not have a double helix structure. Between the two existed absolute reproductive isolation known as the celestial-mortal divide. Yet Liu Yuan, a mere 4th realm martial elite, had managed to cross that barrier. That was too absurd. More absurd than a sow climbing a tree. Maybe I really am overthinking it. Because of this, Mu Bai could not be 100% certain that Su Qingxue was a celestial. I hope it's just a coincidence. On his way home, Liu Yuan was still mulling over the matter of the old celestial. Passing by a supermarket, he went in to buy some daily necessities. Liu Yuan opened the refrigerated cabinet and reached for an ice-cold cola. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the bottle, another slender, fair-skinned hand reached over from the side. Their hands inadvertently brushed together in the cold mist of the cabinet. Liu Yuan instinctively pulled his hand back and turned to look. It was a girl in a simple dress, youthful and radiant. Her features were delicate, especially her eyes, so clear that they seemed almost empty. Oh, sorry. The girl smiled at him, revealing a pair of cute dimples. You go ahead and take it. I'll pass. Liu Yuan turned to pick out other items. That girl had been able to approach him silently. Her martial strength must be no less than his. Hey, handsome. The girl followed him, striking up a conversation. Haven't we met somewhere before? You look a little familiar. Here we go again. In the office, there was a married woman with a stirring heart. On his phone, a white moonlight school beauty had risen from the dead to confess. And even in the supermarket, a stunning beauty was hitting on him. Wasn't this blatantly a test of a cadre's resolve? Master, please take back your divine power. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? I'm not going to eat you. The girl laughed out loud, her voice as pleasant as wind chimes. My name is Liu Xiying. Care to get acquainted? Wait, she was also surnamed Liu. What relation is Liu Huaqiang to you? Liu Yuan's sharp gaze was like that of a criminal being interrogated. He's my grandfather. Liu Xiying's smile faded. She leaned close to Liu Yuan and mouthed softly, I can help you deal with the old celestial. What's the price? Liu Yuan asked. Make love with me. No. Liu Yuan shot Liu Xiying a glare, then turned to push the shopping cart toward the checkout. I haven't finished talking yet. Liu Xiying panicked, dashed after him in one step, and grabbed Liu Yuan's arm with her slender fingers. Oh, we're family. Both surnamed Liu, so don't be so standoffish. You haven't even asked me what it is you want me to do. Liu Yuan turned his head, leaned slightly closer to her ear, and asked in reply, family, and you're making demands of me. Liu Xiying was speechless. Her eyes bulged, and she froze on the spot. Damn, what you said actually makes a little sense. Then I won't make demands for now, Liu Xiying conceded. Before we defeat the old celestial, I hope your wife and my grandfather can temporarily cease hostilities. Show me your sincerity. Liu Yuan remained non-committal, placing the cart's contents on the checkout counter. Sincerity? Liu Yuan, I'm helping you, not begging you. Infuriated by his unyielding attitude, Liu Xiying set her hands on her hips and let out a cold, sharp shout. The young cashier scanned the last item and flashed a professional smile. Sir, that'll be 520. 5. How would you like to pay? Liu Yuan pointed at Liu Xiying behind him. She's with me. With that, he grabbed the 2 large bags and headed straight out. Liu Xiying was petrified on the spot. She watched Liu Yuan's carefree, receding figure, then looked at the bill on the counter and blurted out, wait, my family is already bankrupt. Liu Yuan paused mid-step, turned back, and flashed her a grin. Then there's no sincerity. You bastard. I can't even bring myself to eat instant noodles now. Liu Xiying cursed under her breath, reluctantly pulling a credit card from her pocket. All her spending was funded by debt. Who could understand the pain of taking out loans to train in martial arts? At the door, Liu Yuan made an okay sign at her and strode off with the bags. Lu Xing watched his back and licked her bright red lips. Once I take over your wife's body, you'll be the first one I devour. I really miss the taste of sashimi. Miss, the cashier said with a polite smile laced with apology. The limit on this card seems to be insufficient. Being broke is killing me. Lu Xing took a deep breath and a sweet smile instantly squeezed onto her face, revealing a pair of cute little dimples. Mrs. Your supermarket still hiring? I can work. Ever since the Liu family had gone bankrupt, every descendant of the Liu family had been reduced to a cold, hard-working machine, toiling away in every industry just to sustain that living ancestor Liu Huaqiang. Seeing that Lu Xing hadn't followed him, Liu Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. From her words, he could tell that she knew her grandfather Liu Huaqiang had already been possessed by the blood abyss demon emperor. The girl looked no older than a high school student. How was her psychological endurance so strong? Not only had she not broken down, but she had even dared to come and discuss cooperation with him. Perhaps her soul was no longer her own. She was just a marionette controlled by the blood abyss demon emperor. After all, the demon race excelled in tearing out souls and cultivating through flesh cauldrons. Liu Yuan's eyes sharpened. With the blood abyss demon emperor as an ally, their odds of defeating the old celestial would indeed grow considerably. Still, he had to keep his guard up. That old demon was no saint. When he got home, just as he stepped inside, "Wow, brother-in-law, you're back." Su Yuma dashed over like a little swallow and eagerly took the shopping bags from his hands. "You bought so many good things. Sister is on a hunger strike, so these must all be specially bought for me. Brother-in-law, you're so good to me." "Actually, no. A friend gave them to me." Liu Yuan shook his head. "But if you want to eat them, go ahead." "Thanks, brother-in-law." Su Yuma tore open a bag of crispy corn puffs, took a bite herself, then picked one up and held it to Liu Yuan's lips, blinking her big eyes. "Brother-in-law, try it." Liu Yuan smiled. "What's with you being so thoughtful today? You're up to something." Su Yuma puffed out her little chest. "Brother-in-law nonsense. I've always been good." A truly well-behaved girl would never keep the word well-behaved on her lips like a compliment. Liu Yuan couldn't be bothered to expose her and asked, "Where's your sister?" "She seems to have gone to the milk tea shop to investigate that abortion pill matter." Su Yuma smiled mysteriously. "Brother-in-law, stop thinking about sister. Come on, let me show you my cooking." As she spoke, she proudly brought out several dishes from the kitchen. They looked colorful, fragrant, and delicious. She even imitated Su Qingxue by placing a bite of food into Liu Yuan's bowl with her chopsticks. "Brother-in-law, try this sweet and sour pork." "How is it?" Liu Yuan glanced at it, his expression strange. "This? You ordered takeout, didn't you?" He casually flipped open the trash can beside him, and sure enough, several familiar takeout boxes lay quietly inside. Caught red-handed, Su Yuma poked out her tongue playfully. "Brother-in-law, I went through no small effort." Liu Yuan nodded. "True. After all, pouring takeout out of the containers really does take quite some effort." Su Yuma then brought over a mixed drink from the bar. "Then try this. This was brewed by my own hands, and all the ingredients come from Wuliangshan." That liquid shimmered with a rainbow-black sheen under the light. Liu Yuan cast a glance at it, unafraid that she might have drugged it. He would show her the true meaning of surviving a desperate situation. Liu Yuan took a mild sip. "Brother-in-law, savor it. Savor it carefully." Su Yuma leaned in. "How's the taste?" Liu Yuan forced a strained smile and braced himself to compliment it. "Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty. All 5 flavors are present with rich layers." Su Yuma's eyes instantly dimmed. "It seems I'm worse than sister in every way. There are things where you're stronger than your sister." Liu Yuan tried to comfort her. Su Yuma's eyes brightened. "Really, brother-in-law? Then tell me in what ways." Liu Yuan said, seriously looking at her. "You eat more than she does." Su Yuma. "Brother-in-law, that cuts deep." As if suffering a great grievance, she raised the rainbow-hued immortal brew and downed it all in one gulp. Soon a drunken blush crept up her pale cheeks. The liquor surged to her head. Whoa! She suddenly collapsed onto the table crying. Sister has a better figure, stronger cultivation, more family favor, and countless male celestials pursuing her. I'm no match for sister in anything. Even you, brother-in-law. Even you, a mere mortal, prefer sister. As she spoke, she suddenly lifted her head, and her gaze changed. Like an enraged tigress, she lunged with a hungry tiger's pounce, and pinned Liu Yuan straight onto the sofa. Never mind that she was a short-legged lowly, just barely over 1.5 meters tall. The strength of an 8th-rank grandmaster was nothing to joke about. A monstrous pressure instantly shrouded Liu Yuan. As a mere 4th-rank martial elite under this force, he could not move so much as a finger, much less utter a sound. This was the first time he had truly experienced the pressure of an 8th-rank grandmaster. His sister-in-law sat firmly astride his waist, her 2 small hands pressing down on his arms. "Brother-in-law." Su Yuma's eyes were hazy and her cheeks were flushed. She was clearly truly drunk. "Can you love me once? Just like the way you love sister?" On her delicate face, a crystal tear slipped from the corner of her eye, reflecting the twisted knot in Su Yuma's heart. Because her mother Yaguang had passed away when she was 7, and afterward her father doted overwhelmingly on her elder sister, Su Yuma's heart was left extremely starved of love. "Brother-in-law, you're glowing. I want it. Yuma wants it so badly. That's what sister gave Yuma. Give it back." Su Yuma's gaze grew even more deranged, and a sinister green light flickered in her pupils. The case was cracked. Looking at that green light, Liu Yuan finally understood. This sister-in-law wasn't secretly in love with him at all. She had gone mad because he had snatched away her sister. In the Su family, besides her mother Yao Wang, the one who had treated her best was her elder sister Su Qingxue. On the surface, she was jealous of Su Qingxue, but deep in her subconscious what she truly felt was jealousy toward her brother-in-law. Why could he marry her sister? Why could he be affectionate with her sister? Why was her sister pregnant with his child? All of her sister's love had transferred to him, this brother-in-law. Following her mother's death, Su Yuma had lost the sister who loved her most once again. She wanted to wrest her sister's love back from Liu Yuan. After all that, this sister-in-law turned out to be a yandere with a sister complex. The intoxicated Su Yuma was completely out of control. Bearing her sharp little canines, she lunged at Liu Yuan to bite him. That posture was like eating ice cream. Eating too fast for fear of not satisfying the craving, yet too slow when the mouth was too greedy. I suck. I suck. It's all you must. It's all you must. With green light blazing in her eyes, Su Yuma frantically gnawed on Liu Yuan like a ghoul that had been starving for 3 days. As if doing so would drain all the love her sister had hidden inside her brother-in-law. Just then, click, the door opened. Su Qingxue, heavily pregnant, walked in from outside, a gentle smile still hanging on her face. When she saw what was happening on the sofa, the smile on her face froze inch by inch. Her world collapsed. Her own sister was squirming on top of her husband. So satisfying. Yuma's had her fill. Su Yuma raised her flushed little face, wearing a thoroughly contented expression, then her body went limp, and she collapsed into a drunken puddle. She slumped over Liu Yuan like a soft, boneless kitten. With the 8th Realm Grandmaster's oppressive aura gone, Liu Yuan felt a weight lift from his body, and immediately regained his mobility. He pushed the younger sister-in-law lying on top of him, and sat up. As expected, one thing always conquers another. The moment Su Qingxue appeared, her younger sister came under bloodline suppression and collapsed drunk on the spot. Honey, are you alright? Su Qingxue closed the door behind her. A family's disgrace must not be aired outside. She slipped off her shoes and, not bothering to put on slippers, hurried over to the sofa on bare jade-white feet, anxiously checking Liu Yuan's condition. Apart from a face full of drool, the only mark on him was the conspicuous red hickey on his neck. Su Yuma, meanwhile, reeked of alcohol and had already drunk herself into oblivion. Honey, listen to me. It's not what you think. Liu Yuan was afraid Su Qingxue would misunderstand that he and her younger sister had crossed the line. Unexpectedly, Su Qingxue instead said with a look of guilt, Honey, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Yuma caused you trouble. She had never doubted Liu Yuan in the slightest. The reek of alcohol on her sister, combined with how her eyes had been gleaming green, just now told her exactly what had happened. After all, this was her own biological sister. The two had lived together in Wuliangshan for 19 years. Converted to Blue Star time, that was a full 6,000 years. She had long known her sister's habits. This little brat. Why does she turn into a completely different person when she gets drunk? Liu Yuan wiped his face with a tissue and said, and she seems to have an almost obsessive possessiveness over you. That is her second personality. Su Qingxue sat down beside Liu Yuan and lightly brushed his neck with her slender, delicate hand. The hickey vanished at once and his skin returned to normal. Split personality. Hearing this, Liu Yuan looked at Su Yuma with some sympathy. That's a serious psychological illness. Hasn't your family taken her for treatment? Well, Su Qingxue lowered her head, looking somewhat guilty. Liu Yuan reached out, gently held her chin, and made her doe-like, glistening eyes meet his. Honey, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Honey, my sister's problem isn't just a psychological illness. Su Qingxue's fingers nervously twisted the hem of her clothes as she finally confessed the truth. The bigger reason is a genetic hereditary disease. Genetic heredity. Liu Yuan repeated those 4 words, and the more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Honey, do you also have a split personality? This sentence seemed to touch Su Qingxue's sensitive spot. Her delicate body trembled, and she knelt down on the washboard. Honey, I'm sorry. I've been hiding this from you all along. I actually wanted to tell you a long time ago, but I was afraid you wouldn't accept it, so I never dared to say. She lowered her head and bit her lip, her neck turning red with shame. It looked exactly like a well-behaved girl who had done something wrong. Don't be like this. It's not good if our daughter sees you. Liu Yuan touched his wife's belly, 7 months pregnant, then scooped her up and set her in his lap. So what if it's a split personality? It's no big deal. It's not like I can't accept it. Liu Yuan pinched her cheek in puzzlement. But we've been living together for 3 years and 7 months, and I've never noticed anything wrong with your personality. My wife is clearly gentle and considerate. She knows how to act cute and how to comfort people. She's the best wife in the world. Su Qingxue's face reddened at his praise. She smiled shyly, feeling as if even her weight had become lighter. Honey, because you are my medicine. Su Qingxue raised her head and looked at him with tender affection in her eyes, speaking softly. In these 3 years with you, I haven't had a single episode. That second personality never appeared, even once. I want to be with you like this forever. Don't leave me, okay? As she spoke, she leaned in to kiss him, and Liu Yuan responded tenderly. In his mind, he couldn't help recalling when the two of them had first met. He had brought the unconscious Su Qingxue back home to save her, and from the moment she woke up, she had always had this good girl personality tinged with a bit of airheadness and people-pleasing tendencies. Liu Yuan hadn't actually pursued her deliberately at first. He simply gave her a place to live, bought her clothes and food, and took her out shopping and to the movies. As they spent time together, the two naturally fell into a relationship. Later, because the old retired folks in the courtyard compound urged them to get married every day, Liu Yuan went along with it and officially registered his marriage with Su Qingxue. The entire process had been incredibly smooth. Thinking back carefully, Liu Yuan truly found no evidence that his wife had a second personality. Perhaps his wife's condition wasn't as severe as her sister's, it must be an extremely mild type. But Liu Yuan gently pushed away his wife, who was kissing him passionately, and asked the question he cared about most. Honey, you said this is a hereditary disease. When our daughter is born, could she also have it? Su Qingxue's delicate brows knitted at once. She stroked her belly with a distressed expression and said, that is exactly what worries me most. Then we must love her very well in the future. Liu Yuan unbuttoned his wife's top, revealing her smooth, fair, slightly rounded belly, and kissed it several times with tender concern. Miraculously, the little life in her belly seemed to sense her father's love. It gave a happy kick as if responding. Liu Yuan stayed close to his wife's belly for a little longer, then raised his head and asked curiously, Honey, what exactly is your second personality like? Let me think. Su Qingxue tried to recall, but soon her body began to tremble involuntarily, and pain began to surface in her eyes. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Seeing that something was wrong, Liu Yuan stopped her at once. He felt there was no need to know. Loving the Su Qingxue in front of him now was enough. Honey, then I'll tell you when I remember. Su Qingxue didn't force herself to recall either. She was afraid that while she was perfectly fine now, recklessly forcing herself to think about it would actually trigger the illness. The next morning, Su Yuma woke up with a hangover. She pat her somewhat dizzy head, trying hard to recall what had happened yesterday. I think I took advantage of my brother-in-law while I was drunk. She automatically filled in the fragmented memories in her mind, turning them into a forbidden little movie. Looking down at herself, she saw that yesterday's clothes were gone, and she had been changed into a nightgown. At that moment, Liu Yuan, who was eating breakfast, and Su Qingxue, who was watching him eat with tender affection, heard the noise, and both turned to look at Su Yuma in unison. Brother-in-law, I will take responsibility for you. Su Yuma stood up from the sofa, walked over to the dining table, and wore an extremely responsible expression. Stay kneeling. Su Qingxue put down her chopsticks, and said calmly, Sis, I was wrong. Su Yuma instantly cowered and knelt on the cold floor with a thud. She watched Liu Yuan eat, and even secretly reached out behind her sister's back to tug at Liu Yuan's sleeve. The meaning was obvious. Brother-in-law, plead for me. Honey, won't kneeling as punishment hurt her self-esteem? Liu Yuan asked in a low voice. No, it won't. Su Qingxue explained, it is the Su family's domestic discipline. If you make a mistake, you kneel in the Wenxin Hall. Our home is already much more comfortable than the Wenxin Hall, as befits a great clan. Although Liu Yuan didn't quite approve of kneeling as punishment, he still expressed respect. Brother-in-law. Su Yuma didn't understand why her sister wasn't jealous, so she deliberately asked, will I get pregnant with your child? Of course, she really was a bit worried about that. Although her drunken memories from last night were very blurry, she somehow felt that the process must have been extremely steamy. No. Liu Yuan shook his head because this silly girl couldn't even tell which was which. With the way she had blindly nibbled all over him last night, she was a million miles away from getting pregnant. A complete mismatch. Brother-in-law, then what exactly did I do to you? Su Yuma became even more curious. In her mind, she had already imagined a title for a little movie. Older sister is not home. The drunken younger sister gets accidentally pregnant after a taboo affair with her handsome brother-in-law. Without a word, Liu Yuan opened his phone, tapped on a movie clip, and handed it to her. In the footage, a zombie was lying on top of a person gnawing at them. It was basically like this zombie. Su Yuma. Sis, I really know I was wrong. Having knelt for an entire day, Su Yuma was now clutching her elder sister Su Qingxue's leg, tears and snot streaming down her face, refusing to let go no matter what. What exactly were you wrong about? Su Qingxue looked down at her from above. I shouldn't have drunk, and I definitely shouldn't have tried to seduce my brother-in-law. Su Yuma raised her tear-streaked little face with the utmost sincerity. I swear I'll never dare to do it again. Then she immediately unleashed a torrent of flattery. Sis, you're the best, the most beautiful woman in all of Wuliangshan, kind-hearted, magnanimous, just like the moon in the sky, bright and gentle. You definitely can't bear to see me keep kneeling. Cut it out. Su Qingxue wasn't buying any of it. She pointed at Liu Yuan beside her. Go. Apologize to your brother-in-law. If he doesn't forgive you, then you keep kneeling right here. Su Yuma's face crumpled. She shuffled on her knees over to Liu Yuan and lashed onto his leg, looking up with a pitiful cry that could melt even steel. Brother-in-law. I know I was wrong. You're wise and heroic, extraordinary, and bearing with 8-pack abs broad enough to sail a ship. Surely you won't stoop to argue with a country girl like me. Brother-in-law, you're my enlightenment teacher, the lighthouse illuminating the path of my life. Liu Yuan got goosebumps from all the flattery. Such an overwhelming will to survive. All right, get up. Your sister's about to give birth. Crying and wailing is bad luck. Thanks, brother-in-law. Su Yuma instantly revived, springing up from the ground and flashing Liu Yuan a big heart sign. Brother-in-law, love you. Then she trotted happily back to Su Qingxue's side, crouched down, and said softly to the round belly, little niece, I'm your auntie. When you're born, auntie will take you to eat all the delicious food in the world. She pulled out her phone squeezed between her sister and brother-in-law and took a happy family photo. Then she posted it on her Moments with the caption, "A family of 4." However, her Moments feed was completely empty with not a single friend. That photo was only for herself to see. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Yun Miao sat cross-legged atop the clouds deducing the secrets of heaven. Every move within Linen City was clearly reflected in the void water mirror before her. Oh no! Yun Miao's expression turned solemn. This mortal who slept with my precious disciple Qingxue is actually truly in love with her. I stirred the threads of mortal karma, and within a single day, created 4 perfect opportunities for him to stray. The office lady, the high school crush, the wealthy heiress, the taboo temptation of the sister-in-law. Yet toward any woman other than Qingxue, he didn't feel the slightest hint of lust. Yun Miao carefully replayed and analyzed Liu Yuan's mental fluctuations during those 4 incidents. Her method of judgment didn't rely on surface-level physical contact, she went straight to the source, perceiving the deepest thoughts in a person's heart. Although in the final incident Su Yumo really did embrace Liu Yuan, Liu Yuan's heart remained as steady as an old dog. It was Su Yumo who had stirred with emotion instead. Yumo, you actually harbor feelings for your sister's man. Utterly unfilial. Even Yun Miao couldn't bear to watch. When she manipulated karma, she could only provide an opportunity, as she couldn't create something from nothing. This showed that deep in Su Yuma's heart there truly was some inexplicable affection for her brother-in-law. When I get back, I'll have your father discipline you properly. After all, Yun Miao wasn't Su Yuma's master and had no authority to discipline her. The urgent matter was still to make her precious disciple Su Qingxue willingly return home with her. I don't believe true love actually exists in this world. It's simply that the temptations aren't big enough or numerous enough yet. Liu Yuan, I want to see just how long you can hold out. Yun Miao still didn't want to give up. But her opinion of Liu Yuan had indeed improved considerably. She had even begun to approve of his name. Before she knew it, 3 months had passed. Su Qingxue had reached her 10th month of pregnancy, about to give birth at any moment, her belly as round as a balloon. She wore a loose silk maxi dress with a flowing hem, comfortable belly concealing, and utterly ethereal. Honey, leave it to me. Seeing her carrying a basket of clothes to wash, Liu Yuan hurried, overtook it from her, and put it into the washing machine. Although he had tried to take over all the housework these past days, Su Qingxue simply wouldn't let him. Honey, I really don't need any special care. She waddled with that enormous belly, not only briskly, but even walked to the sofa, faced the open space, and casually, effortlessly, did a full front split. Liu Yuan, don't mess around, sweetheart. It's fine, I'm teaching our daughter martial arts. Su Qingxue explained. As a mother, she could clearly sense her daughter's condition inside her womb every single second. With her movement, her daughter simultaneously did a split in the amniotic fluid. Honey, our daughter loves practicing martial arts. Su Qingxue's voice was full of pride. She's already learned the Su family's body-forging art, myriad phenomena, domain suppression. Really? Liu Yuan leaned in astonishment and touched his wife's belly. Our daughter's that impressive. She's already starting to grind inside the womb. Not only that, every time old Master Chun in the courtyard plays the zither, she quietly sits in meditation and listens. As she spoke, Su Qingxue smoothly transitioned from the split position into a one-handed handstand. And she balanced solely on the tip of her index finger, rock steady, without the slightest tremor. Liu Yuan's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. His wife really was a celestial being. Her physique was terrifyingly formidable. Honey, about how much longer until the baby arrives? He quickly asked. Should be within the next few days. You're really not going to the hospital? Liu Yuan still felt uneasy. Su Qingxue said nonchalantly, no. Giving birth is no big deal, why would I go to a hospital? I want to give birth standing right here at home. It shouldn't be too hard. Liu Yuan, shouldn't. You're way too fearless. Seeing his worry, Su Qingxue comforted him. Don't worry, we still have Granny's son to help. If I really can't deliver, I'll ask her for advice. In the end, Liu Yuan didn't force his wife to go to the hospital. After all, when had anyone ever seen a woman 9 months pregnant casually doing a one-finger handstand? If she went to the obstetrics ward, the doctors and nurses would all be terrified. And most importantly, the courtyard protected by those retired old masters was undoubtedly far safer than any hospital. The old celestial was probably about to make a move on Su Qingxue. Liu Yuan walked over to his wife, looking at her huge belly. He gently touched it with concern and said softly, sweetheart, you have to be born smoothly and not give your mother a hard time. The smooth belly shifted slightly as if her daughter was nodding in agreement. Sweetheart, learn this technique from your mother. Pointing the way. Maintaining her handstand, Su Qingxue began to impart the martial art, and the little one inside her belly started changing positions along with her. Then suddenly, Su Qingxue could see inward and clearly observe her daughter's every movement. She said with some puzzlement, honey, our daughter might be someone with a terrible sense of direction. Why do you say that? Liu Yuan asked, confused. Because she can't tell up from down, left from right, Su Qingxue explained. When she does a handstand, her fingers are pointing not toward the center of the earth, but toward the sky. The sky. Liu Yuan instinctively glanced at his wife's dress, which didn't sag downward with gravity. His mind turned, and he suddenly said, sweetheart, from our daughter's perspective, it seems she's not wrong. The direction she's pointing has always been the one and only exit. Su Qingxue suddenly froze, sensing something unusual. Honey, our daughter seems to be poking at my amniotic sac. Is she trying to come out now? Liu Yuan's heart tightened. He quickly helped Su Qingxue sit down on the sofa, then carefully lifted her skirt. He let out a long breath. The amniotic fluid hasn't broken yet. Our daughter's fingers are poking at the fetal membrane, enclosing the amniotic fluid. Su Qingxue closed her eyes, carefully sensing the condition inside her body, then opened her eyes and looked at her husband. The fetal membrane is quite tough, but she can't break through it for now. Honey, should we help her? Although Su Qingxue spoke as if it were no big deal now that the moment of childbirth had truly arrived, she couldn't help feeling nervous, her delicate body trembling slightly of its own accord. After all, this was her first time giving birth. Liu Yuan stretched out his arms, pulled her tightly into his embrace, and gently soothed her to calm down. In a soft voice, he said, "Don't worry. Let our daughter try on her own first. Don't break the amniotic membrane for her yet. Don't try to hasten her growth by pulling up the sprouts. Okay." Su Qingxue nodded obediently, rubbing her head against Liu Yuan's broad chest, and said with a hint of pride, "This is the strongest gene you painstakingly cultivated for 3 full years, honey. Our daughter will surely pass this first trial on her own." Just then the evening news was playing on the living room television. Breaking news. The well-known enterprise Huaqiang Group in Linen City, burdened with debts of 1.8 trillion yuan, went bankrupt and was subjected to court enforcement. Liu Huaqiang, chairman of the group, was formally arrested for being unable to repay the massive debts. During the arrest, Liu Huaqiang violently resisted arrest with his Grandmaster strength abilities. The 8 government departments, the Civil Affairs Bureau, Immigration Bureau, Education Bureau, Taxation Bureau, Market Supervision and Administration Bureau, Finance Bureau, Transportation Bureau, and Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, conducted a joint law enforcement operation and killed Liu Huaqiang together. All real estate projects under Huaqiang Group have been temporarily taken over by a special task force established by the government. Liu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Liu Huaqiang is dead. We didn't expect Director Mu Bai to actually pull it off. Su Qingxue caught the implication and looked at Liu Yuan. Honey, was it you who bankrupted the Liu family? You're so wicked. Liu Yuan chuckled. I only offered a small suggestion, but I really didn't expect the efficiency of the joint enforcement by 8 national departments to be so high. The entire process was so smooth that it defies common sense. I thought going through the procedures alone would take at least a year. Then someone must have been pulling strings behind the scenes, Su Qingxue said thoughtfully. Wow, my wife is getting smarter and smarter. Give me a kiss. But Su Qingxue pouted and said worriedly, I think the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor might still be alive. Liu Huaqiang was merely a body he possessed. I have to go search for him. I absolutely can't let him get away. With that, she made to rise. Don't go. Liu Yuan pressed her down. He'll come to us on his own. Su Qingxue was puzzled. Honey, how do you know? I guess Liu Yuan explained. You're about to give birth soon. That old demon lord definitely won't fail to come for you. As for the secret deal he had struck with Liu Xing, he didn't say a word about it, because the demon race was simply not to be trusted. Telling Su Qingxue now might instead make her drop her guard and fall into the demon's trap. Su Qingxue leaned against Liu Yuan's chest, her voice lowering. Honey, if the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor and that old Celestial really both come after us, I might not be able to protect you. Silly wife. Liu Yuan ruffled her hair, his tone turning utterly serious. You're still thinking about protecting me. The most important thing is yourself and our daughter. Listen to me carefully. Even if I am really captured by them, you must never agree to any of their demands. Do you hear me? Otherwise I'll kill myself on the spot. I forbid it. Panicked Su Qingxue quickly reached out a small hand to cover his mouth. Liu Yuan pulled her hand down and continued, I'm just telling you the worst case scenario. Also, if a fight really breaks out, attack that old Celestial first. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor was injured before, so he might not be as much of a threat. Okay, I was thinking the same. Su Qingxue nodded heavily. If we really can't win, Liu Yuan paused, his voice tinged with reluctance, then take our daughter and run back to Wuliang Heaven. No. Su Qingxue shook her head violently, her eyes slightly red. I won't run. Home is wherever you are. Liu Yuan held her tightly, touched her belly, and said solemnly, all right then, let's protect this home together. As soon as he finished speaking, a small 5-finger palm print clearly appeared on Su Qingxue's belly. Honey, look, Su Qingxue said in pleasant surprise. Our daughter wants to fight alongside us too. Liu Yuan's large hand pressed against his daughter's tiny hand through his wife's belly. 7 nights later, Liu Yuan was sleeping in the bedroom with his wife in his arms, his consciousness sinking into that pitch-dark, forbidden zone of life. After 10 months of transformation, this place was no longer a bone-littered battlefield. The mountain of corpses was covered with grass and flowers. The sea of blood had turned into warm monsoons and tides. The walls inscribed with oaths flowed with a brilliant river of stars. In the forbidden zone of life, a colossal female infant carved from white jade was performing a handstand with impeccable form. Her eyes were tightly shut. Her feet pressed against the vault of heaven, treading upon the river of stars. Her head pointed downward, slamming violently against the earth. Thump, thump, thump. On the earth, a barely visible crack had appeared. She seemed to feel that head-butting wasn't fast enough, so she extended 2 fingers into a sword finger gesture and aimed at the crack, trying to chisel open a larger gap. Her tiny mouth let out a babyish cry. Open up for me. If heaven and earth are a cage, I will hew open a bloody path. If the road ahead is rough, I'll smash it open with a single punch. I am the #1 celestial. Break. Rumble. With her final roar, heaven and earth split apart. The ground that she had struck countless times finally could bear no more and violently tore open into a bottomless chasm. Endless seawater surged in madly from all directions, as if the entire world were collapsing and being annihilated into that rift. On the big bed in the bedroom. Ugh. Su Qingxue, who was lying down suddenly, let out a muffled groan and sat up sharply in bed. A warm gush soaked through the bedsheet. Su Qingxue felt the abnormality in her lower abdomen and panicked for a moment. In the darkness, Liu Yuan also woke up instantly. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched his wife's thigh. It was all wet and slippery. Her water has broken. Su Qingxue grabbed Liu Yuan's hand, her voice filled with excitement and nervousness. Honey, this time the baby is really coming. The night flowed like water. Within the courtyard, veteran Wang Jinghua and martial arts grandmaster Qin Hanhan stood guard, resembling two divine door gods. Beneath the ancient locust tree, retired minister Li Piaran played Go against himself. Oldly, it's so late. Why are you still playing against yourself? It was retired old Chinese medicine physician Sun Bixin who spoke. She was checking the delivery tools and obstetric pills in her medical kit one final time by lamplight. Li Piaran picked up a black stone, placed it steadily on the board, and replied without looking up, I'm old now and sleep less. Moreover, girl Qingxue has been pregnant for 10 months. She could give birth any day now, so I must personally keep watch in this courtyard to feel at ease. Rest assured. Nearby, Qian Jiugong patted the floor tile beneath his foot with confidence. My upgraded national protection formation can hold its own even against a heavenly being. Zhang Qingxuan, a retired Taoist priest lost in a novel, suddenly let out an and looked up sharply at the night sky. Look at the heavens. Hearing this, everyone froze and looked up in unison. The next moment, all were dumbfounded into silence by what lay before their eyes. The magnificent Milky Way that spanned the sky, its flow unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, had begun to reverse. Countless stars converged into a surging torrent rushing upstream against the current. And at the far end of the inverted celestial river, infinite stardust and rosy radiance began to gather and spin, eventually coalescing into a colossal cradle. The cradle emitted a gentle glow as if nurturing the most precious treasure in all existence. The Milky Way has inverted. The phone slipped from Zhang Qingxuan's hand and hit the ground with a clatter. This golden core immortal's lips were trembling. This is the supreme omen recorded in ancient texts. It signifies the birth of a heavenly being, the descent of an imperial womb. It must be girl Qingxue going into labor. And at that very moment, the light in Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue's bedroom at the center of the courtyard flicked on. She's here. Sun Bixin reacted fastest. Her figure darted forward, already at the doorway, knocking urgently. Xiao Yuan. Qingxue. What's happening? The door creaked open and Liu Yuan poked his head out, his face brimming with barely contained joy and tension. Grandma Sun. Qingxue's water has broken. She's giving birth. Please come in quickly and teach her how to deliver. Sun Bixin glanced swiftly at the crowd in the courtyard, her eyes flashing with excitement, then flashed inside the room, without hesitation, and quickly shut the door behind her. The elderly folks in the courtyard instantly erupted. She's giving birth? It's finally happening. Old Zhao, get the crib ready. Pull yourselves together. Tonight nobody takes a single step into this courtyard. At the same time, at the Immigration Bureau headquarters, lights blazed brightly. They were working overtime, holding meetings in preparation for the inspection by the Heavenly Elder. Look at the starry sky. What is that? A young clerk suddenly pointed out the window and cried out. People in the office flooded to the windows, all rendered dumbstruck by the divine spectacle before them. The Milky Way in the sky was actually flowing backward. Wow, a celestial phenomenon. Make a wish quick. Hope my proposal gets approved on the first try. Yi Qiuhong was also pressing his palms together in prayer when suddenly the aged and solemn voice of old Mo echoed in his mind. Stop wishing. This isn't a wish pond. This is the birth of a heavenly being. A female heavenly being of extraordinarily noble bloodline is giving birth in your world. An earthquake of magnitude 8 shook Yi Qiuhong's heart. What? A heavenly being's childbirth can reverse the Milky Way. This is terrifying. Old Mo's voice carried a touch of awe. This child's bloodline is unnaturally powerful. To summon the star seed cradle omen marks it as a monstrous genius unlike any in 10,000 ages. Yi Qiuhong, holy crap. Such an extraordinary female heavenly being, and she came all the way here to give birth. Hiss. I really want to step up and take responsibility. Old Mo, that opportunity isn't yours. However, this old man senses something too coincidental. Yi Qiuhong, what's too coincidental? Old Mo, your good brother Liu Yuan. Isn't his wife also pregnant? Counting the dates, her due date should be within these next few days. Yi Qiuhong's heart skipped a beat. Hey, old Mo, why are you still fixated on my brother's wife? You don't suspect that Su Qingxue is that female heavenly being, do you? Old Mo, what if? Yi Qiuhong was completely stunned. No, that's impossible. Even though she was indeed a stowaway, and looks like a fairy if she were a heavenly being, how could she possibly set her sights on Liu Yuan, an ordinary mortal? Besides, aren't there reproductive barriers between mortals and heavenly beings? Old Emo said softly, perhaps. Qingxue is simply using Liu Yuan to conceal her identity. Your good brother has been played. Yi Qiuhong pondered carefully, and a dreadful notion emerged. Damn, are you saying? Qingxue was already pregnant when she arrived. My brother Liu Yuan is a sucker. Old Emo, highly possible. Yi Qiuhong couldn't sit still any longer. No, I have to go see for myself. At the other end of the office, Mu Bai also gazed at the cosmic phenomenon outside the window, his expression complicated. The birth of a heavenly being. Could it be Liu Yuan's wife? He desperately wanted the answer, but deep within his heart a voice was frantically warning him. Don't go. Don't ask. Knowing too much will get you killed faster. Linen Government Office. Inside the banquet hall, music played and glasses clinked. More than half the officials of Linen City attended this grand banquet to welcome the heavenly elder Peng Xian. The city lord was raising his wine cup, his face oozing sycophancy as he toasted, "May the heavenly elder live 10,000 years. Just then someone noticed the anomaly outside the window and let out a startled cry. The entire banquet hall erupted in commotion. The city lord stared at the scene of the inverted Milky Way, his wine cup clattering to the ground, as terror washed over his face. Does Linen City really have another female heavenly being? What a pregnant heavenly being is giving birth right now. Who is she? Who exactly is she? And how have we known nothing about this? The high-ranking officials of Linen were overcome with panic. From the seat of honor, heavenly elder Peng Xian's old eyes instantly blazed with greedy and ardent light. The birth of a heavenly being. Ha ha ha. The moment of childbirth is when that female heavenly being is at her weakest. This is the perfect opportunity to capture and subdue her. Once this old master grabs her, I'll make her bear my children. This old master will finally have an heir. Ha ha ha. Everyone. Peng Xian slowly rose to his feet, a pious expression spreading across his face. Continue your music and dancing. This female heavenly being slipped across illegally and violated the law. This old master will go now and teach her a lesson. Before his words had even faded, Peng Xian's figure had vanished from the spot, transforming into a streak of light straight toward Luan Old Street. Inside the banquet hall, everyone exchanged glances, all well aware of what the heavenly elder intended. Do you think the heavenly elder will succeed? I don't know. Should we follow and watch the spectacle? See the female heavenly being with our own eyes? I'm not going. What if that female heavenly being flies into a rage and swats us all dead with one slap? What? My sister is going into labor. Su Yuma, who had been lying in bed, was awakened by the commotion in the courtyard. Without even bothering to put on her shoes, she dashed barefoot into her sister's room. The sight before her instantly stunned her. Her sister Su Qingxue was kneeling on the bed, a large patch of the bedsheet beneath her already soaked. Meanwhile, her brother-in-law Liu Yuan was tightly holding her hand, continuously soothing her nerves with words. Qingxue, don't be afraid. Grandma Sun and I are here. Sun Bingxin, a gold medal midwife, was calmly directing from the side. Qingxue, giving birth while kneeling demands a lot of stamina. You could try lying down. It might be more comfortable. But Su Qingxue shook her head, her tone exceptionally resolute. It's fine, Grandma Sun. I have plenty of stamina. This position delivers faster. Inside, she was extremely anxious. The old celestial and the blood abyss demon emperor could appear at any moment. She had to give birth quickly. Sun Bingxin did not press the issue. She knew how terrifying a celestial physique could be. Let alone kneeling, even giving birth upside down would probably be no problem. She took out an archaic jade slip from her bosom and handed it over. Qingxue, there is a martial arts technique passed down among obstetrics practitioners called the mystic feminine breathing method. It can help with childbirth. Would you like to try it? Let me see it. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. She immediately took the jade slip, swept her spiritual sense through it, and instantly grasped the secret formula. Beside her, Su Yuma craned her little head and secretly followed along. It might come in handy someday, she thought silently to herself. Sis, Su Yuma leaned in and asked in a low voice. I heard giving birth is terribly painful. How are you feeling now? Su Qingxue adjusted her breathing according to the technique, fine beads of sweat seeping from her forehead, yet her expression was calm. Apart from a slight feeling of pressure, it doesn't hurt at all. Sun Bingxin inwardly marveled again, as expected of a celestial physique. This truly knows no limits. Liu Yuan, feeling distressed, took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his wife's forehead and encouraged softly, hang in there, honey. You're the best. An hour later. Phew. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, holding it until her small face flushed crimson, then leaned forward slightly and pushed. She caught her breath, looked at Liu Yuan, and said with a hint of joy in her voice, Honey, I can feel. Our daughter's head is almost out. Honey, hold on a little longer. Liu Yuan could do nothing except cheer her on from the side. Sun Bingxin was in the same situation. When a celestial gives birth, a midwife is simply unnecessary. At this most critical moment, Su Qingxue's movements suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned as sharp as knives, and every hair on her body stood on end. Not good. Danger. Two powerful, terrifying auras were rapidly closing in on the courtyard. It was them. The old celestial. The blood abyss demon emperor. I'll stop giving birth for now. She suddenly halted all her movements and ceased the circulation of the technique. Su Yuma was utterly bewildered. Wait. Sis, can giving birth even be paused? Liu Yuan grew anxious too. Qingxue, what's wrong? Has the pain started? Sun Bingxin quickly said, if it hurts, I have a pain-relieving pill here that can eliminate all pain. I'm not in pain. Su Qingxue shook her head, her gaze extremely grave. It's just that there's no time left. Liu Yuan instantly understood her meaning. The old celestial is coming. Sun Bingxin's expression changed, and she made an immediate decision. Xiao Yuan, take care of Qingxue. I'll go outside to check. Only Su Yuma was still utterly confused, but when she saw her sister's icy gaze, an inexplicable dread welled up from the depths of her heart, making her skin crawl. Honey, keep giving birth. Second Master Qin and the others are holding off outside. Liu Yuan urged. Darling, Su Qingxue's gaze fell upon Liu Yuan's face. Although Second Master Qin and the others are all at the ninth realm, they are certainly no match for the old celestial. I don't want them to sacrifice themselves for me, a woman of another race. They are supposed to protect this world, not me. You are my wife. They've long regarded you as family. Since they are family, I should never sacrifice them. Instead, it is I who will protect them. Besides, for you and our daughter, I must act. The moment the words left her mouth, she suddenly leapt off the bed and grabbed at the air with her right hand. Shing! A crimson blade was slowly drawn by her from the void. Then she aimed the sharp edge at her own heavily swollen belly. The hand rose, the blade fell. An afterimage flashed by with extreme speed. Blood splattered. Su Qingxue's fair belly was sliced open by her own hand with a shocking gash. She let out a muffled groan of pain, cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead, yet her gaze remained resolute. Su Yuma was dumbstruck. Liu Yuan also shuddered in shock. No way, honey, you're playing this hardcore. Giving yourself a cesarean section directly. He watched helplessly as a baby girl wrapped in amniotic fluid and bloody foam slowly floated out from the wound. He instinctively stepped forward and reached out with both hands to steadily catch his daughter. Su Qingxue made another precise cut, severing their daughter's umbilical cord. The next second, the wound on her belly healed at a visible speed, eventually returning to its original state, without leaving even a trace of a scar. Her skin remained smooth and fair, and her waist had regained its former slenderness. A celestial physique, terrifying to such an extent. Liu Yuan was shaken. Su Qingxue turned around and looked at the daughter in her husband's arms. The tiny baby girl with wrinkled skin like a little old lady had her eyes tightly shut and was restlessly kicking her little feet. In Su Qingxue's icy eyes, boundless motherly love and tenderness instantly welled up. She reached out and gently stroked her daughter's tender little face. My good daughter, she said softly, mother is going to kill a few bad people first, then she'll come back to hold you. With that, she turned around again. The gentle maternal love instantly faded, replaced by boundless killing intent from the abyssal hells. Her beautiful eyes were gradually overtaken by scarlet red. She exuded an icy, domineering aura. She was like a peerless god of slaughter stepping out of an ancient battlefield. Liu Yuan looked at his wife. Good heavens. Is this still my soft, delicate wife? She's gone and unlocked her damn killing mode, hasn't she? Brother-in-law, this is my sister's true face. Su Yuma, hiding behind Liu Yuan, shivered and explained in a low voice. She is the god of slaughter of Wuliang heaven. The souls that have died at her hands number at least 7 digits. You're underestimating it. Liu Yuan shook his head and replied calmly. He remembered the life-forbidden zone inside his wife's body where corpses and bones lay piled like mountains. 7 digits. Too narrow-minded. Su Qingxue did not look back. She walked toward the door step by step. With every step she took the killing intent within her soared higher. That silk dress, once ethereal with celestial grace, but now stained crimson with blood, stirred and rustled without any wind. She pushed open the door, and Su Qingxue stepped through the air with blood-red eyes charging out to kill. A few minutes earlier, Sun Bingxin walked out of the room with a grim face. The 7 retired elders in the courtyard immediately crowded around. How is it going? Has the baby been born yet? Qin Hanhan asked anxiously. Not yet. Sun Bingxin shook her head, her expression grave. The old celestial is coming. That girl Qingxue refuses to give birth. Damn that old celestial. Qin Hanhan slammed his fist on the stone table and roared. If anyone dares to step 1 foot into this courtyard today, I'll fight them to the death. Wang Jinghua brought out a sniper rifle, his gaze resolute. Hold the courtyard. We must let Qingxue give birth to the child safely. He's coming. Li Piaran, idly holding a go piece, suddenly looked up at the night sky. High above, a figure radiating faint golden light stood with hands clasped behind his back, overlooking the entire courtyard. It was the old celestial Peng Xian. His eyes were like lightning as he tried to pierce through the roof and see what was happening inside, only to find his divine sense blocked and flung back by an invisible barrier. Interesting. It seems this courtyard really is hiding a celestial. Peng Xian's gaze carried a hint of appraising amusement. What a pity I can't watch a female celestial giving birth. To make the river of stars hang in reverse. A bloodline like this is rare in 10,000 ages. If I can obtain the mother's body, cultivate together with her through dual cultivation, and even sire descendants, my power will climb another level. After deliberating for a few seconds, he addressed everyone in the courtyard with a resonant, heavenly voice. This place harbors a stowaway. I have come by law to seize the stowaway. Leave at once. If anyone dares to obstruct, that will be considered resisting arrest, and everyone will be wiped out. The voice reached every person's ears, clearly filled with unassailable authority. That said, he struck immediately. Peng Xian's body trembled, and mighty golden blood qi shot into the sky, condensing into 100 zhang-tall phantom of a wrathful Vajra. He slowly raised his hand, and the Vajra phantom raised its hand as well. A sky-obscuring golden giant palm descended with ruinous pressure, savagely slamming down toward the tiny courtyard. In the courtyard, several retired elders wore grim expressions. So this is the power of a celestial. The mere pressure from manifested blood qi already makes it hard for us to move. Mortals and celestials truly are not on the same level of life. They prepared to join forces and fight to the death. Just then, the delivery room door was pushed open. A figure in a white dress turned into a residual image and stepped into the air. The crimson long saber in her hand slashed toward the sky. Ryup. The golden giant palm was split cleanly in half by her single slash. Golden light scattered across the sky. That figure, her pupils crimson, raised the saber and charged at the old celestial. The elders in the courtyard were collectively petrified, their faces full of terror. So strong. Is that Qingxue? Why are her eyes red? Such killing intent. Just how many people has she killed? Peng Xian was stunned too. What a ferocious woman. Didn't the intelligence report say she was gentle and charming, a hopeless romantic? This is a she-devil who crawled straight out of hell. But when he saw Su Qingxue's stunning beauty, a strong desire to conquer surged in his heart. What a pure and docile good girl. The more contrast, the more thrilling. Peng Xian forced down the trembling in his heart, put on an expression of pity for the world, and spoke slowly with a trace of regret. I can see that your cultivation path has not been easy, and your bloodline is even more extraordinary. If you are willing to surrender, I may pardon you as I see fit, or even take you as a concubine, so that we can share the eternal path of martial immortality. His meaning was simple: give me a child, and all the cultivation resources in this world, including its 10 billion people, will be your bride price. Oily. Creepy. The ice-cold word seemed capable of freezing the soul. Peng Xian's face sank. In 800 years no one had ever dared speak to him like that. Creepy. The harm was minimal, but the insult was immense. Ungrateful wretch. Before he could flare up, Su Qingxue had already raised her saber and charged at him again. On the crimson blade's edge, there was no scorching heat at all. Instead, the icy killing intent made even Peng Xian, a veteran celestial, feel a jolt of terror in his heart. Something's wrong. Didn't she just give birth? Shouldn't she be in a weak period? How is she fiercer than I am? Peng Xian was certain Su Qingxue was forcing herself. He gave a cold snort, drew a circle with both hands in front of his chest, and a giant golden shield condensed from celestial laws appeared out of thin air, blocking before him. Indestructible Vajra, impervious to all spells. In the courtyard. We can't just stand idle. We have to go help. Qin Hanshan said urgently. We can't help. Qian Jiugong rolled his eyes. Can't you feel it? Just the celestial pressure emanating from Qingxue is already too much for us. Going up would only drag her down. Everyone fell silent. A strange question surfaced in their minds. That kid Xiao Yuan. How does he usually consummate the marriage with Qingxue? If that pressure hit him, wouldn't he go limp on the spot? Wait, that's not right. Sun Bingxin suddenly spotted the crucial point, pointing at Su Qingxue in the sky with utter shock. Where is Qingxue's big belly? A few minutes ago the baby still wasn't born. How did her belly go flat in the blink of an eye? She did not spare another thought and dashed into the delivery room. Inside, Liu Yuan was holding a baby girl as delicate as carved jade. The little one's eyes were tightly closed, her tiny fists clenched. Her skin like ice, her bones like jade. Pure, flawless, and untainted. The baby had already been born. So fast. Xiao Yuan, how did Qingxue give birth? Sun Bingxin asked. A C-section. A C-section, Liu Yuan replied. Hiss, what a hardcore woman. Sun Bingxin sucked in a cold breath, her eyes full of admiration. Poor Qingxue has suffered. Grandma Sun, look how cute this child is. Her nose, chin, and lips all look like my sister's. Su Yuma stepped forward and carefully pinched her little niece's cheek. When she grows up, she'll definitely be as beautiful as my sister. A beauty to topple cities and kingdoms. Liu Yuan looked at the tiny life in his arms, his heart filled with an unprecedented tenderness. He looked at Sun Bingxin and asked Grandma Sun why. Why isn't this child crying? Aren't newborns supposed to announce their arrival by crying? Children of ordinary families, when they first leave the womb and touch the murky air of this world, their bodies can't adapt, so they cry. Sun Bingxin spoke while she deftly wiped the amniotic fluid and bloodstains from the baby girl with warm water and a soft cotton cloth. But this child is different. She looked at the infant, eyes full of admiration. She was born with a perfect celestial physique. Don't be fooled by her size. Her ability to adapt to this world is 100 times stronger than yours or mine. Not crying means she can adapt to her surroundings quickly, and it also shows she was born wise. Just then, a terrifying force suddenly surged from the daughter in his arms back into Liu Yuan's body. This was the feedback of genetic evolution. This isn't an advancement in the martial realm. A message only he could see surfaced clearly in his mind. Congratulations on the birth of your beloved daughter. She was born a celestial and carries a great fortune. Identity, trait acquired parent. Rules. 1. You possess bloodline suppression over your children. 2. Within your family the parent is supreme. Your home address, courtyard residence on Linen Old Street coordinates will automatically update if you move. With the parent attribute, wouldn't I be invincible in this courtyard? Liu Yuan didn't feel any earth-shattering changes in his body, but he had a vague sense that he had formed an extraordinary connection with this courtyard and even every blade of grass and tree within it. He carefully took his daughter from Sun Bingxin's arms. The moment the little one's soft, tender body nestled against him, Liu Yuan's heart melted. Just then, wah! The daughter in his arms suddenly pouted her little mouth and let out a loud cry. She's crying. Little niece can cry. Su Yuma looked amazed. Sun Bingxin was puzzled. Wait, this child carries the bloodline of a heavenly being. Why would she cry, eh? From what I can see, she looks like she was scared into tears, she said. It must be because of those dangerous people outside, Su Yuma agreed. Nian Nian, don't be afraid. Daddy will take you to protect Mama. Liu Yuan strode toward the door, his daughter in his arms. Nian Nian was the childhood name he and Su Qingxue had chosen long ago, while her formal name was Liu Nian. Brother-in-law, don't go out. Su Yuma quickly blocked his path. It's dangerous outside. I'll protect both you and Nian Nian on behalf of my sister. I'll just peek from the doorway. Liu Yuan was confident in his wife's strength. Handling a heavenly being shouldn't be an issue. But what worried him was the blood abyss demon emperor lurking in the shadows. Stepping outside, the elderly residents of the courtyard immediately surrounded him, their eyes burning with anticipation as they fixed upon the child in Liu Yuan's arms. Is this the child Qingxue bore? It's a girl. Sun Bingxin announced with delight. What a lovely girl. She looks exactly like her mother. Zhang Qingxian exclaimed in admiration. Woo woo. Xiao Yuan and Qingxue finally have offspring. Old Liu has an heir. I can die with no regrets. Wang Jinghua, a hardened warrior, was moved to tears of joy. Can I touch her? Zhao Shengong extended his calloused hands toward the baby's delicate skin, but quickly withdrew them. No, my hands are too rough. I need to wash them first. Retired teacher Chen Mo adjusted his glasses. Xiao Yuan, have you named her yet? Nian Nian. Never forgetting. Retired minister Li Piaoran nodded, his gaze falling upon the infant with astonishment. Look at this child. Her skin is like jade, her bones pristine, divine light radiating from within, and her breath stirs vortexes of blood and qi. This is truly a heavenly being's physique. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Qin Eri couldn't contain himself, leaning close to Liu Yuan and whispering, Yuan, tell me honestly, this child is truly yours. They could confirm this was Su Qingxue's daughter, but it was hard to believe a mortal like Liu Yuan could produce such a prodigious offspring. What nonsense. Sun Bingxin nudged Qin Eri. Qingxue only became pregnant after marrying Liu Yuan. This child is undoubtedly of the Liu family, without a doubt. Liu Yuan nodded. Don't worry, second master, she's genuinely mine. The infant pouted her lips, licked her tongue, and began crying again. Nian Nian is hungry, she wants milk, Sun Bingxin immediately diagnosed. Su Yuma looked worried. But my sister is still fighting in the sky. Use this. For now. Zhao Shengong handed over a crystal-clear nursing bottle already filled with milk radiating rich vitality. This is beast milk, nutritious and safe to drink, Sun Bingxin explained. Qin Hanshan and Wang Jinghua nodded in agreement. It was beast milk they had harvested from the foreign battlefield's carefully selected organic milk sources. Liu Yuan took the bottle and placed the nipple in his daughter's mouth. She immediately stopped crying and began suckling contentedly. Seeing this, Zhao Shengong's wrinkled face broke into a wide smile. This alchemist had spent half a year working on it. Finally, it hadn't been in vain. Liu Yuan held the baby and looked up at the night sky. Two streaks of light, one golden, one white, were colliding fiercely. The golden light belonged to the heavenly being, but he was completely suppressed, only able to awkwardly block and defend. That white light, like ice from 10,000 years past, radiated bone-chilling ferocity and coldness. It was his wife, Su Qingxue. From within the white radiance, crimson blade after crimson blade slashed out, leaving the heavenly being utterly defenseless. This was Su Qingxue in her weakened state after giving birth. If she were at full strength, the heavenly being would have been cleaved in half long ago. Brother-in-law, my sister is amazing, right? Su Yuma pouted proudly, then muttered to herself in confusion, I really don't understand how brother-in-law has been able to withstand my sister's blood chi pressure during their intimate moments these past 3 years. By all rights, he should have fallen apart by now. Wife is awesome. Liu Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs toward the sky, cheering for Su Qingxue. In a hidden corner of the alley, Yi Qiuhong heard the familiar cry, his lips twitching with envy. All right. We know she's your wife, no need to show off. Yet he dared not even breathe loudly, only silently shedding tears of jealousy. Damn it. My bro's wife is a heavenly being. Yi Qiuhong recalled how he had once mocked Liu Yuan for never having seen a heavenly being. Who would have thought he'd not only seen one, touched one, slept with one, and now they have a child together. The real clown is me. You still have me, Old Mo's voice echoed. I am also a heavenly being. Yi Qiuhong responded. Old Mo, you're actually a woman, aren't you? Transform already. Get lost. Old Mo snapped angrily. When you reach the 10th realm of heavenly being, a female heavenly being will naturally become your companion. Work hard, young man. Yi Qiuhong watched the white-skirted goddess of slaughter in the sky swallowing hard. Su Qingxue is too powerful. Is this still the gentle housewife I knew? I'd better keep my distance. Wait, Old Mo's voice suddenly grew grave. This heavenly being's cultivation method. Why does it feel familiar? Yi Qiuhong, do you know it? Old Mo's voice carried a hint of hatred. I remember now. This technique is called the Path of Forgetting. She is Yuan Miao's disciple and the daughter born to Su Jiannan, the lord of Wuliang Heaven and Yao Guang. Yi Qiuhong was shocked internally. Su Jiannan. Isn't he your enemy, Old Mo? He quickly covered his mouth. Old Mo said coldly. Find an opportunity and kill Su Qingxue. Yi Qiuhong was about to cry. Are you out of your mind? I'm nobody now, you want me to kill a heavenly being. Old Mo, I was just speaking in anger, did you take it seriously? Observe first. I sense a familiar presence. Yi Qiuhong, the blood abyss demon emperor. Old Mo grew somewhat excited. Know that aura? It seems to be the supreme Brahma heavenly lord, the former number one among heavenly beings. Could she have returned? Right after Liu Yuan's shout, Su Qingxue in the sky suddenly turned her head, those crimson pupils gazing coldly at Liu Yuan without an ounce of emotion, as if she didn't know him at all. What was that look from your sister? Liu Yuan asked Su Yuma in confusion. Su Yuma explained, the main cultivation technique my sister practices is the Path of Forgetting. During cultivation and combat, she enters a transcendent state beyond worldly attachments called the supreme emotionlessness. Simply put, this is her top performance mode. That's why she's revered as the saintess in Wuliang Heaven. Liu Yuan frowned. The Path of Forgetting. He recalled his wife mentioning that the Su family had a hereditary condition. This must be her alternate personality. How dare you? You dare to lose focus while opposing me. Seeing this, the heavenly being Peng Xian thought he had found an opening. With a vicious grin, he directly summoned a golden bowl inscribed with ancient runes. The golden bowl expanded rapidly with the wind, instantly growing to the size of a mountain peak. Its mouth emitted a terrifying suction force attempting to draw Liu Yuan and the child below into it. Su Qingxue slowly turned her head, those crimson eyes coldly glaring at the heavenly being. That gaze was as if she were looking at a dead man. Peng Xian felt his scalp tingle under her piercing stare and panicked internally. This furious woman's gaze can kill. He tried to retract the golden bowl, but it was too late. Su Qingxue's killing intent surged dramatically. With a single glance, a crimson blade of energy slashed across the entire sky. Crack! Peng Xian's indestructible body was torn apart by the blade. Energy split in two. Along with the entire Linen City beneath him, a span of 1,000 miles was cleaved in half by that single strike. Rumble. It was as if the earth dragon beneath the city had turned over. The entire city of Linen was thrown into violent tremors. What the hell? Is it an earthquake? In the penthouse suite of a skyscraper in the southern part of the city, a pair of lovers who had been doing exercise by the floor-to-ceiling window were startled by the sudden tremor. The man instinctively looked down, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Below, the brilliantly lit avenue that ran through the city from north to south had split open at its midpoint, revealing a pitch-black abyss of unfathomable depth. The fissure spread east and west. The entire city of Linen was being forcibly torn in two. The man went limp in an instant, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor. The woman let out an ear-splitting shriek. Panic spread throughout the city. Countless people were startled awake from their sleep and witnessed the apocalyptic scene with their own eyes. At the banquet hall of the government office, which stood on Linen City's central axis, one moment, it was all song and dance. The next, the earth convulsed violently. Several martial arts grandmasters present did not even have time to react. Before their eyes, the floor, the tables and chairs, and even the entire building were split cleanly in two by a cut as smooth as a mirror. Thud! All the officials were scared witless. Some went weak in the knees and fell to the ground, others felt a sudden warmth in their crotches and were literally scared into incontinence. Such power. This is the work of a celestial. A celestial has acted. Celestial, spare us. They kowtowed toward the sky, one thought in their minds: it's over. The old celestial is finished. At that moment, above the courtyard residence, what is happening? The old celestial Peng Xian's body was split cleanly in half, and golden celestial blood poured down like rain. The two halves of his brain were still thinking independently, while his two eyeballs focused on Su Qingxue, filled with utter disbelief. Hadn't she been severely injured 3 years ago? Hadn't she just given birth and was at her weakest moment? And she killed me with a single slash? How the hell does that make any sense? A terrifying shockwave erupted, and the gale it created set the old locust tree in the courtyard rustling loudly. The retired elders present watched the old celestial split in two in the sky, and collectively turned to stone. Linen City was split open by that girl Qingxue. My goodness, if Qingxue is this fierce right after giving birth, could she normally split this entire planet with one slash? Liu Yuan adjusted his daughter's pacifier, thinking it a pity that she hadn't opened her eyes yet, and couldn't see her mother's glorious bearing. Still, perhaps it was better that she hadn't seen it, so she wouldn't be left with childhood trauma. Su Qingxue walked step by step toward Peng Xian, split in two, ready to finish him off. No! Peng Xian screamed in terror. The two halves of his body tried to fuse back together. The golden blood flowing from the wounds turned into countless fine threads, and like the broken strands of a lotus root desperately, tried to stitch his body back together. Watching Su Qingxue approach step by step, Peng Xian grew frantic and screamed hysterically toward the darkness behind her. Blood abyss, old demon. Why aren't you acting yet? A mass of pitch-black, demonic mist slowly materialized nearby. It was the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor in his soul form. He had planned to wait until the two had wounded each other to swoop in and pick up the scraps, but unexpectedly that old fool Peng Xian couldn't take a beating and had even given him away. Feeling Su Qingxue's icy gaze, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor felt a quiver of dread and quickly said, "Miss Su, don't misunderstand. I'm here to help you. Although this old fellow's golden body has been broken by you Celestials have tenacious vitality, he won't die anytime soon. Why don't you and I join forces and each take half? How about it?" Su Qingxue couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Seeing that the old Celestial's body was about to heal, she swung the crimson blade in her hand once more. With flashes of blade light like mincing meat, she chopped Peng Xian into 8 pieces in a few swishes. The old Celestial let out a despairing howl. Su Qingxue knew that this still wouldn't kill him. She casually reached out, grabbed one of Peng Xian's arms, and tossed it to the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor watched the arm fly toward him and nearly twisted his nose in anger. "You're treating me like a dog begging for food. When I said each takes half, I meant his flesh and his soul. I want the old Celestial's soul." He hastily summoned a pitch-black banner steeped in ghostly aura with countless agonized human faces embroidered on it. It was the demonic artifact, the 10,000 Souls banner. "Miss Su, I can help you refine his soul." "Don't trust him," Peng Xian said frantically. "He is a demon. He's deceiving you. Once he devours my soul, his power will skyrocket, and then you'll be finished." Annoyed by his endless noise, Su Qingxue used the back of her blade against Peng Xian's remaining half-head, and like swinging a golf club, gave it a violent strike. Whoosh! That half-head turned into a burning meteor, streaked across the sky, crossed thousands of miles, and smashed precisely into a certain island nation in full cherry blossom bloom. Boom! With a violent explosion and a colossal tsunami, the island nation, notorious for its pirates, was utterly erased from the map by that single blow, along with every last islander, and sank beneath the sea. That half of Peng Xian's head was also sealed from afar by Su Qingxue in a 10,000-meter deep ocean trench. "My head! Aya, help!" The remaining half-head was still screaming. It too was sent flying with a blow from the back of the blade, landing on the eternal snowfield 10,000 li away, where it was instantly sealed in perpetual ice. Immediately after, his 2 legs and 2 arms were struck by her toward the 4 extremes of the world, each sealed in its own place. In the end, only 2 wriggling torso segments remained. Su Qingxue cast a glance at the bottomless rift in the ground, the one she had inadvertently split open just now. Her delicate brows knitted slightly. With the back of her blade, she knocked one torso segment into the abyss, where it fell all the way toward the planet's core, sealed and scorched by boundless subterranean fire. In the distant darkness, several Grandmaster-level officials of Linen, including the director of the Immigration Bureau Mu, hovered in midair, shivering uncontrollably. They had witnessed the entire process of the old Celestial being dismembered into 8 pieces and his body parts sealed across the world. It's over, it's over. Just like that, the old Celestial is gone. That female Celestial is far too ruthless. She's a butcher. So this is what a Celestial truly is, someone capable of effortlessly destroying the world. Just then Su Qingxue's gaze swept over coldly. Swoosh! In an instant, all the officials, including Mu, scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to let out a single peep. What a beautiful woman. No, what a terrifyingly fierce woman. Mu Bai's heart skipped a beat. He remembered attending Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue's wedding. She had been so gentle then. Now he lacked even the courage to meet her eyes. At last, Su Qingxue tossed the only remaining torso segment of Peng Xian into a temporary spatial rift. In the instant the rift closed, one could see dense crowds of otherworldly ferocious beasts inside, swarming over the chunk of celestial flesh, madly snapping and devouring it. With that, the old Celestial's remains were dealt with. Su Qingxue slowly turned around, her crimson eyes locking onto the next target. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. He was holding the 10,000 Souls banner, greedily absorbing the scattered remnants of Peng Xian's soul. When he felt Su Qingxue's gaze, he shuddered and began to lose his nerve. "Miss Su, how about we end today's battle here? We can fight another day." The moment the words left his mouth, Su Qingxue's figure suddenly staggered in midair and nearly fell out of the sky. She had already been wounded and not yet healed, and she had forced herself through a cesarean delivery. She had long since been at the end of her strength. The earth-shattering performance just now had drained every last bit of her potential. Yet to protect the family behind her, she clenched her teeth, forced down the metallic sweetness rising in her throat, and steadied herself again. Her icy gaze locked onto the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor as she snarled, "Now die." Jia jia jia. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor let out a chilling laugh, his soul body composed of black mist twisting and writhing in the night sky. "Su Qingxue, you seem unable to hold on any longer. An opportunity has arrived. You filthy brat. You've hunted me for 3 whole years. What exactly did I do to deserve this? Su Qingxue gripped her blade, propping up her faltering frame, her crimson eyes locked onto him with unyielding fury. 7 years ago the demon clan attacked Wuliang Heaven and took my mother's life. Demons, I will kill every last one of you. TSK TSK. So this is about vengeance. A mocking tone laced Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's voice. I had the pleasure of witnessing your mother's death with my own eyes. The memory remains vivid to this day. If she had been willing to leave Wuliang Heaven back, then countless demon emperors would have volunteered to protect her. Alas, her spirit was far too fierce. The demon clan did not kill your mother. It sought to rescue her from suffering. The one who truly destroyed her was your Su family. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's words ignited Su Qingxue's fury. You dare twist right and wrong. You seek death. She charged at the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor blade raised without regard for her own safety. On the ground below, Su Yuma's face flushed with anger. She leapt into the air, pointing at the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor above and unleashing a torrent of curses. Demons. You bunch of worthless bastards. She longed to fly up and help her sister dispatch their enemy with her own hands. But barely 2 meters off the ground, a powerful hand seized her ankle and yanked her back down. Come down. Liu Yuan's voice was quiet, yet carried an irresistible authority. Su Yuma's fiery impulse vanished instantly. She obediently returned to the ground and stood at attention. Good heavens! Why am I listening to my brother-in-law so readily? Su Yuma was startled within. Oh no, am I developing a love brain too? Don't go up there and create trouble for your sister. Liu Yuan offered an explanation. Su Yuma's strength was insufficient. Should the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor capture her, he could use her to threaten Su Qingxue. That would be disastrous. High above in the skies, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor wielded the Myriad Souls banner, deflecting Su Qingxue's exhausted strike. As they fought, he spoke. Your mother's body conceals a tremendous secret. Your father Su Jiannan, and that renowned master of yours Yun Miao, neither has told you, has it? Sigh. Truly a pitiful child kept in the dark. Su Qingxue hesitated, her delicate brows furrowing. A secret hidden within mother's body. Would you like to know? A peculiar smile appeared on the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's face. I can allow your mother to tell you personally. No sooner had the words left his lips when the pitch-black banner embroidered with human faces suddenly rippled like water. Countless wraiths emerged from within. Among them, one figure caught Su Qingxue's attention. It was a breathtakingly beautiful woman adorned in palace attire, her temperament cold and pure, resembling a star descending from the heavens. Her features bore a 7/10 resemblance to Su Qingxue's, yet her brow carried a tenderness and dignity born of years of experience. Her gaze ran as deep as the starry expanse, as though it could perceive all things beneath the heavens. The moment she saw that figure, the killing intent around Su Qingxue's body weakened considerably. Her frame trembled violently, and her eyes reddened instantly. Mother, why are you here? The crimson blade in her hand faltered. This was precisely Yao Guang, the mother of both Su Qingxue and Su Yuma. Yao Guang gazed upon her with a gentle motherly smile, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Qingxue, is that you? You've grown. Mother, I miss you so much. Su Qingxue trembled, and before she could stop herself, she took an involuntary step toward that figure. On the ground, Su Yuma had already dissolved into tears, her voice choked as she reached out. Mama. It's Mama. She too longed to fly upward and throw herself into mother's embrace. Yet for some reason brother-in-law's words echoed once more in her mind. Between mother and brother-in-law she hesitated, then inexplicably chose to obey brother-in-law once more. Wife stepped back. Just as Su Qingxue was about to rush into Yao Guang's arms, Liu Yuan's booming shout arrested her. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor was a demon of the demon race, foremost among the masters of soul possession and heart-deceiving arts. That spectral wraith emerging from the Myriad Souls banner might not truly belong to his mother-in-law Yao Guang. Even if it were genuine, she had already been refined by the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. She could not be trusted. Su Qingxue was pulled back to reality in an instant. She stumbled backward, gripped her blade once more, and eyed the spectral figure bearing her mother's likeness with renewed vigilance. Qingxue, that man. What is your relationship with him? Yao Guang's gaze swept past her daughter and landed on Liu Yuan below. Confusion and bewilderment filled her eyes. In her memory, this man simply did not exist. Who was he? Why would her daughter heed his words? Mother, Liu Yuan called out. Yao Guang froze. He called her mother. Wait, I never gave birth to a son like him. I am Qingxue's husband. Liu Yuan calmly introduced himself, simultaneously hoping to further distract his mother-in-law and prevent her from falling prey to the blood demon's schemes. Yao Guang exhaled in relief. So he was not her biological son, but her son-in-law. Wait. Her body trembled as she looked at her daughter in utter disbelief. Qingxue, you are married. Her voice quivered. Mother remembers reading you bedtime stories. And in the blink of an eye you've become a wife. In her memory her daughter was still a child. How had she suddenly acquired a husband? Moreover, a mortal entirely unknown to her. Aside from his decent appearance, the man showed absolutely no extraordinary qualities whatsoever. Gazing at her mother's shocked expression tinged with a hint of sorrow, Su Qingxue silently nodded, saying nothing further, unwilling to wound her mother any deeper. The sky had fallen. Witnessing her daughter's nod of confirmation, Yao Guang's soul body nearly dispersed. Her daughter was her heart and soul, her greatest pride. How could she possibly marry a mere mortal? Su Qingxue, look at what you've done. Look how you've angered your mother. Go apologize this instant. Seeing an opening, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor immediately stoked the flames from the sidelines. Do you wish for her to rest in peace? You unfilial, rebellious daughter. Su Qingxue's heart was in disarray. She could feel that the wraith before her indeed carried her mother's aura. Yet why did her mother's remnant soul reside within the Blood Abyss Demon's myriad souls banner? Facing that dismissive, disapproving gaze, a surge of overwhelming guilt and sense of wrongdoing rose within her chest. Brother-in-law mama. Seems she can't accept you as her son-in-law, Su Yuma sobbed from the sidelines. Mother Qingxue and I are deeply in love with each other. Liu Yuan drew a deep breath, then made a bold decision. Look, this is our daughter. He raised the newborn child in his arms slightly higher. The little one seemed to sense something rolled over, buried her tiny face against Liu Yuan's warm chest, and continued peacefully suckling on her pacifier. Su Qingxue gazed upon her own daughter, a softness flickering across her eyes. This child was flesh of her flesh, yet she had not even had the chance to hold her. She longed to eliminate the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor immediately and descend to touch her daughter. Qingxue, you have also borne a child with him. Yao Guang's soul body shattered completely. This news was 10,000 times more explosive than the mere announcement of marriage. The sweet, immature daughter she remembered had already become a mother herself. Yao Guang nearly broke down, clutching her head, utterly unable to accept reality. No, this cannot be. It must be an illusion. You are both merely demons of my heart. Her Dao heart shattered. Yao Guang's soul body trembled violently. She simply could not accept it. The daughter who in her memories was still a child. How could she already be married with a babe in arms? Mom, your inner demon is not us. It's yourself. Liu Yuan shouted again, his voice like a thunderbolt striking straight to the heart of the matter. This Yao Guang who had stepped out of the 10,000 souls banner. What exactly was she? A demon. Nonsense. As if the fig leaf over her shame had been ripped away, Yao Guang flew into a humiliated rage, her voice turning shrill and piercing. Who's your mother? I forbid you to call me that. Shut up. Silence. Wisps of eerie black mist rose from her soul body, looking sinister and deeply unnerving. Blood Abyss Demon Emperor grew frantic. How could this kid's eyes be so viciously sharp? He had seen through the true nature of this remnant soul at a single glance. No, I have to move faster. What business? She is after all my mother-in-law, Liu Yuan said resoundingly. She has nothing to do with you. What are you barking about? Blood Abyss Demon Emperor was left speechless. Fine. Just you wait, boy. If I have no kin, I can still manufacture kin. Yao Guang looked at her daughter. Su Qingxue opened her arms and said in a voice thick with control, Qingxue, come into mother's arms. Let mother hold you properly. Su Qingxue did not move. Yao Guang then walked toward her step by step. The instant the two were about to touch, Su Qingxue activated the sitting in forgetfulness mind technique, a glint of grim determination flashing through her eyes. Clang! A crimson blade aura slashed toward Yao Guang's soul body. Yao Guang froze. Staring in disbelief at the wound on her chest, her voice trembled. Qingxue, you would rather trust that man than believe your own mother. For his sake, you actually dare to raise a blade at your mother. Before her voice faded, boom. Boundless resentment and demonic chi burst violently from her soul body. Dark purple demonic patterns crept across her fair skin, writhing slowly like living beings. Even her 10 fingers became sharp as claws, her nails as black as ink. Like a vengeful specter, Yao Guang grabbed the blade that pierced her body and wrenched it out by sheer force. Qingxue, mother's heart, aches so terribly. Senior Yao Guang, Blood Abyss Demon Emperor, fanned the flames from the side. Quick, teach this unfilial daughter a lesson. Inwardly, it was rather pleased. Su Qingxue, you've fallen for my trap. The blood demon had calculated all of this long ago. If Su Qingxue recognized this as her mother's remnant soul and let down her guard, then during the mother-daughter embrace, her divine soul would be drawn into the 10,000 souls banner and Blood Abyss Demon Emperor would seize her body for itself. If Su Qingxue refused to recognize this as her mother's remnant soul and mother and daughter turned against each other, it would trigger the demonic nature within the remnant soul. Bolstered by the 10,000 souls banner, it could briefly reach Demon Emperor level strength and attack Su Qingxue. Thus, no matter what choice Su Qingxue made, the outcome was exactly the same. Blood Abyss Demon Emperor had spent 3 years racking its brains devising every possible scheme against Su Qingxue, and now it had gotten precisely what it wanted. The demonized Yao Guang's aura surged explosively, as if a true Demon Emperor had descended. Su Qingxue, however, was already at the end of her strength after the fierce battle. She furrowed her brows deeply. That slash had produced no real effect just now. It had to be because of the 10,000 souls banner. Qingxue, in mother's eyes, you have always been an obedient, well-behaved girl. Yao Guang's voice was ice cold. A pitch-black, disciplined ruler condensed from resentment appeared in her hand. I never expected you two to learn to be bad, daring to defy your mother for the sake of a man. It seems mother's absence all these years has left you lacking discipline. Crack. The disciplined ruler split the void and lashed viciously across Su Qingxue's body, leaving a bloody mark. A muffled groan escaped Su Qingxue as she knelt on one knee in midair, forcing herself upright. When the blow lands on you, the pain cuts my heart. Qingxue, do you know your mistake? I am not wrong. Su Qingxue rose to her feet stubbornly. Stubborn mouth. Crack. Another lash. Mom, don't hit my sister. Su Yuma cried and shouted from below, wanting to plead for mercy for her sister. The demonized Yao Guang slowly lowered her gaze, those lantern-sized blood-red eyes, and locked onto her. Yuma, you have gone bad as well. Mother will settle accounts with you properly in a while. Su Yuma only felt a phantom ache in her backside. The childhood trauma of being double-teamed by her parents rushed back instantly, and she was too frightened to make another sound. What kind of skill is hitting your daughter? If you have real guts, come and hit me, your son-in-law. Just then Liu Yuan raised his middle finger at Yao Guang in the sky. Su Yuma was stunned. Wait. Brother-in-law, you're just a mere mortal. How dare you anger my mom like that? She could slap you to death with one palm right now. Su Yuma hurriedly grabbed Liu Yuan's hand and said to Yao Guang, Mom, brother-in-law is just joking with you. Liu Yuan, however, was not the least bit afraid of Yao Guang. He called out to Su Qingxue, honey, hurry over. I'll protect you. Hearing those words, a warm current surged through Su Qingxue's ice-cold heart. He loves me so much. Smooth-tongued. Yao Guang sneered. If he truly loved you, why hasn't he come up in person to confess his guilt and die in your place? Just as she was preparing to strike again, fire. With a thunderous roar, Wang Jinghua pulled the trigger of the heavy sniper rifle in his hands. Bang! A bullet wreathed in crackling thunderlight tore through the air, heading straight for Yao Guang's face. Yao Guang swung her disciplined ruler contemptuously, only to be sent stumbling by the bullet's blast. Activate the formation. Qian Jiugong bellowed, and the entire courtyard instantly blazed with resplendent light. A ninth-rank grand formation rumbled into operation. The phantom images of the four divine beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, soared into the sky. In-law, watch my great sword. Zhang Qingxian sent a whirling golden core flying toward Yao Guang. Sir, come. Li Piaron pointed with two fingers like a blade, and a beam of sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. The other retired old men also made their moves one after another, protecting Su Qingxue. Qingxue, fall back. Let us handle this. Yuan is right. We'll protect you. This is your home. No one is allowed to harm you. And so a crowd of retired old men was locked in fierce combat with the demonized Yao Guang in midair. With their help, Su Qingxue's burden was greatly alleviated, and she went looking for Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. Instinctively, she glanced at the courtyard below. Blood Abyss Demon Emperor had appeared there without a sound. No. Su Qingxue wanted to descend to protect her husband and daughter, but it was already too late. Blood Abyss Demon Emperor had blocked Liu Yuan's path. Kikik. Where do you think you're running? Liu Yuan found it rather amusing. Running. Did I even move? He even took the time to straighten his daughter's pacifier. Did you enjoy tonight's grand show? Blood Abyss Demon Emperor spoke to Liu Yuan through a telepathic link. Under normal circumstances, it would not have had time to speak. But under telepathic transmission, only an instant had passed. It wanted to flaunt its hard-won triumph to Liu Yuan, and in doing so deliberately shatter his psychological defenses. Liu Yuan replied calmly, aren't you the big genius? If I were you, I'd run right now. You might still make it. In that split second, time seemed to slow down as Blood Abyss Demon Emperor drew closer and closer to Liu Yuan. Your wife is too fierce, and with those old fogies shielding her, this sovereign indeed finds it difficult to possess her body. But this sovereign has discovered an even better target. Its gaze settled on the baby girl in Liu Yuan's arms. That's right. It's your daughter. This girl triggered heaven and earth anomalies at birth, blessed with immense destiny. If I can possess her body and cultivate my demon race's supreme art, she will surely become the foremost female demon sovereign of all the worlds in the future. Do you remember our deal? Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's voice was laden with temptation. Come. Be my daughter. You want to be my daughter? Liu Yuan, while adjusting his daughter's pacifier, said, call me daddy first. Let me hear it. Blood Abyss Demon Emperor daddy. That didn't sound nice, Liu Yuan said with a look of disgust. Daddy doesn't like it. Oof. This sovereign is determined to be your daughter. Blood Abyss Demon Emperor grinned ferociously. I'll use your daughter to refine you into a furnace. Su Yuma let out a shriek. Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. I'll protect you, and Yin Yin. Though she was quaking with fear, she still spread her arms wide and shielded Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan shoved her aside with one hand. Step back. Let your brother-in-law handle this. Blood Abyss Demon Emperor was already within arm's reach. It lunged at Liu Yuan's daughter. But just as it was about to touch the infant, it felt an overwhelmingly supreme and terrifying pressure striking directly into the depths of its soul. Something's off. There's another master. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who is it? A raging tempest erupted within the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. That aura was supreme and peerless, as if towering above all the 10,000 paths, making its demon soul tremble with terror. Even Su Qingxue, at the peak of her power 3 years ago, could never have exerted such terrifying pressure. Yet within this humble courtyard something existed that filled her with dread. In this moment the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor felt its mind nearly overwhelmed. That aura was so close it could only emanate from one of the three figures before it: Liu Yuan, the infant girl cradled in his arms, or Su Yuma. First, eliminate Su Yuma. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor knew about Su Yuma, Su Qingxue's younger sister, who wasn't even a martial heaven. Eliminated entirely. As for Liu Yuan, his martial prowess sat at the 4th realm martial hero level. Completely insignificant compared to a heavenly being or a demon emperor, nothing more than an ant. But the sole mystery remained: how did he manage to impregnate Su Qingxue? Under normal circumstances, heavenly beings and mortals possessed entirely different genetic makeups, creating a reproductive barrier that made procreation impossible. Yet after 3 years of marriage, Liu Yuan had somehow transcended this barrier and succeeded in fathering a child with Su Qingxue. Now the child had already been born. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor arrived at a horrifying conclusion. Could it be? He was playing the fool to hide his true strengths. He wasn't truly immortal at all. He's been hiding himself remarkably well. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor felt it had grasped the truth. Staring at Liu Yuan, it roared in a hoarse voice, "Which ancient monster are you disguised as? You even managed to deceive my eyes." It struggled desperately, but discovered itself frozen, like an insect trapped in amber, utterly immobile. Within that mass of black mist, a tormented human face contorted wildly, with only the eyeballs moving and a mouth shouting in futile protest. He refused to accept this outcome. He had been so close, just one step away, yet here he had fallen. This had to be some kind of nightmare. "I investigated your lineage back 18 generations. You're nothing but a mortal. How could this happen?" The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor had done its homework, but never could have predicted Liu Yuan would be such an anomaly. Liu Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he silently formed the words, "I am the parent." The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor couldn't comprehend what was being said. Parent? What did that even mean? And then in the next instant it witnessed a terrifying sight unfold. The infant girl cradled in Liu Yuan's arms slowly opened her eyes. Normally a newborn wouldn't open their eyes until after 10 days. But this was a heavenly being's daughter. Ordinary rules simply didn't apply to her. Her dark eyes radiated a gaze that seemed to look down upon eternity itself. Her irises weren't black at all, but composed of countless layers of brilliant light spots, continuously rotating, emerging, and vanishing like a kaleidoscope, forged from stardust and glass. Those light spots interwove with one another, evolving into infinitely complex geometric patterns brimming with the profound mysteries of the heavenly Tao. A single glance from those eyes was enough to make the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor feel its demonic laws instantly shatter into primordial nothingness before that gaze. No, impossible. This is the heavenly eye. So that supreme aura comes from this infant girl. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor finally traced the source. Not Su Yuma, not Liu Yuan, but this newborn girl. He had believed she merely carried great fortune with an unlimited future ahead, never expecting she would unlock the heavenly eye the moment she drew her first breath. With a single look she had imprisoned a demon emperor like himself. You've produced quite the daughter. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor, consumed by jealous fury, roared at Liu Yuan, "Just a little more. If only a little more. That perfect Tao body would have been mine. I refuse to accept this." Liu Yuan felt momentarily speechless. He looked down at the daughter in his arms. "Wait. My dear daughter, father was in the middle of making an impressive display. Why are you stealing the spotlight? Then again, she is his own child." Liu Yuan gazed at his daughter's mysterious, yet stunning heavenly eyes, a swell of pride swelling within him. "My daughter's eyes are simply breathtaking. So this is what a true genius looks like, born invincible." Liu Yuan found himself mesmerized by his daughter's enormous, captivating eyes. Su Yuma, standing nearby, had been terrified her brother-in-law would come to harm, but was stunned to discover the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor frozen in place by just a single glance from her newborn niece. She watched as her newborn niece, cradled in Liu Yuan's arms, opened her luminous eyes. And those were heavenly eyes. "Wow, brother-in-law, you've hit the jackpot." Su Yuma trembled with excitement, her words tumbling over one another in sheer disbelief. "This is the myriad kaleidoscope, one of the 9 heavenly eyes. Only those blessed with extraordinary destiny can awaken it. Even in the boundless heavens this would make her 1 in a billion, a prodigy beyond compare. It's absolutely breathtaking." Su Yuma swore she could see infinite swirling worlds reflected within her niece's pupils. She struggled to comprehend how her brother-in-law's mortal genetics could have produced such a terrifyingly powerful daughter. Though her sister Su Qingxue possessed formidable heavenly being genetics, they should have been diluted by mortal genes, making it impossible to produce a daughter of such extraordinary caliber. This defied everything Su Yuma had learned about heavenly being biology in school. Just then Su Qingxue descended from the heavens, landing in the courtyard below. She had watched in horror as the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor lunged at her husband and daughter, her heart nearly bursting from fear, on the verge of madness herself. That was her newborn child. If the demonic race had claimed her, she would never forgive herself. Thankfully, at the critical moment, her daughter had awakened the heavenly eye, subduing the demon emperor with a single glance. Truly worthy of being hers. Simply magnificent. Su Qingxue felt a surge of pride. Of course, her daughter's strength wasn't solely responsible. There were objective factors at play. The blood demon had self-destructed 3 years ago, leaving only his spiritual consciousness without a physical form, which is precisely why the eye technique's mental assault proved so devastatingly effective against him. Su Qingxue immediately struck the finishing blow, slicing down toward the immobilized Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. The crimson blade flashed and vanished in an instant, dealing critical damage to the blood demon's already wounded spiritual body, weakening it like a flame on the verge of extinction. 10,000 Soul Banner. It struggled, desperately attempting to summon its life-bound demonic artifact for protection. If it could retreat within, there might still be a chance to escape. But the daughter in Liu Yuan's arms fixed her gaze upon the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor with unwavering intensity. The light spots within the myriad kaleidoscope swirled. An invisible pressure from the great Tao forcibly severed the connection between it and the 10,000 Soul Banner. Staring at you. I'll stare you to death. The little girl didn't blink once, like a young cat fixated on its prey. Damn it. This demon sovereign has been defeated by a newborn infant. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor despaired. Stop looking. If you keep staring, you'll see right through me. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor was paralyzed, struck repeatedly by Su Qingxue's blade over a dozen times until its spiritual form grew nearly translucent, on the verge of dissolving entirely. In its final moments, it glimpsed the workings of heaven's design. We're finished. We've run into an unbeatable opponent. So this was a losing battle from the start. She's the one who orchestrated everything to bring me down. Wasn't she supposed to have died in the life-death domain? The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor gazed in terror at Liu Yuan's daughter, as though piercing through to the truth of her origins. It's her. She's been reincarnated. No wonder. I wasn't wrong to lose. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor turned to Liu Yuan and erupted into mad laughter. Liu Yuan, just you wait. Your time is up. This girl's origins defy the heavens, and when she grows, she'll surely rebel. Throughout history, geniuses have always brought ruin upon their parents. You're as good as dead. It had already foreseen the future, a rebellious daughter defying discipline, an incompetent father dying filled with regret. Witnessing these visions, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor felt a flicker of satisfaction even as death approached. What nonsense is it babbling about? Liu Yuan couldn't understand the demon's language anyway, and truthfully nothing the demon said was worth believing. Why finish it? Liu Yuan urged Su Qingxue not to stop striking repeatedly. Then he covered his daughter's eyes with his hand, unwilling for her to witness such carnage so soon after birth. Lu Nian stared wide-eyed, curious as anything, wanting to see what was happening. But when her father's hands came over her eyes, an irresistible force compelled her to close them. So sleepy. Why can't I keep my eyes open? Good night, mother. Good night, father. Su Qingxue's gaze was like primordial ice that had never thawed in 10,000 ages. It bore the color of the heavenly Tao, devoid of any emotion. She swung the blade. The final strike. A flash of icy blade light vanished in an instant, carrying the ruthless resolve to sever karma, and struck the illusory soul of the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. No. I will not yield. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor still struggled desperately, even spitting out a vicious curse. The love you treasure, as if it were your life today, will be the sword that pierces your heart tomorrow. Before he finished speaking, he dissipated completely into nothing, leaving not even a speck of dust. His soul had been scattered to the winds. Liu Yuan stomped twice on the ground, afraid the old fiend might be hiding in a crack in the earth. Su Qingxue slowly turned around. The crimson long blade that had just purified the Demon Emperor shifted its tip and pointed directly at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan stared into that merciless gaze. What the hell? Wife, what act are you putting on? Murdering your own husband. Su Qingxue's face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet cold enough to make one's heart shudder. It was a godlike aloofness, as if all things in the world were nothing more than ants in her eyes. He immediately realized that this was his wife's second personality, the sitting forgetting Tao mind technique. Those lofty vermilion lips parted gently. Su Qingxue said, I love you. Her voice was devoid of emotion, as plain as if she were stating a fact with not the slightest trace of mortal warmth. Liu Yuan almost failed to react. Even his wife's second personality confessed with such aloofness. He smiled, his eyes full of doting affection. Love you too, wife. The moment the words fell, Su Qingxue's taut body seemed to have all its strength drained away in an instant. The divine light in her eyes faded, her body went limp, and she toppled backward. Liu Yuan moved with lightning speed, stepping forward in a single bound. Still holding their daughter with one arm, he caught his wife steadily with the other. Daughter on his left arm, wife on his right. The faint fragrance of his wife's hair drifted at the tip of his nose, and his daughter's even breathing sounded in his ears. Life was complete. A wave of happiness surged through Liu Yuan's heart. In his embrace, Su Qingxue slowly opened her weary eyes. The coldness was gone, replaced by the familiar innocence and gentleness. She tilted her head back, looked at her husband, and whispered, honey, I'm hungry. I want to eat the noodles you make. Liu Yuan almost laughed out loud. He tapped her nose and said, I'll cook you noodles as soon as we get inside. Then he let Su Qingxue lean against his shoulder and asked softly, you just gave birth and fought a battle. You must be exhausted, right? Su Qingxue nuzzled against him like a kitten, then her gaze locked onto the daughter in his other arm. Honey, quick, let me hold our daughter. Liu Yuan carefully handed their daughter, Lu Nian, over. When Su Qingxue finally held that tiny body in her arms, her eyes instantly turned red. This was her daughter. carried in her womb for 10 months, and born only tonight, still warm from her body. She saw that her daughter was asleep now, obedient and peaceful, neither crying nor fussing. Unable to resist, she lowered her head and gently kissed her daughter's rosy cheek. Honey, look, her forehead is like yours, and her nose is like yours too. Qingxue looked up, her eyes brimming with happiness. She looks more like you, Liu Yuan countered. Nian Nian has perfectly inherited your breathtaking beauty. Just then Liu Nian, held in her mother's arms, seemed to smell something. Her little nose twitched, she stretched, and woke up. She smacked her tiny lips, and the milk bottle instantly lost its appeal. Her little hands began restlessly pawing at her mother's chest, searching for her food supply. Huh. Qingxue was somewhat bewildered. Honey, what's wrong with Nian Nian? Seeing this, Liu Yuan instantly understood, and explained, babe, our daughter is hungry. She wants to nurse. But you just finished fighting. Your body is still weak, and your vitality hasn't recovered. Wait 2 days before feeding her. It's fine, Qingxue said, shaking her head at once. The radiance of motherhood made her answer without hesitation. We can't let our Nian Nian go hungry. With that, she began to unbutton the front of her clothes. Everyone present was stunned. Su Yuma let out an ah, her face instantly turning red, and she hurriedly stepped in front of her sister. She swallowed hard, as if a little envious of her little niece Liu Nian's meals. Her plaintive gaze shifted to her brother-in-law Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan immediately stopped his wife from nursing to prevent any indecent exposure. Up in the sky, Second Master Qin and a group of retired elders were still fighting Yaoguang's remnant soul. Although the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor was dead, the demonic artifact 10,000 Souls banner was still putting up resistance. With the banner backing her, Yaoguang remained undefeated. The retired elders looked down at the loving family of 3 below and felt their fighting spirit blaze. They vowed to guard this last shred of small happiness. I don't agree to this marriage. As if provoked, Yaoguang's inner demon hurtled down at Qingxue, her face twisted with ferocity. Qingxue's expression changed, but she was not flustered. Instead, she lowered her head and said to the daughter in her arms in the gentlest voice, Nian Nian, grandma is coming down. Open your eyes now and take a look at her. Yeah, as if she understood her mother's words, Liu Nian yawned and opened her heavenly eye, the myriad mirror once again. An invisible force of law descended in an instant, pinning the remnant soul of Yaoguang, who had just landed firmly in place. Qingxue, you unfilial daughter. Release your mother at once. Yaoguang's face twisted as she raged. You debased yourself by coupling with a mortal, utterly shameless. And now you have even given birth to this accursed spawn. She will bring disaster upon boundless heaven. She cannot be allowed to live. The words unfilial daughter and accursed spawn were like 2 sharp knives stabbing fiercely into Qingxue's heart. Her tears could no longer be held back, rolling down in large drops. This was her own biological mother. Mom, when I was little you weren't so unreasonable. Her voice choked back, then you were kind and gentle. Whenever anything happened you would calmly reason with me at length. But now you are terrifying. Qingxue knew, of course, that although this was only a remnant wisp of her mother's soul, it had been corrupted by the demonic energy of the 10,000 Souls banner. Even so, hearing those words still made her heart ache. Su Yuma also cried out, Mom, stop scolding my sister. My brother-in-law isn't as terrible as you think. Hearing her 2 daughters crying, a flash of intense pain crossed Yaoguang's face. Her soul body trembled violently, as if she were struggling. But the overwhelming demonic will still held the upper hand. Just then Liu Yuan, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke. He looked at his mother-in-law and said softly in a tone used to coax a child, Mom, you're being a little naughty. Be good. The remnant soul of Yaoguang was both ashamed and furious. You lecher. What did you say? Su Yuma's jaw nearly dropped. Brother-in-law, you have truly turned the heavens upside down. But a miracle happened. Liu Yuan's casually spoken words seemed to act directly on Yaoguang's soul body. Ah! Covering her head with both hands, Yaoguang screamed in agony. The thick black-purple demonic energy on her body vanished and evaporated as if it had met its natural nemesis. In just a few breaths, all the demonic energy was completely gone. The ferocity in her eyes faded, replaced by her original clarity and gentleness. Tears poured out from those beautiful eyes. Regaining control of her movements, she stood before Qingxue and said in a trembling voice, Qingxue, I'm sorry. It was Mom's fault. Looking at her mother, now back to normal, Qingxue shook her head tearfully. Mom, I don't blame you. She reached out, wanting to touch her mother's hand. Yaoguang reached out and gently caressed her daughter's cheek with her illusory hand. My child, you've grown up, married, and had a child. Her eyes were full of love and guilt. It's a pity Mom never got to see you in your wedding dress. You must have been the most beautiful girl in the world. She paused, then turned her gaze to Liu Yuan. Qingxue, although you married a mortal, Mom can see that you are happy now. So I have no objections. The man you love, Mom loves too. Yaoguang grasped Liu Yuan's wrist, and a gentle force probed into him. Then she exclaimed in surprise, you managed to make my daughter pregnant. You are indeed not an ordinary man. I hope you treat Qingxue well. I will bless your marriage. Qingxue, Mom, sorry. Mom can't stay with you any longer. Yaoguang's body began to dissolve into specks of light. Mom, unwilling to let her go, Qingxue began to cry again. It was as if she had returned to childhood, lying in bed while her mother sat beside it, pointing at the starry sky outside the window and gently telling her stories. You see, every star is a soul going home. Amid the specks of light, Yao Guang's figure grew fainter, yet her face carried a relieved smile. My dear daughter has grown up. She found someone she loves, and has become a mother herself. Whoa, Mom. Su Yuma hurled herself toward the swirling motes of light, yet grasped only empty air. Yao Guang's final afterimage turned back amid the radiance, longing to stretch out her arms and hold her two daughters one last time. But her strength failed her, and she scattered into nothingness. The two sisters stood in the courtyard staring into the void, their hearts swelling with melancholy. Sis. Su Yuma wiped her tears. Mom loved us. She conquered her inner demon in the end. Su Qingxue gave a soft nod, but a flicker of doubt passed through her beautiful eyes. She instinctively turned to her husband and asked, Honey, what do you think of my mom? Liu Yuan slipped an arm around his wife's shoulder and answered, Mom. Very beautiful, but still not half as beautiful as your wife. Su Qingxue smiled faintly, the sorrow in her heart easing a little. Mom seems to have taken a real liking to you. She even listened to you. In my memory, she wouldn't even listen to my dad. Of course. Liu Yuan looked utterly assured. I'm better looking, and Mom has a soft spot for handsome men. Su Qingxue shot him a glare and let the matter drop. With a wave of her fair hand, she drew the masterless 10,000 souls banner down from the sky. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor was dead, so it had become an ownerless object. What she was curious about was how the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor had obtained her mother Yao Guang's remnant soul. She tucked the 10,000 souls banner into her storage space along with her Qishao sword, planning to study it later. The battle was over. Swish, swish, swish. At the head of a troop of retired elders, Second Master Qin flew down from the sky, and one by one, they landed firmly in the courtyard instantly, surrounding the family of three. Qingxue, child, quick, come here and let Grandma take a look. Sun Bingxin charged up first, her face tight with worry. Without another word, she seized Su Qingxue's wrist and began feeling her pulse. You just gave birth and you went straight back to fighting. And through a C-section at that. Child, you're far too reckless. The pulse was steady and deep. Though her chi and blood were deficient, her foundations had not been damaged. A heavenly human body, truly terrifying. Child, Sun Bingxin sighed with relief. It's all right, nothing major. You just need proper nourishment. Second Master Qin also crowded up, staring at Su Qingxue. His mouth worked soundlessly for quite a while before he finally managed that. Shui girl, what you did just now was truly fierce. Mother of God, that killing intent of Shui girls. I'd never seen the like, even on a battlefield. Yuan boy, how the hell do you manage to sleep in the same bed as Qingxue? Second Master Qin slipped Liu Yuan a whispered question. Liu Yuan murmured, when you can't handle it, you still handle it. Just grit your teeth and take it. Second Master Qin flashed a thumbs up. Kid, you're hard as nails, I'll give you that. Su Qingxue gave a silent nod. She had the most say on this topic. Then the old folks turned their eyes to the baby girl cradled in her arms. Nian is such an angel, not a peep of fuss. Qian Jiugong pushed up his reading glasses, beaming with affection. A child so well-mannered and adorable was practically the Achilles heel of the elderly. Let Nian try out this cradle. Zhao Xingong wheeled over a small bed polished to silky smoothness. A spirit artifact he had personally forged. Wang Jinghua produced a pile of clothes. These are pure cotton baby outfits I had someone buy. Soft as can be. The elders then brought out little garments, small quilts, and even a rattle surrounding Lu Nian with endless delight. Come Nian, look at Grandpa. Chun Mo cast aside the dignity of the sage of literature, winking and grimacing at Lu Nian, trying to pull a funny face. With that scraggy old face of yours. Don't scare the child. Zhang Qingxian shoved him aside, carefully hung a peace talisman at the head of the cradle, and said, There, Nian. Fear not, this old Taoist will shield you. The child's eyes. Li Piaron gasped in surprise. Lu Nian had opened her celestial eye, the myriad splendor mirror, and was curiously peering at this flock of unfamiliar old grandpas. Within her eyes, myriad glories swirled, as though countless worlds were being born and perishing. The myriad splendor mirror, one of the 9 celestial eyes. Zhang Qingxian drew a sharp breath. On our barren blue star, such a thing might not appear even once in 100,000 years. Legend has it that the myriad splendor mirror can reflect the 3,000 worlds and see through every illusion in the mortal realm. Li Piaron murmured, this child. In the years to come, she'll likely punch a hole straight through the sky. No wonder the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor was frozen on the spot. We have little Nian to thank for opening her eyes. These genes are off the charts. Wang Jinghua clapped Liu Yuan on the shoulder. You've truly won glory for the Liu family. Alright, it's late. Sun Bingxin took charge. Stop your chatter. Let Qingxue take the baby inside. She's just given birth and she needs proper rest. Grandma Sun, wait. Su Qingxue called her back, and from her storage space, she withdrew a lump of flesh that twitched faintly. It was slick with fresh blood, a gruesome sight. The instant it emerged, an extraordinary fragrance flooded the whole courtyard. Qingxue, child. This is... Everyone was stunned. What sort of treasure was this? It looked so hideous and bloody. Zahesh. Sun Bingxin recognized it at a glance. What's Zahesh? Su Yuma asked in fascination. Zhang Qingxian lowered his voice and whispered into her ear, It's the placenta. Su Yuma's eyes shot wide open in shock, and she blurted out, Sis. That's your placenta? Su Qingxue nodded, then handed it to Sun Bingxin. Grandma Sun, I'd like you to have this for refining medicine. Sun Bingxin's hands were trembling, her aged face flushed scarlet with excitement. Every inch of a heavenly human was treasure, let alone a placenta that condensed the essence of a heavenly mother and her offspring. This was a genuinely peerless divine medicine. Good, good, good. She was so agitated that words tumbled out of her. This is a powerfully nourishing medicine. I'll refine it into elixirs for you and Yuaner to take and restore your health. Liu Yuan was listening nearby, his brows knotting tighter. Eat my wife's placenta. That sounded a little twisted. Back in the house, Su Qingxue boiled the water herself. In just a few seconds, a large basin of bathwater warming at exactly the right temperature stood ready. She cradled her daughter, preparing to give her a fragrant piping hot bath, while Su Yuma fussed excitedly beside her. Liu Yuan meanwhile stepped into the kitchen and tied on an apron. Honey, just wait. I'm going to make you a bowl of noodles. The family basked in perfect warmth and joy. Outside in the courtyard, the sky had not yet brightened. The old folks had no mind for sleep. They swept and tidied, meticulously erasing every trace of the old heavenly human's battle and the lingering miasma left by the blood abyss demon emperor. The old locust tree in the courtyard had also dropped many leaves in fright. Apart from cleaning, Zhao Xinggong had already smoothed out a new design, preparing to forge a complete set of equipment for little Nian. Sun Bingxin, for her part, cradled the Zahesh in her hands, studying it time and again as she composed a pill formula. The entire courtyard compound seemed as if nothing had ever happened. In the pitch-dark alleyway, Yi Qiuhong's legs had gone weak with terror. He scarcely dared to make a sound. Too terrifying. That demented woman Su Qingxue actually chopped that old heavenly human into 8 pieces. And the blood abyss demon emperor is dead as a doornail too. And that pack of old fogies in the courtyard, every last one of them is a 9th realm big shot. Only now did he realize what a veritable dragon's pool and tiger's den his brother Liu Yuan's home truly was. There's an even greater horror in this courtyard. Old Mo's remnant soul trembled. Yi Qiuhong's heart lurched. Who? My good brother Liu Yuan is nothing but a 4th realm martial elite. The only possibility, Old Mo's voice burned with fervor and excitement, is his newly born daughter. I sensed it. The aura of the heavenly lord of great Brahma. Yi Qiuhong nearly choked. You mean the heavenly lord of great Brahma? The number 1 heavenly human of bygone ages. In this courtyard? Exactly. There's no mistaking it. Old Mo said passionately. I suspect that the old ancestor died within the forbidden life zone and reincarnated to become your brother's daughter. Yi Qiuhong puffed. My brother's pregnancy luck is simply heaven-defying. Even the daughter he sired is at the old ancestor's level. I'm only guessing so far. Quickly find a chance to approach his daughter. I'm not going. I don't dare. What's there to fear? You've inherited the lineage of great Brahma, making you a disciple of the heavenly lord himself. By seniority, she is your grandmaster ancestress. The old ancestor would never harm you. Yi Qiuhong's whole body went numb. Wait. At this rate, I've goddamn become Liu Yuan's grandson. Just as he was questioning his very existence, Old Mo suddenly let out a scream of utmost horror. Not good. Such a terrifying aura. She's actually coming. Hide quickly. Yi Qiuhong had no idea what was happening. The moment he lifted his head, he felt the entire world freeze. His body was locked in place, utterly immobile. Even his pupils could not rotate, and all he could do was stare rigidly at the night sky. One thought eternity. Everything around him had gone still. The wind halted its footsteps. From the old locust tree in the courtyard, a single leaf drifted down, hanging suspended in midair. Su Qingxue, who had been wiping her daughter's body, suddenly checked her motion. A flicker of surprise crossing her beautiful eyes as she turned her gaze to the window. Master is here. In the bathroom, hot steam hung thick in the air. Su Qingxue carefully cradled her daughter's tiny body and lowered her into the bathtub. Be good, Nian, bath time. Her voice was so soft it seemed to drip with honey. With a damp cloth, Su Qingxue gently wiped her daughter's delicate skin. Motherly radiance flowed across her face, making her entire being seem to glow. Sis, is the water too hot? Let me try. Su Yuma was helping on the side. She reached out a finger, but before it could touch the surface, Su Qingxue stopped her with a glare. Don't cause trouble. Go fetch that little yellow duck body wash. Oh. Su Yuma fetched the body wash. Little Lu Nian kicked her plump legs comfortably in the warm water, splashing droplets everywhere. She seemed to love bath time, babbling from her tiny mouth in the most endearing way. Just then little Nian suddenly froze. Her curious eyes darted toward the window, and deep in the pupils of her heavenly, Iwanhua mirror, she caught the faint reflection of a breathtaking figure in white. Moi. At the same moment, Su Qingxue sensed that familiar aura. Her expression changed in an instant, her whole body snapping into alert. Master is here. What a... Su Yuma's hand trembled at the words, nearly squeezing the whole bottle of body wash into the tub. That old woman Yumiao is here. Watch Nian. Su Qingxue immediately told her sister. With that, she stepped forward, making to leave the bathroom. A sense of impending doom crept through her heart. She had to warn her husband at once. But her movements grew slower and slower, the world before her seeming to stretch into slow motion. Not good. Time freeze. Her bare foot had just crossed the bathroom door when her body could no longer move an inch. She forced her mouth open with all her might, desperate to scream to Liu Yuan in the living room, yet not a single sound emerged. She stood like an exquisitely sculpted statue frozen in time. Terror and desperation lingered in her eyes. One bare foot was lifted slightly, suspended in midair, outlining the graceful arch of her soul. Behind her, Su Yuma was clutching her little niece's arm. A droplet of water sent flying by the splashes was sliding down her startled cheek, but halfway down it bizarrely halted. In the living room, the second hand of the old-fashioned wall clock stopped dead in the middle of a tick. Time had frozen. In the courtyard of the Sihiyuan, a few leaves that had just fallen from the old locust tree hung suspended in the air. Second Master Qin was bent over holding a broom caught in the posture of sweeping fallen leaves. Wang Jingwa had the slide of his pistol pulled back motionless. Qian Jiugong crouched before a bonsai, his scissors just about to snip off an unwanted branch. Li Piaron held his thermos head tilted back, mouth open to drink, but the water froze the moment it left the rim. Chun Imo twisted his writing brush, the ink on its tip on the verge of dropping, yet never dropping. Sun Bingxin stared at the Zehesh, gaze locked. Zhao Shengong had strange fire surging in his palm, ready to refine a weapon, but the flames no longer danced. Zhang Qingxian was reading a novel on his phone. At the most gripping moment, an anti-smile of delight froze in his throat, his features twisting into a grotesque and ferocious grimace. On Linen's old street, countless citizens surrounded the enormous rift that cut through the city, discussing it in fervent voices, faces filled with lingering fear and curiosity. My God, this crack is insane. Was it an earthquake? Like hell it was an earthquake. Haven't you seen how smooth the cut is? I heard from an inside source. Last night heavenly beings were fighting in the sky above our Linen. Besides the old heavenly being, are there other heavenly beings around here? Then I should count my blessings for surviving another night. A young man had just lifted his phone to capture this doomsday spectacle for his moments. In the next instant his finger froze above the shutter button. Everyone around him was also frozen in that instant. Laughter, crying, shouting. Terror, curiosity, confusion. All people, all things became eternity. In the government office's meeting room, Mubai, chief of the Immigration Bureau, and the Grandmaster-level directors of several other bureaus were holding a meeting, their hearts still racing. How terrifying. The old heavenly being was chopped to pieces just like that. The world order is about to shift dramatically. We must find that female heavenly being at once and invite her to take the old heavenly being's place to preside over this realm. Then you go ask. I wouldn't dare to. Haven't you seen how she kills without blinking? I wouldn't dare either. Everyone's gaze eventually fell on Mubai. Director Mubai, we hear that female heavenly being is the wife of one of your section chiefs. Mubai raised his teacup, gave a bitter smile, and before he could even take a sip he too was frozen still. The steam above the rim of the cup solidified into white mist. Beside him the finance director was in the middle of slapping the table, his palm suspended above its surface. Across from him the housing and urban development director pointed at a map, mouth agape, revealing yellowed front teeth. One thought, eternity. An icy, merciless heavenly voice broadcast across the entire blue star. In the next instant time plunged completely into absolute stillness. Yun Miao descended through the void from the 9 heavens. She wore an immaculate moon-white robe patterned with clouds, her hair like a waterfall, her bearing so cold and aloof that she seemed to belong to another world entirely. She walked the sky on bare, ivory-warm jade feet. Beneath each step ice lotuses bloomed, glowing with every footfall, yet she never once touched the ground. It was a kind of heavenly Tao, aloofness and nobility. She glanced at the enormous fissure in the ground, the handiwork of her disciple, Su Qingxue. Qingxue has just given birth, and yet she can still unleash such power. This is beyond what I anticipated. I fear she has already touched the peak of the 10th realm. The breakthrough is not far off. Yun Miao nodded in satisfaction, worthy of a disciple she had taught. Humph. The old heavenly being and the blood abyss demon emperor, those two fools, couldn't even kill a mere mortal like Liu Yuan. All that effort wasted. She was somewhat vexed. In her original calculations Liu Yuan was as good as dead. The old heavenly being would slay the husband and seize the wife, crushing Liu Yuan to death during the battle with Su Qingxue. Or Liu Yuan would be killed by the blood abyss demon emperor while protecting his daughter from being possessed. These were the two scripts she had derived through the karma of the heavenly Tao. Only with Liu Yuan dead would Su Qingxue willingly follow her back to Wuliang heaven. But Yun Miao never imagined that despite such careful scheming Liu Yuan would escape the calamity. The one thing I neglected to calculate was that the child Qingxue gave birth to would possess the heavenly eye, something beyond my comprehension. This girl is not within this world's heavenly Tao. She has leapt beyond karma, which suggests a most impressive origin. I cannot divine her true background. Yun Miao planned to come and see for herself. She no longer had any pawns, so she had to act with her own hands. To ensure absolute safety, she activated her ultimate move, one thought, eternity, halting the operation of time in this world. Now no one should be able to move any longer. Yun Miao enjoyed the serenity. She liked these moments when time stopped. She drifted into the courtyard, her feet untouched by dust. What is so wonderful about this poor shabby place? Compared with the Su family in Wuliang heaven, it is like clouds and mud. I truly cannot understand why Qingxue likes it here. Yun Miao's eyes were full of contempt. She did not even want her feet to touch the ground, afraid of staining her stainless body. She swept her gaze over the retired elders in the courtyard, as if they were so many lifeless things. A bunch of ants. You know far too much. There was no ripple in her eyes. Once Qingxue leaves this place, all of you will die. Her delicate body trembled. For someone with such obsessive cleanliness, this place assailed her senses. If not for her disciple, she would not dream of setting foot here. Reaching the room where Su Qingxue was, Yun Miao with disgust wrapped a finger in a snow-white silk handkerchief and gently pushed the door open. She stepped inside, her brow knitting tighter. Nothing in this room but worldly junk. Qingxue has truly undergone so much hardship. Playthings will corrupt one's ambition. She floated to the frozen Su Qingxue, reached out a finger and gently caressed the terrified cheek of her disciple. You of all people, the Su family's well-behaved daughter, the holy maiden of Wuliang heaven, would refuse to come home, all because of a man. You really are a fool in love. As your master, I'll cut away this root of disaster for you. She slowly turned and drifted toward the kitchen, silent as a ghost. Just then, from the kitchen came a lazy voice. Sweetheart, the noodles are ready. Come eat. Liu Yuan was holding a bowl of fragrant egg noodles. Hearing the sound, he thought his wife had come. He turned his head, but the person before him was not Su Qingxue. It was a strange woman. Dressed in white with long hair down to her waist, she was beautiful beyond reality, her temperament cold as ice. Liu Yuan frowned and looked her over from head to toe. Who are you, miss? Do you know that breaking into someone's house is illegal? Silence. A deathly silence. For the first time in 10,000 years, a crack appeared on Yun Miao's ice-like face. Her eyes, which had always looked down at the world, were filled with shock and horror. And no. Impossible. How? How is he still able to move? I have obviously locked down time in this world. Even heavenly beings have been frozen. He, an insignificant mortal. Why can he escape from the bondage of time? Who is he? Who exactly is he? Show me your ID. Liu Yuan held his bowl of noodles, his piercing gaze fixed on the uninvited guest, as if interrogating a thief. Her transcendent, ethereal bearing could give even his wife, Su Qingxue, a run for her money. Moreover, her feet never touched the ground. Clearly a clean freak, and 8 times out of 10 a being from the celestial realm. His mind raced at lightning speed. First he ruled out his mother-in-law, whom he had already met. This woman must be his wife, Su Qingxue's master. What was her name again? Liu Yuan searched his memory. Both his wife and his sister-in-law had mentioned this woman's name. Yun Miao. What he couldn't figure out was what purpose she had for barging in at this particular moment. Bowl of noodles in hand, Liu Yuan advanced toward her step by step. Yun Miao's delicate body quivered. Her face remained frozen in icy aloofness, but within her heart a cataclysm had already been unleashed. How is this possible? One thought of eternity could halt time itself. So why was this mere fourth realm martial elite unaffected by the time freeze? Does this make any sense? It defies all logic. Yun Miao's mind went blank. She frantically ran through her deductions, yet found nothing extraordinary about Liu Yuan. From her perspective, he was a mortal with a purity rating of 100%. Unless this man's true power far surpasses my own. The thought had barely taken root before she crushed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a being more powerful than me be holed up in a filthy little world like this? And dwelling in a courtyard house at that? Someone like that should have long since opened a cave sanctuary, or even split heaven and earth to create a new world. Besides, I thoroughly investigated his origins. A scion of the Liu family, mortal blood through and through. Every step Liu Yuan took forward made Yun Miao a degree more tense. She stepped back instinctively. At first, but before long it transformed into nervous unease. How long had it been? 500 years. Never had she experienced such violent fluctuation of emotions. Her heart raced beyond control. Thump, 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 like a deer frantically crashing against her chest. Her lips turned dry, and a strange heat spread from her neck, blossoming into a faint crimson flush. Even facing Su Jiannan, the senior brother she secretly admired, she had never felt such suffocating pressure. Her jade-white toes were now clenched together tightly. This feeling of a racing heart and quivering soul. What was it? I. Yun Miao actually began to stammer. She realized she didn't dare meet Liu Yuan's eyes at all. The last time she had been so flustered was during her maiden days when love first bloomed, 500 years ago. What? Can't even string together a proper sentence. Are you constipated? Liu Yuan rolled his eyes at her, muttering under his breath. This was his wife's master. Kind of pathetic. Stammering when she talks, and what's with that coy, bashful look? He said without an ounce of tact, stop playing dumb. Stand up straight for me. Stupid woman. Yun Miao nearly choked on her breath. She thrust out her slender jade-like finger pointing at Liu Yuan. You. A towering fury surged from the depths of her heart. Hundreds of years. Who had ever dared call her stupid? Forget insulting her. When those heavenly pride prodigies and holy sons spoke to her, every single one was nothing but deferential and courteous. Those juniors didn't even have the courage to look her straight in the eye. Yet this aunt before her, who had lived a mere 20-odd years, actually, however, just as the flames of rage surged, an even stranger sensation welled up in her heart. How odd, being scolded by him. Why did it make her heart beat a little faster? Do not disrupt my Tao heart. Yun Miao gritted her silver teeth ready to unleash a killing move. Hand forming a sword finger, she silently chanted the incantation. 9 heavens mystic calamity light. Yet, nothing happened. Her divine ability had failed. Great wilderness heaven imprisoning finger. Supreme emotion denying sword. Sit and forget Tao. She suddenly realized that every technique within her body had failed completely in the face of this man. The only way left to deal with him was bare-knuckle brawling. Her brawling with a filthy mortal. Goosebumps erupted all over Yun Miao's body. A visceral, physical revulsion. Liu Yuan caught her constipated expression and frowned. Speak. Show me your ID. Don't make me use force. You? Stay away from me. Under Liu Yuan's tyrannical oppression, Yun Miao retreated step by step, her body, trembling, her breath ragged, until her back slammed against the wall with a dull thud. Nowhere left to retreat. This man, the cruel dominance radiating from him, was crushing her, stealing her breath. What to do? What to do? Panic swept through Yun Miao's heart. This place was far too strange. She should leave at once. She tried to phase through the wall. It failed. She tried to soar through the air. It failed. Even more terrifying, she found the time freeze had been undone. Time began to flow again. And then, a wave of gravity took hold. Her jade feet, which had hovered above the ground for hundreds of years, landed with a pattering sound, planted squarely on the floor. Though the floor was immaculately clean to her senses, it felt like stepping into a muddy swamp. My immaculate body. It's been defiled. Every toe, every inch of skin was frantically resisting. Suppressing her viscerally revolted feeling, Yun Miao prepared to use raw physical strength to teach Liu Yuan the true power of a celestial body. Just then, Master, you're here. Qingxue flickered and teleported straight from the bathroom into the kitchen, catching the exact sight of her own master hemmed into a corner by her husband. She immediately placed herself in front of Yun Miao, shielding Liu Yuan behind her. Seeing him completely unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. What had just happened? Qingxue didn't know either. During the time freeze, she had been unable to perceive anything. She glanced at the clock. It was exactly the moment the freeze had occurred. Only an instant had passed. And yet this single instant was also an eternity within which countless things could have transpired. Qingxue sensed carefully. Her husband's kidneys were still intact. The elderly in the courtyard were all going about their own business, not a single one missing. The citizens of Linen City were also all perfectly normal. Only then did she relax. Perhaps she had overthought it. Her master had not slaughtered innocent people. Honey, she's your master. Liu Yuan feigned complete astonishment. After all, he had done plenty of scolding just moments ago. Since she was an elder, he had to pass it off as a misunderstanding. Qingxue nodded, then solemnly introduced him. Master, this is my husband. I already know. Yun Miao forcibly suppressed the raging storm in her heart, putting on a mask of calm. Though her plan had failed before her disciple, the dignity of a master could not be forsaken. Marriage is nothing but a trifle. Your master can understand that at your age you are still in your fun-loving years, cherishing fantasies of romance. Your master has walked that path before. Her answer was flawless, exuding an air of warmth. It should earn Qingxue's favor. Make her trust her master even more. Qingxue was indeed somewhat moved. She had never expected her master to be so understanding, not even angry about her marriage. Is that so? Liu Yuan asked, his mouth running ahead of his brain. Master, you've been married before. A hint of embarrassment and irritation flickered across Yun Miao's icy, elegant features. It was like prying open a scar, bringing up precisely the topic she least wanted to hear. I have never been married. Yun Miao couldn't bring herself to lie, and said with breezy indifference, but as for romance, who hasn't had their share? Master, how many times have you been in love? Liu Yuan pressed gossipy to the marrow. Yun Miao was trapped. Saying once, too few, making her seem utterly lacking in allure. Saying more, too wanton. In truth, she had never once been in love. But once spoken words were like water flung to the ground, they could never be retrieved. Seeing this, Qingxue hastily gave Liu Yuan a soft pinch on the waist. It didn't hurt, more like a tickle, signaling him to stop pursuing the subject. Master's composure had already been broken. What if her master flew into a rage out of humiliation? Liu Yuan smiled, having also sensed the icy air radiating from Yun Miao. He held out the noodle bowl. Master, care for some noodles I made. Yun Miao involuntarily swallowed. It did smell rather appetizing. Were she not maintaining her dignity, she would have genuinely wanted a taste. Master has abstained from food for a century. She won't eat it. Qingxue immediately snatched the noodle bowl from him, saying to Liu Yuan, better let me eat it then. I was just being polite. You actually took it seriously. It was meant for you all along. Liu Yuan affectionately tapped his wife's nose. Eat up. Once the noodles clump together, they won't taste good anymore. Yun Miao. Qingxue, let me go see your child. Yun Miao couldn't stand the two of them showing off their affection any longer. Liu Yuan. Qingxue was Yun Miao's precious disciple. Pure and spotless like a blank sheet of paper. She had grown up without ever being touched by a man. How infuriating. I watched her grow up and you got her for nothing. Yun Miao's heart was seething with rage. The look she gave Liu Yuan was enough to devour him. She wished she could cut him down on the spot. But Yun Miao could only hold back, utterly helpless against Liu Yuan. This courtyard house was far too strange. All her divine powers had failed, leaving her with only physical combat as a recourse. Before she could figure out the reason, Yun Miao dared not act rashly. As she was about to step forward, her bare soles touched the floor, sending a violent shiver through her entire body. The floor was so polished it could serve as a mirror, yet in her celestial vision, she could see countless tiny bacteria and viruses writhing and multiplying upon its surface. This was the ability of a celestial. With the naked eye alone, one could perceive microscopic objects down to the molecular level. Suppressing her discomfort, she willed it, and a pair of pristine white embroidered shoes with cloud patterns along with long socks materialized from her storage space, wrapping her jade-like feet snugly. Only then did she feel somewhat better. Yun Miao walked toward the bathroom. "Dear, I'll bathe our daughter first." Su Qingxue set down her chopsticks, no longer indulging in her cravings. Her daughter was still in the bathtub. Even though her younger sister Su Yuma was helping, that girl usually needed someone to bathe her in the first place. Su Qingxue simply couldn't rest easy. "Honey, you eat first. I'll go help," Liu Yuan said, untying his apron as he followed Yun Miao into the bathroom. There they saw Su Yuma clumsily trying to scrub little Nianyan's back. She clearly hadn't realized that time had just been stopped, as the temporal freeze lasted only a fleeting instant. Unless one was a celestial, it was nearly impossible to detect. "Yun? Aunt Yun." Su Yuma shrank back like a mouse, spotting a cat the moment she saw Yun Miao enter her neck, retracting her eyes filled with unease and anxiety. She was somewhat afraid of this woman because Yun Miao had always wanted to become her stepmother. All these years she had stayed by Su Jiannan's side, making her something of an elder. This time sneaking out had gotten her caught red-handed by Yun Miao. If the woman tattled to her father Su Jiannan, she would surely face house arrest and kneeling punishment. Yun Miao looked at her, a trace of authority emerging on her cold, elegant face. "Yuma, how dare you? You actually dared to sneak down to the mortal realm. Did your father approve?" I just missed my sister." Su Yuma tried to explain herself. Yun Miao let out a cold snort. "I see you're too consumed by playfulness. Have you finished your homework from the martial academy? Have you practiced your swordsmanship? Have you memorized the Supreme Heart Sutra?" The barrage of soul-searching questions made Su Yuma's head hang even lower. Startled, she darted behind Liu Yuan in a flash, grabbing his arm. As she peeked out half her head, with a pitiful look, "Brother-in-law, this woman is so naggy." Liu Yuan shielded her behind him, and said to Yun Miao with a smile, "Master Yuma is still a child. Don't be too hard on her." Yun Miao watched the scene unfold, and her fury only grew. Fine. Even Su Yuma was getting this close to him. This guy already had the elder sister. Did he want the younger one too? "Yuma, I have a set of 5-year martial exams, 3-year simulations. I'll give it to you sometime." Liu Yuan remarked, not really willing to let his sister-in-law waste her time on idle pursuits. Su Yuma raised a finger and gritted her teeth. "Brother-in-law, you're wicked." Liu Yuan paid her no further mind, and began bathing his daughter Nianyan. Yun Miao's gaze fell upon little Lu Nian, and the more she looked, the more astonished she became. Celestial bloodline. Innate celestialite. Blessed with tremendous fortune. This child's talent was in no way inferior to Qingxue's back in the day. Qingxue, Yun Miao's tone unconsciously softened. Nianyan must be brought back to the boundless heaven. With her talent, a little nurturing would yield boundless future achievements. She would surely become the new holy maiden of our boundless heaven. Little Nianyan, as if she had somehow understood the words, boundless heaven, had some nerve struck. Her tiny mouth puckered and she burst into loud bawling cries. "Nianyan, be good." Liu Yuan gently patted her back, and the little one instantly calmed down, even nuzzling into his embrace. Su Qingxue shook her head with firm resolve. "Master, I don't intend to let Nianyan go to the boundless heaven." "Why not?" Yun Miao grew anxious. "The cultivation resources and environment, there are 100 or 1,000 times superior to this place. Keeping her in this barren little world will only stunt her growth." "I don't care," Su Qingxue said, looking at Liu Yuan with gentle yet resolute eyes. "I only wish for our family to stay together forever." Yun Miao suddenly understood. The crux of it all was still Liu Yuan. She pulled Su Qingxue out of the bathroom and said in a hushed tone, "If you can't bear to part with Liu Yuan, you can bring him back to the boundless heaven with you." Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. "Master, would my father accept Liu Yuan?" Yun Miao's expression turned troubled. "That may not be possible for now. Think about it. You're not only secretly married, but you've even had a child. If your father found out, he'd probably want to kill Liu Yuan." Su Qingxue's face turned pale at those words. "Then I definitely can't bring him back." In the boundless heaven, celestials were everywhere, making it 10,000 times more dangerous than Blue Star. On Blue Star, Liu Yuan was a respected department chief, but in the boundless heaven, he would be nothing but a kept man. She could protect him for a time, but she feared she couldn't ward off the harm that might come to him in the shadows. Seeing that she was making progress, Yun Miao immediately began to coax her gently. "I can talk to your father. Given enough time, perhaps he'll come around. But first you must return with me." No matter what, she had to trick Su Qingxue into going back first. After all, time was already running short. Only 2 hours remained. Su Qingxue has... Yun Miao's tone brooked no argument. "Qingxue, you haven't been home for 4 days now. In the past, you never stayed out overnight. This time it's been 4 full days. Your father is extremely worried about you. You must go back and let him know you're safe." Su Qingxue bit her lip. "But I can't bear to leave Liu Yuan, and I can't bear to leave Nianyan. She was just born. Love-crazed fool. There was no saving her. Yun Miao's heart was frantic with worry. The once well-behaved girl had now abandoned even her own father. Qingxue think this through carefully. If you don't go back, your father will definitely come in person. And when he does, once he learns everything, he will absolutely kill Liu Yuan. I'll protect him. How can you protect him? Yun Miao said with deep anguish. I don't want to see you and your father become bitter enemies over this. Take my advice. First come home with me and appease your father. After that you can come back. You can even bring Nian and Liu Yuan to live in the boundless heaven. Su Qingxue sighed. She knew she couldn't avoid going back. She understood her father's temper all too well. If he truly came all the way from the boundless heaven himself, it would only cause more trouble, perhaps even calamity for the billions of living beings on the entire blue star. Master, I'll go back with you. She finally relented. But, wait one more day. One day in the boundless heaven equaled 1 year on blue star. She wanted to spend 1 more year with her husband and daughter. Yun Miao saw her disciple's reluctance and softened inwardly. It was already very obedient of Su Qingxue to agree to return with her. Very well, I'll wait 1 day for you, Yun Miao said gravely. This is the final deadline. You must not deceive me. Su Qingxue nodded heavily. Just then Liu Yuan had already finished bathing his daughter. He dried her with a soft towel, dressed her in an adorable cotton baby outfit, and carried her out. All done talking. Come look at our little girl. Doesn't she smell nice? Liu Yuan handed little Nian into Su Qingxue's arms. The little one exuded the gentle scent of milk mixed with the fresh fragrance of body wash, utterly adorable. Yun Miao watched the harmonious scene of the family of 3, her gaze complex. Her disciple's wifely aura was growing heavier by the day. Family would become a stumbling block on her path of cultivation. Even if she didn't strike down Liu Yuan herself, this fellow's lifespan was as fleeting as a mayfly's. He would never outlive Su Qingxue. When that day came, it would be yet another agonizing parting of life and death. Besides, feelings like this would inevitably grow stale in time. The young couple had only been married for 3 years. There was still some novelty to it. But what about later? 10 years, 100 years, 500 years. Staring at the same face day after day, they would inevitably divorce eventually. Yun Miao secretly calculated the couple's future. She absolutely could not allow Liu Yuan to affect her disciple's cultivation progress. The heavenly mechanism. It has been obscured. Yun Miao's mind was restless. In her calculations, the future marriage of Su Qingxue and Liu Yuan was shrouded in complete chaos. How could this be? Terror clenched her heart. This wretched place not only imprisoned all her divine powers, but even the heavenly Tao itself could not permeate through. Could this mortal Liu Yuan actually be a hidden master? Yet no matter how she examined him, Liu Yuan was a genuine mortal. His bone age, his vital essence, his physique, nothing was falsified. Compared to Liu Yuan, it was his daughter Liu Nian who stirred Yun Miao's suspicion even more, born bearing immense heavenly fortune. Could it be that behind her some supreme existence is fishing? Yet she could not determine who that being might be. The more Yun Miao pondered, the more vigilant she grew. Her gaze fell upon Su Qingxue. Within her disciple's body lay a monumental secret, known to very few, and even Qingxue herself was unaware. But this secret concerned the peace of all the myriad worlds. This was the true reason Yun Miao was determined to bring Su Qingxue back. Qingxue, your master intends to stay in the courtyard house for a year. Arrange a room for me. Yun Miao decided to remain guarding her disciple and take her home as soon as the term was up. Master, this place is filled with bacteria and viruses everywhere. Would you really be comfortable living here? Su Qingxue was doubtful. Her master's body had been refined into the immaculate crystal body, and her obsession with cleanliness was utterly extreme. It's fine. Yun Miao's tone was indifferent. For your sake, I can endure a year. She was indeed enduring. Also, she added, place nothing whatsoever in the room. There are a few empty rooms in the courtyard. But a room with absolutely nothing in it truly doesn't exist, Liu Yuan interjected. Are you sure you don't want a big bed? Yun Miao's brow furrowed at his words. Mortal beds were filthy and unsanitary. I don't need one, she sneered with utter disdain. Liu Yuan slapped his forehead. Oh, I remember now. There's one room that absolutely fits your requirements. That's the one, Yun Miao said decisively. Su Qingxue frowned slightly. Honey, I don't recall there being such a room. Liu Yuan pointed and said, that little room in the southwest corner of our home with plenty of bamboo planted beside it. Perfect for master's secluded cultivation. Su Qingxue was taken aback, unfamiliar with that room. But after all, this was her home too, and she had personally visited every single room. Suddenly she remembered, honey, isn't that the dog? Before she could finish, Yun Miao interrupted her, her tone brooking no dissent, with bamboo around it. That's quite nice. I'll take that room. Su Qingxue said helplessly, Master, perhaps you should reconsider. That room. It's only 5 square meters utterly bare. Yun Miao, however, could not be bothered to dwell on it. In her eyes, every room was the same, filthy. I'll make do, Yun Miao decided. Liu Yuan smiled slightly. As long as you like it, Master. When he was a child, he had kept a big yellow dog, and this 5 square meter room was where it lived. After the dog died, the room was left vacant. Su Qingxue sighed. Her master Yun Miao was revered as the heavenly venerate in Wuliang heaven, a being of supremely exalted status, and now she had come to the lower realm only to live in a doghouse. If this ever got back to Wuliang heaven, those prideful heavenly chosen saints would probably laugh their teeth right out. Liu Yuan kissed his daughter's little cheek, then led Yun Miao to check into the new room. By now dawn had broken and the eastern sky was tinged with pale light. In the courtyard, the group of retired seniors had already finished their cleaning and were eating breakfast and doing their morning exercises. Yun Miao's gaze swept across them, filled with the transcendent aloofness and contempt of a celestial being toward mortals. Even if they were all ninth realm powerhouses, in her eyes they were no different from ants. Another pretty girl has appeared in the yard. When did she come in? How did I not notice? Second Master Qin was practicing a fist technique. Seeing Liu Yuan leading a woman who looked like a celestial fairy, he guessed she must be a relative of Su Qingxue's family, so he greeted her politely. Yun Miao had not wished to speak, but being addressed as girl felt like a demeaning of her seniority, so she retorted coldly. Your stance is loose, your chi and blood are weak, and your openings are countless. Little one, with this fist technique of yours you probably couldn't even kill a wild boar in the heavens. Second Master Qin's aged face flushed deep red with anger, but for the sake of family harmony, he swallowed his pride. Liu Yuan was amused and laughed at Yun Miao. Aunt Yun, have you taken a liking to my Second Master Qin? I could play matchmaker for you too. Qin Han was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh and scold. You little rascal. Quite the filial one, actually trying to set me up with a wife. Yun Miao glared at Liu Yuan, wishing her icy gaze could bore through him. But since her divine powers were ineffective, all she could do was glare. Otherwise that single look would have been enough to annihilate an entire minor world. Liu Yuan added another remark. My Second Master Qin has a hefty pension and knows how to pamper a woman. Marrying him is a sure win, no loss. The old folks in the courtyard were all stifling their laughter. Yun Miao could barely restrain herself from strangling Liu Yuan. She turned her head and noticed an old woman concocting medicine. Inside the medicine furnace was a piece of crimson flesh. Yun Miao recognized it at a glance. It was the placenta left behind after Su Qingxue gave birth to her daughter, a celestial human-grade divine medicine. What a blasphemous waste. Such a divine medicine, and Qingxue had casually given it away. Little one. Yun Miao tossed out a silk scroll covered in writing. Decipher according to this formula, and you can unleash the full medicinal potency of the Purple River card. Sun Bingxin took it and looked it over, then nodded. The formula is indeed exquisite. Yun Miao said coldly and arrogantly, when it comes to the art of alchemy, you still have a long way to go. Study it well. Sun Bingxin, however, casually tossed the formula into the flames and said calmly, your formula is too overpowering. If a mortal took it, their body would explode. My formula is milder. Both Yuaner and Qingxue can take it. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. Yun Miao snorted coldly and ignored her. Liu Yuan led her to the 5 square meter shack. Master, here it is. Yun Miao glanced inside. It was completely empty, which pleased her greatly. But her celestial human eyes could perceive heavenly secrets, and no demon or specter could hide from her sight. In the corner of the room, a phantom yellow dog was lying curled up. So there's even a house guardian spirit in this courtyard, Yun Miao mused inwardly. A loyal dog after all. But in the next second, realization struck her. The guardian spirit was a dog. Then this room used to be a doghouse. Liu Yuan, you bastard. He actually made her stay in a doghouse. An unprecedented wave of humiliation surged within her, and the killing intent in Yun Miao's eyes could no longer be concealed. You? How dare you humiliate me? Yun Miao seethed with fury. The smile on Liu Yuan's face vanished in an instant, his gaze turning ice-cold and piercing, veiled with murderous intent. Master, for Qingxue's sake, I'll grant you face. I don't want my wife to be upset. But since it's just the two of us here, let me lay my cards on the table. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Back then Qingxue almost mistakenly took that abortion medicine. You were the one who secretly administered it, weren't you? Yun Miao was secretly astonished. This man had been smiling just moments ago, yet in the blink of an eye he had changed his countenance entirely. Deep and calculating. Though he did know how to cherish his wife. But how dared he question her? Was he not afraid of her? In the face of absolute power, scheming was useless. Just as Yun Miao was about to speak, Liu Yuan shouted, shut up. Let me finish. Yun Miao's body trembled. She was genuinely cowed by his sudden force. And you've schemed against me many times, trying to kill me. Of course I have no proof, and you never succeeded. But so what? The truth is I simply cannot stand you. That's right, this is a doghouse. If you want to live in it, fine. If not, then get lost. Every single word struck Yun Miao's heart like a heavy hammer. Liu Yuan wanted to remind this woman not to play any tricks. And also to drop that haughty, condescending attitude. Insolent. Yun Miao trembled with rage. In Wuliang heaven she was honored beyond compare. And now she was being cursed at by a mere mortal. She raised her hand to strike. With the physique of a celestial human, a single slap from her could shatter a star. Yet her wrist was caught effortlessly by Liu Yuan. It was like snow meeting spring. The instant their skin touched, Yun Miao's hair stood on end as if she had been defiled. She had an intense phobia of filth, and her wrist had never once been touched by a mortal. And more than that, she was terrified. She discovered that her celestial human body was inexplicably unable to contend with the physical strength of Liu Yuan, a mere mortal. What was happening? When had she become so fragile? It made no sense. She was a celestial human. Her physical strength couldn't even match a fourth realm martial elite. It was like a dream. Yun Miao could be certain that Liu Yuan's body was absolutely mortal, yet she simply couldn't overpower him. Slap. A crisp resounding slap across Yun Miao's face. Liu Yuan left behind a single icy sentence, "Hear what I say goes. Even if you were the heavenly king himself, you'd still have to lie down and behave." Yun Miao stood frozen on the spot, a clear five-fingered red mark rapidly surfacing on her cold, exquisitely beautiful face. Her entire body shuddered violently, not from fear, but from overwhelming humiliation and rage. Aya, her disciple's husband, had actually laid hands on her. This was rebellion against heaven. How dare he slap her face? In over 500 years. This was the first time she had ever been struck, and it was a slap in the face. Yun Miao gritted her teeth, wishing she could devour Liu Yuan alive. Though humiliation and rage burned within her, she forced her expression to remain icy, striving to bury those emotions. Do not disturb my Tao heart. What was there to care about when bitten by an ant? She was a woman of immense pride. Yet still a strange feeling she had never experienced before silently crept up, like vines. Being slapped by him. This feeling of helpless resistance. Why does my body feel so hot? Yun Miao trembled, slowly reaching up to touch her burning cheek. The sensation was foreign, yet scorching. A bizarre tingling numbness accompanied by a violent heartbeat spread from her cheek, through every limb and bone. Her breathing grew rapid, her legs turned weak, and she uncontrollably sank to the ground. Her delicate body trembled ceaselessly. Honey, is my master really staying in the doghouse? Qingxue lightly covered her mouth with her fingers, feeling the phrase was a bit impolite, and changed her wording. In that little guest room. She couldn't believe it. Liu Yuan nodded. While playfully poking their daughter's soft pink cheeks, he told Qingxue master is very fond of the minimalist style of that room. It suits quiet cultivation. Then that's good. Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. She had clearly believed him. What, brother-in-law? Do you know what status Yun Miao holds in Wuliang heaven? She's a heavenly venerable. And you actually let her live in a doghouse. Su Yuma's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, her face filled with shock and disbelief. What about it? Liu Yuan asked with an innocent look. Doesn't the war god's daughter also live in a doghouse? This is unreasonable. Su Yuma scratched her head wildly. Given how aloof and high and mighty that old woman Yun Miao is, how did she not just slap you to death? Has she lost her mind? No way, I have to record this legendary scene. Su Yuma's eyes rolled in thought. She quietly pulled out her phone, planning to sneak a few photos. In the room, only the family of three remained. Little Ninian seemed hungry. She nuzzled her head around in her mother's arms, gazing pitifully at Qingxue's chest. She stretched out a plump little hand about to grab, then timidly pulled it back. She wanted to eat, but didn't dare. That little greedy cat look of hers was unbearably adorable. Qingxue was amused by her daughter, and said softly, "Mommy will feed you." She unbuttoned the front of her clothes, and was about to breastfeed. But Liu Yuan pressed down on her hand, and said worriedly, "Honey, can your body take it? You only gave birth last night, and then you went and fought that old celestial and the blood abyss demon emperor. Your chi and blood are weak." "It's fine," Qingxue said, shaking her head, her face radiant with maternal light. "It's just breastfeeding, it won't drain me." After being fed, little Ninian squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Her little hand still clutched her mother's clothes, and soon she sank into a deep sleep. Liu Yuan carefully put her down in the crib. The crib automatically adjusted to the most comfortable constant temperature, and a gentle breeze, and rocking mode switched on to smartly soothe her to sleep. Qingxue pulled her collar back, gazing at her daughter's serene sleeping face, her eyes full of maternal tenderness. "Honey, look how cute Ninian is." Liu Yuan hugged her from behind, watching mother and daughter, his eyes equally full of adoration. The new parents' first day passed quietly in that warm serenity. Even though it was their first time caring for a baby, the process was easier than they had imagined. At noon, their daughter woke up crying. Qingxue thought she had wet the bed and quickly picked her up. But the diaper was completely clean. This was a spiritual artifact designed by the artifact refiner Zhao Xingong. Inside it formed its own space, automatically decomposing filth and keeping everything dry, so it didn't need to be changed for an entire week. Old Zhao's spiritual artifact is really handy. Qingxue couldn't help praising it. Being a mother really did save her a lot of worry. As for the fussing daughter, perhaps the little one had just had a nightmare. After a few pats, she went back to sleep. At dinner time, Qingxue had prepared a table full of dishes. Su Yuma arrived right on time to freeload a meal. She first ran to the crib and gave her little niece a big kiss on the cheek. So cute. She even made funny faces and played with the little girl for a while. Qingxue quietly used her divine sense to check and found that her master had already laid down restrictions around the doghouse, sealing herself inside. So she didn't go to disturb her. With her master's personality, there was no chance she would eat ordinary mortal food. "Brother-in-law, just tell me, how exactly did you convince that old woman Yun Miao to live in a doghouse?" Su Yuma poked at her rice as she leaned in with a face full of curiosity to learn the trick. "If she really becomes my stepmother later, I can deal with her the same way." Liu Yuan picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her bowl. Simple. Just say it to her boldly. But Su Yuma lost her nerve. "I wouldn't dare. If she complains to my dad, I'm done for." After the meal, little Ninian was hungry again and burst into loud crying. Su Qingxue skillfully fed her and lulled her to sleep. Su Yuma watched for a while then yawned and went back to her room. The room fell quiet once more. Honey, I want to tell you something. Nestled in Liu Yuan's arms, Su Qingxue decided to stop hiding it. It's about my master. She came to bring me home. Liu Yuan had guessed it a long time ago. He held his wife and said softly, counting the days, it's about time for you to go back. Su Qingxue had been married to him for nearly 4 years, which according to Heavenly Realm time was only 4 days. A bride returning to her parents' home after the wedding was also a customary courtesy called Hui Min. Don't worry, Su Qingxue said, lifting her head with firm eyes. After I make things clear with my father, I will definitely come back. This is my home. Liu Yuan kissed her forehead. I'll wait for you. If you don't come back, I'll go to Wuliang Heaven to find you. Su Qingxue's heart was instantly full. Honey, before I go home, I still have one wish. Tell me, what is it? A flush crept over Su Qingxue's cheeks. She turned over, straddled Liu Yuan's lap, and kissed him first, her breath as soft as orchid. Let's have another one. Liu Yuan stiffened. No way, honey. You just gave birth to our daughter last night. Can your body really take it? I'm a celestial, I recover very fast. But, our daughter is still right beside us. It's fine. The crib has a soundproofing function. There's no rush though. I've heard you're supposed to do the month of confinement after giving birth. Time is running out. Su Qingxue's eyes held a hint of urgency. There's only 1 year left. Every day that passes is 1 day less. Late at night in the realm of dreams, that scarlet pitch-black forbidden land of life surfaced again in Liu Yuan's mind. No vitality remained here. Since the sky had collapsed and the earth had split, only lifeless gloom, murderous intent, and piercing cold were left. A colossal city wall stretched across heaven and earth. Strangely, the city gate was open. Below the wall, countless warriors gathered like a vast ocean, their might immense, marching to conquer the forbidden land of life. Yet they lingered hesitantly at the threshold as though caught in an empty city trap, not daring to enter. As time flowed on, their vitality gradually withered, and one by one they turned into white bones. Bones piled up like mountains, corpses littered the wilderness. Early the next morning, just as Liu Yuan got up, he saw his wife, Su Qingxue, sitting at the edge of the bed, letting out a soft, despondent sigh. Honey, it failed. She looked utterly lifeless. It's okay. When we were trying for our daughter, didn't it take 3 years before we conceived? Liu Yuan comforted his wife. He was still an ordinary mortal, so the reproductive barrier between him and his wife remained. Even 2 celestials couldn't necessarily conceive on the first try, let alone the gulf between celestial and mortal that existed between the couple. Su Qingxue shook her head, looking like a wife who had failed her duty, and said dejectedly, this time it's not you who's inadequate. It's me. So it turns out that after giving birth you have to wait a month before conceiving a second child. She leaned close to his ear and explained that little piece of physiological knowledge to her husband. Darling, I'm in an untargetable physiological state right now. Su Qingxue summed it up in one precise sentence. So no matter how hard Liu Yuan's genes struggled, no matter how extraordinarily they kept evolving, none of it could ever get her pregnant. It would take a month, commonly known as doing the month. Got it. Ovulation has a cool-down period. Liu Yuan understood instantly. Su Qingxue stretched out her slender jade-like fingers and gently wiped away the milk stain at the corner of her husband's mouth. Then she pulled him out of bed and they walked together to the baby crib, gazing at their precious sleeping daughter. Nian didn't cry or fuss all night. She's so well-behaved it's almost scary. Su Qingxue was brimming with pride. She had read quite a few best-selling parenting books, and they all said newborns were fussy. But her daughter Nian was not one bit like what the textbooks described. Liu Yuan leaned over and kissed his daughter on the cheek. It seems our little Nian has been a well-behaved girl from the very start. That's not all. Su Qingxue pointed at the baby's sleeping posture. Look. Liu Yuan looked carefully and saw his daughter's 2 fair little feet, with soles facing each other, knees naturally splayed, open hands folded across her navel. Her breathing was long and steady, and inside her body qi and blood were actually circulating on their own, full and vigorous. What the hell? Nian is automatically cultivating in her sleep. Liu Yuan was shocked. That posture was clearly some profound breathing and qi-nourishing technique. Su Qingxue nodded, her eyes full of pride. This is the Hunyuan art of innate embryonic breathing. I never taught her. It seems she figured it out all on her own. Our daughter's martial talent and enlightenment are absolutely heaven-defying. Liu Yuan looked at his daughter and couldn't help praising her. Our girl just placed her starting line right at other people's finish line. In the alley outside the courtyard house, Yi Qiuhong had been camped there for a whole day and night. He wanted to go inside and see his good brother Liu Yuan and Liu Yuan's newborn daughter, but he simply didn't have the courage. Celestial Venerable Yu Miao of Wuliang Heaven actually crossed realms in person. He must be here to bring Su Qingxue back to her parents' home. Elder Mo's voice rang out in his mind. But she's been in there for a whole day and night. Why is there still no movement at all? Yi Qiuhong wondered. I'm puzzled too, Elder Mo said thoughtfully. When she first appeared, she must have used one thought eternity to freeze all time on Blue Star. In theory, she had free reign to do whatever she pleased during that time. Yi Qiuhong's backside clenched. She didn't take advantage of the time stop to do something indecent to me, did she? Elder Mo was left speechless. I think you've watched too many adult films. But she really didn't do anything, and then the time stop was lifted. You should count yourself lucky. With her power, she could easily have obliterated all 10 billion people on this world. I'm really lucky. I get to live another day. Yi Qiuhong was still shaken. Elder Mo said, enough stalling. Think of a way to get inside. I want to see with my own eyes whether that baby girl is truly the reincarnation of the Lord of Great Brahma Heaven. Don't rush me. Yi Qiuhong communicated mentally. From what you said, Great Brahma Heaven and Wuliang Heaven are sworn enemies. If Yu Miao finds out you, me, and that baby girl are all finished. Just then a hand tapped Yi Qiuhong's shoulder from behind. He shuddered in fright and whipped his head around. Director, what are you doing here? When he saw it was Mu Bai, Yi Qiuhong's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Mu Bai asked in return, that's what I should be asking you. Sneaking around like this, what are you up to? Yi Qiuhong quickly made up an excuse. Well, Liu Yuan's wife just gave birth, so I thought I'd come congratulate them. Just what I was thinking. Mu Bai had been entrusted by the heads of the government's various ministries to visit Su Qingxue for an informal talk, hoping she would take the place of the former Celestial and continue guarding Blue Star. Although for mortals, being with a Celestial meant only ending up devoured to the bone and turned into consumables for a Celestial's cultivation. A small world with no Celestial protecting it could all too easily be destroyed. Director, shall we go in together? Yi Qiuhong planned to cling to a powerful thigh. After all, Mu Bai was a martial arts grandmaster. How much cash gift are you planning to give? Mu Bai asked suddenly. Yi Qiuhong thought for a moment. Last time old Xiao in the logistics department had a child, Liu Yuan gave 1,000. Since I'm close to him, 3,000 should be about right. Mu Bai nodded, said nothing, and simply made a gesture for him to go ahead. The two stepped into the courtyard compound. The old folks in the yard all knew them and knew they were Liu Yuan's superiors and colleagues. Oh, Director Mu Bai, Division Chief Yi, you're here. Second Master Qin greeted them warmly. Sun Bingxin also smiled and nodded. You've come to see Yuaner and Qingxue, haven't you? Come in and sit down. Yi Qiuhong quickly responded that he had heard Liu Yuan was blessed with a daughter and had come especially to visit. Just then Su Qingxue in the living room suddenly became alert. Honey, it seems your colleagues are coming. The next second, before Liu Yuan could even answer, she had already flashed to the bed in the bedroom, even changed into a loose set of pajamas. All the color had drained from her face and her lips were pale. One look, and anyone would say she had just given birth, badly depleted and in postpartum confinement. Liu Yuan found it amusing. You silly woman, you're actually putting on a performance. And indeed her acting was better than any movie star's. Still, he didn't expose her. Instead, he made an okay gesture to his wife indicating his full cooperation. Su Qingxue blinked with satisfaction, giving him a playful wink. Yi Qiuhong and Mu Bai entered the house both nervous and ill at ease. After some pleasantries, Director Mu Bai, Division Chief Yi, this is my daughter Nian. Liu Yuan showed them Lu Nian in the crib. Lu Nian was chewing on her pacifier. The kaleidoscopic pattern in her eyes had already faded, and her eyes looked the same as any normal child's. Mu Bai didn't notice anything unusual. His main goal was to talk with Su Qingxue. Through the open bedroom door, he saw Su Qingxue lying in bed and silently exclaimed, good grief. She was clearly a Celestial who could shatter a planet with a single slap, yet here, she was playing the fragile Lin Daiyu and faking postpartum confinement. This made it impossible for Mu Bai to bring up his business. Su Qingxue's attitude was clear enough. She only wanted to keep to her little family and had no intention of dealing with the government. Miss Su, please rest well. Mu Bai took a stack of 1,000 yuan bills from his jacket and handed them to Liu Yuan. This is a gift I personally give to little Nian. Yi Qiuhong was dumbfounded. That stack had to be at least 100,000. No way, Director. We agreed on 3,000. How can you give 100,000? This made him lose a lot of face. He clutched the 3,000 yuan against his chest, unable to pull it out or put it back. Meanwhile, Elder Mo in his sea of consciousness was already having an extreme mental climax. This girl is the reincarnation of the Lord of Great Brahma Heaven. My lord, this old servant has finally found you. Elder Mo's eyes brimmed with tears. Yi Qiuhong, what's your reasoning? Elder Mo, the Lord planted a mark in this old servant's soul. If I were to meet the Lord, the mark would respond. It's absolutely unmistakable. Quick, kowtow to this old ancestor. Yi Qiuhong. He didn't dare kowtow. No matter how he looked at it, the baby girl seemed perfectly normal, and even if she had a past life, she probably had no memory of it. Her primary identity was Liu Yuan's daughter, not the so-called Lord of Great Brahma Heaven. A small token of congratulations. Don't think it's too little. Yi Qiuhong still braced himself and handed over the 3,000 yuan. How could I? It's already more than enough. Liu Yuan accepted it with a smile. Yi Qiuhong's gift was the more normal one. Mu Bai's was simply too much. From Mu Bai's 100,000, he took only 3 bills and pushed the rest of the thick stack back. Director, I appreciate your good intentions, but this is too much. I treat everyone the same. I only accept 3,000 so I can return the courtesy later. Just when Mu Bai was about to decline politely, 2 weak coughs came from the bedroom. Li, listen to my husband. Mu Bai's courage fled at once. Since the female celestial had spoken, he should listen to Liu Yuan. Oh, and this is the cash gift from all the colleagues in our department. It's all on this card. 200 yuan each, just a token. Mu Bai took out another black gold card. The pin is Nianyan's birthday, which was yesterday. Liu Yuan accepted it. Whenever his colleagues got married or had children, he had given cash gifts, so it was only right to receive some in return now. Miss Su, please rest and recuperate. We won't disturb you any longer. Mu Bai never did have the nerve to bring up the real matter. He pulled Yi Qiu home and left quickly. He knew that going along with her performance and leaving a good impression mattered more than anything. As soon as they were gone, Qingxue threw off the blanket, padded barefoot into the living room, picked up the black gold card, and waved it with a money-grubbing look. Honey, how many people are there in your department again? Liu Yuan estimated about 1,000. But a lot of them aren't closed, so they probably won't send gifts. 1,000 people times 200. That's still 200,000. Qingxue excitedly opened the online banking app on her phone and entered her daughter's birthday. Although she was of noble birth and had never been short of money, this was earned by her own skill. Giving birth was also a skill. I'll keep all this money for Nian. When she grows up, she can spend it however she likes. She stared at the screen and suddenly froze. Honey, something's wrong. Why are there so many zeros? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Qingxue counted them one by one, and her heartbeat raced faster with each number. Liu Yuan leaned in for a look and froze as well. Balance 2,000,000,000. 2 trillion. He had calculated the number. 2 trillion. Qingxue was stunned. What does this mean? How could there be so much? Even she, the saintess of Wuliang heaven, had never seen this many zeros in any account since she was a child. Though this mortal currency meant little to her, the visual impact of that string of numbers was simply too strong. Liu Yuan took a deep breath and instantly understood the meaning behind the bank card. It's simple. Blue Star now has 10 billion people. Every one of them gave you who just gave birth a 200 yuan cash gift. Altogether, that's 2 trillion. Behind Mu Bai stood the Blue Star government, and more than that, the will of the people. Qingxue looked at the string of numbers. The world's 10 billion people are all celebrating me for having a child. She raised her head and looked at Liu Yuan a little uneasy. Honey, should we accept this gift? Qingxue was torn. Though she did not care about the money, 2 trillion was already an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Take it. Liu Yuan smiled and nodded, pressing the black gold card into her hand. Qingxue still hesitated. But if I accept this money, doesn't it mean I'll have to do things for them? Though she was a little clever, she still didn't understand the unspoken rules of officialdom. Liu Yuan tapped his wife's pert nose and pulled her into his arms. 2 trillion, just to make my precious wife risk her life. They're dreaming. Qingxue's heart blossomed at being called precious, and the corners of her mouth could not help lifting. Exactly. Money could make ghosts turn the millstone, but wanting to order around a celestial like her, they were still far from enough. Honey, I'll listen to you. But she was still a little curious. What exactly does the government mean by giving me this money? Is it really just a congratulatory gift for celebrating the birth of a daughter? Of course. Liu Yuan nodded. You don't have to do anything. As long as you accept this money with peace of mind, that's already enough for them. If you don't accept it, they'll become panicked and afraid instead. They'll keep coming to your door and offer an even higher price. Qingxue seemed to half understand. So this is what they call protection money. You're thinking too small. Liu Yuan shook his head and said this is called tax. It was just that they paid it voluntarily, seeking peace of mind. Qingxue made up her mind. She waved the black gold card in front of her daughter and smiled. Nian, see this. From now on, all of this will be your pocket money. Mommy will keep it safe for you first and give it back when you've grown up. Liu Nian, who had only been born for 2 days, could hardly understand any of this. Her big glossy black eyes stared straight at her mother's chest. Her little mouth was craving milk again. Days passed one after another. Mu Bai, the director of the Immigration Bureau, felt each day like a year. He was terrified that one day Liu Yuan would suddenly come to his door and return the black gold card, which would mean the female celestial Qingxue was dissatisfied with the price. Every day in the United Government's office meeting room, the directors of all departments gathered on time. The sole topic of the meeting was to press Mu Bai. Old Mu, have you managed to make contact with her yet? Give us a straight answer. My hair has turned white from worry. Mu Bai looked haggard. Someone beside him shook his head. It was already white to begin with. Mu Bai glared at him. But I'm starting to lose hair. At this rate, I'm going to go bald. It's been a month now. Since there has been no movement from Miss Su's side, she must have accepted our 2 trillion. Exactly. She might not necessarily shelter us, but at least she's much easier to serve than the old celestial. Indeed. The old celestial needed a powerful female martial artist as his cauldron every single day. Miss Su only needs one man. Comrade Liu Yuan has made an indelible and tremendous contribution to the reproduction and stability of the billions of living beings on Blue Star. I propose that he be awarded the Medal of the Republic. Unanimously approved. Now he is second only to one person. Mu Bai cleared his throat. Since Comrade Liu Yuan is a section chief of our Immigration Bureau, I propose that from now on the 12 bureaus should take the Immigration Bureau as the core. The director of the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately refused to go along. Wait, our Civil Affairs Bureau also issued Qingxue's marriage certificate. Shouldn't we rank first? Though the other directors argued, the Immigration Bureau and the Civil Affairs Bureau had imperceptibly gained much more weight. In the courtyard house, the sunshine was bright. Today was the 1-month celebration for his daughter Liu Nian. Liu Yuan had laid out a lavish feast in the courtyard, but he had not invited outsiders. Only the retired elders of the courtyard celebrated together. His sister-in-law, Su Yuman, naturally had not missed it either. Even Master Yun Miao, who had been in closed-door cultivation in a dog kennel for a month, had emerged from retreat. As if nothing had ever happened, she still maintained that lofty superior air, her temperament cold and distant. As for the slap Liu Yuan had given her, it seemed to have been completely forgotten by her. Only every time her gaze inadvertently swept past Liu Yuan, an inexplicable flutter stirred in her chest. Yun Miao took that sensation for an inner demon. She could only shift her gaze to her disciple. Su Qingxue wore an off-white long dress, her silhouette elegantly curved. Her black hair was casually pinned up, exposing a fair neck. Her face bore no makeup, yet her skin was like solidified cream, flawless and without blemish. After a month of nursing, her figure had grown even fuller. In her originally pure and clean temperament, there was now not only a charming wifely allure, but a mature maternal radiance that emanated from her whole being. Alas, Qingxue is growing more and more mature. Yun Miao felt some helplessness and heartache inside. During these days she had been in seclusion, deducing one matter: how could Liu Yuan, a mere mortal, have crossed reproductive isolation and gotten Qingxue pregnant? In the end, she still had no result, and could only attribute it to luck, and to Su Qingxue's naturally fertile constitution. Of course, this baby girl's luck was also excellent, having crossed the gulf between celestial and mortal to come into this world. Nian, show your grandpas and grandmas a set of military boxing. Su Qingxue smiled, and set her daughter down on the ground, demonstrating an opening stance for her. Little Lu Nian, wearing open crotch pants and a diaper, immediately started waving her little fists in a serious, practiced manner, throwing punches while flailing her arms and feet. Though still milky and babyish, every stance and strike was full of vigor. She had just turned 1 month old, yet she could already run and jump. She even did a beautiful backflip, landed steadily, and followed with a perfect one-finger handstand. Huh! The little one let out a crisp shout, and threw a straight punch at the old locust tree in the courtyard. A gust of fist wind swept by, striking the hard bark. The thick tree trunk jolted violently, and a single locust leaf drifted down slowly. Wonderful! A burst of fervent applause immediately rang through the courtyard. My goodness! Second Master Qin's jaw dropped in shock. Such force! Such fist intent! Nian is only a month old, and she's already a first-realm martial artist. This old locust tree had bark as hard as iron. Even he, a martial arts grandmaster, would occasionally train his punches on it. Little Lu Nian, barely 1 month old, could shake the tree trunk with one punch and send leaves falling. She was already a true first-realm martial artist. Nian's bone structure and enlightenment. She is a rare genius born for martial arts. Minister Li also stroked his beard and praised her, his eyes shining. Not just martial arts, Zhang Qingxian said with a knowing look. Look at the rhythm of her breathing. It subtly conforms to the cadence of heaven and earth. This is clearly innate fetal respiration. Teacher Chun adjusted his glasses and said in a bookish tone, such a girl belongs only in heaven. Qian Jiogong, watching Lu Nian's footwork, clicked his tongue in amazement. She steps on the 7 stars, every step blooming with a lotus. Nian has talent in the formation Dao. Wang Jinghua also praised her. Good. Nian, when you're a little older, I'll teach you marksmanship. We'll carry a sniper rifle to kindergarten. Zhao Shengong said nothing. He only silently took out a small notebook and began designing a divine weapon suitable for a baby. The group of retired elders looked at Liu Yuan, then at Lu Nian. They no longer had any hope for Liu Yuan's main account to train in martial arts. From now on they would focus entirely on teaching Lu Nian. Yuan practice a few more alt accounts with Qingxue in the future. Liu Yuan replied, we've been fighting bosses and leveling up all along, winning or losing doesn't matter. Su Qingxue thought they were really talking about a game, so she cut in, honey, let's start a game later. I'll carry you in duo queue. Hearing about playing games, Su Yuma's playful mood also stirred. Sis, count me in. I'll be your support. Su Qingxue nodded and turned to look at Master Yun Miao, who sat silently nearby. If only Master would join too. But she knew that was impossible. Apart from cultivation, Master rarely engaged in any entertainment at all. In Wuliang Heaven, Su Qingxue had always been exactly like that. It was only after meeting Liu Yuan that she gradually freed her true nature. Solo queue is more suitable for you. You can enjoy all the experience by yourself. Liu Yuan's rejection of his sister-in-law's request made Su Yuma pout and shake Su Qingxue's arm. Sis, look at brother-in-law. He's monopolizing you and won't let you play with me. Alas, my main account is ruined too. Yun Miao felt increasingly disappointed in her disciple. Her gaze fell on Lu Nian with undisguised affection. Such a fine seedling. Her bloodline talent and comprehension were all rare in 10,000 ages. What a pity. She could not accept her as a disciple. Yun Miao sighed inwardly. She is Qingxue's daughter. If I take her as a disciple, she would become Qingxue's junior sister disciple. The seniority would be completely thrown into chaos. Should she call her mother or should she call her senior sister? Yun Miao had no other choice, so she could only teach Lu Nian in the capacity of elder master. Nian, come here. I'll pass down a heaven-tier cultivation technique to you. Yun Miao taught her directly through mind-to-mind transmission. Liu Yuan did not stop it. He also hoped his daughter could learn more techniques. To master external refinement and become a martial artist at barely 1 month old was truly heaven-defying. After all, when Liu Yuan had first become a first-realm martial artist, he had already been attending the martial arts university. And even that was only because he had a bit of martial arts talent. Don't underestimate the first realm. In private enterprises one could earn a high salary, in the government system one could become a civil servant. The benefits were excellent. Some people might never become first-realm martial artists, even after a lifetime. That was the ordinary life without cheat codes. There weren't that many geniuses, most people were merely beasts of burden. But Liu Yuan was born with a celestial bloodline, and had awakened her heavenly eye. Liu Yuan could already foresee just how dazzling his daughter would be in the future. My daughter has the bearing of a great emperor. Having just reached 1 month of age, Liu Yuan carried the high hopes of her father, her mother, and a host of elders. Second Master Qin taught her fist techniques and stance training. Wang Jingwa taught her to hold a spear. Minister Li performed a sword dance for her. Teacher Chen played the zither to nourish her temperament. Even Yun Miao, who had always watched coldly from the sidelines, stepped forward in person, and through a mind-to-mind transmission gently pressed the heaven-grade cultivation art, star change, into Liu Yuan's brow. This art was focused on body tempering, refining the flesh with the radiant light of stars. Boom. Little Liu Yuan's body seemed to become a black hole drawing in the bright sunlight. The surrounding air turned cool. She entered a state of enlightenment so profound it defied words. Around her tiny form, even space itself twisted. Although she had only been born a month ago and understood nothing of the world, she possessed an innate gift for the martial path alone. Comprehension came at the lightest tap. A born holy body for the martial arts. When the banquet ended and everyone was full and sated, Liu Yuan also drifted back from that mysterious state. She turned toward the old locust tree in the courtyard and casually swung her small fist through the air. Bang! The old locust tree trembled fiercely and 2 emerald green locust leaves floated silently down. The courtyard was instantly hushed. Everyone's gaze congealed on those 2 fallen leaves, and all of them stood frozen in shock. Second realm. Second Master Qin's voice shook and he nearly lost the wine cup in his hand. Good heavens. She broke through just like that. Wang Jingwa's chopsticks clattered to the ground. From the first realm to the second realm, it took no longer than 1 banquet. Minister Li stared at Liu Yuan with a look of horror, as if beholding a monster. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Zhang Qingxian shook his head repeatedly and muttered, I have cultivated for a lifetime, yet I am not as perceptive as Nian Yin. Even on Yun Miao's cool remote face, shock and disbelief emerged. She had taught star change, a genuine heaven-grade body tempering art. Even a rare genius like Su Qingxue, unseen in 10,000 years, had taken a whole hour to master this art. But Su Qingxue was 5 years old when she learned it. Yet Liu Yuan was barely a month old, and had not even learned to speak. How could she comprehend it in the time it took to eat a meal? This comprehension was simply monstrous. Qingxue, you have truly given birth to a peerless genius. Yun Miao could not resist pinching Liu Yuan's chubby little cheeks, love spilling from her eyes. Cultivate well, and in the future you will surely surpass your mother. Su Qingxue proudly picked up her daughter and kissed her on the cheek. Nian Yin is amazing, but if you want to surpass mommy, it's not that easy. A small flame of competitive pride burned in her heart. As a mother, how could she allow her daughter to surpass her so easily? Brother-in-law, if you don't work harder, Nian Yin is going to overtake you very soon. Su Yuma poked Liu Yuan's arm from beside him, looking utterly thrilled at the show. Liu Yuan calmly took a sip of tea. Actually, I've been working hard every day. Su Yuma rolled her eyes dramatically. Impossible. I've been here for almost a year now, and I've never once seen you seriously practice martial arts. Oh really? Liu Yuan put down his teacup, smiling. He walked slowly to the old locust tree and casually threw a punch. Wham! The old locust tree let out a deep, violent tremor, its leaves rustling loudly as 5 of them tumbled down. Once again, the entire venue was plunged into an eerie, deathly silence. Su Yuma's mouth formed an "oh," and her eyes nearly shot out of their sockets. Second Master Qin drew a cold breath. You little rascal. You've broken from the 4th realm into the 5th. Midstage wooing. Zhang Qingxian stroked his beard, emotions surging. It seems this main account isn't completely ruined after all. It can still be salvaged. Brother-in-law, when did you reach 5th realm? That's impossible. Su Yuma was baffled. A moment ago you were clearly 4th realm. It's fake. I suspect this tree is helping you cheat. She had already discovered the rule. The old locust tree could measure one's realm. The number of leaves it shed indicated the stage. Li Piaoran shook his head. The old locust tree never lies. Yuaner is indeed 5th realm wooing. It seems he has been diligently cultivating all along. But brother-in-law clearly never trained. Su Yuma simply could not comprehend it. Yuma, don't disparage your brother-in-law, Su Qingxue said as she walked over, speaking with utter seriousness. He works very hard every single night. I can testify to that. Su Yuma was utterly overwhelmed. Have I lost my memory? Why does everyone know about brother-in-law's diligence, but me? She looked to Yun Miao for help, only to see Yun Miao frowning as well. What cultivation method is this kid actually practicing? Could it be dual cultivation? Yun Miao pondered inwardly, suspecting that her disciple Su Qingxue was secretly assisting Liu Yuan in raising his realm. But dual cultivation arts were only meant for 2 people at similar levels, so they could contend as equals and improve together. If there was too wide a gap between 2 people's realms, one of them would become a cauldron, consumed until nothing remained. Su Qingxue was a celestial, Liu Yuan was a mortal. The gulf between heaven and mortal made dual cultivation impossible. What secret is he hiding? I cannot see through it, not at all. The more Yun Miao thought, the more tangled it became. She even conceived an absurd idea that destabilized her Dao heart. Yun Miao grew ever more confused. No matter how she calculated, she could not obtain a reasonable explanation, and instead fell only deeper into the maze. Could it be that I was wrong? That he is worthy of Qingxue? Yun Miao began to waver, but she could not calculate any result. Only guess. The only way to verify it would be a second child. If Liu Yuan could make Su Qingxue pregnant again, that would be enough to prove he was no ordinary man. Once could be luck, twice would be strength. No, I must not let Qingxue bear another child. Yun Miao did not want her disciple to become pregnant again. She hoped that when her disciple returned to Wuliang heaven, she would still be a pure saintess, not a mom of two. Actually, Liu Yuan's breakthrough was all thanks to his daughter's efforts. The daughter had broken through 2 realms in a row. This also counted as genetic evolution, feeding back cultivation to her father. Meanwhile, his billions of genes had been evolving continuously, accumulating enough actual strength. Today, with his daughter's breakthrough added to the equation, Liu Yuan naturally flowed to completion and broke through his bottleneck. After the banquet, Yun Miao, her heart heavy with thoughts, went back into seclusion in the dog kennel. Sun Bingxin handed 2 exquisite jade bottles to Liu Yuan, and Su Qingxue smiling as she said, "These are the Xiansu origin-returning pills refined from that piece of placenta. They anchor the foundation, nurture the origin, and greatly replenish qi and blood. The black bottle with the Xiandan is for Qingxue, the white bottle with the Su Dan is for Yuaner. Remember not to take the wrong one." "Thank you, Grandma-san." The couple received the pills gratefully. Looking at the pills in his hands, Liu Yuan wondered why they had to be separated by color. It sounded like the black and white impermanence. The two carried their daughter back into the room. Su Yuma stuck to them like a tail, clamoring to play games with her sister and brother-in-law, a 3-player ranked match. She was mercilessly refused by Liu Yuan. "Your sister and I are about to enter a duo queue. You can go to your own room for a solo queue." With a bang, the door shut in front of Su Yuma. Staring at the tightly closed door, she stomped her feet in grievance. Her sister had been hoarded by her brother-in-law again. Inside, Su Qingxue first nursed her daughter and lulled her to sleep, then activated the soundproof mode of the baby crib. She picked up the white Su Dan bottle from the table and pulled out the cork. A delicate medicinal fragrance rushed to meet her. She poured out 1 pill and popped it into her mouth. Just as she was about to swallow it, she remembered she had forgotten which color was hers and asked Liu Yuan, "Honey, about the Xiandan and Su Dan Grandma-son mentioned. Do you remember which of us takes which color?" Liu Yuan tucked the little quilt around their daughter and answered, "You take the Xiandan, oh I take the Su Dan. Then I've taken the wrong pill. Good thing I didn't swallow it yet." Struck by a sudden idea, Su Qingxue walked up to Liu Yuan and kissed him directly. As the pill entered his mouth, Liu Yuan felt a warm, gentle current dissolve and spread. "How does it taste?" Su Qingxue's eyes were sparkling, carrying a trace of mischievous amusement. Quite nourishing." Before he could finish speaking, Su Qingxue took his hand and headed straight into the bedroom. "Honey, the cool down has refreshed." Deep in the night, within a dream, a forbidden land of life, white bones lay bare in the wilds for 1,000 li. No rooster crows. These were the ancient battlefields from which no one ever returned. Speak not of titles and enfeoffment, one general's glory is built on 10,000 withered bones. 100 battles in yellow sand wore through golden armor. They would never return until Lulan was broken. At the same moment in the night sky, a bright, full moon quietly shed its silver light. Upon the moon's surface, radiance flowed like liquid mercury, slowly gathering into a colossal, indifferent eye. The eye revolved its gaze, sweeping the entire blue star. Mountains and cities alike, nothing could hide, as if it were searching for something. At last the gaze fixed steadily on the courtyard house on Old Street in Linen City. Inside the dog kennel, everything was clean enough to be spotless, no dust, no grime, not a single germ or particle. Yun Miao, meditating cross-legged in midair, suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her jade-like body trembled, for she sensed a familiar, terrifying presence secretly peering at her. It was her senior brother Su Jiannan. Although his body had not come, he was using his heavenly eye to spy on this world. Needless to say, he was not looking for Yun Miao, but searching for his daughter Su Qingxue. But the heavenly secrets around the courtyard house were already obscured, and he had seen nothing at all. It was like a black screen on a television. "Yun Miao, why can't I see Qingxue? What is she doing?" An ethereal voice drifted out of the air, audible only to Yun Miao. Yun Miao's heart tightened, and she felt a headache coming on. She immediately reinforced the heavenly secrets around the courtyard house with a second layer of protection to keep Su Jiannan from seeing anything strange. Then, gazing out the window at the moon that resembled an eye, Yun Miao responded, "Senior brother, stop looking. Qingxue is not in the courtyard." She strove to keep her voice cold and her face unruffled, terrified that Su Jiannan might detect something. "Heaven save me. How did I become the lookout? Where is Qingxue?" A disembodied voice resounded directly in the depths of Yun Miao's soul. In the night sky, the radiant full moon was gradually enveloped by an ominous crimson glow. Its moonlight was as red as blood, like an eye laced with bloodshot veins. "Senior brother, you've overused your eye." Yun Miao's voice carried a note of concern. In that battle at Daff in heaven you already injured your heavenly eye. If you keep using it so recklessly you'll go blind. Yet Su Jiannan ignored her concern and repeated himself. Where is Qingxue? She is in seclusion, Yun Miao answered at once. She had fabricated an excuse. She dared not let Su Jiannan see Su Qingxue tangled in bed with a mortal. If he did he might go red-eyed on the spot, and with fury rushing into his heart, he could truly go blind. Qingxue has already defeated the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. Her cultivation has reached the peak of the 10th realm, and she is now attempting a year of seclusion in this small world to break through to the 11th realm. This excuse was not entirely a lie. It was half true, half false. Su Qingxue was indeed on the verge of breaking through, but the seclusion was pure fabrication. As expected of my daughter. Su Jiannan felt some pride, but it soon turned to disappointment. So Qingxue will be a day late returning to Wuliang heaven. He had originally agreed with Yun Miao that she would bring his daughter back within a day. Yet when the time came there was no sign of her, so he could not help but use his heavenly eye to peer across the realms. Although his daughter wore a spiritual artifact that concealed the workings of heaven, Yun Miao did not, which was how he locked onto her position. Senior brother, yes. Yun Miao dared not speak further, afraid that more words would lead to mistakes, and Su Jiannan would read between the lines. This time you must not be late again. Su Jiannan's voice grew solemn as he issued the final ultimatum. You should understand that Qingxue has inherited her mother Yao Guang's heavenly duty. She has become the lock sealing the entrance to the forbidden zone of life. There can be no mistake. Su Jiannan sighed. I have already observed the dark calamity. Those things are stirring restlessly. Bring Qingxue home as soon as possible, or this world will be destroyed. He had used his heavenly eye not only to search for his daughter, but also to observe the disturbances at the edge of the cosmos. Senior brother, rest assured, Yun Miao vowed solemnly. I will bring Qingxue home safe and sound. That crimson moon stared toward the courtyard residence for a long while, but in the end it saw nothing. Su Jiannan closed his heavenly eye. Very well then, he would wait one more day. He trusted his junior sister Yun Miao to handle matters. The moonlight returned to normal, and Yun Miao let out a long breath of relief. That had been far too close. Fortunately nothing was discovered. She would conceal the truth for as long as she could. She absolutely did not want her disciple Su Qingxue's marriage to become an inner demon that disturbed her senior brother Su Jiannan. Yun Miao had feelings for Su Jiannan and wished to share his burdens. At the Su Group headquarters in Wuliang, heaven glazed glass served as roof tiles, divine gold served as beams, and amid the mist-shrouded towers immortal cranes frolicked in the sky. On the top floor in the Heavenly Lord's office, Su Jiannan sat behind his desk. He wore a black robe embroidered with silver cloud patterns and star charts. The Su family controlled half of Wuliang Heaven's industries, from real estate development on floating immortal mountains to copyrights for heaven-grade cultivation arts, the research and sale of elixirs, and the breeding and trade of interstellar exotic beasts. As the master of the Su family, he had no shortage of affairs to handle every day. Not to mention, he was still the Heavenly Lord of all Wuliang Heaven, its supreme sovereign. If not for that, how could he have been so pressed for time that he had to send his junior sister Yun Miao in his place to fetch his daughter? Rubbing the reddened corners of his eyes, Su Jiannan deftly performed a set of eye exercises to repair his injured heavenly eye. Heavenly Lord, the Yi family's heavenly venerable, Yi has brought his grandson to propose a marriage alliance. Would you like to see them? The female secretary in a high-slit qipao walked in, her voice alluring. Su Jiannan raised an eyebrow. The Yi family was the second greatest clan in Wuliang Heaven, second only to the Su family. And Yi Chen, the grandson of that heavenly venerable Yi, was the most outstanding child of destiny of the Yi family's generation, having pursued his daughter Qingxue all along. Su Jiannan knew this. In fact, he had once administered a beating to that boy over the matter. Still, Yi Chen had not given up. A marriage between the two families would indeed be an alliance of powerful houses, and the general trend favored it. I'll see them, Su Jiannan said thoughtfully. Qingxue's marriage should be settled. I'll evaluate him on her behalf first. When she returns, she can make the final decision herself. He decided to give Yi Chen a chance. His daughter was grown now, it was time she had a caring person by her side. If Yi Chen had accompanied Qingxue when she went to the lower realm to deal with the demon emperor, things might have gone far more smoothly, and she would not have been delayed 4 days without coming home. In the reception room, Su Jiannan looked at Yi Chen and was rather taken aback. That boy with the yellow hair had dyed it back to a steady black, and his flamboyant streetwear had been replaced with a proper, well-tailored suit. No matter how he looked at him in the past, the boy had been an eyesore. But today he had to admit he actually had a bit of presence. I heard you recently came out of seclusion, broke through to the peak of the 10th realm, and are now striving for the 11th realm. Su Jiannan took a sip of tea and asked casually. Yes, uncle. Yi Chen stood straight, his gaze steady. I want to prove to you that I am strong enough to protect Qingxue. Are you asking to be beaten? Su Jiannan glared and raised his hand as if to strike. Protect? Did his daughter need some yellow-haired kid to protect her? In his eyes, Yi Chen was simply coveting her body. Yet Yi Chen did not take a single step back. He looked directly into Su Jiannan's eyes. He knew that to win Su Qingxue, he first had to pass the test of her future father-in-law. Heavenly Lord, calm your anger. Yi Chen's grandfather, the old heavenly venerable of the Yi clan, hurried forward to smooth things over. With a head of flamboyant golden hair, he said cheerfully, my grandson truly likes that girl Qingxue. Could you let the two of them meet? Feelings are built through conversation. Su Jiannan lowered his hand and said, Qingxue hasn't been home these past few days. Not home. Heavenly Venerable Yi was stunned. You were actually willing to let her spend the night outside. That is a first. Her master Yun Miao is with her. Then that's fine. Yi Chen Su Jiannan said, looking at the boy, don't say, I didn't give you a chance. Qingxue will be home tomorrow. Then it will be up to you to prove yourself. If you can win her heart, I will consent to the two of you getting married. Yi Chen was overjoyed on the spot. Thank you for the opportunity, Uncle Su. I will not let you down. I'm counting on you, Su Jiannan said with a satisfied nod, then advised, shave your head into a crew cut, and don't wear such flashy clothes. Qingxue prefers steady, honest men. Yes. I'll go make preparations at once. Yi Chen turned over a new leaf. The boy is teachable. Watching Yi Chen leave, Su Jiannan felt that at last he was no longer that lawless good-for-nothing dandy. Heavenly Venerable Yi sidled up, and said with a smile, Heavenly Lord, no one in this world understands Qingxue better than you. With your guidance, my grandson will surely win Qingxue. Thank you very much. He could see clearly that Su Jiannan was also inclined to a marriage alliance. What is there to think? Su Jiannan waved his hand. I haven't yet agreed to marry my daughter into the Yi family. It all depends on that boy Yi Chen's own ability. Heavenly Venerable Yi tugged at him. Come, let's go have a drink. No, Su Jiannan shook his head. The death anniversary of Qingxue's mother is in 2 days. I've sworn off alcohol. After seeing the Yi grandfather and grandson off, Su Jiannan instructed the secretary call the eldest son, Su Hao, back from the otherworldly battlefield. Every year at this time the family gathered before Yao Guang's grave. Heavenly Lord, the eldest young master has already returned, the secretary replied respectfully. Su Jiannan was startled. That child came back, but didn't even come to see me first. The secretary said softly, he went to second Miss's residence, but didn't find her, drank himself into a stupor, and has been searching the whole world for second Miss. Su Jiannan sighed, but was not angry. His eldest son Su Hao might be somewhat cold toward his father, but when it came to Qingxue, there was truly nothing to fault. He would pluck the very stars from the sky for his little sister. Dawn. Liu Yuan suddenly turned over, and sat up clear-minded and refreshed. After a night of momentous evolutionary struggle, although his genes had not broken through in the martial way, every muscle and every meridian felt as though it had been washed clean. His strength, bloodline, and talent had improved once more. Brothers, you have worked hard. In his heart, Liu Yuan silently gave his genes a huge thumbs up. Walking out of the bedroom, the aroma of food greeted him. Su Qingxue, wearing an apron, was busy in the kitchen, placing one delicate breakfast dish after another on the table. Since having a child, she had become even more absorbed in studying nutritional combinations, and her cooking improved day by day. It was Su Qingxue's hobby. Besides, as a celestial being, she did not need sleep, so there was always plenty of time. Seeing Liu Yuan come out, she blinked playfully. Honey, you lost again last night. There will always be another day. Liu Yuan walked up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. I can lose countless times, but I only need to win against you once. He was well aware that although his genes had been striving to evolve, they were still mortal genes. To once again cross the gulf between celestial and mortal, and to make his wife pregnant with their second child, was a probability so impossibly remote that it might be one in countless trillions. But fortunately his genes were numerous enough that on some distant day there would always be one perfect gene sublimated to the utmost that could create a miracle once more. All he needed to do was keep nourishing himself and working diligently. Where is Nian? Liu Yuan took a sip of soy milk and asked. Su Qingxue pointed outside, her face full of smiles. The little one went out for her morning exercise long ago. She was only a month old, but she already showed tremendous interest in martial arts. A real little martial arts fanatic. Liu Yuan walked to the window, bowl in hand, and saw a second Master Qin in the courtyard teaching Lu Nian with measured, unhurried movements. The old and the young, the tall and the small stood immovable in their stances. Nian watched carefully. This is the Wuji stance. Second Master Qin's voice rang out. Although it cannot compare to a heaven-grade technique, it is the very foundation of martial arts. It can help you steadily temper your body and lay the strongest foundation without the slightest mistake. He explained the stance in great detail, but Lu Nian, just 1 month old, could hardly understand any of it. She merely copied second Master Qin, planting her chubby little legs apart, circling her small hands before her chest, her tiny face taut with total concentration. The more second Master Qin looked, the more delighted he became. Good. Nian's posture is perfect. Let's hold it for another half hour. Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue watched their daughter and smiled at each other, their eyes brimming with happiness. As time flowed on, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, their daughter Lu Nian grew before their eyes with astonishing speed. The sparse, soft baby fuzz on her head turned thick and jet black, tied into 2 adorable little buns. Her clothes, including her open crotch pants, were swapped for a miniature martial arts training suit. Because of her celestial bloodline, in just half a year, she had grown to look like a child of 1.5. One morning half a year later, Nian punched. Under the old locust tree, Lu Nian stood in a horse stance and hammered her small fists into the unyielding trunk, the wind of her punches howling. Beside her, second Master Qin shouted himself, horse cheering her on. Faster, even faster. This set, the Tianma meteor fist, is all about ultimate speed. Once cultivated to its peak, it can unleash 100,000 punches in 1 second. Liu Yuan's fists grew faster and faster until at last only flickering afterimages remained. Excellent. 300 punches. 500. 1,000. Liu Yuan is truly amazing. Like a cheerleader's second master Qin filled the air with emotional support. The old locust tree silently bore it all. 3 leaves drifted down in a leisurely dance. A 4th was already trembling on the edge of falling. She was at the peak of the 3rd realm, only 1 step away from the 4th realm martial hero. Of course, Liu Yuan had already been a 3rd realm martial artist 2 months before. 8 o'clock sharp. Old Qin, your class is over. Wang Jingguo walked over exactly on time, his face stern. No running past the bell. He raised the Mauser pistol in his hand. It's time for my gunplay class. Though second master Qin still had more to teach, he could only stop and retreat disgruntled. This was the rule laid down by the elders. Each of them could teach only 1 hour per day. Liu Yuan stopped punching and did not feel tired in the least. She picked up her feeding bottle, gulped down a few mouthfuls of beast milk, and then eagerly followed Grandpa Wang to learn gunplay. Wang Jingguo took out a sniper rifle taller than Liu Yuan and said in a low voice, "Liu Yuan, watch closely. This gun technique of mine is called the Overlord's Formation Breaking Spear. It can not only score headshots from 1,000 li away, but also slaughter enemies in close combat." He swung the huge sniper rifle with sudden force. The weapon seemed to come alive in his hands exactly like a tyrant's spear. At range, it can shatter cities and destroy stars. In close combat, the spear can take on 10,000 enemies. Liu Yuan observed with an eye that missed nothing. But the rifle was too tall, so Liu Yuan could only practice the most basic movement, first thrust. Shoot. 9 o'clock. Class dismissed. Zhang Qingxian interrupted Wang Jingguo and said, "Liu Yuan, let's sit in meditation and rest for a while. Martial training is too tiring. Better to cultivate immortality. Grandpa will teach you the Tai Golden Radiance Doctrine. When this art is cultivated to a profound level, you can gather golden light to protect your body, send your spirit forth from it, and under that luminous reflection 10,000 evils will never harm you." Liu Yuan crossed her legs. Her flexibility was excellent, closed her eyes, and sat down. An hour later, a dazzling beam of golden light shot from between her brows, struck the old locust tree with pinpoint accuracy, and another 3 leaves fell. Not bad, not bad. 3rd level of Qi refining. Foundation establishment is right around the corner. Zhang Qingxian clapped and praised. He was about to continue teaching when he was interrupted. "Oh, stop it. You already ran 2 minutes over. My turn now." Teacher Chen Mo pushed him aside. "Liu Yuan, Grandpa will teach you to read." He wrote on the blackboard. "Aoeiuu. 1, 2, 3. Liu Yuan followed him in a perfect imitation. Qin Hansan cut, and these bookish types only teach flashy, useless things. What the hell would an illiterate like you know? Chen Mo shot a glare at the contemptuous Qin Hansan. All pursuits are base, only reading is noble. When Liu Yuan graduates from high school, her words will carry the force of law. By then, a single word from her will crush you flat. The instant he finished, Liu Yuan uttered one word in her sweet, milky voice: wind. Whoosh. A violent gust suddenly swept through the courtyard, whipping up sand and stones as the old locust tree's leaves rustled. Another 3 locust leaves quietly fell. "See that?" Chen Mo pointed at Second Master Qin triumphantly. "Old man, this is the power of learning." At exactly 11 o'clock, Li Piaran picked up a locust leaf and said with a smile, "Liu Yuan, it's time for Grandpa's swordsmanship lesson. Let me teach you the grass character sword art. This sword art takes all things in heaven and earth as swords. Every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, every leaf can become a sword. Where the heart goes, the sword follows, cutting through anything and shattering any defense." Liu Yuan copied him and picked up a locust leaf. The thin leaf at her fingertip gave off bursts of ear-splitting sonic booms, impossibly sharp, like a flying sword. At noon, Sun Bingxin carried over a meal. "Liu Yuan, it's time to eat." The stone table was covered with all manner of delicacies: chilan bone soup stewed with dragon blood, ginseng, 9-colored brocade, pheasant steamed with 1,000-year lingji, and several side dishes stir-fried with rare spiritual herbs. Little Liu Yuan ate until her mouth was covered in oil. So delicious. Seeing how satisfied she was, Sun Bingxin smiled from ear to ear. After the meal and an afternoon nap, old Qian began teaching her the formation method of the 9 palaces flying stars. Zhao Xingong, meanwhile, silently forged weapons made to her measurements: a spear, a sword. At dusk, Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue returned hand in hand from their date outside. "Honey, save a little for me." Acting coquettish, Su Qingxue snatched the cup of milk tea from Liu Yuan's hand, took a sip, and then held the straw to his lips. What they were drinking was not milk tea, but love. They had been married for nearly 4 years, and were still as sweet as newlyweds. From time to time, they slipped away to enjoy time alone. Hotel rooms, cars, the countryside, leaving behind countless sweet memories. Though his second child had not yet been conceived, Liu Yuan made sure his wife was fully fed every day. "Wifey, give me a kiss." With arms around each other's waists and lips together, they walked into the courtyard in a giddy tangle of affection. But the couple was utterly ignored. Not a single glance came their way. In the past, the elders had urged them to have children and could not resist nagging and muttering about them. Now all the elders' attention was fixed on Liu Yuan. Birth. After giving birth, there was still raising to do. Lu Nian was being cared for so well that Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue had no worries at all. Click click click. Su Qingxue's high heels made crisp sounds and a faint fragrance radiated from her. Little Lu Nian, who was reviewing her lessons with the grandfathers, twitched her nose and caught her mother's scent. She abruptly raised her head, surprise and delight filling her face. Dada, Mama, she called out in her sweet milky voice. She had already learned to speak. Lu Nian's short legs carried her in a dash toward Liu Yuan, and Su Qingxue happy as any child could be. Be good, Nian, Mommy will hold you. Su Qingxue scooped her daughter into her arms and nuzzled affectionately against her little face. Mother and daughter, one exquisitely beautiful, the other irresistibly adorable. Dada, kiss kiss. Lu Nian stretched out her neck, puckered her tiny lips, and planted a kiss on Liu Yuan's cheek. She was imitating what she had seen. Seeing her parents kissing each other, she had learned the gesture. Liu Yuan pinched his daughter's cheek, delighting in its bouncy softness, and chuckled. Good girl, did you get into any mischief today? Lu Nian shook her head like a rattledrum. In front of her daddy, she was always well behaved. Nian is such a good girl. Su Qingxue took out a sticker and placed it on her daughter's forehead, saying, Mommy rewards you with a little red flower. Lu Nian smiled shyly and buried her face in her mother's embrace. Watching this, the elderly all felt deeply gratified. What a blissful little family of three. Ahem. Second Master Qin cleared his throat and praised. Nian practiced martial arts with remarkable focus today. I have never seen a child as diligent as her. Indeed. Ordinary children her age only care about playing, but Nian is already a third-realm martial artist. Wang Xinghua crossed his arms and nodded. Zhang Qingxian chimed in, Yuan, you truly have a wonderful daughter. When she grows up, she is bound to be a warm little padded jacket for your heart, one that never lets the wind through. The retired elders crowded around Lu Nian, showering her with praise. Their eyes were full of Nian. Each of them was utterly enchanted. Su Qingxue blushed at the words and said with slight embarrassment, Grandpas, thank you all so much for taking care of Nian. Even as her mother, she had not been this devoted. She and Liu Yuan often spent their time alone outside enjoying themselves. Were it not for these retired elders helping out, she would never have had so much free time. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Qian Jiugong waved his hand and said, Thanks to Nian, my legs no longer ache, my back no longer feels sore, and I feel 100 years younger. Qingxue, rest assured 100 times over. We will definitely raise Nian well. Sun Bingxin grinned from ear to ear and produced a bottle of pills, handing it over. You and Yuan should go on more dates and have a wonderful time. Liu Yuan took the medicine bottle and glanced at it. Heaven-mending pills and Qilin's blessing birth pills. The baby-pushing incantation was starting again. Before the elders could trigger their passive skill, he promptly wrapped an arm around his wife, scooped up his daughter, and headed inside the house. Inside the room, little Lu Nian clutched her feeding bottle and gulped it down in rhythmic swallows. It was fresh milk Su Qingxue had expressed beforehand, with a breast pump stored in the refrigerator and simply warmed up before feeding. The daughter was already half a year old. It was time to prepare for weaning. But it could not be done abruptly, so the milk was mixed with formula. Yet the little one frowned slightly as she held the bottle. The taste had not changed, but something felt off. It lacked the ritual. Mama. She opened her tiny arms, asking to be held. Su Qingxue's smile drew her into her embrace and gently soothed her. Only then was little Lu Nian completely satisfied. So this was the real flavor, being held by Mommy while drinking. Nian, it is not that Mommy refuses to feed you herself, Su Qingxue said, stroking her daughter's little head and speaking with a serious expression. It is your daddy. He is possessive over his food. Liu Yuan, who was chopping vegetables in the kitchen. He walked over and shook his head at his daughter. Daddy is not taking the blame for this one. Little Lu Nian blinked, utterly unable to understand. After nightfall, once she had finished her milk, she ran to the courtyard by herself, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating the stellar transformation, absorbing the starlight from the heavens to temper her body. Apart from training, she ate. After eating, she trained again. Liu Yuan watched his daughter's diligent little figure and was filled with emotion. His daughter was working too hard. He felt as though the bottleneck of his fifth realm was about to break through. Good girl, keep going. Daddy is going to ride on your coattails and soak up the experience. Of course, this was not robbing his daughter of her power, but the feedback brought by genetic evolution. Su Qingxue tied on an apron and cooked dinner together with Liu Yuan. Su Yuma smelled the aroma and came running over to join the meal. Sis Nian is way too diligent. She practices martial arts from morning to night, even harder than you did when you were little. Terrifying. Su Yuma exclaimed with heartfelt admiration and even felt a twinge of guilt. This past year and a half, she had gone wild in the Blue Star world and neglected her cultivation. Yuma, it is about time you went home, Su Qingxue reminded her. If father finds out you slipped away, you will not escape family discipline. Su Yuma shifted uneasily in her seat and ate at a noticeably faster pace. Sis, when do you plan to go back? Mother's death anniversary is in 3 days. If you still do not return, not only will dad throw a fit, even eldest brother will go crazy. Half a day, Su Qingxue replied. Half a day, eh? Su Yuma's eyes lit up. I'll go back with you. I can still play for half a year. Hee, I can bring some local specialties to eldest brother and dad. Su Qingxue said, do not imitate me. The reason I am stalling is that I have a wish I must fulfill before going home. Su Yuma leaned in curiously. What wish? Celebrating Yin Yin's first birthday. Su Qingxue, you will know when the time comes. Su Yuma continued gossiping. Sis, are you really not planning to bring your brother-in-law home with you? Wuliang Heaven is even more dangerous than this place. Su Qingxue's reply was simple. She had already discussed it with Liu Yuan. She would go home first to assess the situation, and it would not take long before she returned. A cunning glint flashed in Su Yuma's eyes. Sis, have you really not considered my plan? I could hide brother-in-law away, first let him lie low until the heat blows over. Su Qingxue looked at Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan calmly took a sip of soup. I will stay in the courtyard house and go nowhere. If father-in-law truly does come, I will give him a proper reception. No joke. Across all the myriad heavens and countless worlds, nowhere was safer than the courtyard house. This was his home. He could hardly wait for Su Jianan to come charging over, so he could teach him how a parent ought to behave. I will listen to my husband. Su Qingxue rejected her younger sister's suggestion. So what a pity that this love strategist has no battlefield to shine on. Su Yuma shoveled her food, eating at top speed. When she had eaten her fill and was about to slip away, Liu Yuan called her back. Wash the dishes before you leave. Su Yuma wore a look of reluctance on her face, but she obediently headed to the kitchen. When under someone's roof, one must bow one's head. Otherwise she might enjoy this meal, but there would be no next one. After she left, Su Qingxue took Liu Yuan's hand and led him into the bedroom. Her gaze was fiery as she encouraged him. Honey, go for it. This time I know you can do it. Liu Yuan curled the corner of his mouth and flipped her beneath him. Dungeon boss battle begins. Late at night, Liu Yuan lay holding his wife Su Qingxue. In his dreams, that bloody pitch-dark forbidden life zone surfaced once again. Towering city walls stretched between heaven and earth, every single brick drenched in blood and resentment. The city gate had already been smashed open, revealing an abyss-like gap. Kill. Amid the earth-shaking cries of battle, countless warriors treading upon the remains of their fallen comrades surged into the city. Yet what greeted them was not victory. There was an ambush inside the city. A colossal being. Its body loomed like a mountain covered in dark purple armor like shells, with demonic blood, like molten lava, flowing through the crevices. Thick chains bound it in place. But even so, the terrifying aura it emanated was enough to collapse the very void. A pair of blood-red vertical pupils indifferently watched the countless living beings flooding in, and its mouth split into a grin revealing savage fangs. Roar! With that single roar, tens of thousands of warriors at the front were instantly shattered into dust. It swung its giant claws, and with a casual scoop, millions of living beings were caught in its palm, then stuffed into its mouth, chewed and swallowed. Little things. Overestimating yourselves. The demonic creature extended its long tongue, and countless living beings were swept up and devoured. Brutal. Tragic and stirring. The warriors looked up at the colossal monster, trembling, yet they did not retreat. The deaths of their comrades ignited their fighting spirit. Kill. 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 Even if we are doomed beyond redemption, even if our souls are annihilated, we will make this sky unable to cover our eyes. For our race we charge toward death to live. We must possess an unyielding soul, burn our lives to the last ember, sweep away the forbidden zone, and carve out a path of survival. If heaven does not birth me, I will defy heaven. From among the countless living beings, 7 mighty heroes stepped forward. Their bodies blazing with golden flames, they formed a sword formation, 7 swords merging as one, transforming into a divine light capable of tearing the heavens apart, charging toward the demonic creature. Kill. Roar. The demonic beast spat out demonic flames. In an instant, the entire forbidden zone fell silent. The 7 heroes, along with all the living beings, were reduced to ashes. The demonic creature opened its maw wide and drew in all the flesh and blood essence from the battlefield. The bones upon the ground grew another layer thicker. Countless warriors, utterly annihilated. I've been fighting this dungeon boss for half a year and still can't win. Pure hell difficulty. In the early morning, Liu Yuan recalled the scene from the forbidden zone of life the night before and sighed. It was hopeless, utterly hopeless. He had originally thought that after having a daughter with his wife, his genes had evolved considerably and his strength had risen to the 5th realm, narrowing the reproductive isolation between them and making a second child much easier. But the difficulty only seemed greater. No matter how his genes evolved, he still could not hunt down that enormous demonic beast. Of course, Liu Yuan did manage to farm quite a bit of experience. His physical body was growing ever more formidable, and his internal refinement ran deeper and deeper. He slowly closed his eyes and looked inward at his own body. A faint golden glow had long since veiled his internal organs, while surging qi and blood rushed through him like great rivers, ceaseless and inexhaustible. His bones seemed cast from gold, and golden light trickled faintly through the marrow. Most critically, in the gaps between muscle and bone, the meridians that had once been ethereal and elusive had now been thoroughly tempered into shape. Golden channels threading through all 4 limbs and 100 bones. Internal refinement had reached great perfection. This meant he had broken through to become a 6th realm martial elite. His life form level had risen once again. If he advanced one more step, the next realm would be the Grandmaster realm. Honey, you lost again. Su Qingxue had come out of the bathroom at some point, carrying the fresh fragrance of a recent bath. She walked to the bedside, and seeing her husband's thoughtful expression, sighed softly. 13000. Liu Yuan was stunned. What do you mean? Before Su Qingxue could answer, he understood. It was their record since marriage. Liu Yuan had 1 win and 3,000 defeats. Goodness, my wife is pretty good at math too. She kept such a precise count. Honey, hurry up and eat. We're going somewhere today. It can increase the success rate. Su Qingxue pulled Liu Yuan out of bed, picked up a razor, and carefully shaved him. The clean scent of lather mingled with the subtle fragrance of her skin, setting Liu Yuan's heart racing and his thoughts drifting. Where? Liu Yuan asked. I heard there's a temple called Pudu Temple in the south of Linen City. The child-giving guanyin there is especially efficacious and its incense is thriving. Let's go pray there. When Su Qingxue finished speaking, Liu Yuan, who still had mouthwash in his mouth, nearly sprayed it out. Pudu Temple. Child-giving guanyin. Why did that sound so familiar? It seemed Deputy Section Chief Lin Weiwei had mentioned it once. No way, honey. Feudal superstition is a no-go. Who told you this? Su Qingxue took out her phone and opened a short video. Look, this showed up on my feed. A lot of women trying to conceive have prayed for children there. There's even a tutorial for the child-seeking ritual. Liu Yuan leaned over to look. It was a folk custom commonly called tying a doll. The procedure was simple. The temple had many clay dolls, each representing a spirit boy or girl. After offering incense, the supplicant would pick a doll they took a liking to, tie it with a red string, and take it home. The spirit child represented by the doll would then come to be reborn into the family. After reading it, Liu Yuan thought it was pure nonsense. But seeing his wife so eager, he did not have the heart to spoil her fun. Alright, let's go take a look. He would treat it as a date, just an outing. He suspected it would hardly work. His wife was a celestial. A mere child-giving guanyin probably did not have the nerve to make her pregnant. Even if they tied a doll, the child spirit would probably not dare to be reborn into her belly. Wasn't that asking for death? After the meal, Su Qingxue took special care to dress up. She changed into a dress whose hem fell just to her knees, revealing slender fair calves. Her long hair was tied into twin ponytails, and her face was free of makeup. She looked as pure and fresh as the girl next door, just out of school. No one would ever guess she was a mother. The young couple headed out. In the courtyard, their daughter Lu Nian had already begun her day's martial arts training. Qingxue was teaching her standing pose practice. The little one's horse stance was steady and proper, looking every inch the little martial artist. Sis, bro-in-law, take me with you. I want to go have fun too. Su Yuma ran after them, her face full of expectation. Liu Yuan looked back at her. What are you coming for? To be a third wheel. Su Yuma was instantly petrified on the spot. Watching their retreating figures, she stamped her foot in fury. That evening, Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue had a candlelit dinner out, and by the time they got home it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The night was as dark as ink. Hand in hand they walked through the quiet alley like two college students fresh from a date. They made it home right at curfew. Honey, this clay doll is actually pretty cute. Su Qingxue looked at the clay doll in her hand. One of its hands was resting on a teapot, and the other was planted on its hip, making it look tremendously pleased with itself. A red string was tied around the protruding teapot. This was from the child-seeking ritual she and Liu Yuan had performed at Pudu Temple that day. They had tied up a doll with a teapot. It had cost 300 yuan in all. Liu Yuan glanced at it, and guessed that the wholesale price was about 1 yuan apiece. The two tiptoed into the courtyard, giving off a thoroughly sneaky vibe, their footsteps even perfectly in sync. People who share one bed cannot be two entirely different kinds of people. Mostly they were afraid of disturbing their daughter, Lu Nian's cultivation. The little girl was sitting cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, bathed in the radiance of the stars. Silver starlight turned into countless fine threads, boring into the crown of her head, and forming a slowly rotating cocoon of light around her. It looked utterly sacred. Nian is about to break through to the fourth realm. Su Qingxue could see the signs, and said quietly, she is drawing starlight into her body to refine her internal organs. Our daughter is amazing. Liu Yuan gave a thumbs up. Su Qingxue shook the clay doll so that it faced Lu Nian, and following the tutorial in the video murmured softly, good baby, do you see that? That's your big sister. Come to mommy now. Liu Yuan looked at the clay doll, and silently muttered, son, if you're not afraid to die, just come. The retired elders in the courtyard were each in their own rooms, but hearing the commotion, they poked their heads out of their windows one after another. All of them exchanged silent glances, none wanting to disturb Lu Nian's cultivation. Su Qingxue, worried that her high heels would make noise, jumped straight into Liu Yuan's arms. Of course, she could also have floated across, but nothing was more comfortable than her husband's arms. Liu Yuan carried his wife and walked step by step into the house. Nian cultivates day and night like this. Will something go wrong? Liu Yuan was a little worried. As her father, he felt a trace of inexplicable heartache. How could it? Su Qingxue shook her head. Nian has celestial blood. Martial training is what can unleash her greatest potential, and it doesn't tire her out at all. Honey, where do you think we should put this doll? Su Qingxue looked around. Liu Yuan pointed to the nightstand in the bedroom. Put it there, let it debut at center stage. Su Qingxue set the doll down carefully, then pulled Liu Yuan into the bathroom to bathe together. Honey, come on. Let's perform the final step of the ritual. After tonight, we'll know how effective the tied doll is. If it doesn't work, I'll leave it a bad review and return it tomorrow. Liu Yuan smiled, pinched her cheek, then gently brushed his wife's back as the ritual began. The night deepened. A chilling wind drifted past outside the courtyard. A spectral soul drew closer from the dark alley. A child spirit who looked 7 or 8 years old. Though his face was bloodless, his entire body radiated a cunning far beyond his age. He followed the trail of karma, and a faint, barely visible red thread appeared before his eyes. The red thread passed through the courtyard gate, through the crack of the door, and deep into the house. "Mom, I'm here." A strange smile spread across the child spirit's face as he pushed open the courtyard gate. "Mom actually lives in such a big courtyard house. She must be really rich. Doesn't that make me a rich kid?" He hopped merrily, but in the instant he stepped into the courtyard, 10 terrifying presences locked tightly onto him. Hairs standing on end, the child's spirit trembled with cold fear. What kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den was this? Could he even go in? He was reluctant to give up. No tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den. The child's spirit steeled himself and, following the red thread, continued deeper inside. At that moment, Liu Yuan, who was tempering her body with starlight in the courtyard, slowly opened her eyes. The cocoon of light around her jolted violently as starlight poured into her. Inside her body, her once delicate internal organs were now blooming with a soft, glazed radiance. Her chi and blood thundered like rolling thunder, resonating with the stars above. This was the sign of successful internal refinement through starlight body forging. She had broken through. Fourth realm martial elite. A fierce aura burst from her tiny body. Her eyes shimmered with the dreamlike radiance of a kaleidoscope. Gazing at the approaching child spirit with her celestial eye, she instantly perceived his karma and his true origins. "You want to be my little brother? You. Worthy." Inside the bedroom, Qingxue was sitting in Liu Yuan's arms. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled slightly. As if sensing something, her beautiful eyes turned toward the window. Even though the curtain was drawn, she had a clear view of everything in the courtyard. Liu Yuan also sensed it. As a 6th-rank martial hero, his viscera and meridians had been tempered, his perception had long transcended the ordinary. What's more, this was his home. A child had barged into the courtyard house. "Wife, this is getting interesting." Liu Yuan picked up the clay doll tied with a red string from the bedside table, gave it a shake, and chuckled. "Seems the doll tying fertility ritual really works. Our son has been delivered to our doorstep. The child outside the door must be the spirit entity connected to that doll." Liu Yuan recalled the 4 major cultivation systems in this world, and one of them was related to spirit deification. Cultivating with a spirit body to condense a divine throne, that is spirit deification. Its realms were divided into Yin spirit, wandering spirit, yang spirit, and heavenly spirit. However, far fewer people practice the path of spirit deification than martial arts or immortality cultivation. The path of spirits required abandoning the physical body, renouncing human desires, and severing carnal love. Generally speaking, it was only after death, due to lingering obsession or great merit, that a living being stumbled upon this path by chance. Most gods were naturally ascetics. Of course, they were forced into asceticism. That didn't mean they truly had no desires. Among those hundreds of clay dolls in Padusi Temple, I picked the one with the most spiritual aura. I didn't expect to pull only a wandering spirit. Qingxue leaned against her husband's chest, eyes fixed on the child in the courtyard, and pouted with some disdain. "I was hoping to win the jackpot and get a heavenly spirit baby." Liu Yuan found it amusing. "Wife, are you treating this like opening blind boxes and drawing gacha cards? Blue Star is a mortal world, so there shouldn't be any SSR-level heavenly spirit babies. Pulling an R-tier wandering spirit is already not off target. For someone else, it would probably be an N-tier lone soul or wild ghost." Hubby Qingxue coquettishly burrowed into his arms, her slender fingers tracing circles on his chest. "Your pregnancy luck is better. From now on, you're the one drawing for me. I want a heavenly spirit baby." It seemed his wife didn't care for that wandering spirit child outside. They were simply fated not to be mother and child. Even if Qingxue liked him, a mere wandering spirit could never be reincarnated into her belly. That was a forbidden zone of life, a Shura field where countless living beings were slaughtered to near extinction. Let alone a wandering spirit. Even a heavenly spirit baby would only have a probability of surviving in that forbidden zone. Becoming Liu Yuan's son was no easy feat. Who told him to marry a celestial as his wife? Then we're not keeping this son. Liu Yuan shook the clay doll in his hand and made as if to throw it to the ground. "Don't throw it," Qingxue grabbed him, a trace of unwilling anticipation flashing in her eyes. "Let's see if he can pass our Nyan Yan's test." Liu Yuan immediately caught on. "Wife, you got our daughter a free sparring punching bag. Older sister gets to beat up little brother, huh?" Qingxue smiled sweetly. Little brothers are bound to get a beating from their big sisters. Liu Yuan was still a little worried. "Don't screw it up. A wandering spirit's strength is equivalent to a martial hero, and Nyan Yan's realm is lower than this child's." "But your daughter has already broken through," Qingxue said with a proud face. "By drawing starlight into her body to temper her internal organs, she is now a 4th-rank martial hero." Liu Yuan pondered. Even so, Nyan Yan just broke through. That wandering spirit child's realm is still higher than hers. "With me here, nothing unexpected will happen." Qingxue's tone was filled with confidence. Liu Yuan nodded. That was true. There were so many people in the courtyard watching. Each of the 8 retired elders was an extra layer of protection. Combined with Qingxue, a celestial mother, and him, a guardian father, their daughter, Nyan Yan, absolutely couldn't be harmed. So let her taste the joy of being an older sister. The retired elders in the courtyard were each in their own rooms, but they all took notice of the wandering spirit child who had barged into the compound. They communicated with one another through a mental flow. Where did this wandering spirit child come from? He really has no eyes. In the East Wing's second Master Qin cracked his knuckles, daring to barge into our yard and disturb Nianyan's cultivation. Watch me punch him until he shits himself. Old Qin, don't be hasty. In the south room, Qian Zhugong was trimming potted plants and said in an orderly manner the moment the wandering spirit stepped into this courtyard, he entered my formation. If he dares to harm a single hair on Nianyan, I'll make him taste what it means to be refined away in an instant. In the West Wing, Zhang Qingxian was lying on a rocking chair, leisurely scrolling through a novel on his phone. He formed a hand seal and said, "What's the hurry? Calm down, everyone. I think this wandering spirit child is following the red thread of fate to be reborn. He's most likely trying to become Qingxue and Liu Yuan's son." In the study, Chen Mo, wearing his reading glasses, was flipping through a yellowed, thread-bound ancient book, speaking while dividing his attention. Qingxue and Liu Yuan must have gone to the temple to tie a doll during the day. It looks like the young couple is really committed to having a second child. Their mouths say no, but their bodies are honest. Next door, Wang Jinghua was watching a military drama. He walked to the window and observed this child is fairly handsome. When he grows up, he'll be quite impressive, and his natural talent should be decent too. He bears the divine throne of a wandering spirit. If he were reborn into an ordinary family, that family would definitely be blessed with great fortune. But to be Liu Yuan and Qingxue's son, I'm afraid he just doesn't measure up. Sun Bingxin's room was filled with all kinds of bottles and jars, the refreshing fragrance of herbs intoxicating. She responded as well. Qingxue is a celestial. This wandering spirit child's success rate of reincarnation is infinitely close to zero. Besides, look, little Nianyan seems quite dissatisfied with this. Back up, little brother. Li Piaron, drinking tea in her room, said Nianyan has broken through. She is only 6 months old, but she's already a 4th-rank martial hero. This talent crushes that wandering spirit child by who knows how many times. Zhao Xingong, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up with an old pipe in his mouth. Everyone keep your eyes open. Don't blink. Don't let Nianyan get bullied. She just broke through. The 8 retired powerhouses focused their hearts and minds on the situation in the courtyard. And Yun Miao, who lived in the doghouse, also sensed something outrageous. Qingxue actually went to pray for a child. She divined the workings of heaven and instantly understood the whole story. A mere wandering spirit is far too inferior to Nianyan. Liu Yuan, you absolutely cannot let Qingxue conceive such a mediocre child. No, you cannot let Qingxue have a second child at all. Yun Miao was about to take action and directly annihilate the child. But as she continued to calculate the celestial secrets, she couldn't help frowning. This child's background is no simple matter. He has an extraordinary origin. At this moment in the courtyard, the child followed the trail of the red thread and was about to enter the house when Lu Nian blocked his path to rebirth. This must be the child of this family, which would make her my future mother's daughter. The child was quite clever and guessed Lu Nian's identity. He smiled politely. Sister, could you make way? We're about to become family. Lu Nian couldn't understand what he was saying, but the heavenly myriad mirror had already seen through his purpose. He was here to steal her mother. No way. If you want to be my little brother, you have to pass this big sister's challenge first. Lu Nian had only learned to speak recently and didn't know much about the ways of the world. She only knew that her mother belonged to her and her father. No third party was allowed to intrude. Sister, are you jealous? The child smiled, but a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. If he could get rid of this sister, wouldn't he be the only child in the family? Since ancient times, elder sisters and younger brothers have never gotten along. If he didn't strike first after he was born, he'd inevitably suffer his sister's slaps every day. Better to eliminate the source of trouble now. Sister, I'm a 5th-rank wandering spirit. You can't stop me. Mom and Dad must be getting anxious. I'm going to be reborn now. The child's form flickered as he transformed into an illusory spirit body radiating a cold aura and charged straight at Lu Nian's physical form. As a wandering spirit, he could directly pass through Lu Nian's flesh and could even do a little something to her soul, for instance. Turn her into an idiot. However, Lu Nian lifted her eyelids and glared. The light of the heavenly myriad mirror instantly blazed forth. The child's illusory body was frozen in midair, completely unable to move. How is that possible? You know eye techniques. No, ordinary eye techniques can't hold me. Could it be the heavenly IA? The child was completely stunned, his heart filled with terror. The sky was falling. He had actually run into the 1 in a trillion chance. He'd slammed into an iron wall. This sister is a freak of nature. Sister, show mercy. Hear my quibble. No, hear my explanation. The child wanted to beg for mercy. Anything, even just letting him walk away would be fine. But Lu Nian had already leapt into the air. Her small figure shot forward like a shooting star, fist swinging, and slammed straight into him. Bang! The child was punched out of the air and crashed to the ground. Immediately after, fists rained down like a violent storm, so fast that nothing remained but a blur of after-images. Unrivaled ultimate art, Big Sister's Iron Fist. The child was beaten without any strength to fight back, unable even to let out a scream. He wanted to resist, but he had already been pummeled into a daze. A burst of fierce gale spread outward from Liu Yuan, rustling the old locust tree and sending for locust leaves drifting down. Liu Yuan held his wife, Su Qingxue, close, his body trembling slightly. Our son is gone. He couldn't pass his elder sister's trial. He could clearly sense that in the courtyard his daughter Liu Yuan was pummeling the wandering spirit boy. It was certain that the boy had no father-son bond with him and had utterly lost the right to be reborn into his wife's womb. Moreover, even if he had narrowly passed Liu Yuan's test, he would still have to face the cruel forbidden zone of life. With nothing more than the cultivation of a mere wandering spirit, he could only serve as cannon fodder. Su Qingxue sat on Liu Yuan's lap, holding him tightly, the clay doll tied with a red string still clutched in her hand. She said with disappointment, "Honey, it seems the clay doll ritual for seeking a child isn't easy after all. We'll have to rely on your hard work in the future." Liu Yuan patted her smooth back to soothe her. Although the attempt to obtain a child had failed, it was not entirely without gains. Su Qingxue looked at Liu Yuan, a spark of wisdom gleaming in her pure eyes. Playing with the clay doll, she said, "Behind this clay doll fertility ritual, the mastermind should be a heavenly god. Your meaning is that a heavenly god is on Blue Star." Liu Yuan's heart stirred. This was a major discovery. Heavenly gods and celestials alike were existences standing at the pinnacle. Ordinarily, they should reside in the heavenly realm. In recent years, the Immigration Bureau had found no traces of heavenly gods dwelling on Blue Star. As for mortals worshipping deities in temples, that was merely a one-sided attempt to sense a heavenly god. On the doll I deduced a wisp of karma left by a heavenly god, Su Qingxue explained, but across all of Blue Star, I sensed no presence of a heavenly god. Perhaps they used some means to conceal fate. Liu Yuan pondered for a moment, then proposed a bold conjecture. Could it be that the heavenly god far away in the heavenly realm uses these clay dolls for seeking children as bait to angle across the heavens? Honey, you've reminded me. That's actually possible. Su Qingxue suddenly realized. Before returning to her natal home, she wanted to make sure that Blue Star was free of the four kinds of beings: celestials, heavenly demons, heavenly gods, and heavenly immortals, so that they could not threaten her husband and daughter. That was why she had gone to the temple to pray for a child to test whether a heavenly god truly existed on Blue Star. In the end, no heavenly god appeared. Only the wandering spirit boy took the bait. At this moment in the courtyard, Liu Yuan had already ceased her attacks. The wandering spirit boy's spiritual body was dissipating. He had been beaten almost into a translucent sheet of paper, collapsing to the ground. Beneath him, a deep pit had formed in the blue brick floor, exposing a section of the old locust tree's root. If not for the root catching him below, the pit would likely have been even deeper. In Liu Yuan's half-year-old cognition, she did not know what death was. She only knew that she had one, that the other party could no longer move, and that he probably wouldn't fight her for mommy and daddy anymore. You are not my little brother. The radiance of the kaleidoscope mirror in her eyes slowly faded, restoring her pupils to the dark, bright orbs of a normal infant. The moment the pressure vanished, the wandering spirit boy regained his mobility with only one thought in his mind. Run. Flee. He would remember today's humiliation. If they couldn't be siblings, then he'd reincarnate into another family. When he grew up, he would come back to pursue her and become her boyfriend. After succeeding, he would dump her ruthlessly. He would retaliate against her with the law of causality. Make her know what pain was. The boy struggled to climb out of the pit and was just about to slip away. At that moment, the retired old men in the courtyard house could no longer sit still. Nian is truly formidable. She actually defeated a fifth-stage wandering spirit. Zhang Qingxian watched from inside the room, clicking his tongue in wonder. Those who can fight above their level are all prodigies. Wang Jingwa said with a proud look. Second Master Qin laughed proudly. Nian used the boxing technique I taught her to beat the wandering spirit. Shen Mo, on the other hand, unrolled a scroll and splashed ink to record the scene, planning to give it to Liu Yuan as a memento when she grew up. Li Piaron's eyes were deep, and he said in a low voice, Nian won, but she's still young and doesn't understand the importance of landing the killing blow. Very well, I'll teach her this lesson. At that moment, Liu Yuan noticed that the stinky little brother lying on the ground was moving again. Although she didn't know what a finishing blow was, her innate instinct told her that as long as the prey could still move, the battle wasn't over. She waved her little hand, and several locust leaves on the ground instantly transformed into flying swords, piercing through the wandering spirit boy's body with whoosh after whoosh. Back and forth they stabbed. His body was full of holes. Ah, elder sister, Granny, spare my life. The wandering spirit boy let out a miserable shriek. But Liu Yuan couldn't understand it all. She tilted her little head as if asking, "What are you saying?" Opening her small mouth, she uttered one word in a babyish voice in response. Fire. A scorching fireball materialized out of thin air, instantly engulfing the boy. The boy tumbled about in the flames, thinking of a way out. It seemed the only option was to play dead. Enduring the searing pain, he stuck out his tongue, spread his limbs flat, and lay stiff on the ground, without moving. 3 minutes later, seeing that the other party no longer moved, Liu Yuan finally stopped her attack. This time it should be a win, right? In the house, Sun Bingxin transmitted her voice to everyone. A wandering spirit isn't so easy to kill completely. This fellow is playing dead. In the corner, Zhao Xingong, who had been silently smoking his dry tobacco, tapped his pipe. A blazing spark popped out from the pipe bowl, It was the earth core true fire he used for artifact refinement. He was about to shoot the spark like a bullet over to help little Nian deliver the final blow. The other retired old-timers had the same idea. Even Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue in the room felt the same. Honey, if what you said is true, that a heavenly god is using clay dolls as bait to fish, then we absolutely cannot let this boy leave. A cold, killing intent flashed through Su Qingxue's eyes. As soon as her words fell, Liu Yuan felt an inexplicable weakness in his lower back. Honey, stay calm. Liu Yuan gently stroked her smooth back and said with a smile, such a trivial matter. We don't need to act ourselves. There's help in the doghouse. My master. Su Qingxue was taken aback. The corner of Liu Yuan's mouth curved upward as he replied. Release the dog. The moment the words fell, the door of the small room in the southwest corner quietly opened. A gust of wind swept past, as if nothing were there. Woof! Woof! Two crisp barks rang out from nowhere. Lu Nian rubbed her eyes and widened her heavenly eye in curiosity, and only then did she see a big yellow dog running out of that room. The big yellow dog ran straight to the wandering spirit boy who was playing dead, lowered its head to sniff, then opened its mouth and bit down. No! Don't eat me! Stop! Stop! Do you know who I am? Behind me is. The wandering spirit boy was at his last breath, powerless to resist, and was finally devoured bit by the big yellow dog, leaving not even a wisp of remnant soul behind. The big yellow dog extended its tongue with lingering relish and licked the ground, even turning around in circles afraid it hadn't cleaned up. Lu Nian looked at the big dog, reached out a small hand, and carefully patted its head, her eyes full of fondness. She was only a tiny bit taller than the yellow dog. The yellow dog affectionately licked her fingers, tickling Lu Nian so much that she giggled and quickly pulled her hand back. After wagging its tail at Lu Nian, the yellow dog turned and ran back to the doghouse. Lu Nian wanted to follow and take a look, but the doghouse door was already closed. Inside the doghouse, Yun Miao looked at the guardian spirit lying in the corner and said, "What a loyal hound that guards its master. You have obtained a great fortune today." This wandering spirit came from the heavenly realm and was a boy attendant serving a heavenly god. You have devoured him, and before long you will be able to evolve from a spirit into a wandering spirit, leave the doghouse, and roam the heavens and earth. Yun Miao transmitted her voice through her soul, attempting to enlighten the big yellow dog. From now on you will work for me and return to boundless heaven with me. I will confer upon you the title of dog god. The big yellow dog bared its teeth and barked angrily. Woof. This is my den, and you want to win me over. Get lost. Yun Miao clenched her fists, restraining the urge to strike. After all, this was Liu Yuan's territory. Her expression remained cold and aloof as she said to the big yellow dog from on high, "I was just testing your loyalty, and you took it seriously. Boundless heaven is not a place you can go to just because you want to. From now on, guard Lu Nian well, and be her dog. Acknowledge her as your master, and then you'll have a future." The big yellow dog barked a few more times. Woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. None of your business. She was already my little master. Woof woof woof. The yellow dog's barks were extremely unpleasant, and Yun Miao was almost at her breaking point. Husband, so the dog you mentioned was De Huang. I thought. Su Qingxue lay in Liu Yuan's embrace, fully aware of what was happening in the courtyard. Halfway through her words, she covered her mouth with her hand and dared not continue. Thought it was your master? Liu Yuan teased her. Su Qingxue wrapped her legs around his waist and pressed her soft lips against his, silencing any further banter. Outside in the courtyard, several retired elders emerged from their respective rooms. They had planned to intervene themselves and help young Lu Nian finish off the wandering spirit youth, but were caught off guard by movement from the doghouse first. That was De Huang just now, right? Master Qin rubbed his eyes. That damn dog has been dead for over 10 years, yet it still guards this courtyard. More than just guarding, Zhang Qingxian stroked his beard with deep emotion. Its lingering attachment after death, fueled by unwavering loyalty to Yuaner, has transformed it into a spirit, and now it serves as the protective deity of our courtyard. I remember, when Yuaner started elementary school, he found that little local dog by the roadside and brought it home. Wang Xinghua also drifted into memory, his gaze softening. Back then, De Huang would wait at the door every single day. The moment it spotted Yuaner approaching with his little backpack, it would dash over, wildly, tail wagging and rolling on the ground. That kind of devotion. Teacher Chen Mo chuckled. Indeed. Now the master has grown up, and there's a little master too. Look at girl Nian Nian. She seems to quite like De Huang as well. Li Piaran nodded, his eyes growing profound. Once De Huang consumes that wandering spirit youth and digests the divine position, it will ascend from spirit to wandering spirit. Then it won't be trapped in this cramped kennel anymore. It will roam freely across heaven and earth. The elderly gathered naturally in the courtyard center. Young Lu Nian stood there, her small toes scuffing at the cracked floor, tile sheet damaged as though trying to mend it back into place. Qian Jiugong rushed forward and crouched beside her, speaking gently. Nian Nian, don't worry, just a few broken tiles. Grandpa Qian will fix them for you. Teacher Chen Mo adjusted his glasses with a joke. Exactly. Your grandpa Qian studied civil engineering back in the day. Professional concrete work, top-notch craftsmanship. Sun Bingxin took Lu Nian's small hand, checked her pulse to confirm she was unharmed, then affectionately patted her head. Nian Nian, go back inside and rest. You've practiced all day and fought. You must be tired. Lu Nian obediently nodded and toddled back to her room. She climbed onto the chair with practiced ease, grabbed the bottle on the table, and took several long gulps before scrambling into her crib, getting into position, and beginning to circulate her primordial fetal breathing profound art. Even in sleep, she was cultivating. Sleeping without forgetting cultivation. Night grew deep, and all sounds fell silent. Liu Yuan held his wife, Su Qingxue, close as his consciousness sank into the forbidden zone of life. Countless living beings swarmed beneath sky-obscuring walls. Another new cycle had begun. Kill. Thunderous cries echoed as they surged forward like a flood, pressing on without fear of death, and breached the heavily fortified gates. Casualties were devastating, more than half fallen. But this was only the beginning. Within the city, colossal demonic creatures bound in chains slowly opened eyes like molten lava. Their scaled armor writhed, radiating waves of oppressive pressure. Roar. Their massive tails capable of shattering mountains swept across the battlefield, sending tens of thousands of living beings to their deaths in an instant. Yet the living were simply too numerous. Moreover, reinforcements had already arrived beyond the walls. Morale surged. They rose into the air one by one, closing in on the demonic beast. Kill. Their lives were brief, like mayflies that are born at dusk and die at dawn. Perhaps death awaited them in the next instant, yet they launched their strongest strike of their entire existence. Even if it could only leave the faintest mark upon the demonic beast, they burned through their very lives. All for that fleeting moment of radiance. Beneath the darkened firmament, accompanied by the demonic beast's shrieks, countless living beings fell from the sky, like rain, their wings shattered. The heavens wept, blood and bones paved the imperial path. The demonic beast opened its massive maw and exhaled hellfire that consumed all things, incinerating every living being. They had lost again, but there would be another cycle. The next day, before dawn had broken, Liu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes to find himself suspended at the ceiling. He was startled. Looking down, he saw another version of himself lying in bed, pressed beneath a delicate figure. Holy crap, sleep paralysis. The thought arose instinctively, but he quickly realized. What pressed upon him was no ghost, but his beloved wife. It was 6 a.m, and she lay curled in his embrace, still drowsy. Has my spiritual body exited my physical form? Liu Yuan immediately recalled the cultivation path of function, yin spirit, wandering spirit, yang spirit, heavenly spirit. He had likely reached the first major realm of the function system, outgoing yin spirit. Yet he had never practiced any function techniques. Such arts were profoundly mysterious and entirely inaccessible to ordinary martial cultivators. And yet in his sleep, he had completed the first step of function. The answer was obvious. It was the result of last night's genetic evolution. The brothers had worked too hard. Although he had not triumphed in the life-death zone boss battle, he had gained considerable experience. These evolutionary points and experience had fed back into Liu Yuan's body, forcing open the function cultivation path. Liu Yuan attempted to control his yin spirit, guiding it to descend slowly from the ceiling. Weightless, as if devoid of substance, it felt as though a mere breeze could scatter it. Finally, his yin spirit quietly settled upon his wife, Su Qingxue's smooth, jade-like back. The next moment, Su Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. She had not truly fallen asleep. She simply cherished the feeling of cuddling with her husband. Wait, why are there 2 husbands? She turned her head and froze. Surprise flickered across her eyes, but she quickly understood. Below her lay her husband's physical body. Pressing down on her was her husband's yin spirit. Like a sandwich, her husband had carved out a third path. Su Qingxue was somewhat astonished, yet she knew well. This was the fruit of genetic evolution. Martial cultivation, immortality pursuit, and godhood. Liu Yuan's life level had risen once more. Husband, try entering my body. Su Qingxue opened herself completely, helping Liu Yuan master his yin spirit. Let me try, wife, just relax. Liu Yuan did not hesitate, colliding straight into his wife's body. For Su Qingxue, this was extremely dangerous. There existed the possibility of body possession. Yet she trusted Liu Yuan, completely lowering all her defenses. Wife, I think I can control your body now. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened in amazement as she gazed at her own hands, then touched her own neck, shoulders, and other parts of her body. After more than 4 years of marriage, although Liu Yuan knew his wife's body intimately, this sensation of self-touching was truly a different kind of intimacy. Husband, is this possession? Have you learned it? The sincere voice emanated from within Su Qingxue's body. Only she would teach through such selfless devotion. This profound sense of trust made Liu Yuan know he had married a wonderful woman. I've got it, love you, wife. Su Qingxue blew a kiss to herself. It was as though split between 2 consciousnesses. An eerie feeling filled the room. Husband, do you want to experience my pleasure? She said mysteriously again. Wife, your pleasure is. Before Liu Yuan could finish, a dizzying whirl seized him, and his yin spirit was instantly forced back into his body. Cold sweat broke out across his body. His wife's body was a heavenly being physique. His yin spirit could hardly sustain control for long. Less than a minute had passed, already at his limit. Only through practice could he extend the duration. Liu Yuan sat bolt upright, gasping heavily. Husband, are you alright? Su Qingxue quickly retrieved a white pill from the bedside table and held it to Liu Yuan's lips. Come take the medicine. This was the Qingxue Yuan Dan refined by grandmother's son from her placenta, a profoundly nourishing tonic. Liu Yuan swallowed the pill and gradually recovered. Wi-Fi cannot just enter your body casually. It drains too much. Liu Yuan felt the enormous gap in life levels, the chasm between heavenly and mortal. A heavenly being represents the ultimate peak of martial cultivation, where every single cell in the flesh harbors energy sufficient to shatter mountains and rivers. Meanwhile, his Yin spirit was merely at the starting stage of the function cultivation system. Using a Yin spirit to drive his wife's body was like a weak horse pulling an overloaded cart, simply beyond its capacity. Husband lasting 50 seconds was already impressive. Qingxue offered comfort, wrapping her arms around his neck and speaking softly. I believe that one day you will be able to fully claim my body. It's still early. Get some more sleep, I'll make breakfast. Qingxue gently pushed Liu Yuan back onto the bed, then stood up casually, pulling the slipping strap back onto her smooth, rounded shoulder. She then took out a casual short dress from the wardrobe and slipped it on. The hem barely covered her thighs, giving her an air that was both innocent and alluring, the perfect picture of a young wife. Lying in bed, Liu Yuan was still savoring the feeling of his wife's body. No, the sensation of his Yin spirit leaving his body. Although his Yin spirit still couldn't possess his wife's transcendent human body, dealing with ordinary martial artists should be more than enough now. No wonder the school forces students who cultivate the path of divine enshrinement to take ideological and moral education classes, and even requires regular political reviews. Liu Yuan recalled that back in high school and at the martial arts university, only those rare exceptional students were permitted to cultivate the divine enshrinement system. They were the most saintly existences in the entire school. During exams, their scores in ideological and moral education, as well as political awareness, carried enormous weight. This was probably to prevent students from abusing their abilities after leaving the body in Yin spirit form, arbitrarily possessing others, and causing an ethical disaster. After washing up, Liu Yuan saw his daughter Liu Nian obediently sitting in her baby chair, holding a milk bottle and drinking. He walked over and kissed her soft, tender cheek. Nian Nian, you're getting stronger and stronger. Just like Daddy, you're now a martial hero. Daddy hug. Liu Nian stretched out her chubby little arms and threw herself into Liu Yuan's embrace. Liu Yuan played with her for a bit, then began patiently teaching her about the world. Although his daughter spent all day busy training in martial arts, she couldn't afford to fall behind in other areas of knowledge. For example, mathematics. Of course, Liu Yuan didn't expect his daughter to compete in math Olympiads or crack unsolved mathematical problems. But at the very least, she should know basic arithmetic. Nian, Daddy has a question for you. Look at this table. How many corners does it have? Liu Yuan pointed at the square marble dining table in front of him. Liu Nian stared at the table with wide, unblinking eyes, sinking into brief thought. She extended her plump little hand and earnestly counted on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hiss. She gave the correct answer in her soft, milky voice. Nian is so smart. Liu Yuan praised her with a smile, then asked, then Daddy will ask you another one. If we chop off one corner of this table, how many corners will be left? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Liu Nian let out a silly bell-like laugh, milk stains nearly spilling from the corners of her mouth. Daddy, 3. Without hardly thinking, she held up 3 fingers and gave her answer. Liu Yuan gently tapped her little nose, about to correct her misconception. Just then Qingxue, wearing an apron, carried breakfast out from the kitchen. Hearing her daughter's answer, she immediately praised. Nian is so clever. You actually got it right. Mommy will reward you with a little red flower. With that, she kissed her daughter's cheek, leaving behind a faint red lip print. Liu Yuan's brows furrowed instantly. He looked at his wife's serious, naturally airheaded expression. It didn't seem like she was pretending. Oh my God, was his wife's combat power really bought entirely at the expense of her IQ? Honey, are you sure it's 3? Liu Yuan couldn't help asking. That's right, it's definitely 3. Qingxue placed the breakfast on the table and answered without hesitation. Why don't you think about it a little more? Liu Yuan used his hand to gesture, chopping off a corner of the table. Qingxue watched his gestures, a gleam of wisdom shining in her pure, clear eyes, and said with utmost certainty, 3. Liu Yuan looked helplessly at the daughter in his arms. It's over. Your mom can't handle brain teasers. My dear daughter, your science track is doomed. You've inherited your mother's mathematical talent. Qingxue grew a bit anxious. She extended her slender jade-like finger and gave a gentle flick. The marble dining table split in 2, one corner sliced off. Honey, look. Isn't this 3 corners? Liu Yuan looked at the table cut along its diagonal and immediately raised his hands in surrender. Fine, whatever you say is right. In the face of absolute martial power, brain teasers are nothing but fleeting clouds. Still, he felt he ought to teach his daughter the real answer. Nian, the answer to this question actually has 3 possibilities, 3, 4, and 5. Liu Nian didn't understand. Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity. How could there be 3 answers? Qingxue, however, was suddenly enlightened. She waved her hand again and sliced the table once more, producing a pentagon. Honey, then how do you cut it to get 4 corners? She gestured with her fingers, momentarily stumped. Stop cutting. Can't you hear the table talking? Liu Yuan handed their daughter to Qingxue and rushed over to steady the table. The table is talking. Saying what? Feed me peanuts. Liu Yuan hugged the badly fractured marble dining table, trying to salvage it. Qingxue was amused. You're so silly. She lightly brushed her jade hand over the cut on the table, restoring it to its original state, even newer than when it first came out of the factory. Lu Nian watched in awe. Mommy was amazing. Liu Yuan was also somewhat astonished. This was the power of a transcendent. A transcendent could control molecular-level microstructures, so rearranging the internal structure of the marble tabletop and restoring it perfectly was a trivial matter. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of transcendent abilities. Their self-regeneration was also terrifyingly formidable. For instance, when Qingxue gave birth and had her belly cut open with a blade, it healed in an instant. The old transcendent, even when chopped into two halves, could reassemble himself. Even Qingxue couldn't completely kill him. She could only dismember him into 8 pieces and seal them across the world. I know how to cut it now. Qingxue's eyes lit up. She struck again, drawing a precise line across the fully restored dining table and produced 4 corners. Lu Nian took it all in. Practice leads to true knowledge. Now I know this one. She finished her milk, slipped down from her mother's embrace, and went to the courtyard to practice martial arts, beginning her daily lessons. As soon as she stepped into the courtyard, Lu Nian was astonished to discover that the floor tiles she had shattered last night had all been repaired. They were exactly the same as before. Even the moss in the cracks between the tiles had grown just right. It was as if last night's battle had never happened at all. She rubbed her eyes, afraid she was seeing things. Nian Nian, what are you looking at? Grandpa already fixed everything. Qian Jiugong was holding a cement trowel, looking very professional. Yay, teach. Lu Nian didn't know Qian Jiugong's name, but she had already learned to call him Grandpa, and she babbled sweetly, eager to learn. Alright, when we get the chance, Grandpa will teach you how to lay mortar and play with a cement trowel. Qian Jiugong gestured and laughed. When our Nian Nian grows up, she'll be a top graduate in civil engineering. Nian Nian, don't learn that from him. Li Piaran, who was reading the newspaper, couldn't listen any longer. Old Qian, you know very well what the job market for civil engineering is like these days. Wang Xinghua chimed in as well. Exactly. Nian Nian is a little girl. How could she go to a construction site to lay mortar? Shallow. Qian Jiugong gave them a disdainful glance. I'm passing on the art of formation arrays to Nian Nian. If Nian Nian learns this, she'll be able to raise towering buildings with her bare hands, an army of one, building a great wall 10,000 li long in a single day. Hey, it's not your teaching time yet. Don't hijack my physical education class. Qin Eri walked over and cut off his boasting. Nian Nian first learned fist techniques and stance training from Grandpa Qin. And so Lu Nian began her daily studies once again. Qingxue and Liu Yuan simply watched their daughter grow up day by day. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Time flew by like a white colt racing past a gap. The little one thrived and grew taller with each passing day, her hair growing longer, her baby teeth becoming more even. She grew increasingly familiar with every plant and stone in the courtyard, especially the ant nest in the corner. Every single ant had been observed by her heavenly eye no fewer than 100 times. She learned more and more nouns, from the sun, moon, and stars above to firewood, rice, oil, and salt below. She also learned the written characters representing these things, and she learned to speak more and more sentences. As for martial arts, cultivation, formation arrays, swordplay, spear techniques, pharmacology, under the tutelage of the retired grandmasters, her progress was naturally swift and astounding. That day was New Year's Eve. The courtyard was festively decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Beneath the old locust tree, a huge round table was laden with the New Year's Eve feast. This was the first New Year Lu Nian had celebrated since her birth. Dressed in a festive red padded jacket, her hair tied up in a bun with red strings, she looked like a little lucky doll. In her soft, milky voice, she kowtowed to each elder one by one and wished them a happy New Year. Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa Qin, Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Li, Grandpa Qian, Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Chen, Grandpa Zhao, Grandma Sun Annie. Nian Nian, this is the lucky money from Daddy. Liu Yuan handed a thick red envelope to his daughter. Love you, Daddy. Lu Nian hugged the red envelope close to her chest, rubbing her rosy cheeks against it. Her sparkling big eyes reflected the bright red cover as she danced with joy. Led by Second Master Qin, a group of retired elders also cheerfully pulled out red envelopes as lucky money after Lu Nian kowtowed and paid her New Year respects. Each envelope was stuffed with a neat stack of brand new 1,000 yuan notes, easily amounting to 5 figures. Lu Nian collected so many red envelopes that her arms grew tired, and she could barely hold them all. Nian Nian, with so much lucky money, shall Mommy keep it safe for you? Qingxue followed closely behind the little one, extending her hand with a warm smile. When you grow up, Mommy will return it to you. Lu Nian tilted her small head, glanced at her mother, then looked at the mountain of red envelopes she could barely clutch, and without hesitation handed them all over. In her young worldview, there was no concept of money at all. Such a good girl, Nian Nian. Qingxue gathered the money away. Seeing this, Su Yuma beside her couldn't help but recall her own childhood, and asked, Sister, did Mom ever give back our lucky money back then? Qingxue shook her head sadly. No, it wasn't about the money. Her mother had left when she was only 9 years old. Lu Nian had no idea about the weight of the matter. Her attention was already captivated by the lavish New Year's Eve dinner spread across the table. Now she could eat solid food, not just drink milk. However, she was too short with arms too stubby to reach the distant dishes from her baby chair. Nian Nian, come try this Christian carp soup. Grandma's son simmered it for an hour. Try this braised lion's head meatball, so soft and delicious. The elders all reached out with chopsticks, scrambling to fill her bowl. Little Lu Nian had become the undisputed darling of the gathering. Her bowl piled higher and higher. There was no need for her mother Su Qingxue to feed her personally, nor any chance to even hold her. Outside, dazzling fireworks bloomed continuously in the night sky, illuminating the entire courtyard. Su Yuma also got into the spirit, pulling out a blue flame Gatling firework from behind her back and dragging her little niece Lu Nian to play in the yard. Husband, look how happy Nian Nian is. Su Qingxue leaned against Liu Yuan, watching her daughter run and laugh beneath the fireworks, her eyes brimming with contentment. She was growing increasingly reluctant to leave this life behind. In the doghouse, Yun Miao sat cross-legged, taking in the warm and lively scene in the courtyard, and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Qingxue, that love-struck fool, was beyond saving. Family, marriage, a man. These were all stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. She hadn't been like this before. Yun Miao transmitted her voice to Su Qingxue. Qingxue, one more double hour, and you must return to Wuliang Heaven with me. No delays this time. Hearing that voice, Su Qingxue's smile faltered slightly, as if a joyful weekend were about to end and Monday was looming. Of course, she wasn't afraid of returning to Wuliang Heaven. She also wanted to calmly tell her father, her brother, and even the entire Su clan about her marriage, and even the fact that she had given birth. But she still had one unfulfilled wish. Wedding tokens. Marriage certificates, rings, bride price. These might carry weight on Blue Star, but in Wuliang Heaven, they were insufficient to prove the bond between her and Liu Yuan. Husband, are you fully? Su Qingxue asked softly. Not yet. My appetite has been increasing lately. Liu Yuan had noticed that as his cultivation realm advanced, his body's demand for energy grew greater. Moreover, over the past few months, every night, he entered the life-death domain, consuming enormous amounts of energy. Then try this. Buddha jumps over the wall, I learned recently. Su Qingxue served him a bowl and personally brought it to his lips. How's the abalone I cooked? Liu Yuan took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up. Wife, this is delicious. Plump and tender, sweet and juicy. By the time Liu Yuan had eaten his fill, the retired elders at the table were also largely intoxicated. They weren't drinking ordinary wine, but drunk an immortal brew brought from Wuliang Heaven by Su Yuma. Even Su Yuma herself was slightly tipsy, hugging the old locust tree and pouring out her heart. Husband, let's go back inside. It's getting late. Su Qingxue looked at Liu Yuan, her gaze practically dripping. You're full, but I'm still hungry. Then I'll make you a bowl of sea cucumber noodles. Liu Yuan pulled his wife toward the house. Okay. Su Qingxue smiled innocently. She loved the noodles her husband made the most. Why are daddy and mommy going back inside? Lu Nian, who was arm wrestling with second Master Qin, watched her parents' retreating figures and asked puzzledly. Didn't they say we're not supposed to sleep all night on New Year's Eve? Second Master Qin burped drunkenly. Nian, your daddy is going back to practice martial arts. He's working very hard. So daddy is so awesome. Little Lu Nian looked amazed, feeling her father's image suddenly tower to magnificent heights. No, Nian. A slightly buzzed Su Yuma corrected her. It's still my sister, your mother, who's more formidable. Your father has a long way to go. Lu Nian put her tiny finger to her lips, tilted her head in thought, and retorted. Annie Xiao, but once I saw daddy bullying mommy. He was choking her neck. Before she could finish, Sun Bingxin hurried over, smiling and correcting her. That wasn't bullying. That was sparring in martial arts. I see. Ignited with motivation, Lu Nian declared. Nian can't be lazy either. Nian wants to practice martial arts too. Saying that, she immediately sat cross-legged, drawing upon the power of the stars filling the sky to begin tempering her physique. Disciplined to a frightening degree. Husband, how would daughter have seen you choking my neck? Su Qingxue paused mid-step, having overheard the conversation behind her, a flicker of worry crossing her face. I don't remember either. Liu Yuan couldn't recall it either. The baby crib clearly had soundproofing. Perhaps because daughter has the heavenly eye. Su Qingxue agreed that was the only explanation. As daughter grows older, the heavenly eye's power will only strengthen. We'll need to have her sleep in a separate room. The two of them entered the room. Su Qingxue kicked off her shoes barefoot. She pulled Liu Yuan toward the bathroom to shower. But after taking just one step, she suddenly froze. Her brows furrowed. A sense of discomfort welled up within her body. She looked down. Oh no. What's wrong? Liu Yuan followed his wife's gaze. There on her snow-white dress, staining the hem, was a startling splash of crimson blood. Honey, you're hurt. Liu Yuan stared at Su Qingxue's snow-white dress, which was being soaked crimson at a visible rate. He didn't think it was his wife's period because the date didn't match up. In nearly 5 years of marriage, he had long since memorized her menstrual patterns. Every month on the 7th, as regular as clockwork. I'm not hurt. Su Qingxue shook her head, her delicate brows furrowed in a grave expression. Don't tell me. It's just your period coming early. Liu Yuan watched as the pure white dress grew ever redder, exuding a faint metallic scent of blood. This was too much bleeding. It was like a faucet that couldn't be shut off. It's not that. Su Qingxue shook her head again, took a deep breath, and said with some embarrassment, Honey, I'm sorry. Actually, there's something I've been keeping from you. It's fine. I'm used to it. Liu Yuan held his wife's delicate restless hands and said, "It's not too late to confess now." "Well, for the past 5 years I've been faking my periods." Qingxue lowered her head. If Liu Yuan hadn't been bracing her knees with his legs, her face would have hit the floor. Liu Yuan didn't blame his wife. She had only been trying to make herself seem like a normal native woman of Blue Star. "I guessed as much." Liu Yuan reached out and gently smoothed the stray strand of hair sticking up on his wife's head, smiling. "What girl has her period exactly on the 7th every single time, so punctual? You didn't calculate it right. You should have staggered it by 2 or 3 days each time." Damn it, I actually miscalculated." Qingxue was somewhat surprised that her supposedly perfect disguise had yet another flaw. She had grown up in the boundless heaven and possessed a celestial body, so her physical condition differed from that of Blue Star's residents. The same rules didn't apply. Back when Qingxue first arrived in Linen City and was taken in by Liu Yuan, she faked her period every month to avoid being discovered as abnormal, even deliberately placing bloodstained sanitary pads in front of Liu Yuan. At the time, he had shot her a look and muttered, "Freak." And the blood on those pads wasn't actually her menstrual blood at all, just a single red blood cell that had been expanded into 2 dimensions to create the smear of color. "Honey, are you sure it's not your period? It's getting redder and redder." Liu Yuan was horrified watching as the entire dress on Qingxue was dyed red, crimson, and eerie. "Absolutely not." Qingxue said definitively, "According to Boundless Heaven time, my period is still 5 days away. Converted to your time scale here, that's 5 years. And once it came, her period would last as long as 7 years. This was also one of the reasons Qingxue was eager to have a second child. She didn't want to face a 7-year empty window. Theoretically, as long as she could time a pregnancy perfectly, that long 7-year period would never come. "Then what exactly is the blood on your dress?" Liu Yuan was baffled. The crimson bloodstains had already thoroughly soaked through the dress, and a single drop of fresh blood dripped from its hem. The droplet landed on the floor and pulsed like a living thing, as if struggling to return to Qingxue's body. After a few desperate twitches, it seeped helplessly through the gaps in the floorboards and vanished into the soil. Even more alarmingly, the bloodstains had spread from the dress up to her waist. It was absolutely terrifying. "If I'm not wrong, this should be one of the 5 declines of Celestials." Qingxue speculated. This was her first time experiencing such a condition. The celestial robe's defilement. Just then Yun Miao's voice came through from inside the doghouse, its crisp tone audible only to Qingxue and Liu Yuan. "Qingxue, you are about to break through." Yun Miao explained, "Every time a celestial breaks through a realm, they face the 5 declines of Celestials, similar to the tribulation in the cultivation system. The first decline of the 5 declines of Celestials is the celestial robe's defilement. The blood on your clothes isn't flowing from a wound. It's the blood cells being shed from your body. This means your celestial body is about to undergo a great qualitative transformation. Once you successfully break through, your power will skyrocket and the level of your life form will rise again." After Yun Miao finished explaining, Liu Yuan watched as Qingxue's white dress was now completely transformed into a blood-red gown, vivid and resplendent. "Master, what counts as successfully breaking through?" Qingxue asked via telepathy. Yun Miao's answer was simple: "Master the power of the 5 declines of Celestials." "Master, then let me try." At this moment, Qingxue looked as if she had just been pulled from a pool of blood. She stepped barefoot across the floor, leaving a trail of bright red footprints behind her, looking exactly like a blood-drenched female ghost from a horror film. It was truly spine-chilling. But Liu Yuan wasn't scared in the least. This was the wife he had loved for nearly 5 years. "Honey, do you want to change your clothes?" "It wouldn't help." Qingxue shook her head. "The celestial robe's defilement will still stain whatever I wear with blood." Just then a knock came at the door. "Qingxue, it's me." Yun Miao emerged from the doghouse and stood outside Qingxue and Liu Yuan's room. She intended to personally guide her disciple, for she was experienced in this matter. Liu Yuan opened the door and let her in. Inside the bedroom, the master and disciple began exchanging their experience. The moment Yun Miao stepped into the room, she felt deeply uneasy, especially when her gaze fell upon the marital bed belonging to her disciple. With her ability to perceive the subtlest details, she caught things invisible to the naked eye. So many corpses, a sight too indecent to behold. But for the sake of her disciple, she forced herself to endure and began to offer meticulous guidance, helping Qingxue break through her realm. In the living room, Liu Yuan paced back and forth, as nervous as he had been when his wife was giving birth to their child. He was afraid something might go wrong with his wife, but since he truly couldn't help, he could only pray silently, "Bless my wife with a successful breakthrough." In the dead of night, after Lu Nian finished her cultivation training, she trotted into the house on her little legs, drank a jug of milk, and was originally planning to return to her crib to sleep. But seeing her father lying all alone on the sofa, she was startled. "Daddy, why aren't you sleeping with mommy tonight?" Lu Nian was very surprised because her father had never slept on the sofa before. He always slept with her mother in the bedroom. Liu Yuan didn't know how to explain it to her, so he could only stay silent. Seeing her father's pitiful, abandoned look, Lu Nian immediately pounced into his arms, rubbed her little head against his chest, and comforted him in a babyish voice. "Don't be sad, Daddy. If mommy doesn't want you, I'll sleep with you. Your daddy's darling little sweetheart." Liu Yuan gently pinched his daughter's cheek in his arms, and said, Nian go to sleep now. Daddy, can you tell me a story? Lu Nian lay in Liu Yuan's arms gazing up at him with big dark sparkling eyes. Liu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Alright, Daddy will tell you the story of Yang Erlang splitting the mountain to save his mother." Just before dawn, Qingxue finally gained initial control over the power of the celestial robe's defilement. Although she couldn't restore the dress to white, the blood cells in her body had already stopped leaking out on their own. The master and disciple walked out of the bedroom and saw Liu Yuan asleep on the sofa with the sleeping Lu Nian cradled in his arms. Yun Miao was rather astonished at the sight. The celestial vital blood that Qingxue had shed contained terrifying might. Even a grandmaster would be affected by it. Lu Nian was fine because she was Qingxue's daughter connected by blood, and for her it was a tonic. But Liu Yuan, why was he also completely unaffected? This fellow looked like an ordinary mortal, and indeed he was an ordinary mortal, yet so many rules simply failed when applied to him. Yun Miao silently walked out of the room and was heading back to the doghouse when she happened to be spotted by Su Yuma, who had just woken from a hangover. Su Yuma thought she must have seen wrong. She rubbed her eyes, utterly incredulous. Wait a minute, why had Yun Miao spent the entire night in my sister and brother-in-law's room? Could it be last night? Su Yuma thought of a phrase triple Q. Damn it, Yun Miao was her sister's master after all. Su Yuma felt deeply indignant. Next time I'm joining too. Yuma, the floor is cold. Go back to your room and sleep. Yun Miao remarked with faint concern. After all, this girl was the daughter of her senior brother Su Jiannan. Meanwhile, inside the room, Liu Yuan woke up. He gently placed his daughter back into her crib, then pulled his wife into the bedroom and asked with concern, "How is it?" "For now I've suppressed it." Qingxue spun around. The blood-red dress no longer dripped, resembling a blooming spider lily, eerie, yet tinged with a bewitching charm. Liu Yuan reached out and touched at his hand, coming away covered in blood. Celestial blood took a long time to dry. "Did you succeed in breaking through?" Liu Yuan asked. Qingxue shook her head, then carefully drew the curtains and set up several forbidden barriers. "What's wrong? So mysterious." "Honey." Qingxue moved close to Liu Yuan and lowered her voice. "Actually, there's something I didn't tell Master. I could have broken through last night, but I held it back." "Honey, since when can you hold back a breakthrough?" Liu Yuan was amazed. "You didn't need to hold it back? Isn't it better to let it out? Suppressing it for too long isn't good either." "Because..." Qingxue lowered her head, her slender fingers twisting together. "Because I'm afraid that after breaking through, getting pregnant might become even harder." "Hiss." Liu Yuan drew in a sharp breath. "Honey, from a rational standpoint, you are an incurable, hopeless romantic." "Oomph." Qingxue let out a coquettish snort. "Then I'll just break through now." "No, no, no." Liu Yuan quickly pulled her into his arms. "Since you've already held it back, hold it a little longer then." There was no one on Blue Star who could threaten Qingxue anyway, so there was indeed no need for her to break through right away. Apart from showing off, it would have been meaningless. But if she waited until returning to the boundless heaven to break through, it would be a trump card that could turn the tables unexpectedly. "No, I can't hold it anymore." Qingxue wrapped her arms around Liu Yuan's neck, and the two rolled together onto the soft, large bed. Liu Yuan's hands brushed over his wife's dress, both palms covered in blood. Fortunately, he wasn't squeamish at the sight of it. In his dream, Liu Yuan's consciousness sank into the forbidden zone of life. Beneath the colossal city wall, countless living beings spawned like a surging tide. Blood-red lightning raged across the sky, and on the scarlet earth hills and plains were covered with red spider lilies. An invisible oppressive might enveloped the entire forbidden zone. Countless beings unable to withstand it burst apart, one after another, collapsing into heaps of bare white bones. Treading over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the survivors smashed through the city gates. Inside the city, a demon bound in chains let out an earth-shaking roar. From the gaps between its scales burst a scarlet glow like molten lava, as if it had entered a frenzied second phase. It spat demonic fire, incinerating all life. Bones lay exposed in the wilderness. For 1,000 miles, no trace of life remained. Yet the battle was not over. A few last warriors, each on a bizarre evolutionary path, launched their final assault against the demon. Some had maxed out their evasion, darting through the gaps between demonic flames. Others had evolved extraordinarily thick shells, tough-skinned and resilient. But without formidable attack power, those unorthodox paths could never slay the demon and clear the stage. Death was only a matter of time. When Liu Yuan opened his eyes, he felt an inexplicable pleasant soreness in every bone and sinew. As his genes evolved, his martial power had increased a little. He felt as if his physical body had been tempered by fire, growing tougher and more resilient. The difficulty of the forbidden zone of life seems to have increased, Liu Yuan thought to himself. If his wife truly broke through to a higher realm, the heaven-mortal gap between them might return to the enormous disparity of their early marriage. For now, she had held back and suppressed her realm, leaving a thread of hope after all. Of course, Liu Yuan already had a daughter, so he was not particularly concerned about having a second child. What he loved was always Qingxue herself. "Honey, the contest isn't over yet," Qingxue said, turning her head. She took out a simple black dress from the wardrobe. Turning sideways, she revealed a stretch of exquisite snow-pale back. She slipped into the black dress unhurriedly, her movements carrying an elegant married charm as her graceful curves enticed and moved the heart. She carefully folded the red dress, stained with blood from her celestial decline, and tucked it deep into the wardrobe. Drenched in her celestial essence blood, it had become a heavenly garment no less than a ninth-grade spirit artifact. Of course Liu Yuan would never wear women's clothing. This polluted heavenly garment could only be kept as a collectible. Out of the bedroom, he found his daughter Liu Nian had already finished her milk by herself. The little one had run into the courtyard to begin her daily cultivation. Dear, it's the first day of the new year. I'm going to burn some incense for Grandpa. Liu Yuan changed into a neat outfit and took incense and candles from the cabinet. I'll go with you. Qingxue walked to the mirror and tucked a few unruly strands of hair behind her ear. Bring Ninian too. She linked her arm with Liu Yuan's and called their daughter in a gentle voice. The family of three then walked toward the rear courtyard of their traditional courtyard home. It was a rather quiet spot, usually cluttered with odds and ends. One room in particular was extremely old. Moss of ages crept over its gray brick walls, and the red paint on its wooden door had peeled in patches steeped in the patina of time. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, he saw several spirit tablets placed inside, including those of Liu Yuan's grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother. Spirit tablet of the late grandfather Liu Yuan. Spirit tablet of the late grandmother Wang Xiuying. Spirit tablet of the late father Liu Yuan. Spirit tablet of the late mother Lin Siki. Liu Yuan knelt on the prayer mat, lit 3 sticks of incense, and bowed respectfully several times. Although he had never met his parents or grandfather, they had left him a considerable inheritance, especially this courtyard house, enough to guarantee him a life of comfort and plenty. He would always remember this kindness in his heart. Qingxue meanwhile placed fresh fruit, wine, and meat on the altar. Then together with their daughter, Ninian, she bowed solemnly toward the spirit tablets. She performed the great ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, rigorous and full of reverence for the elders. From this, Liu Yuan could tell that his wife must have been a well-bred lady from a strict household in Wuliang heaven. Ancestors, it is my honor to be a daughter-in-law of the Liu family. May you rest peacefully in the heavens. Qingxue whispered this prayer, then slowly rose to her feet. Liu Nian imitated her parents as well. Though she didn't know what she was doing, she obediently kowtowed several times. At the instant she bowed her head, something miraculous occurred. The 3 incense sticks then blazed with extraordinary vigor. The coiling blue smoke rose slowly, spiraled around the beams, slipped through the gaps in the tiles, and soared upward until it dissolved into the firmament. Funny look. Qingxue sensed something abnormal. When Ninian kowtowed, a strange phenomenon appeared. Liu Yuan felt it too. Why did the incense burn so fiercely only when Ninian kowtowed? Suddenly a possibility struck him. Ninian's birth meant the Liu family's lineage had been carried on. Do you think it's possible that Grandpa, after death, became a god in the heavenly realm? Qingxue made that bold guess. Impossible. Liu Yuan shook his head. I've worshipped them for over 20 years since childhood, and nothing ever happened. That's because Ninian has exceptional talent, and as a descendant of the Liu family can achieve celestial communion, Qingxue explained. Of course I'm only guessing. Liu Yuan dismissed it as merely a pleasant thought. Grandfather, grandmother, dad, mom, if you are truly in heaven, then please bless. He started to make a wish, but then felt it unnecessary. Even if grandfather had truly become a god, he might not be a match for Liu Yuan's own wife. Moreover, Ninian also carried celestial blood. With diligent cultivation, she might not lose to her mother Qingxue when she grew up. So there was no need to pray to gods or Buddhas. After finishing the worship, they walked out of the ancestral hall. Liu Nian tilted her head toward the sky, and her myriad mirror heavenly eye activated automatically. Countless intricate patterns swirled through her pupils as if she could see another world. It lasted only a moment before she ran back into the courtyard to continue her martial training. As for that wisp of blue smoke, it pierced through layer after layer of heaven, crossed 3,000 worlds, and finally arrived at a vast world called Daily Heaven. At the center of this world stood an endless colossal city. On its city gate were written 2 ancient characters. Shijian. This was a divine kingdom inhabited mostly by gods. From the lowest gods to the highest heavenly gods. In the most resplendent temple at the heart of the city lord was convening a gathering with all the gods. Then that wisp of blue smoke slipped silently into the body of an old man dozing in a corner. The old man, jolted awake, sprang up with a shiver, and his face burst with incredulous ecstasy. What the hell? Ha! All the gods turned to look, their eyes filled with bewilderment. What happened? Liu Yuan, are you insane? This is a sacred temple, no shouting. But the old man paid them no heed, wildly gesticulating and laughing. I have a great-granddaughter. Can you believe it? My grandson married a female celestial. Ha ha ha, I'd laugh myself awake in my dreams. Voices of envy, jealousy, and resentment rose around him. Bullshit. Your grandson is a mere mortal. How could he father a child with a celestial? I think you're just dreaming. He just ascended and became a god a month ago, and now he's lost his mind. Believe it or not. Anyway, my granddaughter-in-law is a celestial being, and my great-granddaughter will surely grow into one too. You're all just jealous. Liu Yuan swept his gaze across the assembled deities whose expressions varied greatly, and his wrinkled face blossomed into a grin. He took the opportunity to praise his fine grandson. Liu Yuan, grandpa, always knew you had it in you. The gods, seeing his insufferable smugness, were all bubbling with irritation and shouted one after another, "Throw him out! Throw him out!" Amid the throng of gods upon the highest dais of the divine hall, there sat a white-robed deity barefoot with unbound hair, attended by many exquisitely beautiful celestial boys and girls. In his hand he held a crystal-clear fishing rod, idly casting his line in tranquil contentment. The rod had no fishing line, and beneath it there was no river. Yet he delighted in it all the same. Suddenly he raised a finger and made a gesture for silence. "Shoo! Something's on the hook." In an instant the divine hall fell utterly silent. Even Liu Yuan, who had just been boasting about his granddaughter-in-law, immediately shut his mouth. For that being was the city lord of Shijian City, honored as Shijian celestial god. His divine seat was exceedingly ancient, and his power immeasurably profound. Shijian celestial god flicked his wrist, a graceful sweeping hook cast. A translucent thread of karma as fine as a strand of hair surfaced from the rod, and let out a crisp tremor. Snap! The karmic line broke with the sound. The attending boys and girls were all startled, and Shijian celestial god knitted his brows slightly. Strange. A child spirit failed to be reborn and vanished into thin air. He began to calculate with his fingers, seeking an answer. For the prosperity and continuation of the human race, he truly spared no effort. Want to have children? No problem, I'll help you. The more children born, the more ripe crops for the harvest. But just now a child spirit had already followed the karmic thread and was on the verge of reincarnation, only to be utterly erased by a mysterious force. Not even a trace left behind. Though this was merely one among billions of crops, and hardly a major loss. Yet the ability to sever the karmic thread he had laid down was not to be underestimated. This meant that amid the field of crops a towering tree had grown. How could anyone harvest now? Shijian celestial god calculated further, yet could not locate the child spirit. However, he unexpectedly discovered something far more exciting. The forbidden zone of life. This. The entrance to the forbidden zone is actually located in this small world called Waylon Sky. I have searched for over 100 years and finally found it. A blazing light erupted from Shijian celestial god's calm, ancient eyes. He proclaimed to the gods below in a majestic divine voice. My divine childbearer was utterly obliterated in a small world called Blue Star. What do you all say we should do? The gods without hesitation shouted in unison. Of course we must descend divine punishment and annihilate this world. Hearts have decayed, morals have collapsed, this land is full of evildoers. We must cleanse them of their sins. The gods itched to act, knowing that it was time to harvest again. This was a great fortune. Only Liu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. Blue Star. Wasn't that his homeland? He had fought to the death to protect Blue Star, and after death by chance he had been deified. Now he was expected to follow these gods back and harvest his own homeland. That was absolute madness. Liu Yuan, I recall that before you became a god you came from Waylon Sky, didn't you? A deity who held a grudge against him asked with a mocking, insinuating tone. So what? So what? Liu Yuan retorted with righteous indignation. Even if he truly came from Blue Star, nothing would happen. Gods and mortals were not the same species. Since he had been deified, he now belonged to the divine race. Liu Yuan planned to find a way to send this message back to Blue Star. To let the government of his homeland prepare its defenses early. Ahead lies Blue Star. God shall not pass. After the new year, the courtyard residence gradually returned to its usual tranquility. Half a month later, in the early morning before dawn had broken, Liu Yuan's family of 3 was still deep in slumber. In the courtyard, however, the group of retired elders, as if by silent agreement, were all sleepless and gathered together beneath the old locust tree. Each of their faces wore a look of suspicion and gravity. Grandpa Qin spoke first. Strange. Last night, I actually dreamed of old Liu. Wang Jingwa slapped his thigh. What a coincidence. I dreamed of him too. Qian Jiugong. I dreamed he was up in the heavens feasting on delicacies with beauties on both sides, living quite the comfortable life. Zhang Qingxue. I dreamed he was bragging to someone, saying his grandson had married a celestial wife and given him a precious great-granddaughter. Shinemo, I dreamed of him too. It's really haunted. He's been dead for over 30 years. The elders chattered all at once, and the more they spoke the more uneasy they felt. Is this a coincidence? How could we all dream of old Liu at the same time? Could it be that he's sending us a message through our dreams? What exactly is old Liu now? A ghost or a god? Sun Bingxin mused. I think I heard old Liu muttering something about the continuation of the human race. Does he think one great-granddaughter isn't enough? Does he want a great-grandson too? Qian Jiugong slapped his forehead. I remember now. He also handed me a clay doll holding a teapot, and said everything started because of him. This is him sending a dream to ask us for a great-grandson. Zhang Qingxian also chimed in. Exactly. Old Liu also said the matter was extremely serious, and we must multiply. I didn't catch the rest. Grandpa Qin took a deep breath, silently pulled out that familiar banner, snapped his wrist, and unfurled it. Liu Family Courtyard Procreation Committee 32nd Meeting. Comrades, it seems we cannot afford to wait any longer. We must fulfill old Liu's wish and let him hold a great-grandson. But Qingxue and Xiao Yuan have been at it for over half a year now, and there's still no news. Whatever methods we have, let's all bring them out. Grandpa Qin said. Sun Bingxin sighed. All I can do is use medicinal pills, but they haven't worked so far. Zhang Qingxin pondered. I have an idea, but I'll need old Qian, old Chun, and old Li to help me. Li Piaran nodded. Speak. We'll directly paint talisman inscriptions on the courtyard walls. Zhang Qingxuan's eyes blazed. Old Li Yu devised the content of the talisman. It must be catchy and pierce straight into the soul. Old Qin Yu write with the righteous spirit of the literary sage. Old Qin Yu empower it with the power of your formation arts. Finally, I will infuse it with immortal talisman power. United as 4 in 1, our words are certain to become reality. Great idea. Chun Imo nodded. Without delay, the elders set to work. Morning inside the bedroom. Su Qingxue lay nestled in Liu Yuan's arms and let out a soft sigh. Honey, in half a month I'll have to return to my parents' home. I really hate to leave this place. In truth, what she wanted to say was, why haven't I gotten pregnant yet? But over this past year, Liu Yuan had already worked diligently enough, but she truly couldn't blame him. Honey, go home without worry. I'll be here waiting for you. Liu Yuan held her close without speaking words of reluctance. Su Qingxue's home was in Wuliang heaven, and she deserved to return to see her family. What bride never goes back to visit her parents' home? Honey, I won't be gone too long. I'll come back right after my mother's death anniversary. Su Qingxue took Liu Yuan's hand, their pinkies entwining, and said, Pinky promise. All right, sealed with a thumbprint. Their thumbs pressed tightly together as if forging an oath. Honey, let's relive the beauty of 5 years ago. Su Qingxue, with a trace of nostalgia and anticipation, took out a moon-white long dress from deep in the wardrobe. No intricate embroidery, no ornate accessories. The fabric was plain and natural, faintly flowing with a soft luster under the light. There was no unnecessary ornamentation, not even a brand label. Only at the collar and cuffs were a few unnamed little flowers still in bud, embroidered with silver thread. When she put on the dress, the hem fell to her calves, outlining her exquisite curves. She spun around in place on a pair of little feet, as white as jade. Her jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with a few playful strands falling across her cheeks, making her pretty face all the more innocent. At this moment, she seemed to have turned back into the pure girl who had descended from the heavens 5 years ago, demure and lovely. Liu Yuan naturally recognized this outfit. Back then, when he found Su Qingxue unconscious beside a garbage heap, she had been wearing exactly this. Wife, in these 5 years you seem to have not changed in the slightest. Liu Yuan stepped forward, gently smoothing the stray hair by her ear, his gaze gliding from the bridge of her delicate nose past her cherry lips, and finally, to her elegant jade-white neck. As the man who knew Su Qingxue's body best, he could not find a single trace of time on his wife. Of course, Su Qingxue said, puffing out her chest proudly, I am a celestial. We've lived together for 5 years, but in Wuliang heaven only 5 days have gone by. Even though she was on launching, the biological clock in her body still ran according to the rules of Wuliang heaven. 5 years to her might not even be enough to overcome jet lag. The passage of time on launching naturally could not age her. Not even a single hair had fallen. The two exchanged a smile hand in hand, and went out for a date. The moment they left, the retired old folks in the courtyard put down their work and gathered together. Comrades, time to get to work. Second Master Qin gave a low shout. Quick, quick. While Yuan and Qingxue are out, let's get it done. 4 old lose soul in heaven, and so we can hold a grandchild in our arms as soon as possible. The Chinese teacher Chun Mo, holding a bucket of thick ink in one hand and a writing brush bigger than a broom in the other, took a deep breath, gathered his noble righteous energy, and began to write flamboyantly on the white wall of the courtyard. Zhang Qingxuan, Qian Jiugong, and Li Piaran were all assisting him. Not far away under a tree, Lu Nian was holding a horse stance, practicing her stance training with meticulous precision. Looking at the characters on the wall, she asked Qin Hantan in confusion, Grandpa Qin, what is Grandpa Chun writing? She tilted her little head and tried to read them out loud. 1 yuetai, 2 yuetai, 3 yuetai. Is this some kind of spell? Lu Nian blinked her big eyes curiously. Ahem. Qin Hanshan's old face flushed red, and he scratched his head. It really wasn't easy to explain this to a 1-year-old. Chun Mo walked over with a smile and patted her head. Nian, this character is not red yuetai. Grandpa will teach you how to read it. It's pronounced tai. He pointed at the bold, flamboyant characters on the wall and taught her 1 by 1. 1 birth is too few, 2 births are good, 3 births are glorious. Lu Nian asked blankly, what does that mean? Teacher Chun Mo guided her patiently. It means that for the continuation of the human race, 1 child is not enough. You need at least 2. If you can have 3 or 4, then even better. Lu Nian seemed to understand. Wasn't she herself a child? In other words, having only her was not enough. Mom and Dad needed a second, a third. She suddenly raised her little hand and asked a question of great depth. Grandpa Chun, then. Where did I come from? Chun Mo was rendered silent by the sudden philosophical question. This question is rather complicated. His eyes wandered, and he decisively kicked the ball to Li Piaran. What do you think, old Li? Li Piaran, holding his thermos and enjoying the show, hemmed and hawed with bureaucratic flair. This falls under the category of life sciences, which I don't understand. Nian, Grandma's son studied medicine. She can definitely answer you. Lu Nian immediately turned her big, curiosity-filled eyes to Sun Bingxin. Sun Bingxin forced out a kind smile and answered with difficulty, Nian, you were born from your mother. Grandma Sun, then how did my mother give birth to me? Lu Nian pressed on. Sun Bingxin looked to Qian Jiugong for help. What do you say, old Qian? Qian Jiugong then looked to Zhang Qingxian. Old Zhang, you usually read all kinds of miscellaneous books, explain it to Nian Yan. Zhang Qingxian then looked to Qin Hanshan. Qin Hanshan cleared his throat and said with a perfectly straight-faced Nian Yan, because you were born from your mother gave birth to you. Lu Nian nodded vigorously. That makes sense. Then she asked again, but how exactly did mom give birth to me? Qin Hanshan flung an arm around Wang Jingguo's shoulder. Old one, you have the most experience with this. Explain it to the child. Wang Jingguo then looked at Zhao Xingong, and Zhao Xingong kicked the ball back to Chen Imo. Chen Imo had a flash of inspiration and laughed heartily, praising her. Nian Yan is amazing. She actually asked a question none of us knows the answer to. You can ask your mom and dad, they will definitely know. Phew. The old folks all sighed in relief, at the same time finally having managed to fob her off. Lu Nian nodded, thoughtfully planning to ask mom and dad earnestly that evening about the road she had come by. In the afternoon, a faint scent of ink drifted in the air. Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue returned from their date hand in hand. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, Liu Yuan's footsteps halted. He felt an invisible oppressive aura rushing at him. He looked up, and the corner of his eye twitched violently. The walls of the courtyard had been taken over by slogans written in big red characters. A happy life means having children. If you're supposed to give birth, but don't, you'll regret it for life. If you want life to get along, have more children to plant trees. 1 is too few, 2 is just right, 3 is not too many, 4 is even better. Get pregnant, give birth, raise them, but never abort them. What the heck? These old-timers are too talented. These words are layered with the righteous energy of the literary path, the power of formations and talismans, and the ethereal aura of immortals. Every buff is stacked. You people should be sent back to work. I have to say these rhymes are pregnant with meaning. Liu Yuan's words drifted to Su Qingxue's ears, and as if she had just become pregnant, her delicate earlobes caught the key word. Wow, honey, what did you just say? I said. Liu Yuan was about to repeat it when he felt his wife's body tremble slightly, as if she were excited. A faint light shone in Su Qingxue's eyes as she smiled. Hee, we've conceived. Liu Yuan waved his hands. Honey, wake up. You're about to fall into demonic madness. In the dog kennel, Yun Miao sniffed disdainfully at this. A bunch of foolish mortals. They actually think they can use slogans urging childbirth written with formations, talismans, and literary energy to affect a celestial. Naive. If an ordinary family were affected by this force, forget 3 children. They'd probably give birth to an entire football team. But Qingxue has a celestial body. With such a paltry trick, they want to make her pregnant. Yun Miao felt rather smug. It had been almost a year now. No matter how Liu Yuan plowed, Qingxue's belly remained without a stir, hadn't it? This proves that giving birth to Nian Yan back then was purely a stroke of pregnancy luck impossible to replicate. As long as there's no child in her belly, when Qingxue returns with me to Wuliang heaven, she will still be that pure and immaculate saintess, the white moonlight that all eyes behold. Back in the house, Lu Nian immediately clung to him and asked, looking up at him, Daddy, do you know the road I came from? Liu Yuan paused. This question actually had a standard answer. He replied, you were picked up by Daddy from the trash can. Lu Nian froze, her big eyes full of shock. Wah. But the grandpas said Mom gave birth to me. Su Qingxue heard this, walked over with a smile, and stroked her daughter's head. Nian, the grandpas weren't wrong. Mom really did give birth to you. But your daddy wasn't wrong either, because Mom was the one he picked up from the trash can. Huh. Lu Nian was tangled up by this. She counted on her little fingers and began earnestly working through the logic. I was born from Mom. Mom was picked up by Dad from the trash can. So it can be deduced. I was also picked up from the trash can. A perfect logical, closed loop. Su Qingxue stuffed a baby bottle into her mouth and turned into the kitchen. After dinner, the family of 3 went into the bedroom with Su Qingxue, pulling Liu Yuan along, her eyes burning with desire. Daddy is working hard again. Lu Nian stared at the tightly shut door and clenched her little fists at once. No way. I have to work even harder than Daddy. She turned and ran out of the courtyard, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Her small body seemed to contain terrifying energy. Lu Nian felt that some bottleneck in her body was about to be broken through. The forbidden zone of life. Little bug, why aren't you dead yet? The terrifying demon bound by chains let out a roar. It ceaselessly spewed from its colossal maw demonic flames potent enough to incinerate all creation. Across the vast battlefield, only a single living being remained. Its figure appeared so feeble. Compared to the mountain-like demon, it was no different from a mere insect. It possessed no offensive art capable of rending heaven and earth, nor any sturdy defense to withstand the demonic flames. But it was fast. Fast to the absolute extreme. Graceful as a startled swan, it wove freely through the gaps amid the demonic flames, dragging a long tail of afterimages behind it. Among all martial arts under heaven, only speed cannot be overcome. It had invested every single evolution point into speed. It dodged without, and no matter how ferociously the demon attacked, it could never catch up to its velocity. Of course, its frail body could not inflict any fatal wound upon the demon. Every strike was nothing more than a superficial scrape. This battle had already endured for a full 15 cycles. It witnessed wave after wave of its comrades like moths diving into flames charging at the demon before being reduced to ashes amid agonized screams. Corpses piled into mountains, blood pooled into rivers. But it, relying on its extreme speed, clung to life by a thread, surviving every mass extinction. Holy shit, such tenacious vitality. It's still alive. Before the billions of living beings had even respawned, Liu Yuan had already spotted that resilient creature with maxed out speed. This one possessed an extraordinarily long lifespan, having scraped by in the forbidden zone for 15 cycles. You're a goddamn genius. Liu Yuan marveled inwardly. Initially, he had not thought highly of this creature, yet never did he expect it to hold on for so long, setting an unprecedented record for survival duration. However, its means of survival were far from clean. For these 15 cycles, Liu Yuan had been silently keeping watch over it. Is it about to die? At this moment, it seemed completely exhausted, its speed gradually slowing. A jet of demonic flame grazed past it, nearly burning it to withered bones. I refuse to accept this. Live? I must live. The shadow of death loomed over its heart. It was now at an absolute dead end. It screamed wildly within its heart. Live? My sister told me, live. That final obsession ignited its last ounce of potential. The demon's sky-obscuring colossal claw tore downward with lethal intent. Little bug, you're doomed. And right at that moment, the city walls shattered. War cries shook the heavens and earth. Billions of reinforcements surged into the city like a flood tide, campaigning against the forbidden zone of life, charging at the demon with utter disregard for death. The 16th cycle had begun. Here you come again, you swarm of ants. When will this ever end? The demon descended into a frenzy, and it too went berserk. But its target was not the demon, rather those very comrades who had just charged in. It transformed into a streak of flowing light darting across the battlefield. With every flash, a comrade's life essence was silently siphoned away. It was devouring its own kind. The reason it had managed to survive 16 cycles was precisely this life-harvesting technique, turning its companion's vitality into its own power. All of it for the sake of survival, even if it meant feeding upon its own kind. It was precisely thus that it grew stronger and stronger. Traitor! For your own life you would slaughter your own brethren. Countless beings burned with rage. But when they sensed the demon's sheer terror in the final instant before death, they unanimously changed their minds. Please carry our oath and live on. Only by staying alive is there any hope. As billions of beings once again turned into ghastly white bones, the demon roared to declare its sovereignty. But that utterly detestable little bug was still alive. It had reaped the life essence of tens of millions of comrades, not only restoring itself to its absolute peak state, but even undergoing a brand new evolution. Although it still was no match for the demon, only a single thought occupied its mind. Survive. When Liu Yuan woke from his dreams, he found his wife leaning by the bedside, her pure, beautiful eyes staring blankly at him, a trace of strange emotion flickering in her gaze. He reached out his hand, threading it through her cascading waterfall like black hair, and gently caressed her smooth shoulder, asking softly, "What's wrong? Honey, you seem to have become younger." Qingxue spoke softly. "I just used my inside ability to observe your cells. Their vitality makes you at least 5 years younger." Liu Yuan was 26 now. This meant his physical condition had returned to 21, the age he was when he first met Qingxue 5 years ago. Doesn't this mean my lifespan has increased by another 5 years? Liu Yuan wrapped his arm around his wife's slender waist, overjoyed. What he feared most was his wife remaining forever young, while he grew older and older. Qingxue nodded. Your genes have been secretly evolving. Especially over the last half-month, a wicked fellow has actually managed to survive inside my body. Oh, how wicked? Liu Yuan teased with a smile. It slaughters its own comrades and steals their vitality. Qingxue said with a solemn look. A truly wicked seed. Liu Yuan nodded. Isn't this exactly the demonic path? Such a creature must not be allowed to live. No. Qingxue shook her head, gently pressing her finger to his lips. What if it can keep surviving? Liu Yuan felt the changes in his body. As his genes continued to evolve, his level of life had also elevated. His body light, as a swallow, overflowing with vitality. Especially when he closed his eyes and looked inward, he could faintly see the tiny cells within him inhaling and exhaling life essence, beginning to undergo qualitative change. This meant he was drawing closer and closer to the Grandmaster realm. Just as he was about to get up, Qingxue embraced him tightly from behind and pulled him back onto the bed. Honey, in 15 days I'm going back to my parents' home. Please spend more time with me, all right? Liu Yuan turned around, drew her into his arms, and coaxed her patiently. A 5-year bond was truly not so easily broken. Even he was filled with reluctance at heart. Each day felt like a farewell. The closer the parting, the faster time flew. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. Qingxue and Liu Yuan stayed cooped up in their room almost every single day. Apart from eating, it was nothing but sleeping. Eating, then sleeping, sleeping, then eating. As if trying to condense all 5 years of their time together into that final half-month. Qingxue, time is up. It's time to go home. Yun Miao stepped out of the doghouse and sent a telepathic message to Qingxue in the room. Finally, she could return to Wulianshan. She had nearly grown accustomed to this doghouse. The humiliation of a year. She tried hard to convince herself not to dwell on it. As a heavenly venerable, one must practice detachment and not stoop to bickering with ants. Aunt Yin, just let my sister and brother-in-law talk a bit longer. Su Yuma stood in the courtyard holding large and small bags of luxury goods and local specialties. Qingxue, I'll give you one last hour. Yun Miao urged again, then looked at Su Yuma and frowned. Why not put those in the storage space? Su Yuma looked helpless, because it's already full. Yun Miao sighed. Indulging in material pleasures saps one's will. While they were waiting, Su Qingxue and Liu Yuan in the bridal chamber were clinging to each other inseparable like two pieces of sticky candy. Honey, I'm leaving now. Su Qingxue's eyes reddened slightly, her arms tightly wrapped around Liu Yuan's neck. Thank you for taking care of me these 5 years. Being with you has truly made me happy. Liu Yuan gently stroked her back, feeling the silkiness of her jet black hair spread across her waist. Don't cry, my love. It's not like we'll never see each other again. You're just visiting your family for a few days. But Su Qingxue only cried harder. Whoa. Honey, there's one more thing I've been hiding from you. I'm sorry. Liu Yuan gently caressed her hair and said softly, I know. You're actually Qingxue's second personality, not the main one. You're her disguise, aren't you? From the moment I brought you home, when you regained consciousness, opened your eyes and saw me, it had already begun. You tried so hard to adapt to this world to conceal your identity. And as you kept acting, you ended up losing yourself in the role. Su Qingxue was stunned. She had never expected her husband to have seen everything all along yet never expose her. Honey, I'm so afraid that after returning to Wuliangshan, I'll become another self. She held Liu Yuan tightly, trembling all over. And what if by then I don't want to come back? Although I'm just her disguise, I don't care what she thinks. I just love you. She probably never imagined that I would marry you and have your child. I had originally planned to conceive your child before going back so I could continue to hold the upper hand and prevent her from appearing. But I failed. I didn't get pregnant. Liu Yuan cupped her tear-streaked face in his hands, gently kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and asked softly, My love, do you believe in miracles? Husband, you are the miracle of my life. Su Qingxue kissed him deeply, bidding Liu Yuan a final farewell. An hour later, she had to rise from her husband's warm embrace to return to her parents' home. She stepped out of bed and put on the moon-white long dress she had worn when she arrived 5 years ago. Her appearance was utterly unchanged from 5 years past, pure and striking. Yet her demeanor now carried a subtle hint of wifely tenderness. Dear, let me see you off. Liu Yuan took Su Qingxue's hand and led her out of the bedroom. It was deep in the night, and their daughter Liu Nian lay in her crib, breathing evenly and gently, her little mouth smacking softly, as if lost in a sweet dream. Thanks to the soundproofing formation, she had not heard the commotion outside. Su Qingxue walked to the table and inspected her daughter's bottle, which was filled with the milk she had accumulated daily with a breast pump since giving birth to Nian Nian. The bottle was a 9th-grade spirit artifact with an internal spatial dimension, perfectly preserving freshness. The stored milk would suffice for Liu Nian for 2 more years until she was fully weaned. Even though she would not be by her daughter's side for a while, Su Qingxue still wished for her daughter to have milk. She bent down to gaze at her daughter's sleeping face, then lowered her head and pressed a gentle kiss on the child's forehead, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Perhaps sensing her mother's presence, Liu Nian furrowed her tiny brows in her sleep, turned over, and waved her little hand in the air as if trying to grasp something. Mommy. She opened her eyes sleepily and asked in a milky voice, It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Su Qingxue reached out, gently tapped her daughter's little nose, and said softly, Mommy needs to go on a long trip. Liu Nian asked curiously, Mommy, where are you going? A very, very far away place, Su Qingxue replied gently. It's where Mommy grew up. Mommy needs to go see my father. Liu Nian's big eyes darted as a rhyme from TV surfaced in her mind. What is Mommy's father called? Grandpa. Mommy, I want to visit Grandpa too. She tilted her little face up, her eyes full of anticipation. Nian Nian, when you're a little bigger, Mommy will definitely take you there. Then, when will Mommy come back? Su Qingxue looked at her daughter's innocent gaze, her heart aching, and silently raised 3 slender fingers without saying a word. Liu Nian immediately interpreted it as 3 days. Su Qingxue's eyes stung, and she gave her final instruction. Nian Nian, be a good girl at home, and listen to Daddy. No mischief. Mommy, don't worry. Nian Nian is very obedient. Liu Nian nodded solemnly. Then, Mommy is leaving now. Su Qingxue walked away, looking back after every step, her reluctance deepening with each one. Liu Nian somehow sensed something was wrong. She suddenly jumped off the crib, stood barefoot on the floor, and shouted at her mother's retreating back. Mommy, Nian Nian will miss you. Su Qingxue nodded, dared not look back again, and quickly walked out of the room. Liu Nian wanted to follow, but Liu Yuan turned back and said softly, Nian Nian, be good and go to sleep. Daddy will see Mommy off. Liu Nian obediently lay back in the crib and watched her mother's figure disappear through the doorway. Though an inexplicable sadness welled up in her heart, she did not cry or fuss. She simply watched in silence. In the courtyard, Yun Miao and Su Yuma had already waited for an hour. Qingxue, it's time. Time to go home. Yun Miao's cool voice rang out as she grasped her disciple's wrist. Once she brought Su Qingxue back to Wuliang Heaven, she could report to her senior brother Su Jiannan. Su Qingxue turned to look at Liu Yuan, clutching his hand and refusing to let go. Husband, I will definitely come back. Liu Yuan pinched her cheek and laughed. It's just a visit to your parents' home, not a parting of life and death. Smile, dear. Su Qingxue gave a wry smile and playfully tapped him with her little fist. Then Liu Yuan added, even if you don't come back, I will go to Wuliang heaven and bring you back myself. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their looks almost tangibly intertwined. Beside them, Su Yuma watched with tearful eyes. Sister and brother-in-law are true love, better than any idol drama I've watched. During her year on Blue Star, she had binge-watched plenty of shows, especially idol dramas. Tyrant CEOs swapped identities. None moved her as much as her sister and brother-in-law at this moment. Wasn't this just the love story of the cowherd and the weaver girl? Brother-in-law is the cowherd. Su Yuma made a precise analogy. Liu Yuan shot her a glare. These days the term cowherd had rather unsavory connotations. Sister is the weaver girl. Su Yuma then glanced at Yun Miao and muttered under her breath. Yun Miao is the queen mother. The evil stepmother. Though Yun Miao could not hear her, she could deduce it. She turned to look at Su Yuma, feeling that this girl harbored considerable resentment toward her. But then she was her senior brother Su Jianan's daughter. Qingxue Yuma, I'll take you home. Yun Miao held Su Qingxue with one hand and grasped Su Yuma with the other, and the three slowly rose into the air. Su Qingxue clung to Liu Yuan's hand, unwilling to let go, but as the distance stretched, their interlaced fingers finally separated. If this were a TV drama, background music should be playing now, Su Yuma thought. The fierce wind whipped through Su Qingxue's hair as Yun Miao pulled her higher and higher into the sky. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters. Husband, I love you. Su Qingxue shouted at the figure on the ground. Brother-in-law, I'll miss you. Su Yuma chimed in as well. Liu Yuan tilted his head back, waved his hand, and shouted with all his might, wife, safe travels. Wait for you to come home. High in the sky, Yun Miao watched the farewell, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth. A long-distance relationship was enough to kill any seemingly unbreakable bond. Liu Yuan, your fate with Qingxue ends here. As they left the bounds of the courtyard, she felt her suppressed power rapidly surging back. That aura of a heavenly venerate who controlled every scheme and defied fate itself had returned. She looked down at the shrinking city of linen below. Millions of people were nothing but ants in her eyes. Yet the courtyard still remained unfathomable to her. This courtyard is indeed strange. Ever since I moved in, all my power has been suppressed. She recalled her year of living like a dog there, and humiliation still gnawed at her heart. She attempted to deduce its secrets, but found nothing. She only sensed that this place was extraordinary, perhaps hiding a monumental mystery. For instance, in Wuliang heaven, there was a burial immortal cliff where celestial beings and immortals once battled, burying countless immortal bones. Their rules constrained you. No flight, no spells, or immortal arts, only physical strength. This courtyard seemed to share a similar essence with the burial immortal cliff. Yet Yun Miao could not see the truth behind it. Through the layers of darkness, she could only see Liu Yuan with his head raised, his eyes as deep as eternal night, and inexplicably, he sent a faint chill through her heart. I must be overthinking. He's just a mortal. If anything is suspicious, it's those 8 old men in the courtyard and that old locust tree. They're all more significant than Liu Yuan. Yun Miao's judgment was based on her perception that her disciple Qingxue's belly was not pregnant. If Liu Yuan were truly a hidden powerhouse, how could a year of hard work not have gotten Su Qingxue pregnant? No second child meant Liu Yuan was inadequate. However, at the very instant this thought crossed her mind, Su Qingxue, who was being pulled through the sky by her, suddenly trembled violently. She instinctively touched her flat lower abdomen, an incredulous expression spreading across her face. She immediately used her microscopic perception to examine her own body. A miracle had occurred. The genes Liu Yuan had left inside her a month ago had actually evolved, breaking through the barrier between mortal and celestial, and begun to fuse with her own genes. The forbidden land of life. Without Su Qingxue beside him, Liu Yuan could no longer immerse himself in it from the observer's point of view. But whether he looked or not, that battlefield forged of blood and bone did not stop. White bones rose into peaks and corpses lay strewn across the land. Amid mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a demon king was born. He turned countless living beings into furnaces and cauldrons, draining their life essence. It was like raising goo. And he was the only one who had emerged from among countless kindred. To live, he had sacrificed unknown numbers of companions and stolen unknown quantities of vitality. He was a heretic who defied the orthodox path. Since his birth, he had endured 30 cycles of reincarnation alone. He had created a miracle. The remnant souls of countless living beings swirled around him. Those were the unyielding heroic spirits that had been refined. He heard the ancient oaths of his forebears. He heard the endless echo of life renewing itself. Baptized in demonic flames, he walked out. He fixed his gaze on the colossal demonic beast and launched the final charge. He incarnated freedom. He incarnated eternity. The demonic beast roared, its enormous body trembling violently as magma-like demonic blood burst from its scales. Its life essence never stopped draining away. Its flesh and blood were stripped bare until only a skeleton remained and collapsed with a thunderous crash. And he, devouring the surging demonic chi, transformed into a dark gold demonic pill. The pill spun round and round. It was not large, yet it seemed to contain time itself. Everything within the forbidden zone turned into nourishment. A single will resounded across the forbidden land of life. I am the demon lord, and I shall suppress all enemies under heaven. Su Qingxue flew higher and higher. Turning back to look down, she saw the courtyard house below gradually become a tiny ink that in her field of vision. That was the home where she had lived for 5 years. In that courtyard she and Liu Yuan had met, fallen in love, married, and had a daughter. Scene by scene it was like a dream, yet so real that she could almost feel its warmth. No place had ever made her feel more happiness and peace than this one. Even the home in Wuliang Heaven could not compare to this small courtyard. Moreover, there were 2 people here she could not bear to leave, her daughter and her husband. She saw Liu Yuan still standing in the courtyard looking up and waving goodbye to her. She saw the old locust tree in the courtyard, its leaves rustling in the night breeze, as if seeing her off as well. She saw the 8 adorable retired elders walk out of their rooms one after another silently, watching her leave. She saw her daughter Lu Nian, unable to hold back any longer, rushing out of the room, standing barefoot on the ground, and looking up at the sky. She saw Da Huang run out of his kennel, raise his head to the sky, and let out a long woof woof. These 5 years of life flashed before her eyes, so beautiful that it was like a dream she never wanted to wake from. I will definitely come back. Su Qingxue shouted with all her might toward the home below. The sound carried the power of a celestial, instantly summoning a force-tin gale across the entire city of Linen. Her master Yu Miao feared that her disciple might act on impulse and truly regret it, so she did not dare delay any longer. Pressing 2 fingers together like a sword, she slashed fiercely at the void above. Heavenly gate opened. Space was torn apart, and a pitch-black rift appeared out of nowhere. Countless bizarre beasts poked their heads out from it, but the instant they sensed the celestial pressure, they shrank back in terror. The spatial rift produced a tremendous suction, swallowing Yu Miao, Su Qingxue, and Su Yuma. At the very last moment, Su Qingxue lowered her head and looked at her lower abdomen. She sensed something unusual. Her eyes instantly filled with boundless, delighted surprise. She seemed pregnant. This was simply a miracle. That gene from her husband, the one that had clung to life inside her body for a full month, evolving unceasingly and sublimating to the extreme, had completely merged with her celestial genes. Moreover, it had happened at the final moment. This made Su Qingxue think of a phrase, a reprieve at the brink of death. She wanted to tell her husband Liu Yuan this wonderful news right away, but it was already too late. The spatial rift was shrinking swiftly, and the view of the courtyard house below had already been twisted into noodle-like strips, dissolving into nothingness. She and Liu Yuan, Lu Nian, and those lovely old people were no longer in the same space. There was no way to transmit her voice. Darling, can you hear me? I'm pregnant. Su Qingxue repeated it silently in her heart, until the spatial rift closed completely. Her figure too vanished from the blue star world. Liu Yuan stood in the courtyard looking up at the spatial rift as it grew smaller and smaller. His wife's figure gradually became illusory, like flowers in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water, and finally disappeared. 5 years had been like a dream. He had found a celestial, fallen in love with her, married her, and had a child, a lovely daughter. Now, as if waking from the dream, his wife had left. Even though he knew she would come back, his heart still felt empty at this moment. Daddy, why did mommy fly away? Lu Nian ran over and threw herself into Liu Yuan's arms. Her eyes flickered with a strange, shifting light. That was the heavenly eye kaleidoscope tracking her mother's whereabouts. But she could not see clearly. It was too far away. Daddy, she said, tilting her little face up, mommy seems to have something she wants to tell you, but I can't hear it clearly. She kept straining to look at the spatial rift, and in her clear eyes faint red veins had already surfaced from overusing the power of the heavenly eye. Don't look anymore. Liu Yuan reached out with his big hand and gently covered his daughter's eyes. Daddy already knows what mommy said. Although he had not heard it with his own ears, at the instant Su Qingxue had disappeared, he felt an unprecedented and terrifying force explode within his body. It was feedback from genetic evolution. That power instantly unlocked the shackles in the depths of his life. Dispelling the darkness of an endless night, it lit up every limb, every bone, every organ, and every meridian in his body, until it reached an even more microscopic structure. Cells. In Liu Yuan's eyes, the whole world seemed to have changed. He could see the countless trillions of cells inside his body no longer as vague concepts, but as miniature individuals radiating the brilliance of life. They were breathing, inhaling, and exhaling life essence, and undergoing qualitative transformation. This was a leap in the hierarchy of life. The warrior forges the outer body, the martial elite forges the inner body, the grandmaster perceives the microcosm. Being able to see the cells in his body clearly and reach the level of microcosmic perception meant that he had become a grandmaster of the martial Tao. Once one became a grandmaster, one's life had surpassed the mortal shell. Aging would become extremely slow, and one's appearance would remain youthful almost forever. The body could break free from its shackles and walk on air. One's strength could destroy mountains and sever rivers. A single person was an army. Liu Yuan was now a 7th realm grandmaster. From martial elite to grandmaster, he had crossed a barrier like an impassable chasm. The fact that he could make such a colossal breakthrough in an instant showed that this genetic evolution was by no means ordinary. It was not hard for Liu Yuan to guess the answer. His wife was pregnant. With her second child. This must have been what Su Qingxue had most wanted to tell him at the last moment. Although he had not heard it with his own ears, Liu Yuan could already feel his wife's pregnancy luck. His gene had taken root in her body and fused completely with hers. Even if they were separated by myriad heavens, the two of them now shared the closest possible bond. A reprieve at the brink of death may come late, but it will always come. A smile appeared on Liu Yuan's face as he asked his daughter, Liu Nian, in his arms. Nian, would you like a little brother or a little sister? Liu Nian obviously did not understand what it meant. Without thinking, she answered, I love daddy and mommy too. The night was like water. In the courtyard beneath the old locust tree, shadows swayed. Qingxue's departure seemed to have drained some of the life out of the courtyard. The retired elders came out of their rooms one after another and gathered around the stone table. For a time the atmosphere was rather gloomy. Alas, Qingxue has gone back to her parents' home. Our courtyard is missing its mistress. Second Master Qin sighed, his voice full of disappointment. Qian Jiugong adjusted his reading glasses, a worried look on his face. A long-distance marriage, two people living apart. It's easy for problems to come up. Yuan, can you endure the loneliness all alone? He looked at Liu Yuan. Of course. Holding his daughter in his arms, Liu Yuan said with a calm expression, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Is that how that proverb is meant to be used? Teacher Chun Mo paused, stroking his beard as he pondered it. Xiao Yuan is right. Zhang Qingxian smoothed his goatee. Once you've had a celestial wife like Qingxue, how could you ever look at an ordinary woman again? In Liu Yuan's arms, Liu Nian, who was nearly 1 year old, listened to the old men's conversation as if she understood something. Were they worried that daddy would be lonely all by himself? Of course not. She stretched out her chubby little arms, wrapped them around Liu Yuan's neck, and planted a big smacking kiss on his cheek. Daddy, even though mommy is not at home, Nian is still here with you. That one moment seemed to melt away all the sadness in the courtyard. The old men all laughed. Sun Bingxin praised her. Nian is such a good child. So young, and she already knows how to love her father. Good thing Qingxue left Nian behind. Second Master Qin was saying when he suddenly slapped his forehead as if struck by a sudden revelation. I understand. So that's how the name Liu Nian came about. You're only just realizing this now. Teacher Chen Mo, who taught Chinese, shot him a glance. Qingxue must have known all along that she was going back to her parents' home, so she named her daughter Liu Nian, leaving behind a longing. A thought never forgotten is sure to find its echo. Li Piaron picked up a ghost stone and gave a faint wistful sigh. Liu Nian broke into a sweet smile. Although she did not understand the idiom, she caught its meaning. Nian will never forget mommy. Is mommy really coming back? Of course. Liu Yuan gently stroked his daughter's head, his gaze both tender and firm. Trust your mother. Even if she doesn't come back, daddy will take you to find her when the time comes. Wang Jingwa slapped his chest, his heroic spirit soaring. That's right. Nian, this bunch of old bones will go with you and snatch your mother back. No. Liu Nian shook her head, her clear eyes full of determination. I will snatch her back myself. Nian will train hard in martial arts. The old men were all taken aback. With Liu Nian's talent, becoming a celestial in the future was as certain as a nail driven into a board. If Su Qingxue really refused to come back, this little one might very well turn Wuliangshan upside down. The karmic consequences would be enormous. Alright, it's late. Liu Yuan picked up his daughter. Daddy will take you to bed first. You need to rest well if you want to train better. He carried his daughter back into the house. Second Master Qin watched Liu Yuan's retreating figure, feeling that something wasn't right. As a martial grandmaster, he had the keenest sense of qi. At this moment, Liu Yuan's blood and qi were drawn inward, sinking deep into his cells. It was unmistakably Rui, the realm of subtle mastery. He abruptly asked, Xiao Yuan, when did you become a grandmaster? Liu Yuan turned his head with a faint smile. Just now. Would you believe me? SSS. Second Master Qin and all the retired elders in the courtyard sucked in a cold breath, their faces full of shock. You little. Wang Jingwa pointed at him, incredulous. Qingxue had no sooner left than you broke through. This really matches the saying, with no woman in your heart the sword is naturally divine. Liu Yuan shook his head. It was love at its deepest that broke through the bottleneck. That description of his was quite accurate, no doubt. With that, he carried his daughter back into the house. He left a group of retired elders standing in a daze in the wind. What is that kid talking about? Love at its deepest. Can falling in love really help one break through realms? The old men, now with no trace of sleepiness, kept on discussing the matter. Wang Jingwa was baffled. How exactly did Xiao Yuan break through to Grandmaster? It's too fast. Second Master Qin was likewise mystified. He does have some martial arts talent, but only a little. Could I have misjudged him? Sun Bingxin offered what sounded like the most reasonable explanation. Isn't it simple? Qingxue is a celestial. Even a single drop of a celestial saliva is extremely precious. Xiao Yuan and Qingxue have been married for 5 years, eating and sleeping together every day, partaking of golden essence and jade nectar day and night. That is more effective than any miraculous elixir. Yuaner's body must have been improved long ago. Teacher Chun Mo shook his head though. In theory, yes, but in practice it doesn't work. It's true that a celestial's bodily fluids are divine medicine, but Yuaner is only a mortal. Logically, he shouldn't be able to absorb them. Zhao Xinggong, who had been silent until then, took a puff from his pipe and spoke slowly. Do you remember when Xiao Yuan last broke through from warrior to martial elite? This crucial question instantly woke everyone up. Qian Jiugong answered, I remember. It was 2 years ago right around when Qingxue first became pregnant with Nian. Wang Jing was sucked in a cold breath. SSS. In 2 years, he broke through 3 realms in a row from martial elite to grandmaster. We really underestimated that kid Liu Yuan. Yuaner is definitely not small. Zhang Qingxian joked, stroking his goatee. 2 years ago he was already able to get a celestial pregnant. There's no way he's small. Chen Imo summed it up. In other words, when Qingxue conceived, Nian Yuaner broke through a major realm. Now just after Qingxue left, he broke through another major realm. Sun Bingxin still couldn't make sense of it. Is there any necessary connection between the two? I can't see any pattern either. In the end, everyone's gaze came to rest on Zhao Xingong. Zhao Xingong blew out a smoke ring and in a slow measured tone offered an astonishing guess. What I mean is, Yuaner has broken through another major realm again. Could Qingxue already be pregnant with their second child? Old Zhao, you really have a talent for linking things together. Second Master Qin laughed and scolded him. Your theory is nonsense, but I hope it's true. Sun Bingxin retorted at once. That can't be right. I checked Qingxue's pulse this morning. There wasn't the slightest sign of pregnancy. Li Piaran, however, said slowly. Her pulse was checked in the morning, and she didn't leave until late in the night. More than 10 hours passed in between, so it's still possible. Come on, do you think having a child is as easy as picking up a cabbage? Chen Imo joked. Qingxue has a celestial body. How could Liu Yuan possibly have such a high chance of hitting the jackpot? Zhang Qingxian sighed. You'd better drop it. Even if Qingxue really is pregnant, she's already back in Wuliangshan by now. When the child is born, it won't have a blue star household registration. Zhao Xingong asked again. Then let me ask you, here it takes 10 months to have a child. What about in Wuliangshan? This question stumped everyone. It was Li Piaran, a director who had read many top-secret files before retirement, who supplied the answer. I've read the Wuliangshan files. People there take 1 year to give birth, but a year in Wuliangshan is only 300 days, which works out to 10 months. Qian Jiogong thought it over. 1 day up there is 1 year down here. If Qingxue returns after 3 days, then the child definitely won't have been born yet. Only 3 years will have passed down here. But what if she comes back after giving birth? 1 year in Wuliangshan is 300 years here. Wang Jing was said. Qin Han sighed. Then it's over. By the time Qingxue returns, I may already be in the ground. The 8 old men, hypothesizing that Su Qingxue was pregnant, heatedly discussed the flow of time. Even Da Huang poked half of his spectral dog head out of the kennel and barked twice in agreement. Woof, woof. After devouring the wandering spirit boy, he had obtained the divine rank of wandering spirit, breaking through from a in spirit to a wandering spirit. He could now leave the kennel and wander around freely. However, Da Huang was very devoted to his home. He would never wander off. He had to guard the house for his master. Liu Yuan returned to the room and gently placed his daughter Liu Nian back into her crib. Then he walked alone into the bedroom. Wonderful. My wife has gone back to her parents' home. Now I can finally sleep alone. Liu Yuan lay sprawled across the bed in a Ta character pose, a grin of pure freedom spreading across his face. His wife having returned to her maiden home. This was a moment of unadulterated joy for most middle-aged married men. But soon Liu Yuan's smile faded. The fact was, he was not yet middle-aged. In his youthful body surged inexhaustible strength and vitality. He turned over and buried his face in the pillow that Su Qingxue had slept on, drawing in a deep breath. A faint lingering fragrance instantly drifted into his nostrils, seeping deep into his lungs. They had been apart for less than half an hour, yet he was already missing his wife. Closing his eyes, images of the 5 years they had shared in the bedroom began playing automatically in his mind, as vivid as if it had all happened yesterday. Missing her +1. Liu Yuan suddenly sat up. The disheveled nightgown on the bed was what his wife had hurriedly removed that morning. Missing her +1. He reached out, and his fingers brushed against the hair tie on the nightstand, his wife's. Missing her +1. Looking up, he caught sight of the wedding portrait hanging on the wall, where Su Qingxue's radiant smile was as sweet as ever. Missing her +1. After all, she was his wife of 5 years, and the withdrawal symptoms were quite severe. Time to practice martial arts. Liu Yuan crossed his legs and began his cultivation practice, hoping to redirect his thoughts through meditation. His consciousness turned inward, plunging into the microscopic realm composed of billions upon billions of cells. Each cell resembled a miniature universe. Liu Yuan activated his breathing technique, and though his nostrils ceased to move, his cells continued their slow rhythm of respiration, taking in matter and energy, continuously refined and tempered. At that moment, a soft clicking sound came from the bedroom door handle. Little Liu Nian, barefoot and on tiptoes, barely managed to reach it, cautiously pushing the door open just a crack. Nian, what's wrong? Liu Yuan withdrew from his meditation and opened his eyes to ask. Daddy. Liu Nian rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked in a babyish voice, Mommy isn't home. Can I sleep in the bedroom with you? Liu Yuan's heart softened. He nodded and patted the pillow beside him, still carrying Su Qingxue's lingering scent, to invite her up. Their daughter was only a year old. There was no need for either of them to observe such formalities. Yage. Liu Nian happily bounced onto the bed. It was the first time in her life she had slept in her parents' large bed. Though the bed couldn't match the comfort of her crib for a 1-year-old, it was filled with the reassuring presence of her parents, imbued with a scent that made her feel safe. She threw herself into Liu Yuan's arms, pressing her small head firmly against his chest with blissful half-closed eyes. But soon a gentle sigh escaped her lips. Daddy, I kind of miss Mommy. I miss her too, Daddy. Daddy, I can't sleep. You haven't finished that story last time. Did young Erlang save his mother? Alright, Daddy, we'll continue the story for you. The next morning, Liu Yuan carefully lifted his sleeping daughter from the bed and laid her down gently. Then he walked into the kitchen, tied on his apron, and began preparing breakfast. On the first day, without his wife at home from now on, he would be a full-time stay-at-home dad. When Lu Nian woke up and opened her eyes, her world seemed to crumble. Where had Daddy gone? Panic seized her for a moment. Mommy had already left, and she was terrified that Daddy would disappear too. The little girl dashed out of the bedroom on her short legs, pattering along until she saw her father's busying figure in the kitchen, and only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Nian Nian, drink some milk first. Breakfast will be ready soon. Liu Yuan wielded the kitchen knife in his hand so fast that only a blur remained. Ox dissecting blade technique. The shredded potatoes were finer than hair, each strand distinct. The cucumber slices were as thin as cicada wings, crystal clear and translucent. This was the mystical grade martial art he had obtained free of charge from the martial arts pavilion. Every time he had previously broken through to a new realm, he had been eligible to choose one. But Liu Yuan had rarely practiced it. In fact, his wife had even used it as a coaster to prop up a wobbly table leg. Now he had picked these techniques back up again. He merely skimmed through them and could master them at a glance. This was the benefit of genetic evolution. Not only had his strength increased, but his comprehension had risen proportionally as well. Especially now that he had already reached the Grandmaster realm, learning these mystical grade techniques was merely a matter of a few breaths. Lu Nian obediently picked up her bottle and drank, wiping the milk from the corners of her mouth. By the time she finished her milk, breakfast was ready. Liu Yuan had intended to feed her. After all, his daughter was only a year old with tiny hands. But Lu Nian stood on a stool by herself, picked up specially made small chopsticks, and neatly picked up a piece of egg custard, saying, "Daddy, I can feed myself." So well-behaved and sensible, truly a worry-free child. Daddy, the food you made is really delicious, even better than Mom's cooking. She even knew how to provide emotional value. Liu Yuan pinched Lu Nian's chubby cheeks and said, Nian, Nian, even though Daddy is very capable, don't force the compliments. Your mom's cooking is still better. After all, Qingxue was a full-time housewife who had genuinely studied culinary arts for 5 years. Lu Nian grinned broadly, realizing her father had seen right through her. After finishing her meal, Lu Nian put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, Daddy, I'm going outside to practice martial arts. Go ahead, Liu Yuan replied. Watching his daughter run out, he began to think he should find something to occupy himself as well. It was time to return to work. Doing the math, he had already taken nearly a year and a half of leave. Normally, with such an extended absence, even at a government agency like the Immigration Bureau, he would have long been dismissed. But not only was he untouched by any repercussions, his salary continued to come in regularly, complete with performance bonuses. All thanks to his wife, Qingxue. Dressing in an administrative jacket, Liu Yuan stepped out of the room. Wife, I'm off to work. He called out instinctively, but the room was empty and silent. In the past, at this very moment, Qingxue would always come running over to give him a sweet farewell kiss. In the courtyard, retired elders were gathered around Lu Nian, beginning their daily lessons, so he didn't need to worry about childcare. Leaving the Sihiyuan courtyard, Liu Yuan decided to walk to the Immigration Bureau. Though he was walking on foot, his pace was actually faster than driving. A single step from a grandmaster could compress hundreds of meters into inches. On the streets, Liu Yuan wove through the bustling crowds, leaving behind afterimages that ordinary people could never hope to catch. Passing by a newly constructed magnificent bridge, he came to a halt. Beneath the bridge lay an unfathomable chasm stretching miles into the abyss. It ran north to south for 1,000 li and was a full li wide, splitting the entire city of Linen in two. This was precisely the spectacle left behind when Qingxue had slain the heavenly man all those years ago. Over the past year or so, the residents of Linen had gradually grown accustomed to it, and the government had even begun developing the celestial ruins. I heard there's a female celestial living in our Linen city now. I wonder who she could be. Should keep it down. I heard through internal channels that the heavenly man coveted her body, but his scheme failed, and he was cleaved into 8 pieces in a single strike. We might have even crossed paths with her while shopping, we just wouldn't have known she was a celestial. Listening to the conversation of pedestrians on the bridge, Liu Yuan's longing for his wife increased by 1. Arriving at the Immigration Bureau, he was already late when he stepped into the office area of Investigation Division 9. At nearby desks, colleagues occasionally whispered among themselves. Section Chief Liu hasn't shown up for work in over a year, and the director hasn't pressed the issue. He clearly has connections. I heard it was parental leave. When the section chief's daughter was born, I even gave a red envelope. That little one should be about a year old now. The section chief is a martial hero. What's a few days of leave? They were all startled when they spotted Liu Yuan's figure as though they had seen a ghost. Had he risen from the dead? Section Chief Liu was actually coming to work. Good morning, Section Chief Liu. Congratulations on the birth of your lovely daughter. Liu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he was about to clock in, a voice called out to him. Section Chief Liu, how could you be 30 minutes late? Where is your sense of discipline? A middle-aged man with a receding hairline scolded Liu Yuan with a stern expression. Liu Yuan looked at him, quite unfamiliar. He must be a newly appointed department-level leader following recent personnel changes. His cultivation realm was likely at the 6th stage martial hero. New officials burning their first 3 fires, and his happened to be the target. Liu Yuan couldn't be bothered to engage, and simply pressed his finger onto the time clock. Beep. 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 The time clock suddenly emitted a shrill alarm, its red light flaring intensely. Immediately after, a solemn mechanical voice echoed through the room. Detected Grandmaster level aura fluctuation. Congratulations to Section Chief Liu Yuan of Investigation Division 9. You have officially broken through to the 6th realm of martial cultivation and ascended to the 7th realm, the rank of Grandmaster. Your monthly subsidy will be increased to 3,000 yuan, and you will enjoy SSS class welfare benefits. A heaven-grade cultivation chamber will be allocated to you, and all techniques in the martial arts pavilion are at your disposal. The man with the receding hairline was dumbfounded on the spot. Grandmaster. Such a young Grandmaster. I just cursed out a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster cannot be insulted. He was merely a lowly martial hero. How dare he put on airs in front of a Grandmaster? With a thud, the middle-aged man dropped to his knees, not from fear, but from social savvy, kneeling decisively on the spot. Section Chief Liu, I'm sorry. He even slapped his own face. Liu Yuan couldn't be bothered to penalize him, and turned away toward his office. The surrounding colleagues were utterly stunned, rising to their feet, as one their gazes filled with awe and reverence. Section Chief Liu actually became a Grandmaster. Good heavens. I thought he was still a martial hero a year ago. So the leave Section Chief Liu took for the past year and a half wasn't just parental leave. He went into secluded cultivation to break through to Grandmaster. This is terrifying. With this cultivation speed, he could practically apply for a world record. Liu Yuan walked into the office and immediately caught sight of Deputy Section Chief Lin Weiwei. She was sitting sideways in her office chair, one leg crossed over the other. Her calf, sheathed in black stockings, was slender and straight, a high heel dangling from her toes and swaying lazily, giving off an air of languor. Her tight black skirt suit outlined her slender waist. Although she had already given birth and become a mother as a martial artist, she regularly tempered her body and still kept a slim figure. Liu. Section Chief Liu. Startled by the footsteps, Lin Weiwei looked up and saw Liu Yuan. She nearly spilled the coffee in her hand and hurriedly rose to her feet. Her body was ramrod straight, as if she were standing at attention. During the more than 1 year that Liu Yuan had been on leave, she had been the one handling all the affairs of Section 9, great and small. She hadn't expected the Section Chief to come to work. A wave of inexplicable grievance flooded her heart. Section Chief, you're finally back. Do you know how I've gotten through this past year? Of course, one must never complain in front of a superior. Lin Weiwei kept smiling and did not pour out her grievances to Liu Yuan. Weiwei, you've worked hard this past year. Liu Yuan offered a word of praise, then walked to his desk, turned on the computer with practiced ease, and checked the section's data. Total missions 32. Fatalities 10. During his absence, the death rate had climbed once more. Of course, this was not Lin Weiwei's fault. The other sections were in an even worse state than Section 9. Every day, illegal crossers came from other worlds. The investigation sections operated on the front line, so the mortality rate had always remained high. Lin Weiwei composed herself and went to brew tea for Liu Yuan. When the section chief was away, she had to arrange Section 9's daily work and work overtime every day. Now that he was back, all she had to do was take good care of him. Only work seen by one's leader had meaning. When she returned with the teacup, her hands trembled uncontrollably, her body quivered faintly, and her eyes were filled with terror. Why are you trembling? Liu Yuan looked up at her. Lin Weiwei's teeth were chattering. Section Chief Liu, why, you're now a Grandmaster. To be your assistant, I am honored. After she learned that Liu Yuan had become a Grandmaster, her first reaction was disbelief, swiftly followed by dread from the depths of her soul. Too absurd. She still clearly remembered that when she had first joined, she was a second-stage martial artist, one realm above Liu Yuan, who had only been a first-stage martial artist back then. Because of that, she had been somewhat dissatisfied with Liu Yuan as her immediate superior. Yet now, more than 4 years later, she was still stuck at the second stage, while her section chief had soared to the heavens and become a 7th-stage Grandmaster. That rate of growth was simply faster than a rocket. Lin Weiwei felt as if she were dreaming. Her direct superior was actually a Grandmaster. A mere second-stage martial artist like me is no longer worthy of this. Can I still be his assistant? He won't fire me, will he? Shock, horror, and fear were all tangled together, making her shiver in Liu Yuan's presence. Let it be known that Grandmasters were the supreme existences at the top of the martial pyramid on the entire Blue Star. Among tens of billions of people, all the Grandmasters combined numbered no more than 1,000. In other words, only 1 in 10 million could become a Grandmaster. Don't be nervous. Liu Yuan found her appearance somewhat amusing. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Chief, Lin Weiwei nearly blurted out, I only wish you would eat me. Preferably swallow me down, without leaving a single trace. But she swallowed the words back at the tip of her tongue, and put on a fawning smile instead. I'm so excited. Chief, you are a martial arts prodigy born once in 10,000 years. To be your assistant means my ancestors' graves are smoking with blessings. Liu Yuan said nothing in response, and Lin Weiwei felt no embarrassment at all. On the contrary, she sighed with relief. It meant the section chief agreed to let her stay as his assistant and had not dismissed her. Wonderful. From now on she could cling to a grandmaster's thigh. Lin Weiwei was cheering inside. Just then a commotion arose outside the office. Yi Qiuhong, director of the investigation department, swaggered into the office area with a flashy head of red hair. He was ready to clock in and give all his colleagues a good shock. Over the past year he had trained hard according to Elder Mo's heaven grade art, the Brahma art. His strength had grown by leaps and bounds, and he was now at the peak of the 6th stage martial elite. This was the perfect moment to show off. Let his subordinates see what a genius really was. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to Yi Qiuhong, director of the investigation department. You have officially broken through the 5th martial stage and advanced to the 6th stage martial elite. Reward 1, Earth grade technique. Yi Qiuhong flicked his flamboyant red hair, leaned a hand against the wall with a suave pose, and had already readied himself to receive his subordinates' adoration. However, he waited a full minute, and the entire office remained dead silent. Nobody paid any attention to him. What the hell? I've broken into the 6th stage. Go on, praise me. He shocked colleagues. Get the atmosphere going. Yet the office area still paid him almost no attention. Only a few people raised their heads to glance at him, then lowered them back to their own work, as if this were nothing out of the ordinary. Yi Qiuhong was completely dumbfounded. Even Elder Mo, within his sea of consciousness, fell silent. These little martial artists actually despise a 6th stage martial elite. Breaking through one realm in a year was already an incredibly fast pace. It should have caused a sensation. Yet everyone was acting as calm as if 6th stage martial elites were as common as cabbages. Yi Qiuhong stumbled awkwardly and noticed a balding man kneeling nearby. Wasn't that the new deputy director? Is this performance art? Yi Qiuhong walked over puzzled. Director, I was just lecturing Section Chief Liu for being late, and I'm now apologizing to him. The balding man answered honestly. Liu Yuan is here. Yi Qiuhong was pleasantly surprised. That guy had finally come to work. He patted the deputy director on the shoulder. Get up. Liu Yuan isn't that petty. Besides, you're at least a 4th stage martial elite. There's no need to humble yourself like this. The balding man shook his head, his face full of terror. But Section Chief Liu is a grandmaster. Oh, then stay kneeling, Yi Qiuhong said offhandedly. Offending a grandmaster. You must be tired of living. Wait. Yi Qiuhong suddenly reacted, his voice changing pitch. What did you say? Liu Yuan is a grandmaster. The balding man nodded emphatically. Yi Qiuhong rushed to the attendance machine, pulled up the records, and saw clearly displayed on the screen. Liu Yuan. Position Section Chief. Level 7th stage grandmaster. Yi Qiuhong felt as if his breathing had stopped. Terror. He finally understood why the office employees had shown no shock at all when he advanced to the 6th stage martial elite. Because Liu Yuan had already taken up all the shock. And Liu Yuan had already done all the showing off. What was a measly 6th stage martial elite in front of a 7th stage grandmaster? Not even a fart. Elder Mo. I trained bitterly in the Brahma art for a year, and I'm still not as strong as that freeloader Liu Yuan. Yi Qiuhong's heart was bleeding. He certainly didn't think it was Liu Yuan's own hard work. It had to be Su Qingxue, that celestial wife of his, helping him behind the scenes. Calm down. Who told him to have a celestial wife? Elder Mo consoled him, and then asked, puzzled, but his cultivation speed is too unreasonable. Going from martial elite to grandmaster is no easy task. What exactly did that female celestial do? What other way could there be? Yi Qiuhong was almost crying from envy. He must be eating celestial sashimi every day, chewing on his wife, as if she were a great medicine. Perhaps, Elder Mo said thoughtfully. That female celestial is the holy maiden of Wuliang heaven. Since childhood, she has consumed countless heavenly treasures. A single drop of her sweat would greatly benefit a mortal's cultivation. But this speed is still too fast. Liu Yuan even has a daughter. The more Yi Qiuhong thought about it, the more jealous he grew. He was afraid of his brother suffering, but also afraid of his brother driving a Land Rover. By the way, when you have time, go visit her more often. She is the reincarnation of the great Brahma, heavenly lord, Elder Mo reminded. I don't dare. Yi Qiuhong was on the verge of tears. With Su Qingxue, a celestial, standing guard over her, going to see her daughter would be suicide. I have a feeling Su Qingxue has already left Blue Star, just last night. Though Elder Mo was only a remnant soul, his perception remained sharp. Really? Then I'll go ask Liu Yuan. Yi Qiuhong immediately ran into Liu Yuan's office, put on a nonchalant expression, and muttered mysteriously, System. Are you there? I know you are. Since you're already binding people, why not bind me along too? I'm so eager to advance. Liu Yuan put down the document in his hand and frowned at him. What kind of madness have you got into? Do you want me to call a mental hospital for you? Grandmaster, spare me. Yi Qiuhong backed down instantly. He believed that Liu Yuan's rapid progress, besides relying on his wife, was definitely the result of cheating. Since there was no old grandpa mentor, it could only be a system. After a round of testing, nothing happened. Perhaps the system hadn't taken a liking to him. Liu Yuan said with an utterly righteous face, the strength I have today comes entirely from my own hard work. Heaven rewards the diligent. There is no system at all. Like hell, I believe that. Yi Qiuhong rolled his eyes, but he also felt that perhaps those words weren't entirely wrong. After all, Liu Yuan had gotten a female celestial pregnant. The difficulty involved was no less than the 81 tribulations. Liu Yuan ignored him, and asked are there any especially difficult investigation missions recently. Eager to earn merit again, Yi Qiuhong's interest was piqued. There's one actually. The Bureau recently captured 3 demon cultivators, all of whom had sneaked over from Tao's heaven. They were looking for the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. Liu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wasn't the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor dead? Demon cultivators are all egoists. Since when did they become so united? According to them, Yi Qiuhong lowered his voice before the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor died. He sent a message to Tao's heaven saying that a great fortune awaited on Blue Star, and to come quickly. Liu Yuan understood at once. The great fortune the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor spoke of almost certainly referred to his wife, Su Qingxue. That old fiend, even in death, wanted to lure all the demon cultivators of Tao's heaven over here. Fortunately, his wife had temporarily returned to her parental home. Yi Qiuhong continued. Tao's heaven is dominated by demon cultivators. They are infiltrating our world, and more demon cultivators will sneak over in the future. Our Immigration Bureau's mission is to arrest every one of these illegal crossers. Liu Yuan nodded. It was just as well. Since he was idle anyway, he might as well take these little demon whelps as practice targets. At that moment, Yun Miao was leading the 2 sisters Su Qingxue and Su Yuma across space, traveling from the mortal realm's Weilon sky toward the heavenly realm's Wuliang heaven. Within the passage, the path was far from smooth. Countless ferocious mutated beasts roamed about, their scarlet eyes fixed upon the travelers. They were the scavengers of the spatial barrier, yet also greedy predators. The moment they sensed vulnerable presences, they would swarm forth to tear apart and devour their prey. Yet when they detected the divine pressure emanating from Yun Miao and Su Qingxue, they recoiled in terror, like encountering their natural foe scrambling to keep their distance. Forced to settle for less, they latched onto the spatial currents like barnacles on a colossal ship riding along these routes. When the passage opened, they smuggled themselves through crevices to invade certain minor worlds. This is precisely why countless minor worlds remain locked in constant defense against these mutated beasts. Weilon is among them. Yun Miao had originally plotted to use these beasts as weapons. Let them descend upon Blue Star, slaughter everyone, and reduce it to a dead world. In that case, anyone who knew of Su Qingxue's marriage and child would be silenced forever. That secret would never reach Wuliang heaven. Su Qingxue would remain the pure and untarnished holy maiden. Married, given birth to a child. Those things never existed. What proof do you have? Su Qingxue may be a married woman on Blue Star, but back in Wuliang heaven, she remains the untouchable ideal of all the prodigies. However, Yun Miao felt this plan was somewhat flawed. Once discovered by Su Qingxue, the master-disciple bond would inevitably develop rifts, possibly even turning into bitter enmity. She could clearly see how deeply her disciple had fallen for that mortal named Liu Yuan. Though Yun Miao wished to dismantle this marriage, she had no desire to openly play the villain. After careful deliberation, she discovered a better instrument. That wandering spirit child seeking reincarnation. The karmic thread behind it pointed to an ancient existence, Shijian heavenly deity. Yun Miao knew something of this deity. Legend speaks of Shijian heavenly deity dwelling in Fanli Tian, casting his line across the myriad realms from within Shijian city. His path to godhood is to treat humanity as livestock, fostering their proliferation, then harvesting their lives at the time of plenty. The process differs not in essence from how mortals raise pigs and cattle. Even I might not be Shijian's match, if he were to act. The very thought made a dog shake its head. Yun Miao sneered inwardly. Should Shijian heavenly deity fix his gaze upon Blue Star, it would surely march toward destruction. There would be no salvation. Fortunately, she had already departed with Qingxue. Otherwise, once Shijian discovered the secret upon her, the trouble would be immense. Furthermore, Yun Miao had divined that trails of demonic energy were seeping from Taowa's Tian, also targeting Blue Star. This was clearly a consequence of Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's death, drawing his companions. The fact that both the demonic and divine factions had begun to focus upon Blue Star could hardly be coincidental. Although the direct cause was Blood Abyss Demon Emperor and the wandering spirit child. Yet the deeper causality behind it was far from simple. Could it be because of Qingxue's emergence? Yun Miao had roughly guessed the answer. Whether divine or demonic, their true target should be the life-death zone, for their countless ancient existences desired to explore. Take for instance the paramount being of 10 millennia past, the heavenly vision's sovereign of Defanjin. She had sought out the life-death zone, and now 10,000 years later, she still had not emerged, her fate unknown. Fortunately, the secret upon Qingxue has not been exposed. Yun Miao breathed a sigh of relief. But she did not know that the life-death zone these ancient overlords sought to explore had already been entered and exited countless times by Liu Yuan. At that moment, a void behemoth whose size rivaled a star wandered forth from the endless darkness. Yun Miao tightened her grip on Su Qingxue, and Su Yuma, warning, beware. Do not let it sweep you into the spatial turbulence. We are nearly at Wuliang heaven. Yet Su Qingxue's thoughts were entirely occupied with her lower abdomen, where her second child had just begun to form. Though still merely at the cellular stage, she was absolutely certain that a new life was nurturing within. That was the fruit of her love with her husband. To ensure the child's smooth development, she had used a sacred treasure to seal her own heavenly destiny, never revealing her pregnancy to her master. Passing beyond the void beast's shadow, they continued forward. Su Qingxue gazed at the spatial barriers around her, the shimmering, surreal bubble visions of worlds. Among them were dead stars stripped of all living things, extremely barren and desolate. There were technological worlds where spiritual energy had depleted, flourishing ancient dynasties, nations where demon beasts roamed every corner. All of these were classified as mortal realms, also called minor worlds, similar to Blue Star. Among the myriad heavenly worlds, minor worlds were the most numerous, like the sands of the Ganges. After passing through countless minor worlds, Su Qingxue caught sight of a vast realm, its ancient walls in ruins, yet brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Their mountains pierced the clouds, rare treasures and wondrous beasts abounded, and numerous powerful celestial beings dwelled. If her memory served correctly, this should be Defanjin, which bore a generational grudge against Wuliang Heaven. Her mother Yaoguang's death had been inseparable from Defanjin's surprise attack. Seeing Defanjin meant Wuliang Heaven was not far. Sister, look, Wuliang Heaven. We are almost home. Su Yuma pointed toward the warped space, which reflected the resplendent starry river of Wuliang Heaven. Yun Miao sent a telepathic message to Su Qingxue. Qingxue, regarding your marriage and child, this master believes we should temporarily keep it concealed and not inform your father immediately. She wished to keep this matter hidden to avoid provoking senior brother Su Jiannan's anger. Su Qingxue retorted, but I do not wish to deceive father. I must tell him eventually. Yun Miao sighed. You are too naive. If you tell your father directly, he will surely fly into a rage. For now, conceal this matter, and I will help you probe his attitude indirectly. Su Qingxue hesitantly nodded, but not out of fear, rather because carrying her second child indeed required concealment. As for her earlier rebuttal, it was merely to mislead her master. Over these 5 years, she had learned many cunning tricks from Liu Yuan. Yun Miao chuckled inwardly. Of course, her purpose was not to facilitate the marriage between Su Qingxue and Liu Yuan, for she believed Su Jiannan would never accept it. As long as Su Qingxue kept silent, this matter could be treated as though it never occurred. Then she would introduce Qingxue to several promising young masters from Wuliang Heaven, allowing her to gradually forget Liu Yuan. The greatest killer of long-distance relationships is always a third party. With a new love, one naturally forgets an old affection. She would employ a two-pronged strategy, causing Su Qingxue to transfer her affections, then finding an opportunity to make Liu Yuan unfaithful, utterly dismantling this marriage. Having concluded her thoughts, Yun Miao tore open a spatial rift, and the three stepped through, returning to Wuliang Heaven. Sis, I won't enter through the main gate to avoid father discovering me. Su Yuma stuck out her tongue, preparing to mask her aura, and slipped back to the Su residence through the rear entrance. Qingxue, you go to your chambers and freshen up first. I will inform senior brother of your return. Yun Miao gave her instructions. Su Qingxue nodded, her figure flashing, and she returned to her chambers in the Su estate. Her rooms were built into the mountainside, occupying an entire peak. Jade pavilions and crystalline towers cascaded with waterfalls and spring waters 100 times larger than an entire traditional courtyard compound. Standing at the threshold, Su Qingxue gazed at her familiar chambers. 5 days away from home, she had returned. Pushing open the door, an invisible purifying force brushed over her, washing away every trace of mortal dust upon her person. A halo of sacred radiance enveloped her, as though she had shed her former self. She picked up the jade communication slip on her desk and swept her divine sense across it. Red marks flashed continuously. Unread messages 99. Best friend Yuchan. Qingxue, where have you run off to? I found a secret realm. Come explore it with me. Look at my newly bought dress. 3 days, and no reply. Surely you haven't fallen in love. That fellow Yi Chun proposed to you again. This time he brought his grandfather along. Eldest brother Su, how are you there? Are you there? Hello. Answer me. Yi Chun. Qingxue, I have broken through to the peak of the 10th realm and entered the 11th. I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? This time I will surely make your father accept me. Good morning. What are you doing? Good night. Sweet dreams. Su grouped the office of the Heavenly Lord. Senior brother Qingxue has returned home. Yun Miao stood at the door and said to Su Jiannan, who was attending to official business. Qingxue is back. Su Jiannan's face lit up with joy. He immediately cut the meeting short and walked out of the office. Junior sister, you've worked hard. Before the words had faded, he was already unable to wait, stepping through the air toward his daughter's boudoir. Yun Miao followed close behind. On the way, he reined in his excitement and asked Yun Miao, tell me, what did Qingxue do during these 5 years on launching? Yun Miao's heart lurched. What had she done? She had not only married a mortal, she had even given birth to a child who was already a year old. How could she say that? If she told him, he would probably snatch up a blade and charge over there on the spot. What else could she have done? Yun Miao replied without changing expression, in a deliberate, casual tone. She mainly cultivated in seclusion. Along the way, she disposed of the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor, and occasionally she amused herself by experiencing the mortal world. Su Jiannan nodded with satisfaction. Qingxue has been sensible ever since she was young. She has never made me worry much. This time she was away from home for 5 days. I wonder if she suffered out there. The only hardship she suffered was a minor injury. But Qingxue was clever enough to disguise herself perfectly as a mortal and settle down in Linen City. Yun Miao deliberately avoided mentioning Liu Yuan. In the end, she tracked down the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor and slew him with her own hands. I always thought Qingxue preferred solitude and had a cool temperament. I never imagined she could live in the mortal world for 5 years. And from the photos, she looked happy, smiling with genuine joy. Su Jiannan's gaze turned as sharp as a sword, as if he had found the crucial point. In the mortal world, did she make any friends? He could well imagine that with his daughter's peerless beauty, she must have had no shortage of suitors. Yun Miao felt a chill in her heart, but her face remained calm as she shook her head. No, not a single friend. Qingxue is a 10th-stage celestial. Those ordinary mortals could hardly be her friends. She said this with complete confidence because she was not lying at all. Su Qingxue truly had no friends on launching, only a husband. A husband is not a friend. At this, Su Jiannan finally set his mind completely at ease. His greatest fear had been that Qingxue was too naive and would be deceived by some punk with dyed hair into giving away her heart. Now it seemed he had been overthinking. When they reached his daughter's boudoir, Su Jiannan smoothed his robes and knocked softly. Qingxue, father is here to see you. Coming. A crisp reply rang out from inside, and the door opened. Su Qingxue stood at the threshold in a long dress, its hem gently swaying, pure and saintly. Her long, lustrous black hair was pinned up in a bun carrying both a maiden's purity and a trace of mature charm. Seeing that his daughter was intact and unharmed, Su Jiannan let the stone in his heart drop to the ground. Still, he felt that something was not quite right. It was the hairstyle. Compared with the old days, didn't this hairstyle carry a bit more mature womanly allure? It must be that 5 years of worldly trials had matured her heart. Su Jiannan did not overthink it. After all, this was his daughter's first time leaving home. 5 days in the heavenly realm and 5 years of experience in the mortal world, so it was only natural that she had grown. Qingxue. He suddenly found himself tongue-tied, not knowing how to begin. Although he doted on this daughter enormously, their relationship was not exactly close. Busy year-round with family affairs and the matters of Wuliang heaven, he had long communicated with his daughter, mostly on a material level. Look, this is a star father picked out for you. He opened his palm. In the center, a sapphire blue star revolved slowly like a flawless blue gem. There was no land on that star, only endless blue oceans. One could even see enormous whales leaping out of the water from time to time, their splashes spreading into rings of ripples. Thank you, father. Su Qingxue took the gift gracefully, her expression calm. Since childhood, she had received too many gifts like this. Still, this ocean star was worth keeping. She could give it to her daughter, Nian Nian, to play with later. At the thought of her daughter, Su Qingxue smiled softly. Nian Nian would be delighted to see this star, wouldn't she? Qingxue smiled. Su Jiannan's heart nearly melted at the sight. It had been a long time since he had seen his daughter smile. It was not that Su Qingxue was cold, rather between father and daughter there had always been a certain aloofness. It was an emotional barrier. Who would have thought that after a journey to a minor world and a trial like that, Qingxue would actually smile? Su Jiannan was so moved, he nearly burst into tears. As long as you like it. I'll pick a few more for you later. He composed himself and resumed the stern dignity of an old father. This is your first time away from home. You must not stay out overnight again. Father will worry about your safety. Father, come in and sit down. Su Qingxue took her father's hand and led him inside. You've been busy for so long. You haven't had anything to eat, have you? Eat? Su Jiannan froze. It had been years since he had eaten. At his level, he had long since transcended the need for food. Why would he need to eat? In his memory, the only time he ate regular meals every day was when his wife Yao Wang was still alive. After Yao Wang died, no one had ever cooked for him again. That's right, Su Qingxue said, guiding her father to a chair at the dining table. I brought back plenty of fresh ingredients from launching. Let me fix you a taste. With that, she walked into the kitchen. The kitchen was complete with every kind of cooking utensil. Su Qingxue took out live crayfish from her storage ring, pork belly, with alternating layers of fat and lean, and a sea bass still wagging its tail. Su Jiannan sat at the table watching his daughter's busy figure in the kitchen. Astonished, he turned to Yun Miao in disbelief. Qingxue, when did she learn to cook? My precious daughter could not even boil water before. Yun Miao explained, she learned it on launching. That minor world is full of mortals, and they have to eat every day. Su Jiannan felt a pang of distress and sighed. That child really endured hardship down there. Hardship? Yun Miao's mind inexplicably flashed to the image of Su Qingxue and Liu Yuan in the bathroom, and the corner of her mouth twitched. What she tasted was not hardship, but what? Su Jiannan pressed on. It was cuisine. Yun Miao forced herself to explain. In the world of launching, mortals indulge in sensual pleasures and crave fine flavors, so their food culture is quite developed. Qingxue was exposed to it day and night, and came to love it as well. I see. A little intrigued, Su Jiannan said, then I'd like to try exactly what kind of delicacies could make my precious daughter so reluctant to leave. In the kitchen, Su Qingxue's knife rose and fell with fluid, flawless grace, utterly elegant. Her cooking skill was now no less impressive than her martial arts. After all, cooking tests the same knife control and mastery of heat as many cultivation martial arts. Before long, bursts of enticing aroma drifted from the stove. Looking at his daughter's back, Su Jiannan felt a warmth in his heart and sighed again. My daughter has grown up. Yun Miao? Yes, she had grown up into a mother. She looked at her senior brother's gratified expression and could not bear to reveal the truth. Wouldn't that be like driving a knife straight into his heart? If only Yao Wang could see this. Su Jiannan's gaze turned distant as he thought of his departed wife. Yun Miao could not agree at all. If Yao Wang knew about this, she would probably leap straight out of her grave. The back door of the Su residence. Su Yuma slipped inside, crouching low and tiptoeing like a thief. Good dad didn't notice. She was terrified of being caught and punished for sneaking out for 2 days. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and she arrived at her private chambers, a crystal mountain peak floating above a sea of clouds hollowed out within to contain a luxurious villa, the Crystal Palace. A waterfall cascaded from the summit, encircling the villa in a scene of breathtaking beauty. Just as she was about to open the door, Su Yuma's scalp suddenly prickled as a bone-chilling cold crept down her spine. She stiffly turned her head to see a tall, slender figure standing behind her. The man wore a black trench coat with a star constellation emblem embroidered over the chest, his collar raised high, half concealing a face as cold as ice. A pair of deep, abyss-like eyes seemingly harboring mountains of corpses and seas of blood stared at her, without a trace of emotion. Big brother. Why are you here? Su Yuma, guilt written all over her face, and scared out of her wits, stammered the question. The man before her was none other than her elder brother Su Hao. He was usually a man of few words, quiet, ruthless, and battle-hardened. He had spent years fighting in the foreign realm battlefields, earning countless military honors, and defeating countless prodigies, earning himself the title Emperor Hao Tian. Not only in Wuliang Heaven, but even among the younger generation across the myriad heavens and worlds, he stood unquestionably at the apex. Yuma, where have you been? Su Hao's voice was somewhat hoarse, and he reeked of strong alcohol, clearly just waking from a night of heavy drinking. After returning from the battlefield, he had wanted to visit his younger sister Su Qingxue, first only to find she wasn't home. He then came to Su Yuma's place, but again found nothing. As their elder brother, he had sent countless servants scouring the world, yet all in vain. Both of his younger sisters had vanished into thin air. Big brother, I was catching up on classes at the Martial Academy. Su Yuma's eyes darted as she lied without even drafting a script. Su Hao slowly approached, his profound eyes seemingly able to see through everything. I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that. Brother, Su Yuma instantly put on a pitiful look, clinging to his arm and acting spoiled. You're being so mean. Yuma is so scared. Don't you trust your little baby anymore? Last chance. Su Hao remained unmoved, already holding an ancient bronze mirror in his hand, the Su family's disciplinary artifact, the heart-questioning mirror. Su Yuma instantly caved at the sight and confessed honestly, I went to find sister. The cold aura around Su Hao dissipated by half, and his tone softened. Where is Qingxue? Mean brother. Su Yuma felt a pang of sourness in her heart. Why are you so gentle whenever sister is mentioned, yet so strict with me? Was I picked up from a trash heap or something? Sister is already home, hurry up and go see her. She pointed towards Su Qingxue's chambers, hoping her brother would leave quickly and let her off the hook. Su Hao turned to leave, but then stopped and came back staring at her as he asked, Yuma, tell me, what exactly did you see these past 2 days? Sister, she. Su Yuma was about to blurt it out, but the words caught in her throat. No, I can't say it. I have to keep sister's secret. Her brother was Emperor Hao Tian, an ultimate sister-obsessed man of extreme measures. If he found out that his sister had married and had children in the mortal world, he'd probably slaughter his way to Blue Star and kill her brother-in-law on the spot. She killed the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. I saw it with my own eyes. Sister was incredibly powerful. Was Qingxue injured? Su Hao immediately pressed. She was injured. Under the heart-questioning mirror, Su Yuma didn't dare lie, which truly tested her linguistic skills. Sister. She also bled, and a piece of flesh dropped off her body. Damn it. How dare they make Qingxue suffer such severe injuries? 100 deaths wouldn't be enough. Su Hao's eyes blazed with murderous intent, completely missing the true meaning behind her words. Right? Absolutely detestable. Su Yuma quickly chimed in, while silently apologizing to Liu Yuan and her heart brother-in-law. I'm sorry, I'm not talking about you. Su Hao asked again. Why didn't Qingxue return to Wuliang Heaven immediately after being injured? I heard Yun Miao went to find her. How is she fulfilling her role as a master? Well, Su Yuma looked at the heart-questioning mirror, her mind racing at lightning speed. Because sister. She's no longer pure. Huh. Su Hao frowned. Sister experienced the heavenly mortal decline's garment defilement. Seeing the heart-questioning mirror remain silent, Su Yuma sighed, inwardly relieved she had managed to weasel her way out. Oof. I'm the great deceiver. Every single word I say is the truth. Su Hao found it slightly odd, but decided to believe her for now. I'm going to see Qingxue. Are you coming? I'll pass. I still have homework to finish. The moment Su Yuma spoke, their father Su Jiannan's voice transmission echoed in her ear. How are you, Ma? Both of you come to Qingxue's place. Before she could react, Su Hao grabbed her by the back of her collar, and with the art of earth-shrinking steps they appeared outside Su Qingxue's chambers. Entering the room, they saw Su Jiannan and Yun Miao. Dad, Aunt Yun. Where's Qingxue? Su Hao asked. Brother, I'm right here. Hearing the commotion, Su Qingxue poked her head out from the kitchen, then emerged carrying plates of fragrant, mouth-watering dishes. Spicy crayfish, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea bass. She announced each dish one by one, all recipes her husband loved. Dad, brother, please have a taste. Su Hao was stunned. Was this really his sister who never touched a speck of mortal dust? She could actually cook an entire feast like this. Could she have been body snatched? How are you, Ma? Sit down quickly and try Qingxue's cooking. Su Jiannan gestured. It's a perfect chance for our family to eat together. It's been a long time. Family. Yun Miao's heart stirred. Did senior brother consider her family too? Family. Su Yuma pouted, thinking they were still missing her brother-in-law and Yin Yin. Su Qingxue served food to her father, her master, and her brother in turn. Su Jiannan's eyes welled up with emotion. After one trip to Blue Star, his daughter was like a completely different person, so considerate. Just as Su Hao was about to pick up his chopsticks, Su Jiannan coughed to signal him to stop. Then he picked up a piece of braised pork and carefully placed it into his mouth. As he savored it, dazzling light burst from his eyes. So delicious. Su Jiannan felt his taste buds were ready to take flight. Huh. I'm the first person to taste food made by my daughter's own hands. Don't just stand there, everyone eat. Only then did Su Hao and Su Yuma pick up their chopsticks. Even Yun Miao got swept up in the atmosphere and couldn't resist a taste. It had been over 100 years since she last ate. Previously at the courtyard she had wanted to eat but didn't want to lose face in front of mortals. But now if she didn't eat, she'd be disrespecting senior brother Su Jiannan. Qingxue, Yun Miao set down her jade chopsticks and praised. These mortal dishes are full of grease and turbid qi, but your control over the heat is exquisite and your seasoning is quite ingenious. It suits your master's palate well. Su Hao was succinct, Qingxue delicious. Love it. Only Su Yuma muttered indistinctly. It's alright, I've already eaten my fill of it at sister's place. Instantly 2 murderous glares from Su Jiannan and Su Hao shot over in unison. Su Qingxue helplessly rubbed her forehead. There is no wall that doesn't leak, and her little sister was the biggest hole in the wall. Damn it, I said the wrong thing. Su Yuma's heart jolted. Su Jiannan's voice turned cold. Yuma, what did you just say? Su Hao silently pulled out the heart-questioning mirror. Hear me out. Let me explain. Su Yuma's mind raced. When sister was on Blue Star, she stayed in a courtyard house. That was sister's home. Aunt Yin, isn't that right? Yun Miao nodded without adding anything. Oh. Su Jiannan sighed in relief. Scare me for a moment. I thought Qingxue had started a family on Blue Star. Then his expression hardened as he stared at Su Yuma. But Yuma, how did you end up on Blue Star? Did you sneak out again? You're grounded for a month. Su Yuma felt like crying. Why is it always me who gets hurt? She still wanted to go back to Blue Star to play with her brother-in-law and Yin Yin. By the time this month of house arrest was over, her brother-in-law would have aged into a middle-aged man, and Yin Yin would be a 30-year-old woman. The family continued eating. Su Jiannan savored his daughter's cooking, and with each bite the gratification in his eyes deepened. Especially when Su Qingxue picked up a braised prawn, elegantly peeled away its shell, and placed the tender meat into her father's bowl, saying gently, Dad, the prawn is delicious. Have some more. At that moment, Su Jiannan's happiness pierced straight through countless worlds. Oh, what could be more wonderful than his daughter peeling a prawn for him? This was a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket of a daughter. Su Jiannan took a bite of that prawn and felt it was more potent than any divine medicine. It seemed to grant him another 1,000,000 years of life. Brother, you have some too. Su Qingxue thoughtfully handed one to him. The taciturn Su Hao was suddenly at a loss. The peeled prawn looked like a work of art, and he could not bear to eat it. This was the first time his sister had peeled a prawn for him. Qingxue, you eat too. Su Hao peeled every prawn on the plate and poured them all into his sister Su Qingxue's bowl. Su Yuma saw this and grew upset. She wrapped her bowl in protest. Brother, you're playing favorites. I'm the youngest in the family. I want some too. Su Hao cast a cold glance at her. Didn't you say you were tired of eating them? Su Yuma, double standards. This was too much. Yuma, I'll share half with you. Su Qingxue poured some of the prawns into her younger sister's bowl, then gave a few to her master Yun Miao and her father Su Jiannan as well. Sister is the nicest to me. Su Yuma huffed at Su Hao, her mouth stuffed with prawns, and said to Su Qingxue, Sis, I want to stay with you forever. Su Jiannan's and Su Hao's eyes turned sharp in an instant, scaring her into silence. Yun Miao meanwhile maintained the dignified bearing of a heavenly venerable, taking small bites with elegant composure, quietly watching her senior brother's family bicker. She increasingly felt like she was becoming the wicked stepmother. Yun Miao reminded him lightly, senior brother cultivators ought to make fasting from grains a matter of course, feeding on wind, and drinking dew to keep the Tao body pure. Indulging in the appetites of the flesh can breed inner demons and hinder cultivation. This was just like someone at a banquet urging another person to drink less. Oh, junior sister, your words are mistaken. Su Jiannan waved his hand. A little indulgence now and then, savoring the warmth of the mortal world, is also a form of cultivation. Only by knowing when to tighten and when to loosen can one reach the great Tao. As he spoke, he placed another bite into Su Qingxue's bowl, causing Yun Miao to frown. This senior brother of hers was hopelessly a daughter slave. Qingxue. Su Jiannan put down his chopsticks and asked, Tell Dad, how did you defeat the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor? Su Qingxue briefly described the course of the battle. Of course, she omitted the key details about her C-section and her daughter Lun Yin suppressing the Demon Emperor with a celestial eye. After hearing her account, Su Hao took out a box as smooth and warm as jade and pushed it in front of Su Qingxue. Inside is a 10,000-year ginseng fruit I obtained on the otherworldly battlefield. Take it and heal your wounds. Brother, I'm fine. Master has already helped me recover. Su Qingxue waved her hand. Keep it, Su Hao said in a tone that brooked no argument. Yuma told me you lost a piece of flesh. This medicine is excellent for replenishing flesh and blood. It suits you perfectly. Su Qingxue had no choice but to accept it. When she opened the box, she saw that the fruit was shaped like a baby, its features lifelike and fair as carved jade. Oh, this. Is it a case of like nourishes like? She looked at the human-shaped fruit, then touched her lower abdomen. Perhaps it really could restore what she had lost. Su Yuma was already holding back laughter, her face bright red. Junior sister. Su Jianan finally snapped out of it, and asked in bewilderment, why didn't you tell me Qingxue was hurt so badly? Wicked stepmother, I'd like to see how you talk your way out of this. Su Yuma thought to herself. Yun Miao, however, remained calm, and explained mildly, senior brother, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's methods were sinister. He used the ancient demonic art of life harvest and severance, a technique that specifically injures the flesh, blood, and organs, destroys limbs, and is extremely vicious. Su Yuma applauded wildly in her heart. Damn, as expected of a heavenly venerable. Even her lies sound this professional. Oomph. Su Jianan slammed the table and bellowed, detestable demonic cultivator. With methods so ruthless he deserves death at anyone's hands. Su Hao added coldly, any remnant of the demon race. I'll kill everyone I see. In the 9 springs the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor, go on, curse me. Go on, curse me. Go on, curse me. Is it just because I'm dead? We demonic cultivators are slandered by sanctimonious wretches like you. Su Qingxue, afraid that continuing the conversation might expose a flaw, quickly changed the subject. Dad, there's something I'd like to ask you. Why was Mom's remnant soul in the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's 10,000 soul banner? Su Jianan's movement paused. He sighed. That should be an inner demon she once cut away, which fell into the heaven of self-indulgence. Mom's inner demon. Yes, Su Jianan explained. Celestial beings also have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Along the path of cultivation, inner demons are inevitably born. Su Yuma could not resist cutting in. Dad, why did Mom develop an inner demon? A trace of guilt flickered in Su Jianan's eyes. Because back then she and I had a quarrel. A quarrel was enough to produce an inner demon. Su Qingxue and Su Yuma looked at their father in confusion. How immense must that matter have been? This can't be entirely blamed on senior brother. Yun Miao said in defense. Yao Guang came from Marisai heaven. Even before she married senior brother, her fate had already been full of misfortunes. Yun Miao? Su Jianan shot her a warning glare, signaling her not to say too much in front of the children. It was I who failed to protect your mother. He openly admitted his mistake. His gaze then fell upon Su Qingxue, resolute and steadfast, as if declaring that he would never make that mistake a second time. Su Qingxue recalled the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's words, and pressed on. Dad, does Mom carry some hidden secret? Was that the real reason the demon race allied with the great Brahma heaven to attack our Wuliang heaven? Dad, if you know something, just say it. Su Yuma also urged. Only Su Hao remained silent. Clearly he knew something. Qingxue, Yuma, the demon emperor's words cannot be trusted. He deliberately tried to deceive you. Su Jianan flatly denied it. Yun Miao echoed, that is indeed so. Su Qingxue saw that her father was unwilling to say more, so she did not press further. Now that she was a wife and a mother, she could better understand the hardships of parenthood. Moreover, her focus had long since shifted to her husband Liu Yuan, her daughter Liu Nian, and the second child just conceived in her womb. There's still a dish simmering in the pot. I'll go bring it up. She walked into the kitchen and carried out a steaming dish. It was fishball soup, milk-white broth scattered with emerald scallions. This was the dish her mother Yao Guang was best known for in life, a symbol of reunion and wholeness. Su Yuma tasted a fishball and tears fell instantly. Mom, I miss you so much. Su Hao also fell silent, quietly drinking the soup, while vowing inwardly, Mom, I will definitely protect my little sisters. Su Jianan's eyes reddened. Yao Guang, can you see this? Qingxue has grown up. Only Yun Miao could not understand the bond brought by such familial affection. She merely felt that her disciple was drifting further and further away from the Tao of sitting in forgetfulness, where even supreme feelings are left behind. Brother, on the otherworldly battlefield, has everything gone smoothly? Su Qingxue took the initiative to ask. With me there the sky can't fall. Su Hao said calmly. As time passed, the family dinner came to an end. The plates on the table were completely empty. Su Qingxue's cooking had won the unanimous approval of her father and elder brother. Qingxue, since you've just returned, rest well over the next few days. If you need anything, tell your brother. Su Jianan and Su Hao left, dragging the still sulking Su Yuma with them. Sis, come hang out with me when you're free. Being grounded is unbearable. Su Yuma shouted. Yun Miao gave her final instruction. Remember to review the realm-breaking method I taught you. Subdue the heavenly robe, taint as soon as possible. Do not let worldly affections make you neglect your cultivation, and strive to break through the realm at the earliest opportunity. Su Qingxue nodded. She could break through at any time. She had merely suppressed her cultivation realm to reduce the reproductive isolation between herself and her husband Liu Yuan. Moreover, the second child had only just been conceived, so it was better to wait until the fetus had fully formed before breaking through to prevent a miscarriage. The higher one's level of life, the harder it was to conceive. Su Qingxue glanced at the clock on the wall. From arriving home to finishing a meal, 4 hours had already passed. That meant 2 months had gone by on Blue Star. Yen. Guilt surged in Su Qingxue's heart. I'm sorry, Mama, couldn't watch you grow up. She picked up her jade message slip, lay down on the bed, and began replying to messages. Su Qingxue Yuechan, I'm home. Yuechan. It was practically an instant reply. Yuechan, yeah. You finally replied. I've been worried sick these past few days. You're such a good girl. How dare you actually spend the night out? Tell me, are you in a relationship? Su Qingxue looked at those words, and Liu Yuan's face surfaced in her mind. The corners of her mouth curled upward without her realizing it. She did not deny it, nor did she admit it. She simply sent a shy emoji. Su Qingxue. The other side fell silent for 3 seconds. Then the jade slip began to vibrate madly. Yuechan, you didn't deny it. Qingxue, something's off with you. You really are together. We agreed to stay single and cultivate together, but you went and found someone behind my back. Tell me quickly, which man dared to take my little cabbage? Junior sister, have you noticed something strange about Qingxue? After leaving his daughter's residence, Su Jianan walked side by side with Yun Miao. He suddenly stopped and cast a sharp gaze at her. Did I? Yun Miao's heart tightened, yet her expression remained calm. Qingxue lived in the mortal world for 5 years. It's only natural that she has matured and changed a little. Nonsense. From a maiden to a wife, how could she remain unchanged? Perhaps. Su Jianan shifted the topic. Junior sister Yi Chun of the Yi family has come to propose marriage to Qingxue. What do you think? Senior brother can consider it. Oh. Su Jianan was a little surprised. I remember you used to think little of Yi Chun and said Qingxue should focus on cultivation. Why have you changed your mind now? Yun Miao sneered inwardly. Yi Chun was after all an 11th realm celestial. 10,000 times better than an ordinary mortal like Liu Yuan. As for the fact that Su Qingxue had given birth, as long as they kept their mouths shut, the Yi family would never learn of it. Even if they did learn the truth, so what? With Su Qingxue's status, countless prodigies would still be fighting to marry her. Senior brother, you cannot keep Qingxue under your wing forever. She ought to have a guardian by her side. Yun Miao said calmly. Yi Chen's family background and cultivation are both first-rate choices. I understand. You may go back now. The moment Yun Miao turned to leave, Su Jianan's voice rang out again. Junior sister. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Yun Miao paused in her steps. After a moment's thought, she said softly, Senior brother, take care of yourself. Especially your eyes. Su Jianan nodded. Watching Yun Miao's receding figure, he let out a long, faint sigh. Junior sister, I gave you a chance, yet you still deceived me. He raised his head, looking toward the direction of his daughter's private chamber in the distance. His expression was complicated, and his imposing frame was actually trembling slightly. Qingxue, oh Qingxue, you won't even trust your own dad. I've been waiting for you to tell me the truth. I'm the one you should trust the most. His heart ached. He slowly opened his palm, and above it a phantom image appeared. It was a little red booklet. A marriage certificate. On it was a photo of his daughter Su Qingxue with a strange man. In the photo, Qingxue smiled radiantly, her eyes filled with a happiness he had never seen before. The man named Liu Yuan looked decent enough, but one could tell at a glance that he was merely an ordinary mortal. As the lord of Wuliang Heaven, Su Jianan was busy with affairs, but he was no fool. When Yun Miao delayed bringing his daughter back, he had already used his heavenly eye to peer at Blue Star, and sensed that something was amiss. He simply had not made a fuss. That was the composure of a heavenly lord. Afterwards, he had secretly sent his trusted subordinate, the celestial Guangmu, to Blue Star to investigate. Just as the meal was about to end, Guangmu had sent back the complete findings. Qingxue, you got married. Why wouldn't you tell your dad? Dad is so heartbroken. Su Jianan stared at the glaring words, marriage certificate, on the little red booklet. His face twisted with rage, and dense bloodshot veins filled his eyes. In the reports sent by Guangmu, the marriage certificate was only an appetizer. What followed were the details of Su Qingxue and Liu Yuan's life in their 5th year on Blue Star. They were all secretly photographed by Guangmu. Su Jianan opened a photo. In the image, they were on a snack street in Linen City. Su Qingxue wore a cool white t-shirt and a short skirt, looking like the girl next door. She was standing on her tiptoes, bringing a skewer of roasted gluten to Liu Yuan's mouth. And Liu Yuan's hand had brazenly slipped under the hem of her t-shirt, stroking her slender waist. Take your hand away. Su Jianan's heart shattered. He violently crushed the phantom marriage certificate in his hand. He then opened another video. In the video, Su Qingxue pouted, asking Liu Yuan to feed her ice cream. Be good, open wide. Liu Yuan smiled, and fed her a bite, then took a bite himself. Honey, Su Qingxue, rare as it was, began acting cute. I want a bite of yours too. Liu Yuan wrapped his arm around her slender waist, and whispered some cheesy sweet talk into her ear, making her giggle. Then, as if no one else were around, the two kissed. Qingxue can actually act cute. She even kissed this brat. Blood tears had already seeped from Su Jianan's eyes. The space before him twisted under his out-of-control aura, turning into an ever-expanding vortex. He did not dare watch any further. This was only the very beginning of a huge stack of materials, yet it had already shattered all of his defenses. Liu Yuan, Liu Yuan, Liu Yuan, how dare you? You had the nerve to touch my daughter. Su Jianan let out a furious roar. His figure vanished instantly and flew toward the sea of stars in the sky. He threw a punch, and the violent force caused hundreds and thousands of stars ahead to burst apart, in an instant reducing them to dust. He had veiled the heavenly secrets so no one recognized his identity. This was the Star Sea arena where Celestials could cultivate and spar. The Celestials in the Star Sea were taken aback by the sudden upheaval and were stricken with terror. Damn, who is it? Such rage. Look, who's lost it? They've completely broken down. The world has one more heartbroken soul. What was he cuckolded? Or did his daughter get taken away by some yellow-haired punk? Quick hide. The Celestials all retreated, not daring to provoke such ill fortune. Su Jianan, however, continued to vent without restraint, a mere mortal. What is so good about him? Why would Qingxue like him? No. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. This is just Qingxue acting to disguise her identity. He forced himself to calm down, and with trembling hands, opened another photo. Struck by a surge of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There it was. Su Qingxue and Liu Yuan were in a hotel with panoramic glass windows. Although the exact details could not be seen, it was obvious that the two were pressed tightly together. Liu Yuan was holding Su Qingxue's thighs, and Su Qingxue had her arms wrapped around his neck. Moreover, Su Qingxue's back was pressed tightly against the glass. The straps of her long dress had slipped down to her waist, revealing a large expanse of snow-white smooth back. What were they doing? Even if it was acting, you couldn't take it that far. They had even taken off their clothes. Su Jianan roared, and the surrounding Celestials, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, vomited blood one after another. Hey, buddy, what did we do to deserve this? Calm down. Fellow Taoist. You must calm down. The sky is falling. But you can't really bring the sky down. Su Jianan gasped for air and opened the next file. This time it was not an intimate photo. In the photo was a delicate jade-carved baby girl with two little buns on her head, wearing a tiny training uniform and standing in a horse stance with impressive form. Her big dark eyes sparkled, and her little face was pink and chubby. She looked only about 1 year old. Who is this? Su Jianan instinctively thought Guangmu had sent the wrong photo. But soon he realized something was wrong. This baby girl's eyes and brows. How could they look so much like Qingxue? Nose, chin, lips, forehead. The more he looked, the more they resembled her. This. Su Jianan was struck as if by lightning. His mind buzzed and went completely blank. Could this be Qingxue's daughter? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This can't be real. It absolutely can't be real. Su Jianan's eyes were bloodshot crimson, his expression that of a man possessed. The cords of his sanity snapped inch by inch. Pain, rage, disbelief. Countless emotions rampaged through his chest, as if they would tear his very soul to shreds. He could not accept it. He could not believe it. The beloved daughter he had cradled in his palms, after just 5 days away from home, had actually held hands with a mortal named Liu Yuan, acted coquettishly, kissed him, married him, and even given birth to a child. This is too fast. His Qingxue had been obedient and sensible since she was little, a rule-following good girl recognized throughout Wuliang heaven. How could she fall in love with a man so quickly, an immortal at that? Su Jianan felt as if the most precious thing in his life had been wrenched away from him. The agony lancing through his heart was exactly the same as when he had lost Yaoguang all those years ago. The sky was falling. He had guarded against every prodigy and holy son in Wuliang heaven who coveted his daughter, yet he never dreamed that in the end a mortal would steal into his home and claim his most precious pearl. What pained him even more was that for that man Sake, his daughter, had actually learned to lie to him. The pain. It was unbearable. Su Jianan stared at the infant in the photograph. Her tender little face was a perfect replica of Qingxue's childhood features. The last line of defense in his heart collapsed completely. Oh. He tilted his head back and released a roar of ultimate grief and rage. Terrifying imperial might surged from him, sweeping across the entire Star Sea martial arena. Around him the stars burst apart in clusters like fireworks under that blaze of fury, transforming into a brilliant, yet desolate storm of stardust. The celestial beings watching from afar were caught in the storm's aftershock. Spitting blood, they fled in miserable disarray. Oh my heavens! What on earth could have provoked him like this? He's going to punch a hole straight through the sky. Stop watching. Run. I feel like he's about to start attacking indiscriminately. How tragic. Just which reckless punk is bold enough to lay a hand on a big shot's daughter? Just then a figure braved the dreadful pressure and flew swiftly to Su Jianan's side. Heavenly Lord, calm your anger. Please take care of yourself. The newcomer was none other than Su Jianan's trusted confidant, the celestial Guangmu. He had concealed himself amid the streets of Blue Star, lurking especially near the courtyard compound, and had secretly captured many photographs of Su Qingxue and Liu Yuan dating. His method of covert photography was simple. He used his eyes. Everything he saw was stored in his mind, just like a camera. To think that he, a dignified celestial, had worked as a paparazzo for over a year to complete his mission. With his very own eyes he had watched his aloof, saintly young lady groping and kissing a mortal. His eyes had nearly gone blind from the sight. He even began to suspect he had fallen under an illusion. How could Su Qingxue, the saintess who was frost-cold toward every prodigy in Wuliang heaven, ever appear so tender and clinging before a mortal? To be absolutely sure he hadn't misread, he had spent an entire year secretly filming on Blue Star, capturing hundreds of scenes of Liu Yuan and Su Qingxue flaunting their love in every imaginable way. He ground his teeth so hard they nearly crumbled. In cars, hotels, wilderness parks, restrooms. Everywhere was filled with images of Su Qingxue and Liu Yuan in the throes of passion, utterly shameless. Heavenly Lord, perhaps. Perhaps things aren't as terrible as you think. Guangmu steeled himself and counseled, perhaps the young lady is merely using that mortal named Liu Yuan in order to hide her identity. He didn't believe his own words either. But to keep Su Jianan calm, he had to force out an explanation. What you said. May be possible. Su Jianan clung to it, as if it were his last lifeline. Look, of all these scenes you secretly filmed, the most intimate is just kissing. Qingxue and that mortal never actually had a real physical relationship. Guangmu was speechless. Could it be that the young lady had used some means to block the key areas from Heavenly's sight? He simply couldn't see anything. Su Qingxue knew Blue Star was full of hidden cameras, so whenever anything happened between her and Liu Yuan outside, she used secret treasures to shroud them and ensure their privacy. She never slipped up once. What's more, even if Su Qingxue hadn't obscured the eyes of Heaven, Guangmu wouldn't have dared to look. Secretly filming the young lady and the young master doing that. Did he have a death wish? Guangmu at least knew where to draw the line. The most revealing thing he had ever stolen a glance at was Su Qingxue's bare back, and even that was through a pane of glass, not very clear. Heavenly Lord, you're absolutely right. The young lady and Liu Yuan never actually slept together. It's all an act. Isn't that exactly how they film bed scenes in movies? Guangmu's brain had ceased functioning. Throw the brain away. Before the Heavenly Lord, he had no need for a brain. Su Jianan glared at him, his eyes nearly splitting. Then how do you explain this, baby girl? Cold sweat poured from Guangmu. Heavenly Lord, I investigated this baby girl. She is called Lu Nian, and she is Liu Yuan's daughter. She has no connection to the young lady. Fine. He could not keep spinning the lie any longer. Let it all be destroyed. If he had known earlier, he would never have taken this mission. He had learned far too much this time. If he could, Guangmu would really have gouged out his own eyes just so he could pretend he had never seen anything. I also think this baby girl has nothing to do with Qingxue. Su Jianan actually followed his lead and began to hypnotize himself. Qingxue is a celestial being. There is reproductive isolation between celestials and mortals. This boundary between heaven and mortals can never be crossed. So she absolutely cannot give birth to a child with this mortal. What do you think? Guangmu nodded vigorously. Exactly right, Heavenly Lord. That Liu Yuan is only a mere martial hero. My eyes would never be mistaken. If he could make the young lady pregnant and give birth, it would be more absurd than an iron tree blooming or a rooster laying eggs. Then I ask you, what is this? Su Jianan waved his hand and conjured a scene. In the scene at the entrance of the courtyard house, little Lu Nian was trotting on her short little legs, bouncing toward the candied hawthorn stall at the corner. Mommy, buy me one. Su Qingxue followed behind her, her eyes brimming with doting affection. Did you hear that? The baby girl called Qingxue mommy. Su Jianan's voice trembled. You're the one who secretly filmed this. Guangmu gave an awkward smile. If he had known, he would never have shown the Heavenly Lord the unedited version. There was simply far too much scandalous content inside. Any one of those clips, if released, would be a banned film throughout Wuliang Heaven. Forbidden for all to watch. A child's words are innocent nonsense. They can't be taken seriously. He asserted with unshakable certainty. Look at this baby girl's features. Where does she resemble the young lady? Mouth, nose, eyes. They're all far smaller than the young lady's. They're clearly two different people. He read her face and pronounced his verdict. He stuck to it firmly. Su Jianan followed that line of reasoning and asked, then where did this baby girl come from? Guangmu closed his eyes, tossed away whatever brains he had left, and said, she was probably picked up from a trash can. That makes sense. Su Jianan, as though bewitched, hypnotized himself. Qingxue is truly too kind. She saw this child was homeless, gave her a warm home, and adopted her as her daughter. Guangmu said, the Heavenly Lord is most wise. Su Jianan found this flattery unbearably grating, feeling as though a clown's red nose were about to sprout on his face. So have you remembered everything I just said? His gaze turned abruptly cold as he fixed Guangmu with a murderous look. Guangmu shuddered and instantly understood. That was the Heavenly Lord for you. He had been leading him all along to this point. He was saying that Guangmu knew too much, had seen what he shouldn't have seen. He was warning him. Guangmu immediately repeated, to deal with the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor, the young lady disguised her identity, entered a sham marriage with a mortal named Liu Yuan on Blue Star, and treated Liu Yuan's daughter as her own. The young lady's wisdom surpassed all. After killing the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor, she severed all ties with that mortal and returned smoothly to Wuliang Heaven. All of this I saw with my own eyes. If anyone ever discovered that Su Qingxue had been married on Blue Star, they would use this story. It was a script rehearsed with Su Jianan in advance. This was to protect the young lady Su Qingxue's purity and sacred reputation in Wuliang Heaven. Say that again. Su Jianan asked once more in a cold voice. Guangmu thought for a moment. That had been the backup version. If an even simpler version was needed. Heavenly Lord, while slaying the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor on Blue Star, the young lady rescued a father and daughter pair named Liu Yuan and Lu Nian. Say it again. Su Jianan asked for the third time. Guangmu was stunned for a moment, then a sudden flash of insight struck him. Huh. Heavenly Lord, what did you say? Your subordinate has never been to Blue Star, nor has he ever seen the young lady. Only then did Su Jianan nod with satisfaction. These 3 accounts graded from the most detailed to the most absolute denial were sufficient to deal with any situation. He was also afraid that Guangmu might let something slip. When it came to his daughter's reputation, everything had to be flawless. Heavenly Lord, are you feeling any better now? Guangmu the Celestial probed cautiously. After a round of self-hypnotic consolation, Su Jiannan seemed to have let go of a good deal of his fury, and the bloody red in his eyes gradually faded. Fine. Never better. Su Jiannan squeezed the words out through his teeth. His fists were clenched so hard that his knuckles turned white, and his eyes could still kill. Guangmu's heart trembled. So much for that. It was pointless. After all, his daughter had been snatched away by some yellow-haired punk, and any father would be unable to swallow that anger. Granted that Liu Yuan's hair wasn't yellow, but being immortal was even worse than being a yellow-haired punk. Who could have imagined that the young lady, the lofty holy maiden of Wuliangshan, a 10th-stage celestial, would end up with a mortal? Putting aside Liu Yuan's looks entirely, how was this any different from the plot of a cheap pornographic film? Heavenly Lord, perhaps your subordinate should go and handle that Liu Yuan. Guangmu drew a finger across his throat, making a slicing gesture. Kill him and silence him as if none of it had ever happened. But Su Jiannan shook his head. He could not do that. First, judging by the look in his daughter's eyes, she truly adored that man. Killing him would only make Qingxue suffer for the rest of her life. Second, his junior sister Yun Miao must have known about Qingxue and Liu Yuan long ago. So why had she made no move against Liu Yuan? Since she had hidden the matter from him, she must be pulling strings behind the scenes. With Yun Miao's power, the entire launching should have been twirling within her palm. Yet she had simply watched Qingxue carry on with that mortal Liu Yuan for a full year without lifting a finger to stop it. That was very wrong. Su Jiannan's temper might have flared, but that did not mean he had truly lost the ability to think. In governing a vast world like Wuliangshan, if he were not sharp-witted enough, he would have lost his seat long ago. Why didn't junior sister act? Could it be that she has some peculiar fetish? A ridiculous image even flashed through Su Jiannan's mind. His daughter Qingxue and that Liu Yuan embracing each other in the bedroom, while Yun Miao sat outside the door listening to every word and playing mahjong, even winning on a self-drawn tile. Of course, that was only the most outrageous of the several hundred possibilities he had deduced. As for the true answer, Su Jiannan could not deduce it either. The heavenly secret was veiled by something. Su Qingxue, Yun Miao, and a third figure. Su Jiannan went through the footage Guangmu had secretly captured once more and found something strange. Let me ask you, why do the images you sent back contain no scenes from inside the courtyard house? Guangmu hurriedly answered truthfully. Heavenly Lord, several old monsters at the peak of the 9th stage live in that courtyard. Also, from my heavenly eye observation, the courtyard is guarded by formation arrays, talismans, literary aura, sword, intent, immortal artifacts, and other forces, plus some unknown danger. Fearing discovery, I did not dare enter. A mere mortal like Liu Yuan actually has so many 9th stage peak powerhouses protecting him. That does make him worth a second look. Su Jiannan had grudgingly found one merit, but after a second look he still could not accept that his son-in-law was a mortal. Continue your investigation on launching. Look into that father and daughter Liu Yuan and Liu Nian. Best dig out whatever remarkable background he has, Su Jiannan said. Otherwise he absolutely cannot come near Qingxue again. Guangmu shook his head inwardly. Liu Yuan was just a mortal. In launching that barren little world, how could he have any major background? Could it be that the Heavenly Lord was hinting for him to dress up Liu Yuan's identity? The Heavenly Lord's mind was too hard to fathom. Heavenly Lord, what kind of identity do you think Liu Yuan would need in order to be worthy of the young lady? Guangmu asked cautiously. Su Jiannan thought for a moment, then said coldly, at least stronger than me. Huffed. Guangmu could not hold it in, and nearly burst out laughing on the spot. Stronger than you? You are the Lord of Wuliangshan, one of the top 100 existences in all the myriad heavens and worlds. To surpass you, that would take some old monster from which primordial era. Understood. As far as the Heavenly Lord was concerned, Liu Yuan had already been sentenced to life, without a wife. There was no chance with the young lady Su Qingxue. But then Guangmu suddenly thought of another possibility. Heavenly Lord, that baby girl called Liu Nian seems exceptionally extraordinary. She was born with her heavenly eye open, and at just 1 year old, she is already a 4th stage martial elite. Could it be possible that a father gains honor through his daughter? If Liu Nian rose to greatness in the future, then Liu Yuan as her father could cling to a great emperor's status. Oh. Su Jiannan looked at the adorable girl in the image, as lovely as if carved from jade, and the fury in his heart actually dissipated a little. He even felt a trace of fondness. This girl, even in my Wuliangshan, would be a top-tier prodigy. But then his rage erupted like a volcano. It was like a roller coaster. The higher this girl's talent, didn't it only prove that she carried the Su bloodline, that she was Qingxue's daughter? His daughter had been stolen. So infuriating. Go. From now on you will be stationed on launching, Su Jiannan said. Without my permission, no one who knows of Qingxue's marriage may leave that world. Block the news. Guangmu pondered the Heavenly Lord's hidden intent. It was to seal off launching's cultivation ceiling. No one was allowed to break through to the 10th stage, because the 10th stage allowed one to shatter the void. In addition, he had to seal launching's spatial passages permitting entry, but no exit. That was not difficult. because Guangmu had observed that launching currently had no celestial overseeing it. As long as he stood guard there, he would be the strongest, sealing the imperial path. That was still very simple. Heavenly Lord, your subordinate, will take his leave now. Guangmu bowed and withdrew, but before he left he could not help adding one more line. Take care of yourself. Don't let that yellow-haired punk ruin your health. Scram. The moment Su Jiannan heard the words, yellow-haired punk, rage stabbed straight at his heart, and he sprayed out another mouthful of old blood. Guangmu was so terrified his soul nearly fled. He dared not say another word and tore through space toward launching. The frustration suffered under the Heavenly Lord, of course, had to be reclaimed on launching. That was the workplace. Guangmu immediately sealed off launching's path to enlightenment, suppressing an entire era. Like a max-level veteran descending on a newbie village to crush noobs, slaughtering at will. In the sea of stars, Su Jiannan crushed who knew how many more stars before he barely vented a fraction of his fury. In the end, he even felt a little regret. After all, these were all Su family properties. He returned to the ground and looked into the distance at his daughter's boudoir. He wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with her, but he was afraid. What if his daughter really refused to marry anyone but that mortal? As her father, could he ever agree to it? He dreaded hearing his daughter's answer. It was better to pretend for now that he knew nothing. Qingxue, forgive me. There was a hint of resolve in Su Jiannan's eyes. Since you were little, no matter what you liked, even the stars in the sky, your father could pluck one down for you. But on this one matter, I absolutely will not agree. If it were you, Mo, perhaps I would agree to her marrying a mortal, but you never. Because you inherited your mother's heavenly duty. Wolves are all around you, and I cannot let a mortal burden at your side be added to that. Only a man stronger than your father is worthy of becoming your husband and guarding you. The reason he held such a deep obsession was precisely because he had failed to protect his wife Yawang all those years ago. To keep his daughter from repeating that same tragedy, he had been pushing himself to become stronger. And he also required his daughter's companion to be stronger than him. If that person never appears, your father will protect you for life. Until death. Qingxue must not leave home again. Su Jiannan steeled his heart. Yet after all, she was his own flesh and blood, and he did not want to go too far. How to handle this would test his wisdom as both a father and the Heavenly Lord of Wuliangshan. In the Heavenly Lord's office, Su Jiannan forced himself to calm down and work through a mountain of official affairs. Heavenly Lord, a female secretary said respectfully, walking in with a stack of jade slips. There is a wedding invitation inviting you to attend a wedding. Su Jiannan's hand suddenly froze as he looked at the gold-embossed invitation. The invitation read, the Liu family's legitimate eldest son is to be wed. We sincerely invite the Heavenly Lord to grace the occasion with your presence. The Liu family. A wedding. Su Jiannan's face darkened in an instant, fury radiating from his very presence. Not going. He slammed the invitation onto the table and said coldly, convey my order. The Liu family is forbidden to hold the wedding. The female secretary went pale with fright. What? Wait, did the Liu family offend you? What is going on? Su Jiannan went out on an inspection tour. As he walked down the street, a young man with a head of garish dyed yellow hair came toward him humming a tune. Yellow hair. Su Jiannan's gaze instantly turned ice cold. In a blur of motion, without a word, he raised his hand and slapped. Smack. The young man was sent spinning 360 degrees on the spot. Before he could recover, Su Jiannan had seized him by the collar and hoisted him off the ground. Who told you to dye your hair? Heavenly Lord. I. Su Jiannan bellowed. Have this yellow hair of his shaved off. Dye it black. If I ever see it again, I'll break your legs. By now, Su Jiannan had become somewhat hypersensitive, but whenever he heard or saw words like yellow hair, Liu family, or wedding, he could not control his emotions. Every major clan in Wuliangshan was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, terrified that one careless move would incur Su Jiannan's wrath. What on earth is wrong with the Heavenly Lord? On what grounds does he forbid our Liu family from marrying? Who did our Liu family offend? Meanwhile, Su Qingxue was in her private chamber, unaware that her father had already discovered her marriage. A day had passed since she came home. Su Qingxue kept her attention fixed on the second child in her belly. This was her second pregnancy, so she already knew what to expect. She placed her hand on her lower abdomen, sensing the tiny life within. Her brow furrowed slightly. Strange to say, the second child in her womb was developing extremely quickly. When she had first come home, it had been merely an egg cell. In less than a day, it had divided, replicated, and grown to the size of a fist. The umbilical cord, placenta, all of it had grown. Every moment, Su Qingxue could clearly feel the fetal transformation. In her belly, 70 changes in a single day. This child was growing at a gratifying rate. However, Su Qingxue found it puzzling by Wuliangshan's reckoning. One day should not have brought such rapid development. But this child had been conceived on launching. It seemed it had not yet adjusted to the time difference. It was developing by launching's clock, not Wuliangshan's. My husband's genes are incredibly strong. Su Qingxue concluded that Liu Yuan's genes were likely dominating the child's developmental clock. 1 day in Wuliangshan, 1 year on launching. Now 1 day had passed in Wuliangshan. By launching's time, a year had already gone by. That meant Su Qingxue had been pregnant for a full year. If Su Qingxue were on launching, she would have already given birth. But since she was in Wuliangshan, the baby was not going to arrive so soon. A child takes two to make, and this child also carried Su Qingxue's bloodline. To a certain extent it followed the temporal rules of Wuliangxian. This gave rise to a strange and wonderful phenomenon. The child's development speed followed Lanqing's time, but the exact moment of birth was delayed by Wuliangxian's temporal rules. As for the exact day of its birth, Su Qingxue could not be sure. She stayed in her room, calmly nurturing the pregnancy, always observing the changes of the fetus within her. Before she knew it, another day had passed. The fetus had grown considerably. Its size had doubled from the previous day. If I were still on Lanqing, I'd have given birth long ago. Su Qingxue lifted her top and looked in the mirror at the clearly protruding lower belly. Her originally slender waist had swelled, as if she had overindulged with soft flesh gathered around her waist. This was not really from eating too much or gaining weight. It was simply the manifestation of the fetus growing. She stroked the stretched belly, her eyes both tender and grave. It was too bizarre. Focusing her senses, she found that this child seemed to have no limbs and no head. It was round and plump like a ball of flesh. Could it be a deformed child? Su Qingxue's heart sank. Could it be reproductive isolation, where her genes and her husband's had not merged perfectly and she had conceived a monster? A freak. She agonized over whether to have an abortion. In the end, would she give birth to a monster? But when she gently stroked her belly with her palm, the ball of flesh inside gave a few soft bounces, as if nuzzling her hand, interacting with her. A wave of maternal love surged through her. Good baby, don't be afraid. Mama will never abandon you, Su Qingxue said gently to the strange child in her belly. Even though it was a ball of flesh, she could feel the bond between mother and child. This was her and Liu Yuan's child. What was more, the ball of flesh responded to her. How could Su Qingxue bear to abort it? Even if what she gave birth to was a monster, she would accept it. Still, she naturally hoped this child could be a normal baby. She began to use this supreme resonance method to establish a connection with the fetus in her womb, guiding it with truth, goodness, beauty, and motherly love. By the end of the day, the fetus had benefited greatly and grown ever more spiritual. Su Qingxue also faintly sensed that inside the ball of flesh an infant was beginning to take human form. On the third day after returning home, Su Qingxue's belly had grown another size. Even a loose long dress could not completely hide it. The bulge of her lower belly was clearly visible. Today is the anniversary of mother's death. I must go pay respects. Will father discover this big belly of mine? She stood before the enormous dressing mirror, her small bare feet, as white as jade, pacing on the carpet as she tried on dresses one by one. In the end, she chose a rather vintage black long dress. The skirt was loose with clever pleats at the waist, which just barely managed to conceal her pregnancy. She slipped on silk stockings and embroidered shoes. The moment she stepped out of her room, she saw a familiar figure, Yi Chen of the Yi family. Yi Chen had his hands behind his back, wearing a neat black formal suit, his hair cut into a clean crew cut. He looked considerably more composed than before. Qingxue, why haven't you replied to my messages since you got back? I forgot. Sorry, Su Qingxue answered politely. It's fine. Yi Chen rejoiced silently. She didn't reply to me. That meant she felt totally at ease with me. She had lowered her guard. He had a chance. Qingxue, for you. Yi Chen produced a huge bouquet of dewy, vivid red roses from behind his back, their rich fragrance wafting through the air. The moment Su Qingxue smelled the fragrance, her stomach churned violently. Ugh. She could not control it, bending over and dry heaving at the side. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Qingxue threw up. He sniffed the roses in his hand. They didn't smell bad. Could it be she was allergic to the scent of flowers? Qingxue, it's all my fault. He threw the flowers away at once and apologized sincerely. Su Qingxue waved her hand, her face a little pale. It has nothing to do with you. This isn't your fault. This was her husband Liu Yuan's fault. This pregnancy's reactions were much stronger than the first. There was even morning sickness. When Yi Chen heard Su Qingxue actually defending him, his heart began to pound wildly. She's so gentle. She has me in her heart. Qingxue, how are you feeling now? Would you like some hot water? Yi Chen took out boiled water from his spatial storage. No need. I have to go pay respects to my mother. Su Qingxue shook her head. Yi Chen watched her departing figure, his gaze infatuated. Qingxue was truly beautiful. From head to toe, even a single strand of hair was captivating. But Yi Chen had spotted a telling detail. Qingxue had been to a minor world. How come she seemed to have gained weight? Her waist was a size thicker than before. But Qingxue with a little baby fat looks even more beautiful. Qingxue, wait for me. I'll go with you. Yi Chen made as if to chase after her, intending to accompany Su Qingxue to the cemetery. The next second, Su Qingxue's figure blurred with a whoosh, her speed soaring as she vanished into the horizon in an instant. Yi Chen, his outstretched hand froze awkwardly in midair. What does this mean? He stood frozen in place, scratching his brand new crew cut. Could it be that Qingxue was shy? The more he thought, the more convinced he became. Exactly. It must be. When facing someone she likes, she would be so shy that she doesn't dare walk with me. A faint blush crept unavoidably across Yi Chen's face as he felt his chances were enormous. He immediately opened his message jade slip and found Yu Chan, Su Qingxue's close friend and his love strategist. Yi Chen, strategist. Major breakthrough. I sent Qingxue flowers today. After she saw me. Do you think she's into me? Yi Chen described Su Qingxue's reaction from just now and asked what he should do next. On the other end of the jade slip, Yuchan stared at the message ahead full of question marks. Yuchan, impossible. Qingxue doesn't hate roses, so how could the smell of flowers make her vomit? Besides, with her celestial physique, she can't possibly be allergic. It can't be. An extremely bold possibility flashed through Yuchan's mind, but she immediately extinguished it. That's too ridiculous. Qingxue only came home 3 days ago. Impossible. Yuchan, then tell me. Should I chase after her right now and confess? Yuchan, confess my ass. Yuchan, did you get your head stuck in a door? She's not interested in you, so don't waste your effort. Yuchan, you're talking nonsense. She was so polite to me just now. In the past, she would have just told me to get lost. Yuchan, oh. Qingxue grew gentler. That definitely has nothing to do with you. Have you considered that she might already have someone she likes? Yuchan, so what if she does? Unless she gets married, Yuchan will never give up. Yuchan simps die a dog's death. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue arrived before the grave of her mother Yaoguang. This was a star personally refined by Su Jiannan with no land or mountains, only an endless sea of white flowers. Her mother's tombstone stood quietly in the center of the flower sea. Beside the tombstone, a tall, lean figure lay reclined, with several empty wine jars scattered around him. It was Su Qingxue's elder brother Su Hao. He had been keeping watch here for a day and a night. Qingxue, you're here. Seeing his sister, Su Hao sprang up like a carp, his gaze landing on her and sizing her up in surprise. The food in our Wuliang heaven really is good. You've only been back 3 days, but you seem to have gained some weight. Brother, have I? Su Qingxue was startled. Instinctively, she tugged at the hem of her skirt and sucked in her stomach, trying to make her waist look slimmer. However, the little meatball in her belly was unhappy. Feeling its living space squeezed, it immediately bounced around restlessly in protest. Su Qingxue had no choice but to ease off, afraid of hurting the fetus. Brother, you must have seen wrong. Just then Su Yuma also flew over from behind to smooth things over for her sister. She walked quickly to Su Qingxue's side, reached out, and touched her waist, then said dramatically, Brother, sister's waist is so slender. How can you say she's fat? Girls hate the word fat the most. Oh, then I must have seen wrong. Su Hao immediately changed his words, afraid of upsetting his sister. Su Yuma leaned close to Su Qingxue's ear and, lowering her voice, asked in shock, through secret sound transmission. Sis, what's going on? How did your waist become a barrel? 3 days ago it wasn't like this. She couldn't help thinking of how Su Qingxue had looked during her first pregnancy. It can't be. You're pregnant again, are you? Su Qingxue replied, correct. What? Su Yuma almost shrieked in fright. Sis, you're really pregnant with a second child? Su Hao cast a puzzled look over. Su Yuma hastily waved her hands. Brother, don't eavesdrop. My sister and I are talking about girls' matters. Su Hao curled his lip. You sly girl, so mysterious. Fine, I won't listen. Su Yuma stuck out her tongue, then urgently transmitted her voice to Su Qingxue. No, sis. How did you get pregnant again? Brother-in-law isn't even in Wuliang heaven. Of course I got pregnant before coming back. Su Qingxue had timed her pregnancy perfectly. Brother-in-law actually broke through reproductive isolation once again. That's incredible. Su Yuma was stunned, but then she spotted a problem. But that's not right. Sis, you only came home 3 days ago, so why do you look like you're 7 or 8 months pregnant? Your belly wasn't this obvious 3 days ago either. Su Yuma was astonished. Here in Wuliang heaven, even celestial beings need a whole year of pregnancy before giving birth. Yet Su Qingxue's belly had started to show in just 3 days. This rate of pregnancy was nearly as fast as the insect races. Su Qingxue, this child is growing according to Blue Star's time rules, so he has already developed for 3 years. Su Yuma, heaven defying. Su Qingxue, I plan to pay respects to mother and immediately return to Blue Star. When the time comes, you cover for me. Su Yuma, I hope dad won't find out. As soon as her voice fell, a majestic figure came walking through the air from afar and landed in front of Yaoguang's grave. Dad, why are your eyes so red? Su Qingxue noticed the bloodshot rims of her father's eyes. It's nothing. I've been busy with affairs these past few days, just a little tired. Su Jiannan forced a gentle smile, holding back the towering rage within him. After 3 days of reassuring himself, he had barely suppressed the murderous intent in his heart and reluctantly forgiven Liu Yuan, the mortal who had married his daughter. He didn't want to lose his temper in front of his daughter, he only wanted to give her everything beautiful. But when his gaze fell on Su Qingxue, that unsettling feeling surged up again. Just as he was about to see through it, Su Yuma immediately stepped in front of Su Qingxue, blocking her father's gaze, and said, Dad, let's begin paying respects to Mom. Su Jiannan's gaze suddenly hardened. He looked around warily and said coldly, Sir, don't skulk in the shadows. Come out. I've already sensed you. Su Hao instantly went on guard, shielding his 2 younger sisters behind him. Dad, are you sure someone's nearby? That's right. Su Jiannan's heavenly eye swept across the void. Besides our family of 4, there is another living being nearby. It can't escape my eyes. Humph. How dare you spy from the shadows? Come out and fight. Su Hao roared. Su Qingxue tensed up too. Who was it? Who dared to skulk around her mother's resting place? However, that person never appeared. Suddenly realizing something, her face went pale. Could it be that the living being father sensed was actually? She instinctively lowered her head and looked at her own belly. Su Qingxue helplessly pressed a hand to her forehead. Baby, you seem to have been discovered. There's no hiding it anymore. At that very instant, Su Jiannan's and Su Hao's gazes simultaneously landed on Su Qingxue's slightly swollen belly. Su Hao had spent all year long fighting on the battlefield and didn't understand ordinary life, so he hadn't reacted yet. But Su Jianan understood. This. His whole body felt as if it had been struck by the nine heavens' mystic thunder, instantly petrified in place. How could there be a little life inside his daughter's belly? Boom. Su Jianan's mind was roaring a complete blank. His daughter Su Qingxue. Pregnant. How could this be? How the hell is this possible? These 3 days had felt like years to him. He had barely managed to convince himself to accept the fact that his daughter had married a mortal. Stay calm. I must not lose my temper. But you're telling me my precious daughter is pregnant. His rationality crumbled like a breached levee, utterly beyond control. Qingxue only returned home 3 days ago. 3 days ago her waist was still slender and her figure graceful. How after just 3 days could she be pregnant? Is this reasonable? It is not. It violates the heavenly laws of the boundless heaven. Even if Su Qingxue had been pregnant before coming home, this still defies the natural laws of celestial reproduction. It has only been 3 days since she left the blue star. How could a celestial's gestation period be this short? It should be a full year. Yet his daughter was already showing after 3 days. Infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Su Jianan wished he could tear through space, right now charge into the blue star and grind that mortal named Liu Yuan into minced meat. The pearl I raised with my own hands. My pure and flawless daughter. How dare you make her pregnant? Boom. An invisible, terrifying aura erupted violently from Su Jianan's body. In an instant, the vast white sea of flowers was swept up like a storm, raising towering waves as countless petals danced wildly in the air. Oh no, sister, dad must have found out. Su Yuma's face turned pale with fright. She instinctively stepped back, looking at Su Qingxue with fearful, helpless eyes. Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled slightly, but she instinctively placed her hands protectively over her lower abdomen, shielding the newly conceived life within. She knew her father must have discovered her pregnancy. The original plan was to keep it from dad and tell him gradually as time passed. But Su Qingxue never expected the second child to develop so rapidly. Though only 3 days had passed in the boundless heaven, the fetus had already developed for 3 years according to the time rules of the blue star. There was simply no hiding the pregnancy anymore. Seeing the atmosphere frozen to an icy point, Su Qingxue took a deep breath and stepped forward, her gaze utterly sincere. Dad, I alone am responsible for this. It's all my fault. Puffed. Su Jianan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. My precious daughter, what kind of outrageous nonsense are you saying? How could one person accomplish such a thing alone? The one at fault is not you. It's that mortal who made you pregnant. Su Hao listened in utter confusion, staring at his furious father with a bewildered expression. What? His sister did something wrong. Qingxue had always been well-behaved since childhood. How could she possibly make a mistake? It must be dad losing his mind again. The fault was definitely his. Just then Su Jianan moved. He stepped forward and reached out a trembling hand towards Su Qingxue. Oh no, big sister is about to get slapped. Su Yuma shut her eyes in terror. Although father had never laid a finger on sister in her entire life, this problem was far too serious. Not only had she married a mortal, but she was also pregnant with a second child. Under the Su family's strict discipline, such a thing was absolutely unforgivable. Su Qingxue, however, gritted her teeth and stood motionless, her hands still clutched tightly over her lower abdomen. As long as her child was safe, she would accept any punishment without resistance. But if her father tried to harm her child, Su Qingxue would turn fierce. Just as Su Jianan's hand was about to fall and touch Su Qingxue's face, her elder brother, Su Hao, suddenly struck out, seizing his father's wrist and shielding his sister firmly behind him. What do you think you're doing? Su Jianan glared at his son. Su Hao glared back without the slightest fear. What are you doing? You ungrateful brat. Old man. The father and son stared each other down, nearly coming to blows. Brother, step aside. I'm willing to accept punishment, Su Qingxue said, stepping forward voluntarily. Things had come to this point. There was nothing left to hide. She and Liu Yuan truly loved each other openly and honestly. What was there to be ashamed of? Su Jianan wrenched his hand free from Su Hao's grip. This brat was getting stronger and stronger. No wonder he had conquered the otherworldly battlefield and earned the title Emperor Haoyan. But your father will always be your father. Su Jianan had lived several hundred years longer than Su Hao and still held the advantage in raw power. With one hand restraining Su Hao, he reached his other hand towards Su Qingxue's cheek. Yet the anticipated slap never came. Instead, that rough yet warm palm gently caressed her cheek, and Su Jianan's voice came out hoarse and full of heartache. Qingxue, how could I ever bear to punish you? No matter what happens, you will always be daddy's precious daughter. Su Qingxue froze, feeling the warmth on her cheek, and her heart filled with guilt. It seemed what truly broke her father's heart was not the pregnancy itself, but her choice to hide it from him instead of being honest. Dad, I'm sorry. She lowered her head and apologized sincerely, her eyes instantly turning red. There. Su Jianan's heart nearly melted at his daughter's apology. Beside them, Su Yuma watched in stunned disbelief. Dad, this is way too unfair. Sister committed such a huge mistake, and you won't punish her. Then I'll be a copycat. Believe me, I'll go find a mortal to marry and have a baby tomorrow. Meanwhile, Su Hao, seeing that his father had no intention of resorting to violence, breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Su Yuma. I don't quite understand. Why did Qingxue apologize? What did she do wrong? Suyuma. My silly big brother, you still haven't figured it out. Brother, she said helplessly, stop being so focused on fighting all the time. It's time you got yourself a girlfriend. What does that have to do with me getting a girlfriend? Su Hao genuinely didn't understand. He hadn't sensed the little life in his sister's womb. He simply thought his father was acting unusually emotional today. He respected Su Qingxue's privacy and wouldn't probe her belly with his divine sense. Even so, Su Hao faintly sensed something unusual, because his father had just said that besides the four of them, there was a fifth living being nearby. Could it be? Inside Sister Qingxue's belly. Could it be that his sister had stumbled upon some fortune? Or was she cultivating some special cultivation art? Perhaps it was the legendary nascent soul formation of immortal cultivation. He had seen celestials on the otherworldly battlefield, and had heard a little about nascent soul formation. A mortal had once cultivated immortality and successfully formed a nascent soul, causing quite a stir. If that were truly the case, then father was likely blaming sister as celestial for straying from the true path and cultivating the nascent soul immortal arts. Su Jianan forcibly suppressed the storm of thoughts in his mind and tried to sense how the fetus in his daughter's womb had developed. This was the first time he had ever encountered a bloodline formed by the union of a mortal and a celestial. But Su Qingxue instinctively stepped back, her eyes filled with wary vigilance, worried that her father might harm her child. It felt as if another knife had been driven into Su Jianan's heart. You'd even guard against your own father. He would never harm this child. He was simply astounded. What kind of life form could develop so visibly in just 3 days? Could it affect his daughter's celestial body? After all, the fetus drew all its nourishment from its mother. Dad, Su Qingxue said, using the tombstone as a shield, the deceased are always to be respected. Today is Mother's Memorial Day. We should begin the rites. It would be bad to miss the auspicious hour. Sister is right. Su Yuma quickly chimed in. Su Jianan took a deep breath, nodded, and temporarily suppressed all his emotions to preside over the memorial ceremony. Incense candles were lit, and thin wisps of blue smoke curled upward. The family knelt one by one in tribute. Su Qingxue knelt before the grave, gazing at the cold tombstone, speaking silently to her mother in her heart. Mom, I have good news for you. I'm a mother now too. Her eyes glistened, but a happy smile curved at the corners of her lips as her palm gently stroked her protruding belly. This is your second grandchild not yet born. It's a pity I couldn't bring your eldest granddaughter Nyin here. You would have loved her. Just then from the depths of the silent tombstone came a sound. Like a muffled thud. Thump, 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 thump. A series of muffled thuds tore out from within Yao Guang's grave, ripping through the silence. Spiderweb-like cracks crept across the tombstone, and the dust-sealed soil bulged upward, as if something were about to break through the earth. Su Qingxue was startled by the sudden commotion, her hairs standing on end. A violent surge rocked her heart. Mom, is the corpse rising? After all, her mother had been as powerful in life as her master Yumiao. And with a celestial body, even after death, it could endure undecayed for eons. Buried here now, it was not impossible that a wisp of obsession yet lingered within her remains. Seriously, I've only just gotten pregnant. Why are you this worked up, Mom? Su Qingxue never imagined she would actually anger her mother back to life. What's going on? Did Mom actually not die? Su Yuma was so alarmed that her face lost all color, her voice trembling. She's not really going to crawl out of the earth, is she? Su Hao meanwhile clenched his fists tightly, his cold eyes fixed intently on the grave. In his heart, he was already calculating how to suppress his mother's remains should some anomaly truly occur. Though he missed his mother, he would not indulge in vain hope. Su Jianan too felt his heart jolt. This was wholly unexpected. Throughout all the years Yao Guang had lain buried here, this place had always been the most peaceful sanctuary in his heart, so quiet and still that it had never once produced such a commotion. Could she truly have risen from the dead? Just as the whole family was seized with doubt, a cold and wrathful female voice, as if emanating from the 9 netherworlds, thundered in the deepest part of Su Jianan's soul. Su Jianan. Why was the lock inside Qingxue's body opened by someone? Who did it? You, as her father, couldn't even keep your own daughter safe. At the sound of that familiar furious rebuke, Su Jianan's soul trembled. Yes, this was exactly the tone. Throughout the vast heavens, only Yao Guang dared to curse at him like this. Wife, the corpse has truly risen. And the cause was the lock inside his daughter Su Qingxue's body. As a sacred duty carried down through generations, Yao Guang could clearly sense it even with only a remnant soul. The lock that had originally sealed the entrance to the life-forbidden zone had actually been opened over and over, leaving behind unmistakable marks. A lock-picking thief. Bearing the mission to seal the life-forbidden zone, the remnant soul within Yao Guang's corpse detected the anomaly and naturally sent Su Jianan a warning. Su Jianan's clenched fists turned white at the knuckles from force, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. What on earth did his daughter experience during her trip to launching? Why had the lock that sealed the life-forbidden zone been opened? Could it be that mortal called Liu Yuan did it? Can he pick locks? No, absolutely impossible. That lock concerned the security of all the heavens. Su Jianan had seen it before. Even he, the heavenly lord, would find it extremely difficult to open. How could an insignificant mortal like Liu Yuan possibly open it? Moreover, within the life-forbidden zone dwelled many ancient beings whose lifespans were nearly exhausted. Once the lock was opened, they would be free to leave the life-forbidden zone. This was far too perilous. Qingxue would likely die. She would follow in her mother Yao Guang's footsteps. This matter had touched Su Jiannan's reverse scale. He absolutely would not tolerate anyone opening the lock inside his daughter's body. That was taboo. It was an untouchable minefield. Liu Yuan. Su Jiannan's eyes boiled with killing intent, and a deranged thought burst into bloom. Erase the entire launching. Just then Yao Guang's voice came from the grave once more, and within her fury was a hint of barely suppressed delight. Oh, my daughter is pregnant. It seems Qingxue has already married. Come quickly tell me, who is that man? Su Jiannan was suddenly tongue-tied. His mouth opened, but not a single word could he utter. He was afraid that if he so much as spoke, Yao Guang would rip open the coffin on the spot and refuse to rest in peace. However, just because he wouldn't say it didn't mean Yao Guang didn't know. It's him. The wisp of remnant soul Yao Guang had lodged within the myriad souls banner had long since recorded everything that had happened at the launching courtyard residence, especially the scene of Su Qingxue's battle against the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor. That information poured into her grave like a tide, and Yao Guang's corpse saw the man holding the baby girl. Liu Yuan, a plain unadorned mortal. Aside from being handsome, his martial arts realm was utterly mediocre. Su Jiannan, I'll kill you. Is this how you protect your daughter? You actually let her marry a mortal. And you know her sacred duty all too well. It will bring that mortal to his death. Rumble. The grave shook more and more violently, as if something inside were madly hammering against the coffin lid. The three siblings Su Hao, Su Qingxue, and Su Yuma were all frightened by this horrifying sight. Su Yuma quietly tugged at her sister's sleeve. Mom seems angry. It can't be because of your pregnancy, can it? Su Hao, his face solemn, silently prayed. Love you, Mom. Your son misses you so much, but please, you absolutely must not come out. Su Qingxue looked quietly at the grave and whispered, Mom, when the time is right, I'll bring Liu Yuan and Yin Yin to see you. Su Jiannan shuddered, took a deep breath, and said gravely to the three children, You should all go back first. I'll handle this. The three siblings exchanged glances, then reluctantly took their leave of their mother's grave. Only when no one else was around did Su Jiannan straighten his robes, and with a plop, kneel before the grave, his voice carrying a trace of grievance and helplessness. Wife, calm your anger. He was after all the heavenly lord governing all of Wuliang heaven, holding dominion over trillions of living beings. If an outsider were to see him like this, their jaw would probably drop in astonishment. Trust me, I will protect Qingxue. With Su Jiannan's weighty promise, the trembling of the grave gradually subsided. A few trickles of fresh crimson blood seeped out from the arched soil, then slowly withdrew. When all had returned to calm, Su Jiannan slowly rose to his feet, regaining the dignity and coldness befitting a heavenly lord. He cast one last look at his wife's grave, then turned away, resolved to fulfill his promise. His eyes were full of unflinching determination. He could no longer spoil his daughter. Su Qingxue absolutely could not be allowed to leave Wuliang heaven, not even half a step. Su Qingxue left her mother's grave and made her way back to the Su residence. She checked the time. The third day was almost over. The deadline she had set with her daughter Lu Nian had come. It was time to return home. Back to that courtyard house on launching the home that belonged to her and Liu Yuan. This right now was the perfect opportunity to leave. Although her father had not punished her for getting married and becoming pregnant, she could tell that he was still very angry about it. She worried that her father might secretly send someone to do Liu Yuan harm. Time to go home and see. Little one, soon you'll see your father. Su Qingxue gently stroked her lower belly, her heart overflowing with longing for her husband Liu Yuan and her daughter Lu Nian. Sis, are you going to see your brother-in-law? Su Yuma caught up, her face full of reluctance. Yuma, from now on listen to Dad. Once I'm not around, he won't dote on anyone else. All his love will belong to you. Su Qingxue bade her sister farewell. Su Yuma threw herself into her sister's arms and hugged her tightly, her eyes reddening. Sis, I hope you and your husband will be happy. Yuma, thank you. Su Qingxue's heart warmed. Don't worry, I'll come back often to see you. Su Yuma nodded firmly. Hurry and go. I'll go distract father. She blocked the path that her father Su Jiannan had to take to return home, planning to win her sister some time to leave. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue returned to her boudoir, packed a few things, and without a moment's hesitation, activated the power of a celestial. Her jade-like hand tore fiercely at the empty void before her. Space split apart. She lifted her legs, stepping half into the passage that led to launching, rushing off to keep a 3-year covenant. After leaving his late wife's grave, Su Jiannan returned to the Su residence. He immediately sensed a faint ripple in space. Someone was tearing through the void. No need to guess. It must be his daughter Su Qingxue, trying to run away from home to find that mortal Liu Yuan. The girl was actually planning to make a break for it. Su Jiannan's fury shot straight to the top of his skull. He couldn't figure out what kind of love potion that mortal Liu Yuan had given his daughter to turn her from an obedient girl into a love-besotted fool. She was even willing to defy the family rules and run away to the mortal realm. He wouldn't lose his temper with his daughter, but he would never allow her to take a single step out of Wuliang heaven again. His eyes were full of resolve. Forming hand seals, he prepared to use his heaven-reaching means to seal this very space completely. At that critical moment, a graceful petite figure came stumbling toward him from not far away. Dad. The newcomer was Su Yuan. Su Jiannan frowned and said sternly, "What is it?" "I have something important to do." "Well?" Su Yuan was out of breath, squeezing a fawning smile onto her small face. "Dada, I have a question about martial arts cultivation I want to ask you." Su Jiannan saw through her little scheme at a glance, and his voice turned a few degrees colder. "You'd better actually have something to ask." This girl was clearly buying time for her sister. Su Yuma's heart quailed under her father's sharp stare, but for her sister's happiness, she had a flash of inspiration. "Dad, the core principle of our Su family's ancestral art, the Wuliang Sutra, lies in a single word: emptiness. I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation recently and can't comprehend it. Could you guide me? How exactly should I understand this emptiness?" She put on a studious, eager expression, her eyes clear and innocent. Su Jiannan nodded slowly and said calmly, "Daddy will demonstrate it for you. Watch closely." His hands formed a profound and intricate hand seal before his chest. In the depths of his eyes there was both all-embracing vastness and utter emptiness. An incomparable supreme aura surged up from his body, making him seem like the sole sovereign of this world. Unlimited, the abode of boundless emptiness. With a resonant hum, an invisible domain centered on him rippled outward in all directions like waves on water. Wherever it passed, space solidified, and all techniques fell silent. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying domain enveloped the entire Su residence, especially the peak where Su Qingxue's private chamber stood, wrapped completely in its grasp. Inside an immortal mansion, Yun Miao, who had been sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. This is the unlimited void. She instantly perceived the subtle spatial fluctuations and the aura of her senior brother, Su Jiannan. Oh no, it seems senior brother already knows about Qingxue. He's angry. Yun Miao's brows knitted tightly, and a trace of solemnity appeared on her stunning face. This is bad, really bad. How is she supposed to talk her way out of this with senior brother? After all, she had helped Qingxue keep watch, and after returning to Wuliang Heaven, she hadn't told Su Jiannan about Su Qingxue's marriage. Meanwhile, in Linen City on Blue Star, Liu Yuan got off work and walked through the bustling old street of linen, carrying the grilled sausages and fried chicken legs his daughter, Lu Nian, loved most. 3 years had passed since his wife, Su Qingxue, went back to her parents' home. Every day apart from working at the Immigration Bureau, he looked after their child. So now he was heading to the kindergarten to pick up his daughter. At the kindergarten gate, it was peak pickup time, and the crowd was packed with parents coming to collect their kids. Liu Yuan spotted his own little girl among the chattering little ones at a glance, smiled and waved. "Nian, Daddy." Lu Nian, carrying her little backpack, ran toward him on her short legs. She was 4 years old now, and already 1.2 meters tall, growing lovelier and more delicate each day. Her jet black hair flew in the air as she ran, with 2 strawberry hairpins at the tips, making her small, exquisitely carved face look outrageously adorable. Her facial features were as delicate as a porcelain doll's, especially her big obsidian-like eyes, bright and clear. In her features one could already faintly see traces of Su Qingxue. She had inherited her beauty. Lu Nian threw herself into Liu Yuan's arms and planted a big smacking kiss on his cheek. "Daddy, oh my good girl." Liu Yuan laughed, lifted her up, and tapped her little nose. "Were you good at kindergarten today? Did you miss Daddy?" "Yes." Lu Nian wrapped her arms around his neck and answered in a soft, milky voice. As the father and daughter chatted warmly, a flock of kindergarten kids swarmed over, chattering all at once. "Uncle, Lu Nian is ridiculously awesome. Today in martial arts class, she punched our principal flying with one punch. Uncle, do you know? Lu Nian dominated our entire kindergarten with just one hand. Lu Nian, I kneel to you. Uncle, I like Lu Nian so much. When I grow up, I'm going to marry her. Future father-in-law." Lu Nian was surrounded by the kindergarten kids like a celebrity at a fan meet and greet. Liu Yuan also bathed in his daughter's reflected glory and became something of a celebrity at the kindergarten. But amid all the noise, he still caught a few words that sounded especially grating. "Who the hell called me future father-in-law? Kid, you're small, but you've got ambition." He swept his gaze around, but couldn't find the culprit and couldn't be bothered to make a fuss. They were just a bunch of kids speaking without restraint. He couldn't argue with children over it. "Hello, you must be Lu Nian's parent, right?" A young pretty teacher with a ponytail walked over, wearing an expression of both horror and awe. Liu Yuan nodded. The teacher took a deep breath and began to recount today's disaster. In today's school-wide martial arts initiation class, the principal wanted to demonstrate some fist and foot techniques to the children, so he invited Lu Nian up and asked her to hit him with her full strength. And then, there was no and then. The principal is still lying in the infirmary now. Lu Nian popped her head out of her father's arms and explained innocently, "Teacher, I didn't do it on purpose. I only used 1/10 of my strength. That much force couldn't even budge the old locust tree at home. I didn't think the principal would be that weak." The teacher was speechless. The principal was only a first-realm martial artist. How could he withstand a punch like that? Too fierce. The principal never would have imagined that a 4-year-old child could erupt with enough force to send him flying with one punch. How terrifying. Liu Yuan asked, "Teacher, do you want me to reimburse the medical expenses?" No, that's not what I mean." The teacher waved her hands again and again. We tested Liu Yuan's martial strength. Do you know what it is? She raised 5 fingers, her voice trembling. Fifth realm. Fifth realm martial hero. It's unbelievable. Every teacher in the school thought the testing device was broken. Liu Yuan is only 4 years old, and her martial realm is already higher than her age. Unprecedented. This child was too monstrous. Even as she spoke, the teacher still felt as though she were dreaming. She herself had graduated from a martial arts university not long ago, and as a kindergarten teacher, she was barely a newly initiated first-realm martial artist. Yet her student was a fifth-realm martial hero. She wasn't fit to be Liu Yuan's teacher at all. Liu Yuan would be more qualified to be hers. Liu Yuan pinched his daughter's cheek and praised her. Our Yuan is really amazing. Liu Yuan munched on a fried chicken leg, her little mouth shiny with grease, and didn't think much of it. In her view, her current strength was still far behind that of the grandpas and grandmas in the courtyard compound. Liu Yuan's father, the teacher, said sincerely, Yuan is a peerless martial arts genius. Keeping her in kindergarten is really holding her back. My suggestion is to let her skip grades directly. Liu Yuan skipped to elementary school. The teacher shook her head. Liu Yuan middle school. The teacher shook her head again. High school. The teacher shook her head once more. My suggestion is that she take the martial arts college entrance exam directly and enter a martial arts university. Liu Yuan, but my daughter is only 4. Her academic level is still far behind that of a high school student. The teacher, it doesn't matter. As long as her martial strength is strong enough, academics don't matter. Liu Yuan, then what do you think would be the point of my daughter going to a martial arts university? The teacher answered without hesitation, to practice martial arts, of course. Martial arts universities have better resources and better teachers. Liu Yuan asked the crucial question, but Yuan is already a fifth-realm martial hero. What can those teachers at a martial arts university actually teach her? This. The teacher was petrified, on the spot, stumped. Exactly. Liu Yuan's martial arts talent had completely outstripped the conventional education system. She didn't need any school's resources at all. It was like telling a rich kid to go to work for a salary. Did they need that? Liu Yuan's starting point was already the finish line that many people could never reach in a lifetime. She didn't need the college entrance exam to change her fate, nor did she need university resources. Then, do you plan to let her complete the 9-year compulsory education? Liu Yuan nodded. That was indeed what he planned. In martial arts, his daughter had the retired elders from the courtyard compound to guide her. What she lacked instead was academic coursework and a normal childhood. Liu Yuan added one more thing, but I don't want my daughter's time to be completely taken up by school. She can come whenever she wants. If she doesn't want to come, I hope the teachers won't question it. No problem. Of course, no problem. The teacher nodded eagerly. Are you kidding? A fifth-realm martial hero could do whatever she wanted. Going to school, or not, was entirely up to her mood. By the way, Liu Yuan's father, the teacher, hesitated for a moment, then asked curiously, I heard from Liu Yuan that her mother has been away for almost 3 years. Are you two divorced? The teacher was curious what kind of family could raise a martial arts prodigy like Liu Yuan. That was why she asked about Liu Yuan's mother. A thought even flashed through her mind. If it really was a single-parent family, then could she have a chance to become Liu Yuan's stepmother? Liu Yuan smiled faintly and said only one sentence, we're deeply in love. The teacher didn't ask anymore. On the way home, the setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. Daddy, when will mommy come back? Liu Yuan raised her little face and looked at the evening clouds in the sky. She was still too young to know how to count time. Liu Yuan did a rough calculation. It was now the golden autumn of September, and his wife had been gone for 2 years and 9 months. According to the time difference, 1 day in the celestial realm equals 1 year in the mortal realm. Qingxue might come back today, tomorrow, or a month from now. At the latest 1 year and 3 months from now. If she still hadn't come back by then, she truly would not be coming back. Soon, he said, touching his daughter's head in a soft voice. Daddy promises you that mommy will definitely come back. Liu Yuan nodded firmly, and in a milky yet resolute voice said, Daddy, then I promise you too. If mommy doesn't come back, I'll go bring her back myself, and stay with you forever. Liu Yuan's heart warmed, and he joked with a smile, trying to turn the natural order upside down. Are you? This little girl was just too warm and thoughtful. Woof woof woof. Just as they reached the entrance of the Sihuan, still a dozen meters away, a lithe yellow figure shot out from the gate. It was Dawang. Ever since devouring the wandering spirit child and being elevated to a wandering deity, its spiritual form had grown increasingly solid. If one did not look closely, it could hardly be distinguished from an ordinary living native dog. Moreover, a faint divine light radiated from its body, as if it were a divine beast. It wagged its tail merrily, circled around Liu Yuan, and nuzzled its furry head affectionately against her shins. Dawang. Liu Yuan crouched down, happily reached out a small hand, and gently stroked Dawang's head. At 4 years old, she was exactly at the age when children adore small animals. The girl and the dog chased and frolicked in the afterglow of the setting sun, running into the courtyard. Watching them, Liu Yuan seemed in a trance to see himself as a child. Yuan is back from school. In the courtyard, Qian Jiugong, who was tending the plants, saw Liu Yuan first and greeted her with a beaming laugh. Hello, Grandpa Qian. Liu Yuan answered in her sweet, milky voice. Grandpa Qian, Liu Yuan also said. The father and daughter had somehow become the same generation. Actually, according to true seniority, Liu Yuan should have called the retired elders great-grandpa. But the old men refused to allow it, saying that made them sound too old. so Lu Nian simply had to address them as Grandpa. Nian, have you finished today's homework? Teacher Chen Mo, who was practicing calligraphy, pushed up his reading glasses and asked gently. Grandpa Chun, I already finished it at school. Lu Nian patted her little school bag, her face full of pride. At school she never idled or played, she studied with great earnestness. She had even completed the homework for the next semester. I want to practice martial arts. Blazing fighting intent burned in those clear wide eyes. Children her age were still obsessed with cartoons and all kinds of toys, yet Lu Nian's sole enjoyment was martial arts training. Good. What lofty spirit. Second Master Qin, who was practicing his boxing, perked up at once. Come Nian, let Grandpa Qin see how your meteor fist of the heavenly steed has trained over the past 3 years. Without another word, Lu Nian dropped into a horse stance and aimed her tiny fists at the old locust tree, swinging with utter frenzy. At first her fist shadows were still distinguishable, but in an instant her two fists transformed into a dense airtight blur of afterimages. 7,000 punches a second. The velocity was so extreme that booms of sonic explosion echoed through the air. If she had used her full strength to attack the principal at school today, she would have beaten him to a bloody pulp and killed him on the spot. The old locust tree trembled violently. 5 verdant locust leaves fell with a snap, and a 6th began to sway precariously. Peak of the 5th stage. Good. Second Master Qin was so excited his face turned red. Nian, you're only 1 kick away from the 6th stage martial hero. Lu Nian withdrew her fists, ran to Zhang Qingxue, and sat down cross-legged with a small solemn face. She began reviewing the immortal cultivation art, Tai Golden Light. For the past 3 years, she had practiced hard without pause, and had long since cultivated this celestial art to major accomplishment. At her brow a golden pattern was dimly visible. With a single thought a slender but astonishingly powerful beam of golden light burst out. Swish, swish, swish. The golden light pierced through 5 locust leaves with uncanny precision. Beautiful. Zhang Qingxian raised his thumb. He praised inwardly. When this art is practiced to the utmost, it can open a third eye at the brow and unleash a divine light of infinite might. Lu Nian was already not far from that step. After reviewing her celestial art, she ran over to Wang Jinghua, picked up from the corner a silver spear taller than herself. The tri-tipped twin-edged lance. This was a divine weapon made exclusively by Grandpa Zhao Shingong, tailor-made for her over a period of 2.5 years. The spear could be infused with qi and blood, taking the form of a sniper rifle to kill enemies 1,000 li away. Or it could be used in close combat, sweeping across 1,000 troops. Lu Nian's tiny body wielded the heavy spear effortlessly. The spear shot out like a dragon, wind whipping around it, and the spear gale it stirred even formed a small tornado in the courtyard. Spear shadows layered heavily, cold light glinting. Fine spear art. Wang Jinghua clapped and cheered. That posture already carries the might of an overlord. Liu Yuan, watching his daughter grow from the side, wore a gratified smile. In 3 years his daughter had advanced swiftly and achieved great mastery. And Liu Yuan in turn had received feedback from her genetic evolution. When he now opened any cultivation method at the earth tier or below, he nearly always grasped it instantly. 1 click, full level. The stronger his daughter was, the higher his comprehension rose. From his daughter Liu Yuan had leached plenty of experience points. Just then, as Lu Nian whirled the spear, her mother's breathtakingly beautiful figure surfaced involuntarily in her mind. She grew ever more eager to become stronger, to possess the strength to protect her father, to bring her mother back. This thought, like a spark setting the wild prairie on fire, instantly ignited every latent power within her body. An invisible shackle in her body seemed to be smashed open. Break. The little girl let out a crisp, fierce shout, her spear sweeping outward. Boom. A terrifying spear wind of unprecedented power rolled through the entire courtyard, banging doors and windows, even rattling the teacups on the stone table until they jumped. The old locust tree shook even harder, and that trembling 6th leaf finally drifted down lazily. A powerful aura burst from Lu Nian. 6th stage martial hero. She had advanced. Qin Hanshan, good heavens. Nian has broken through the realm. Wang Jinghua, a 4-year-old 6th stage martial hero. Once this news gets out, the whole martial arts world will explode into an uproar. Zhang Qingxue, a monster. A true Qilin child of the Liu family. Sun Bingxin looked at Liu Yuaner. This girl of yours is determined to defy heaven. Qian Jiugong, too powerful. The greatest prodigy of 10,000 ages. The old men exploded into a flurry of lavish praise, sparing no words. After cultivation ended, Lu Nian went back to the stone table and began another lesson chess. Her opponents were 3 elders whose combined ages exceeded 500 years: Li Piaran, Qian Jiugong, and Chen Mo. On the chessboard, sword aura crisscross stars shifted and literary aura surged vast and mighty. Li Piaran's crisscross sword intent, Qian Jiugong's 9 palaces flying star, and Chen Mo's chess Dao of the rotted axe handle, respectively embodied swordsmanship, formations, and literary energy. All 3 men's legacies and arts were fully concealed within this small chessboard. A 4-year-old girl was challenging 3 apex grandmasters by herself. Look at you 3 old fogies. Second Master Qin mocked from the side, bullying a 4-year-old child. If word gets out, how utterly shameful. Sun Bingxin chimed in, as well, bullying the young with your seniority. No respect for age. Wang Xinghua on the other hand cheered for Lu Nian. Go Nian. Show them your might. Lu Nian was completely unaffected. She focused without distraction, and in her celestial eyes countless chess games seemed to be racing through calculations. Each move she made took no more than 3 seconds of thought. She raised her hand and placed the stone, flowing like clouds and water, perfect as nature itself. It was as though she were born as the ultimate summit of the chess Tao. The 3 elders were forced back step by step, fine beads of sweat already forming on their foreheads. This round, they were going to lose. Who could have imagined that 3 old men whose ages combined to over 500 years could not defeat a 4-year-old girl? Just then Xian Zhougong pointed sharply at the sky. Nian, quick look at a plane. Lu Nian instinctively looked up. With sharp eyes and swift hands, Chun Mo immediately moved a piece, and Li Piaron followed right after, dropping his piece like lightning. The 3 had executed a seamless cooperative move. By the time Lu Nian recovered her focus, the balance of the board had already turned. She stared at the board, blinked, sighed, and voluntarily conceded. Grandpa, Li, Grandpa Chen, you are truly remarkable. I lost again. Li Piaron's old face reddened as he fought to save his dignity. Nian, you've already grasped 7/10 of my crisscross sword intent. With time you will surely outshine your master. Xian Zhougong also encouraged, once you fully master the 9 palaces flying star, you'll be able to beat us. Chun Mo stroked his beard and said with inscrutable profundity, my chess Tao of the rotted axe handle values the saying, watch a game until the axe handle rots, dream 1,000 years in a single chess game, allowing you to perceive the passage of time within the board. You have made another refinement in your state of mind today. Very good. Thank you, grandpas, for your instruction. Lu Nian thanked them seriously. Liu Yuan, standing by, took in everything without saying a word. This was a test of his daughter's temperament. Her heart was pure, just like her mother's. Letting these old masters offer her a lesson was also a good thing. He certainly did not want his fresh, tender white cabbage to be coaxed away by some yellow-haired punk's sweet talk when she grew up. The mistakes of the past were a clear warning. He had to take precautions early. After chess night had fallen, Lu Nian sat cross-legged in the courtyard, once more drawing down the starry brilliance of the heavens to temper her 6th-stage martial hero body. She stayed in the courtyard, quietly gazing at the starry sky. She wasn't just training, she was also waiting. Perhaps in the next moment Mama would fall down from the sky. While his daughter was diligently cultivating, Liu Yuan did not slack off back in his room either. Over these 3 years with his wife, Su Qingxue, and not by his side, apart from working and raising his daughter, he devoted all his remaining time to martial cultivation. 3 years without touching a woman. Terrifyingly formidable. Although his cultivation remained at the 7th stage grandmaster, learning martial arts was as easy as drinking water. Still easy as it was, breaking through to a higher realm was far from simple. Because his realm was already so high, the further one advanced along the martial path, the harder it became. The grandmaster stage consisted of 3 realms, 7th, 8th, and 9th, and between each pair lay a chasm like an impassable heavenly moat. Rising from the 7th to the 8th realm was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Of course, Liu Yuan did not rely solely on himself. He still had his daughter Lu Nian. As long as her cultivation achieved breakthroughs, the nourishing power fed back by genetic evolution would ceaselessly help him break through. Liu Yuan slowly closed his eyes and activated the subtle insight ability of a grandmaster. In an instant, a microscopic universe composed of countless points of light unfolded within his divine sense. Each point of light was a cell. An adult man's body contained roughly 36 trillion cells. These fully activated microscopic life forms were greedily drawing in and releasing energy, brimming with vibrant vitality. A grandmaster's cultivation, the 7th realm was nirvana, the 8th was longevity, and the 9th was immortality. Liu Yuan currently stood in the nirvana realm. Every cell in his body had been reborn, cast off mortality, and entered a higher plane of life. What he was striving to charge into was the 8th realm, longevity. This longevity did not mean Liu Yuan himself would live forever. Rather, on the microscopic level, it meant his cells would be long-lived. If he succeeded, they would be able to stop metabolizing. Even if Liu Yuan ate nothing, drank nothing, and stopped breathing, his body cells would survive for over 100 years. This was the terrifying. While in the subtle insight state, Liu Yuan could see not only his own cells, but also perceive tens of thousands of foreign cells that did not belong to him. They had been left behind by his wife, Su Qingxue. Even though she had been gone for 3 years as a celestial, the traces she left behind were still remarkably clear. After all, in the 5 years since their marriage, they had spent every day and night together, intimately close, kissing and sharing a bed, so it was only natural that they exchanged cells from their bodies. Looking closely, Liu Yuan saw that every single one of Su Qingxue's cells had reached the level of immortality. Even after leaving the body they originated from, they could survive for a long time within Liu Yuan. They appeared as translucent spheres, round and full, radiating an elegant and sacred glow like miniature stars. Inside each one seemed to contain a small world of immense grandeur. However, a grandmaster's subtle insight could only reach the cellular level. It was impossible to perceive the molecular layers within the cells. As Liu Yuan observed them, the tens of thousands of cells reacted and spontaneously arranged themselves into a giant heart. In the center of the heart, brighter cells spelled out a few words: honey, I love you. Liu Yuan could clearly feel that every cell still carried the fervent love of his wife, the most sincere emotion she had felt at the time. His wife was truly worthy of the title celestial, able to preserve images and convey affection even through her cells. Within every cell was a cherished memory of the past. Scene after scene of warm, sweet recollections surfaced in his mind like a film. In the kitchen, honey, taste this dish I just learned. Qingxue, wearing an adorable apron, stood on her tiptoes and brought a spoonful of steaming soup to his lips, her eyes full of anticipation. On the living room sofa, honey, hold me tight. Qingxue curled up in his arms like a boneless kitten. In the bedroom, honey, you lost again today. Qingxue lay on top of him, her cheeks slightly flushed, and leaned down to whisper beside his ear, her breath fragrant as orchid. In the bathroom, honey, let's shower together. Qingxue's voice carried a hint of coaxing. Through the swirling steam, her fair jade-like back was faintly visible. Watching these scenes, Liu Yuan sighed longing. He felt as if these cells in his body could put on an extraordinarily long romance anime. Just then his phone rang. On the screen was a photo of Qingxue. Liu Yuan looked and saw an urgent notice from the Immigration Bureau's Investigation Division. Alert: the seismic detector has detected spatial fluctuations. A demonic cultivator has illegally entered the Linen Old Street area. Nearby personnel proceed to the scene immediately. If his wife were still home, Liu Yuan would never have worked overtime. But now he had begun to work overtime occasionally. His overtime was not for money though. It was to improve his practical combat proficiency and to investigate these demonic cultivators from the Tawazization heaven. He was guarding against trouble before it arose. After all, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor had been killed by his wife, Qingxue, so it was inevitable that demonic cultivators would come seeking revenge at their door. Stepping outside, he saw his daughter Liu Yuan still cultivating intently in the courtyard, refining her body with starlight. The retired elders were in their own rooms, but at their age they simply could not sleep. With them standing guard over Liu Yuan, there was no need to worry that her cultivation might go wrong. Yuan, it's already 10 o'clock. Why are you still going out? Sun Bingxin, who was decocting medicine in the courtyard, asked with concern when she saw Liu Yuan emerge. Liu Yuan said, just a sudden overtime shift. Hearing this, Sun Bingxin gave a knowing smile. Yuan, ever since Qingxue returned to her parents' home, you've become more and more devoted to work. Beneath the old locust tree, Li Piaoran said languidly, there's an old saying, a brief separation is even sweeter than a honeymoon. After 3 years of abstinence, once Qingxue comes back, having a second child will definitely be much easier. Hearing that, Liu Yuan smiled. Director Li, aren't you thinking too small? It should be 3. With that beneath the elders' astonished gazes, he walked out of the courtyard with a loud laugh. Before Qingxue returned to her parents' home, she had already been pregnant with their second child. Even though they were now separated across vast worlds through the connection between their genes, Liu Yuan could vaguely sense that the second child in his wife's belly was still safe. He simply did not know when the child would be born. By Woolly Ancient time, only 3 days had passed, but by Blue Star time she had been pregnant for 3 years. This child's household registration would be difficult to determine. Dad, where are you going? Can you take me with you? Liu Yuan withdrew from her cultivation state, dashed to the entrance in a flash, and grabbed Liu Yuan's arm tightly, afraid that he too would leave, without saying goodbye like her mother had. Be good. Daddy has to go to work. Liu Yuan pinched his daughter's cheek. But Daddy, Yuan wants to be with you. Liu Yuan hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Sun Bingxin laughed from the side. Take Yuan with you. She's a 6th-stage martial elite, far more reliable than your colleagues. Second Master Qin also chimed in. Exactly. Yuan's cultivation realm is high, but she still lacks practical combat experience. This is a good chance for her to gain some experience with you. Liu Yuan thought it over, and that was indeed true. Liu Yuan was extremely strong. If she were at the Immigration Bureau, she would at least be a division chief level official. Come on, Daddy, we'll take you to catch bad guys. Yay. Liu Yuan jumped for joy. Liu Yuan led his daughter, and they had just stepped out of the courtyard house, when woof 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 came from the kennel. Da Huang dashed out with a bark, wanting to accompany its little master. It was now a roaming spirit, so it could leave the courtyard. It could go to any place on Blue Star. It was just that it normally had to guard the house, so it had hardly ever left the courtyard. Now was the perfect chance to go on a night stroll. It could also protect its little master. Liu Yuan did not chase it away and let it follow along. As a roaming spirit, Da Huang could serve as a scout. Just after Liu Yuan and Liu Yuan stepped out of the courtyard house, the retired elders, who should have long been resting, gathered beneath the old locust tree, convening a late-night meeting. This is Yuan's first time venturing out for training. We must make every preparation in advance. We absolutely cannot afford any mishap. Sun Bingxin said with a grave expression, her voice pregnant with worry. I'll secretly shadow her. Qin Hanshan was the first to step forward, thumping his chest. I'll hide in the dark and act as a shadow bodyguard, making sure no one discovers me. You take the ground, I'll take the sky. Wang Jinghua hauled out a pitch-black, gleaming sniper rifle from the house, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. I'll find a high vantage point and set up overwatch for Yuan. If she ever runs into an opponent she can't handle, one shot from me will dissolve the crisis. If she encounters an opponent she can't overcome, a single shot from me will turn the tide for her. You're all far too primitive. Qian Jiugong adjusted his reading glasses, his face radiating complete confidence. My Qingxue Wuji formation has long since been deployed, covering the entirety of Linen City. The moment Nian Nian faces any lethal danger, the formation will instantly teleport her back to the courtyard house. Absolutely foolproof. Zhang Qingxian also drew a yellow talisman from his chest, cradling it lovingly as he spoke. The protective charm I gave Nian Nian is capable of canceling out one fatal strike. Zhao Xingong, however, kept his head bowed and added in a muffled, rumbling voice, rest assured. The belly band Nian Nian is wearing is a 9th-rank spiritual artifact I refined from heavenly silkworm silk and mystic gold sand. Unless a celestial descends in person, not even a single hair on her body can be harmed. With the 8 of us around, Nian Nian effectively has 8 extra lives. She can go out and train to her heart's desire. Li Piaoran raised his teacup and concluded with a heavily official air. That said, Teacher Chinemo, who had remained silent for the most part, pushed up his glasses. Aren't we overlooking something quite important? Qin Eri was taken aback. Are we? We were so busy protecting Nian Nian, Teacher Chinemo said, pointing toward the door, that we completely forgot about that boy Liu Yuan. No worries, Zhang Qingxian waved his hand dismissively. He's lucky and has an extraordinarily sturdy life. He doesn't need overprotection. Qian Jiugong nodded in agreement, and even cracked a joke. True enough. Maybe he'll manage to pick up another female celestial and bring her back. It was late at night. On the desolate, chilly street, there were few pedestrians, only streetlights spilled dim yellow pools of light. Liu Yuan strolled leisurely, holding his daughter's little hand. As a 7th realm grandmaster on this blue star, the number of beings who could pose a threat to his safety was few indeed, barely worth counting on one hand. For that very reason, his ability survival against all odds had not been activated for a full 3 years. Growing stronger was itself a kind of annoyance. Life had lost many of its surprises. When he reached the street corner, the target appeared. A young man in a black hoodie with the hood drawn over his head was leaning askew against the corner of a wall, scanning his surroundings with dark, sinister eyes. The cold, eerie aura emanating from his body was utterly incompatible with this world. A demon cultivator hailing from the Tahua Zization. His appearance here was no coincidence. Before his death, the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor had transmitted the approximate spatial coordinates of the courtyard back to the Tahua Zization. Thus, over the past 3 years, demon cultivators had been following those coordinates to search for opportunities. Although they could not pinpoint the exact location of the courtyard, they would always respawn somewhere in its vicinity. They were just like the wild monster NPCs in a game. Every night, Liu Yuan would come out to hunt, clearing away these uninvited guests and reaping effortless merits. And tonight he planned to give this experience farming opportunity to his daughter. Nian Nian, look, that guy is sneaking around near our home. Clearly he's not a good person. Liu Yuan pointed at the demon cultivator. Since it was impossible to explain the complicated demon cultivation system to a 4-year-old, he could only keep it simple. Liu Nian immediately clenched her little fists and on her short, plump legs marched straight toward the young man. Woof! Da Huang let out a low growl and followed close at her heels, baring its teeth in a stance that suggested it was ready to lunge at any second. The demon cultivator noticed the pair, one girl, one dog. When he clearly saw that the approaching figure was merely a 4-year-old girl, he was stunned for a moment, then burst into a strange, grating laughter. Ha ha ha. This world has gone completely mad. The first opponent I run into turns out to be a snotty little brat who hasn't even grown a single hair. Unbelievable. The Blood Abyss Demon Emperor actually died in a place like this. He had come following the coordinates of the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor's death, searching for fortune, having assumed this would be an extremely dangerous place. But upon seeing Liu Nian, a mere little girl, he could not help but laugh. He looked Liu Nian up and down and sneered, "Little brat, how old are you?" 4. Liu Nian held up 4 chubby little fingers. "Scram, have one of your adults come." Before the demon cultivator could finish his words, a terrifying gust of fist wind came surging straight at his face. His entire body was struck as if by a colossal hammer and sent flying backward. With a thunderous crash, he snapped a streetlight pole, plowed through a stretch of greenery, and only then came to a humiliated stop. Liu Nian's figure was so swift that only fragmented afterimages remained. She threw a punch through the air, her body moving in tandem with the fist as devastating power poured out in full force. What the hell? The demon cultivator was utterly dumbfounded by the blow, momentarily numb to the searing pain all over his body. How could a 4-year-old possess such terrifying power? No wonder the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor had fallen in this place. This world was far too wicked. If even a 4-year-old was this freakish, how strong must the adults be? Just as he was about to counterattack, Liu Nian casually grabbed the broken streetlight pole, wielded it like a long spear, and delivered a fierce straight thrust. Jiansong strike. The little girl let out a spirited cry, and the spear came out like a dragon. The demon cultivator had no time to react before his chest was struck with unerring precision, sweeping 1,000 troops. Immediately after, Liu Nian flicked her wrist and swept the pole horizontally across, knocking him off balance. Before he could steady himself, she had already leapt high into the air and smashed down onto his head, cleaving Mount Hua. The demon cultivator was smashed until stars swam before his eyes, and then came the endless barrage of spear shadows. Rainstorm of pear blossoms. The techniques of the Overlord's formation-breaking spear unfolded in Liu Yuan's hands as fluidly as flowing clouds and rushing water. Battered this way, and that by the pole the demon cultivator was utterly incapable of fighting back. As if locked under an unbreakable control, he had been thoroughly reduced to Liu Yuan's leveling tool. Woof! Woof woof! Da Huang jumped excitedly around at the side, barking cheers for its master. Liu Yuan meanwhile stood not far away with his hands clasped behind his back, observing with complete calm. On Blue Star there was also a cultivation method called entering demonhood, and its origin lay in the Tahua Zization. Much like the martial path, the demonic path's cultivators also had 4 ranks: body demon, soul demon, death demon, and heavenly demon. The body demon entered the demonic path through the physical body, spanning the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd realms. The soul demon entered through the soul and spirit, spanning the 4th, 5th, and 6th realms. The death demon entered through life and death, spanning the 7th, 8th, and 9th realms. The heavenly demon, also known as the Prince of Heaven demon, corresponded to the celestial in the martial path. Any demon cultivator bearing a title was a heavenly demon, for instance the Blood Abyss Demon Emperor of before. The demon cultivator before them, however, was roughly at the peak of the 3rd realm of the body demon stage. His physical body was powerful and exceptionally durable, able to absorb an enormous amount of punishment. That was precisely why Liu Yuan had beaten him for so long without him running out of steam. Of course it was also because she was holding only a streetlight pole. Had she been using the 3-pointed twin-bladed spear forged for her by Zhao Xingong, this demon cultivator would have been chopped into a honeycomb long ago. After a dozen-odd minutes, the demon cultivator finally lay on the ground, completely drained of fighting capability. That's it. Liu Yuan shook her head. He couldn't take a beating at all. Nian tonight was only practice. There will be plenty of chances like this from now on. Liu Yuan walked over, stroked his daughter's little head, and helped her straighten her ponytail, which had gone askew from running. Over these 3 years, the frequency with which demon cultivators respawned around the courtyard had grown higher and higher. Now at least one every night, and perhaps even more in the future. It was not impossible that even heavenly demons would appear. For Liu Yuan, this was an excellent training opportunity, and since it was right on their doorstep, she could also protect the peace of their neighbors. Daddy, are they coming for mommy? Liu Yuan tilted her little face upward, hitting the nail on the head. Liu Yuan nodded. As expected of my daughter, truly clever. Liu Yuan clenched her little fists and declared with absolute firmness, I will never let these bad guys set even half a foot into our home. At just that moment, several black commercial vehicles emblazoned with the Immigration Bureau logo came roaring up. The car door swung open, and a group of investigators, led by Deputy Section Chief Lin Weiwei, rushed out. Section Chief Lin Weiwei, dressed in a figure-hugging black combat suit that accentuated her curves, immediately bowed respectfully at the sight of Liu Yuan. When she and her colleagues saw the demon cultivator already subdued on the ground along with the little girl beside him holding a streetlight pole, everyone was utterly stunned. Holy crap, that's a peak 3rd realm demon cultivator, right? And it was taken down just like that. Wait a minute, the one who made the move was that little girl. Am I seeing things? She looks 4 or 5 at most. Lin Weiwei looked from Liu Yuan to Liu Yuan, then remarked half jokingly, half seriously, Section Chief, since when did you start employing child labor? Have we let you down, sir? Let me introduce everyone to you. This is my daughter Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan's voice was calm as he addressed the officials of Investigation Section 9. At once shock and fear were clearly written on everyone's faces. A tiger father raises no weak daughter. The Section Chief's daughter is absolutely formidable. 4. Hiss. At only 4 she managed to easily take down a 3rd realm demon cultivator. Not just take down. Did you all see that? The young lady was just swinging that lamppost with such fierce and imposing might. This is clearly high-level spear technique. I feel like even I wouldn't last 3 moves against her. Heavens. When I was 4 I was still playing with mud, and she's already suppressing demon cultivators. I'm the one who's useless. Stop it, say any more, and I'll want to be remade from scratch. Amid the murmuring, Liu Yuan seemed to sense everyone's tension. She tossed away the deformed lamppost in her hand, revealed a sweet and obedient smile, and greeted in a babyish voice. Hello, uncles and aunties. The immense contrast of cuteness instantly struck everyone. The young lady is such a good girl. Lin Weiwei was the first to react, stepping forward quickly with affection brimming in her eyes. She was a mother herself and had no resistance to such an adorable yet powerful child. Section Chief, you truly have a way of raising your daughter. She half-squatted, gently tidied Liu Yuan's slightly messy collar, and tried to cozy up to Liu Yuan. Young lady, I'm your father's colleague Lin Weiwei. Just call me Aunt Weiwei. Liu Yuan nodded. As she looked at Lin Weiwei's chest, the scent of food wafted to her nose, and she couldn't help feeling hungry. How she missed the time when her mother held her in her arms and nursed her. Unfortunately, the milk Su Qingxue had left in the bottle had long been finished. Liu Yuan had already been weaned. Lin Weiwei seemed to notice something and chuckled. Nian wants some milk. Her child was only 1 year older than Liu Yuan and had only recently been weaned. Liu Yuan resisted the temptation and shook her head. Liu Yuan glared at Lin Weiwei. Don't use breast milk to tempt my daughter. Lin Weiwei immediately changed the subject, saying to Liu Yuan, Section Chief, the young lady is not only extraordinarily talented, but also so well-behaved and sensible. Anyone can see she's inherited your excellent genes. Meanwhile, she was calculating rapidly in her mind. The section chief had been working overtime more and more frequently. It seemed the wife really wasn't home. Perhaps the couple had been separated for a long time. Such an outstanding man, such an adorable daughter. If only she could become Yin Yin's mother. She would divorce her husband for the section chief. Unfortunately, over the past 3 years, Liu Yuan had never had the slightest interest in her. Just as Lin Weiwei was lost in her wild thoughts, Liu Yuan had already ordered, "Take this demon cultivator back to the bureau and lock him up." 2 investigators immediately stepped forward and prepared to handcuff the half-dead demon cultivator. "Let me go." The demon cultivator suddenly struggled and roared. "I'm telling you, above me is someone you can't afford to offend." The investigator sneered. "Who might that be?" "I'll scare you to death if I say it." The demon cultivator craned his neck. "Then say it." "The 5 Demoness." The demon cultivator announced the title. Everyone exchanged blank looks and shook their heads. "Never heard of her. Whether she's a demoness or a vixen, with our section chief here, we'll take her down all the same." Seeing their disbelief, the demon cultivator sneered. "You're finished. When the 5 Demoness arrives, you'll all die. Keep boasting." An investigator said disdainfully, "You can't even beat our section chief's 4-year-old daughter. Even if the 5 Demoness comes, she can't save you." "Humph. I won't accept it," the demon cultivator roared. "I gave myself to the demonic path at 7. When it comes purely to physical strength, everyone here is garbage." Before his voice faded, a small figure had already appeared in front of him. Lun Yin threw a delicate little pink fist. Bang! The demon cultivator's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. "Is that all?" Lun Yin withdrew her fist, looking utterly bored. Everyone was instantly horrified. The young lady looked sweet, but her strength was truly terrifying. That punch must have carried megaton-level force. After loading the demon cultivator into the car on the way back to the immigration bureau, everyone was still shaken and talking animatedly. How can the section chief's daughter be this strong when she's only 4? Her starting point is already the finish line that many of us can never reach in our entire lives. My son told me after school today that their kindergarten has a martial arts prodigy who punched the principal into the infirmary during an enlightenment class. I thought he was bragging then. Could it be the section chief's daughter? Exactly. This has already gone viral in the martial arts world, and even hit the trending searches. A colleague immediately took out his phone and opened a news article. Shocking. 4-year-old child suppresses a kindergarten, turns out to be a 5th-rank martial hero. Damn. I thought it was some unscrupulous media trying to grab attention, and I was about to debunk it. I didn't expect it to actually be true. Don't you find it strange? The section chief's daughter is too heaven-defying. Her martial realm is even higher than her age. This advancement speed. What's really behind it? Speaking of which, have you all forgotten how terrifying the section chief is? He once went from a 1st-rank warrior to a 7th-rank grandmaster in just 2 years. Both father and daughter are freaks. Hiss. If so, the section chief's wife couldn't possibly be the one who once killed an old heavenly lord with a single slash, could she? At that moment, Lin Weiwei immediately coughed and said coldly, "Don't make wild guesses and don't pry into the section chief's private affairs. Be careful. The more you know, the sooner you die." Everyone shuddered in unison and fell silent. Liu Yuan watched his subordinates leave, then strolled through the old streets with his daughter. Woof, woof. Big Yellow's nose suddenly twitched, and he let out a vigilant bark toward a shabby apartment building not far away. "Daddy, let's go over with Big Yellow to take a look." Lun Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Liu Yuan nodded. Big Yellow was a wandering spirit with keen senses, and he must have found traces of a demon cultivator again. Arriving at the entrance of a shabby apartment, Liu Yuan gave his daughter the chance to perform. "Daddy, what should I do?" Liu Yuan smiled and taught her, "Just knock on the door and say water meter inspection." Lun Yin nodded, half understanding, reached out her little hand and slammed it fiercely against the iron door. Bang! The entire door, together with its frame, was shattered into pieces and toppled with a crash. The demon cultivator inside, who was eating instant noodles, was stunned on the spot, forgetting to swallow the noodles in his mouth. "Hey, is that polite? You demolished my door." He looked more carefully and saw that standing in the doorway was a tender little girl, just over a meter tall. "Evil person," Lun Yin declared in her babyish voice. "In the name of my daddy, I will eliminate you." With that, her little figure charged inside, and with a smooth and flowing series of punches, violent enforcement of the law, she easily beat the second demon cultivator into submission. Liu Yuan watched the whole time from the doorway, merely making a phone call to Lin Weiwei to come and collect the corpse. Next, Lun Yin followed her father through the old streets around the courtyard house and caught a full 5 demon cultivators. Her practical combat experience grew at lightning speed, and her control over her own power became increasingly masterful. As for why Liu Yuan didn't act, because he was a grandmaster, such combat experience was nothing more than a scrap to him. But to his daughter, it was precious nourishment for growth, and part of his daughter's progress would be fed back to him. This was the way to maximize returns. If his daughter grew stronger, he could also leave some experience from it. When they got home, it was already the dead of night. After taking a bath, Lun Yin dashed into the bedroom, curled up like a little kitten in her father's arms, and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the entrance of the courtyard residence was packed to the brim. Admissions teachers from famous martial arts schools, top-level martial arts halls, and even the military all rushed over after hearing the news. Student Liu Yuan, we are from Linen No. 1 Martial Arts High School. We're willing to sign an S-level contract and guarantee your admission. We are Qingxue Martial Arts University. As long as you're willing to come, we'll sign an SS-level contract, and the president will personally serve as your mentor. Little girl, I am the sect master of the 8 Extremes sect. If you take me as your master, you'll be the next sect master. Liu Yuan was startled by the crowd and hid behind her father, completely unable to understand their complicated words. Everyone had no choice but to turn their eyes to Liu Yuan. As Liu Yuan's father, he was her guardian. Until Liu Yuan came of age, any contract signed required parental authentication and consent. Liu Yuan did not show his stance. Instead, he crouched down and gently asked his daughter for her opinion. At 4, she was still young, but she had already started to form an understanding of the world. Liu Yuan looked at the enthusiastic adults before her, thought for a moment, and said seriously in a crisp voice, "Whoever can find my mother for me, that's where I'll go to school." Little tadpole looking for its mother. Liu Yuan's innocent childlike remark sent shockwaves through every admissions teacher's heart. They exchanged glances, and after a brief moment of stunned silence, the atmosphere suddenly exploded. Does Nian want a mommy? That's simple. Nian, how about me? A female teacher in a professional skirt with a curvaceous and voluptuous figure and an elegant intellectual aura was the first to rush over. She crouched in front of Liu Yuan and coaxed softly, "Would you like me to be your mommy?" The corner of Liu Yuan's eye twitched. "Wait, did you ask me, her father, for permission?" The female teacher immediately stood up, flicked her big wavy hair in a seductive manner, then swayed over to Liu Yuan on a snake-like waist and cast him a flirtatious glance. "For Liu Yuan, I can be your wife." Liu Yuan never expected that a married, child-rearing dad would become such a hot commodity in the marriage market. "Look at me. I'm younger than her. And I can do a sweet, squeaky voice. Mr. Liu, I can speak 8 languages and am skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I guarantee I can raise Nian into a refined lady. My family owns a mine. As long as you nod, all my assets can be put under your name. I can cook, and I can warm your bed. I can even do roleplay. I don't need any title. I only ask to stay by Nian's side." A crowd of female teachers who normally held themselves high above others swarmed around Liu Yuan, flaunting their charms. "I think you've all misunderstood." Liu Yuan shielded his daughter and said calmly, "When my Nian says she's looking for her mother, she means her biological mother, not a stepmother." At those words, the scene immediately filled with sighs. What kind of heavenly woman could have given birth to such an extraordinary daughter? Exactly. At 4 years old, she's already a 5th realm martial elite. That's absurdly overpowered. How strong must her mother be? I'm so jealous. I really am. Comparisons kill. We all give birth, but theirs is a divine phoenix while mine is a barnyard chicken. Just then, from all the rooms in the courtyard, 8 retired elders led by Second Master Qin heard the racket and came out. "What are you all crowding around here for? Is this a temple fair? Go do whatever you should be doing." Second Master Qin roared with vigorous bell-like force, so loud that everyone's eardrums ached. Heavens! Isn't that Grand Master Qin Hanshan, the nation-suppressing fist saint? Why would you honored elder be here? A teacher from a martial arts university immediately recognized Second Master Qin. Trembling all over with excitement, he stammered, "You are my idol. Back then you, one man with one fist, stood firm against the sea demon invasion and protected an entire city on the shore of the East Sea. Weren't there rumors that you had already passed away? Look at that one. It's Wang Jingguo, the gun king of the northern frontier. A living legend who guarded the northern frontier for 30 years with a sniper rifle, keeping millions of magical beasts from daring to cross the line. And Formation Saint Xian Jiugong. My God. My graduation thesis was about his sword, Qi Great Wall, that covered the entire blue star. He's still alive." An old professor wearing gold-rimmed glasses pointed at Sun Bingxin, with a trembling finger, his voice quavering. "That one is Alchemy Saint Sun Bingxin. 100 years ago, an unknown plague broke out in the southern territory, and 100 cities fell. She walked alone into the plague zone, testing remedies on her own body for 3 months, and finally refined a divine pill that saved tens of millions of lives. She is the founding matriarch of our entire medical community. And there's also Li Piaran, the sword immortal, who split the heavenly gate with one sword and slew 100,000 deities. Literary saint Chen Mo. Miraculous artisan Zhao Xinggong. And Zhang Qingxuan, the Tao ancestor of Longhu Mountain. These 8 supreme grandmasters could shake the whole Blue Star martial arts world with a single stomp. And they all live here." Those admissions teachers were completely shocked out of their wits. No wonder Liu Yuan doesn't care about our top academies. She has 8 supreme grandmasters as private tutors. With this kind of lineup, she is definitely someone destined to shatter the void and become a celestial. After the guests had been sent off, the courtyard gradually returned to calm. But the bounty for finding mother spread across the entire Blue Star martial arts world overnight. Countless people eager to win Liu Yuan as their student began frantically searching for information about her mother. For a while, the name Su Qingxue hit the trending searches and became the most dazzling woman on the entire Blue Star. Unfortunately, they could never succeed, because Su Qingxue was in Wuyang heaven, separated from the Blue Star by many worlds. Time passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Liu Yuan spent every day going to work practicing martial arts and raising his daughter. Liu Nian meanwhile spent her days going to school and practicing martial arts. At night, she took Da Huang to hunt monsters around the courtyard. Every night, demonic cultivators would approach the courtyard seeking fortune, but instead of finding anything they turned into experience points under Liu Nian's hand. Those 3 short months of real combat made Liu Nian's power skyrocket. Whenever she was free, she couldn't help but raise her head to the sky, longing for her mother to come home. Qingxue had been away for more than 3 years. Every day Liu Nian held hope in her heart, but every day ended in disappointment. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye another year passed. Liu Nian was 5 years old now. She could carry her little school bag and walk to and from school by herself. Every night, she would take Da Huang to clear away the demonic cultivators that respawned around the courtyard. They had all illegally crossed over from Tahua's Zai heaven. One day, when Liu Yuan came home from work and entered the courtyard, his daughter rushed into his arms. Daddy. 5-year-old Liu Nian was growing more delicate and lovely by the day. Though her features had not yet fully bloomed, whenever Liu Yuan looked at her, he could not help thinking of his wife, Qingxue. Today marked exactly 4 years since Qingxue left home. A lavish feast was laid out in the courtyard, and the elders sat in a circle under the old locust tree waiting. Qin Hanshan, after today Qingxue will have been away from home for 4 full years. Will she still come back? Wang Xinghua, if she still doesn't come back, we'll fight our way into Wuliang heaven and snatch her back. Qian Zhougong, recently the spatial passage seems to have been sealed off, and it's not easy for us to leave Blue Star either. Zhang Qingxuan, it doesn't look like the work of demonic cultivators. I suspect celestial beings from Wuliang heaven are manipulating things behind the scenes. Li Piaran, it seems Qingxue holds a very high position in Wuliang heaven. They don't want the news of her marriage to Liu Yuan to spread. The elders knitted their brows in worry. Without its mistress, this home would never be complete. Daddy, do you think Mommy will come back? Liu Nian pulled at Liu Yuan's hand, her small face filled with expectation. Liu Yuan nodded. She definitely will. But today is the last day. Nian, you must believe in miracles. The little girl nodded, half understanding. Time passed minute by minute. 11 p.m. 1130. When the hands finally pointed to 12, a new day arrived. Qingxue still did not appear. Though Liu Yuan felt some disappointment, what he felt more was worry for his wife's safety. With her personality, if she had promised something, she would definitely follow through. That meant something was blocking her from returning to Blue Star. Even so, Liu Yuan could be certain his wife was safe for now, because even across the vast worlds he could sense the second child in her womb. This bloodline bond transcended the limits of time and space. Daddy, is Mommy not going to want us anymore? Liu Nian's eyes reddened and teardrops as big as beans welled up in them. The elders did not know how to comfort her. Should they tell Liu Yuan to forget Qingxue and marry another woman? But what if Qingxue came back? Then it would be bigamy. Of course, Liu Yuan had no desire for a second marriage either. Just then a breathtaking figure bathed in moonlight silently appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. She wore a long moon-white dress unstained by dust. Her glossy black hair cascaded like a waterfall and danced gently in the wind. Her face, beautiful enough to topple empires, was breathtakingly alluring under the moonlight. She looked exactly like Qingxue. Her pure and holy temperament was also no different. Mommy, you've finally come back. The instant Liu Nian saw who it was, she let out a delighted cry and dashed over on her little legs. But Liu Yuan remained rooted to the spot, his brows deeply furrowed. Something was wrong. He could not sense the bloodline connection of the second child from her. In simple terms, her body did not contain Liu Yuan's genes. Wife, where's our second child? You couldn't have given birth this quickly, could you? Only 4 days have passed in Wuliang heaven. If she isn't Qingxue, then who on earth is she? Qingxue, is that you, eh? In the courtyard, the sight of that familiar figure at the gate left a group of retired elders frozen in astonishment, their faces glowing with delight and disbelief. It was indeed Qingxue. The moonlight poured over her like water, draping her in a veil of pure white radiance. Her skirt swayed gently with the night breeze, while her waist-length black hair, cascading like a waterfall, made her flawless, ethereal face appear even more innocent and sacred. She stood there in silence, her temperament so transcendent that it seemed utterly out of place amidst the mundane bustle around her. Mom, Liu Nian called out joyfully, arms wide open, and threw herself into Qingxue's embrace. Mom, you're finally back. Nian missed you so much. Qingxue's body stiffened slightly as if a little flustered, but she still reached out slowly and stroked Liu Nian's little head with some awkwardness, saying softly, Nian, you've grown so tall. Mother and daughter had not seen each other for 4 years. The 1-year-old baby once held in her arms was now a graceful 5-year-old girl, just over 1.2 meters tall, her little head perfectly nestled at her mother's waist. Nian has grown up, not only sweet, but more and more beautiful each day, Qingxue said with a trace of emotion. Mom, Nian can wash her face and brush her teeth all by herself now, and every night, she even fights off bad guys to protect Daddy. Liu Nian clung to Qingxue, rubbing her little face against her skirt, greedily inhaling her mother's scent. That faint natural fragrance. It still felt just like the memory in her heart. But she wrinkled her little nose in confusion. Why couldn't she smell the milky fragrance she had loved the most? No one should know that scent better than Liu Yuan. After all, Liu Yuan was Su Qingxue's biological daughter and had been nursed regularly before she turned 1. The retired elders in the courtyard noticed nothing unusual, simply gazing at the heartwarming scene of mother and daughter reunited with deep emotion. I knew it. Qingxue is a loyal and devoted girl. She would definitely come back from her parents' home. Qin Hantan clenched his fist, deeply moved. Wonderful, wonderful. Nian Yin is finally reunited with her mother. Sun Bingxin wiped the corner of her eye, deeply comforted. Yuan, she turned to look at Liu Yuan still standing where he was. Your wife is back, why are you just standing there? Go give her a hug. Zhang Qingxian joined in the teasing. Exactly, a brief parting is better than a new marriage. A family should be whole and together. Li Piaran also urged, Qingxue is a good girl, she kept the promise she made to you. Don't treat her coldly. Zhao Xingong quietly took out a Polaroid camera ready to take a family photo of the three of them. Liu Yuan's brows, however, were tightly furrowed. He walked over slowly, staring at the Su Qingxue before him. In his perception, there was not a shred of his genes in this woman's body. For years ago when she left, she had already been pregnant with their second child. Only 4 days had passed in the boundless heaven. By all logic, the child should not have been born yet. Unless she had an abortion. Husband, Su Qingxue spoke as if for the first time, her tone stiff and her ears faintly reddening. These 4 years. You've worked hard raising the child. Wifey, 4 years apart you seem to have gotten thinner. Liu Yuan reached out and gently pinched her smooth, tender cheek. Su Qingxue's body trembled slightly. At his touch, a flush of crimson instantly spread across her cheeks, and even her voice quivered. Husband, you must be misremembering. I've always had this figure. Is that so? Liu Yuan's gaze suddenly turned sharp, and he asked word by word, Are you really Qingxue? The sudden question caught Su Qingxue completely off guard. Hugging Yin Yin in her arms, her eyes flustered, she said, Husband, what are you talking about? Of course I'm my own sister. The moment those words left her mouth, she clapped her hand over her lips. Damn it. She had let it slip. Su Yuma, Liu Yuan's voice was calm as still water. I knew it was you all along. Pretending to be your sister. You really are something else. Husband, what nonsense are you talking about? I am Qingxue. She made one last desperate struggle, looking at Liu Yuan with pitiful grievance, her big eyes full of drama. The retired elders in the courtyard were completely stunned. Zhang Qingxuan, holy crap. Sisters swapping places. What kind of ethical melodrama is this? Even more exciting than the novels I read. Chinemo, the disguise was too perfect. I didn't notice a thing. Her face, her aura, they're exactly the same as Qingxue's. Sun Bingxin. Yes, I didn't recognize her either. I can't believe it was Qingxue's younger sister in disguise. Nian, look at your father. Seeing this, Su Yuma immediately appealed to the little one in her arms. He doesn't trust me, he says I'm a fake. Liu Nian, however, wriggled free from her embrace, ran to Liu Yuan's side, tilted her little face up, and said with absolute firmness, I believe Daddy. You are not Mommy. Su Yuma. This child was far too protective of her father. Having lived together for 5 years, father and daughter Liu Nian's bond with her daddy Liu Yuan was naturally stronger than with her mother. Fine, I admit it. I won't pretend anymore. Seeing that father and daughter were united on the same front, Su Yuma could only let out a helpless sigh. She raised her hand and swept it across her face. As light swirled, the face that had been identical to Su Qingxue's instantly shifted back into her own, a countenance tinged with charm and vivacity. Brother-in-law, how exactly did you see through it? Su Yuma asked curiously. This 1,000 faces painted skin of mine is a heaven-grade spirit artifact. Once worn, it can perfectly imitate another person's appearance, even their aura and heavenly secrets. Even a venerable standing before me might not be able to see through the truth. I know the answer. Before Liu Yuan could reply, Liu Nian had already raised her little hand and said seriously, Auntie, you don't have the food Nian Yin loves most on you. The food she loves most. Su Yuma was taken aback, then thought of her sister nursing the baby, suddenly understood, and blushed. Being still an unmarried maiden herself, she naturally didn't have that unique milky fragrance. This little girl, far too clever. You little rascal. Su Yuma pinched Liu Nian's cheek with a smile. When you grow up, no punk with dyed hair is going to trick you away. Even though this was her sister's child, she doted on her deeply. Annie, why didn't my mom come back? Liu Nian tugged at her hand, her eyes full of hope. This was also the question Liu Yuan and all the elders in the courtyard most wanted answered. Why hadn't Su Qingxue returned? Instead, it was Su Yuma who had come. Su Yuma sighed, the smile on her face fading as well. Nian Yin, your mother is at Grandpa's house, and she can't come back for now. She felt that Liu Nian was pitiful having no mother by her side, so she told her the truth. Yet she also worried that Liu Nian might resent the Su family, so she did not explain exactly why Su Qingxue couldn't return. But Liu Yuan, upon hearing this, already understood clearly. Su Qingxue had not returned not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. The Su family must have locked her away. In other words, the Su family did not approve of her marriage to him, and thus would not allow Su Qingxue to come back to the Blue Star. Given Su Qingxue's celestial being level strength, the one capable of keeping her from leaving was most likely her father Su Jianan. Liu Yuan had actually guessed this long ago, but now he had confirmation from Su Yuma. Yuma, tell me what exactly happened. If he wanted to bring his wife, Su Qingxue, back, he would need to gather intelligence in advance. Nian Yin, go play for a while. Your aunt has something to tell your father. Su Yuma tried to send Lu Nian away, but Lu Nian said, Auntie Nian is already grown up. I'm not a little kid anymore. I want to know what happened to Mom at Grandpa's house too. Su Yuma, this child is too mature. Liu Yuan had no intention of hiding it either. Let Nian listen along. Brother-in-law, Su Yuma pointed at the food on the table. Can we talk while we eat? I'm starving to death. She hadn't eaten anything in 4 days in the boundless heaven, and now that she had arrived at the blue star, a paradise of delicacies, her appetite had been stirred up all over again. Liu Yuan nodded, and the group sat around the stone table. Su Yuma gnawed on a roasted chicken leg, and recounted everything that had happened in the boundless heaven in full detail. Brother-in-law, my father found out everything about my sister marrying you and having a child. Did Qingxue tell him voluntarily? No, not that. Su Yuma swallowed a mouthful of meat. My sister wanted to keep it a secret too, but who would have thought that a huge accident would happen? What accident? The retired elders all pricked up their ears, and Lu Nian even more so. Though some words were still beyond her understanding, she could grasp the general meaning. Su Yuma lowered her voice, her face full of astonishment, and said, only 3 days after my sister returned home, she became pregnant again. And her belly grew bigger each day until even her clothes couldn't hide it. My father caught her red-handed on the spot.